My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 1493 to chapter 1665. Waving away the thick smoke in front of him, Duanyu gazed coldly at the giant sinkhole that had appeared in the center. Countless men in black had died in that sinkhole, and the ghost-masked man had already disappeared without a trace. In order to escape, he completely disregarded the lives of his subordinates. Duanyu's lips curled as he sneered inwardly. He sighed and said, "Did he think he could escape?" Cough cough. Yu Xiao covered his face with his sleeves and waved away the thick smoke in front of him. He ordered sternly, "They can't have escaped far. 30 people in a team and eliminate all the enemies that have escaped to every corner of Yuting Court." Everyone responded in unison and formed well-trained teams. Duanyu looked up at the overcast sky and said to Situi, "Let's go. We don't need too many people. Let's go meet that half-dead ghost-masked man." Liang Qingqing quickly followed. "I also want to go and see what kind of person is pretending to be a ghost over there. He even dares to tame something as disgusting as a zombie, heh." In the outskirts of the Mo Kingdom capital. Inside a pitch-black old residence. The sky had completely darkened, and lightning flashed across the night sky. It looked like a heavy rainstorm was about to descend. Arbor didn't know how long she had been cooped up in this small room. She was so irritated that she kept kicking the defensive barrier in front of her. That D*MN Omega Kotoku, why hadn't he died from mystic energy exhaustion after trapping her in this defensive barrier for such a long time? Creak. There was a light sound. The door was pushed open. Staring at the young sir who walked in, Arbor's eyes could practically shoot out flames. "What are you doing?" Sir Omega Kotoku leaned to the side and had the servants bring in dinner, placing it on the short table in front of Arbor. After the door to the side room closed, there were only the two of them in the room, and the air instantly stilled. "I said just now that I only want to have a good talk with you." On the other side, Mo Lian, who had led her men out of Yuting Court and was carefully searching along the lake, suddenly paused in her steps. She took out a green vine from her inner world and gripped it tightly. There was actually no reaction. Why? Logically speaking, as long as he didn't leave the vicinity of the Mo Kingdom capital, he only needed to hold on to Chocho's vine to connect with it and be brought into Jojo's paradise planet. This situation could only mean one thing. Jojo was currently under someone's control, and his spiritual awareness was most likely sealed. Even Jojo himself could not communicate with the sapling. When she thought of this, Mo Lian became even more anxious. Just as she was about to turn around and ask Duanyu for help, she saw Duanyu, Situi, Liang Qingqing, Wei Nanfeng, and Bailey she swiftly leaping towards her. "Jojo is really gone," Mo Lian said with a frown. "Let's find that ghost-masked man first." "I think Jojo's disappearance should be related to him," Duanyu said coldly. Situi frowned and suggested another idea. "Could it be? Someone took advantage of the ghost-masked man's attack to rob little junior sister while the ghost-masked man was leading his men?" Mo Lian, you said that this organization that created zombies wanted to cause a great disaster in the Mo Kingdom capital, but why didn't they go to the downtown area to cause trouble instead of coming to such a desolate Lake Heart Island's Yuting Court?" Wei Nanfeng shook his head and said, They couldn't have come for the little miss, right? Let's go." The more Mo Lian listened, the more apprehensive she felt. She didn't want to delay any longer. Taking out their communication jade tablet, the group identified their target and chased after Gale Forest after exiting the lake. The ghost-masked man didn't know that his whereabouts had already been exposed. With the Raksha princess's support, he stumbled all the way to Gale Forest. At this time, the people lying in ambush in Gale Forest all revealed themselves and took out the clothes they prepared beforehand for the ghost-masked man to change into. The Raksha princess's eyes flickered, and she cupped her hands in salute. "We will go our separate ways. You guys enter the city, and I will return to the Raksha ghost sect first." After saying that, she swiftly left. A woman wearing a white veil involuntarily gnashed her teeth in resentment. This woman is extremely slippery when she encounters trouble. "Forget it, let's enter the city first." The ghost-masked man changed into scholarly attire with a scholarly headscarf wrapped around his head. His ordinary face didn't have much expression. Just as the group exited the forest, they heard gusts of wind whistling through the air. The scholarly man's expression changed, and he hastily yelled, "Go." Unfortunately, he hadn't even dashed out a few steps when Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and the others rushed over and blocked his path. Your Excellency Siming Manor's High Priest, heh, so you really are an old friend. Duan Yu scoffed. He flicked the jade heavenly thunder in his hand and suddenly aimed it at the other party. He said with a smile, it's best if you don't move. Were you the ones who captured the crown princess? Mo Lian asked coldly. Confess honestly, and we will give you a quick death. Everyone, is there a misunderstanding? A faint smile appeared on the high priest's scholarly face. The crown prince's consort? Our Siming Manor is heading to the Mo Kingdom capital on this trip, so we haven't seen the crown princess. Stop pretending, alright? We followed you all the way here. Take out your ghost mask. HM? Liang Qingqing folded her arms and smiled mockingly at the high priest. The high priest's frail face slowly turned gloomy. His face suddenly twitched and he laughed sinisterly. I really underestimated you bunch of juniors. Wei Nanfeng moved his fists and legs, and smiled at the high priest, so it's one of the famous 4 great villas, Ximing Villa's high priest. Now, can you tell us what organization you're working for? Huh? Tell me about it. Let's chat. The high priest snorted and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Do you think you can catch me? As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Lian's finger moved and a flame spirit whip shot towards the high priest. At the same time, Arbor stared expressionlessly at the Omega Kotoku through the transparent barrier. Are you born to be so cold? No, I remember that when I carried you out of that secret room, you looked at me with a very grateful gaze. At that time, you were not as cold and emotionless as you are now. Omega Kotoku propped up his chin with one hand and looked at the girl in front of him in a daze. He seemed to have a lot to say to her. That strange dream, let's call it a previous life for the time being. That continuous and strangely sorrowful dream made Omega Kotoku, who had walked through the course of his previous life, feel very uncomfortable. Jojo, tell me, was that dream real? You stayed by my side for a full 4 years. It was fake. Arbor glanced at him coldly and mocked, second young master, you aren't so stupid that you can't distinguish between dream and reality, right? No, I don't believe it. The experience in the dream was so real, how could it be fake? Xianxia suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Arbor's wrist, asking with an agitated expression, Jojo, tell me, all of this is real, it's real. You're crazy. Arbor threw his hand away and coldly glared at him, it's all fake. What 4 years, what dream? I don't know anything about it. You're lying to me. Your eyes tell me that you're lying to me. You know. Xianxia coldly stared at Xiaomu's eyes, wanting to dig out some peculiar emotion from her emotionless and apathetic eyes. However, there was nothing at all. At the entrance of the Qin estate, when I first saw you, I had a very familiar feeling. And you, I remember, your reaction at that time completely showed that you knew me, right? Heh. Arbor sneered and turned his head to glance at him indifferently. He said in a very sarcastic tone, I took a few more glances at you because at that time, at the entrance of the Qin estate, a bunch of sick women were looking at you. I was just curious, don't think too much about other things. Liar. Xianxia forced these 2 words out from between his teeth. He suddenly stretched out his hand and firmly grabbed her weak shoulder, shaking it hard, you're lying to me. You clearly remember me. Isn't it? Isn't it? You're crazy. Arbor kicked him hard. Only separated by the defensive barrier, this kick landed on the barrier. Hateful damned man, his hands could pass through the defensive barrier and grab her at any time, and any attack she kicked over was blocked by the defensive barrier. Hateful to the extreme. Let go. This nightmarish man could actually remember everything from her previous life. Was he joking with her? How could it be? She was reborn, but this man wasn't. How could he remember those painful memories from her previous life? How could he? Scram. Arbor ruthlessly kicked the defensive barrier again, his eyes spitting out flames of anger. Why was this person so annoying? What right did he have to act like they were close friends and not let go of her shoulder? Disgusting. Arbor used all his strength to push away the Omega Kotoku's hands. He tried to kick it, but it was bounced back by the defensive enchantment. She took a few steps back and sat down on the stool. Do you hate me that much? The second young master stared at her coldly, and a self-mocking smile appeared on his lips. But do you know how much I like you? When Arbor heard the word like, it was as if he had been stung by a poisonous snake. His whole body trembled and he subconsciously shrank back. She raised her head and stared at the second young master warily. Her eyes were filled with wariness and disdain. Get lost. Never say the word like to me. Don't fall in love with me, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xiaomu coldly glanced at him, as if hearing the word like from this person's mouth was inconceivable and unbelievable. Why? Why can't I say like? In my dream, you clearly looked at me with a like expression. Bullshit. Is it really good to think so highly of yourself? See you tomorrow. That was because in the beginning, it was him, it was this elegant and calm man who had pulled her out of hell. She was grateful for that. Back then, it was as if she was grabbing onto a fleeting light, holding on to him tightly, wanting to rely on this person. She thought that he was a good person, however, in the end, it was just a joke that brought disgrace upon herself. Arbor's eyes were cold and filled with coldness. When he looked at the person in front of him, there was no warmth at all. Such a gaze seemed to provoke this person, causing him to suddenly laugh. No? Really no? Arbor's pupils shrank, as if he was going to say something scary. She hurriedly interrupted him. Shut up. Why don't you let me continue? What are you afraid of? Heh. Arbor threw him a mocking look. I just don't want to listen to your nonsense. Jojo, in the dream, you clearly had feelings for me, Sir Omega Kotoku said with certainty. Arbor looked at him sarcastically. You think too highly of yourself. In the dream? What dream? Everything in the dream, how can it be real? Arbor was too lazy to argue with him. This was no longer her previous life, she could only say that this person was too annoying if he insisted on harping on the past. Moreover, was there anyone who knew her feelings better than her? She had never liked him in her previous life. Rather than saying that she liked him, it was better to say that she had once seen him as her savior. Back then, she had been so desperate, and this person had suddenly descended upon her like a god, saving her from hell. However, the other party had only treated her as a little pet. If he liked her, he would touch her head. If he didn't like her, he would heartlessly starve her for 3 days and 3 nights. In order to tame this disobedient little pet of his, he could leave her there to fend for herself for many days. To let her be like a little worm, using her head to wander in the dark, so dirty and lowly that she almost couldn't believe it. That was her past, such a cold-blooded and heartless man, just because of that so-called dream in her previous life, suddenly opened his mouth and said that he liked her? Haha. Don't you think you blasphemed the word like? Liking someone meant treating them as a pet. Liking someone meant that they wanted to be their master. Liking someone meant that they could bully them, tame them, and make them obedient? Heh, this kind of liking, whoever wants it can take it. Arbor couldn't afford it. In her previous life, when this cold man starved her for a few days and nights and realized that he could not tame her, she did not know if something went wrong or if he suddenly had a conscience, but he suddenly changed his attitude towards her. What was the use of that? At that time, she had already been completely defeated by the loss of her dignity. At that time, she had already lost her heart. She had personally let go of the man she had once seen as her savior. She no longer had any feelings for him. Even if he treated her like a baby in the future, no matter how well he treated her, it would be useless. She didn't even want to hear, see, or ask anything about him. Even if she heard or saw anything, she would choose to forget about it. When they met in this life, she couldn't even remember his surname. In Arbor's eyes, this second young master in front of him was probably a little crazy. I didn't want you for a long time. Arbor's cold words were like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly piercing into the second young master's heart. She had abandoned him a long time ago. The Omega Kotoku's pupils constricted as he stared at the young lady in front of him with a strange gaze. He did not know why, but at this moment, he really wanted to reach out and grab her. No, he wanted to hug her. He wanted to hug this emotionless young lady tightly. No. Let go. He just wanted to be willful and not let go of her for once. Bam. Seeing him reach out to grab her, Arbor kicked him away with all his might and dodged to the side. If he did not like her, then he did not like her. Why bother? Besides, it was useless to bother her. She should have thrown away these unhappy memories of the past, shouldn't she? Not a single one of these unimportant people would be able to touch his heartstrings. She could not be pulled into the abyss by this person in front of her again. She could not be confined to the nightmares of the past. She had to break free. She had to break free and be reborn in her state of mind, otherwise, it would not be beneficial to her future path of cultivation. That's the right way to think. Kill him, kill this person in front of you, and you will be able to destroy your inner demon once and for all. The right path is right in front of you. A cold voice suddenly appeared in her conscious. It was chilly, like ice and snow pouring down from a high mountain. Under the falling peach blossoms, a tall red figure suddenly appeared beside her. It was so sudden that the Omega Kotoku could not help but be shocked. He looked at the venerable peach blossom immortal, who had suddenly appeared. Bam! However, in the next second, something even more shocking happened. The defensive boundary that was originally encircling Xiaomu's body was actually shattered by the red-clothed man who had suddenly appeared with a powerful strike. A force of backlash swept over him, catching the Omega Kotoku off guard. He spat out a mouthful of blood. You are not from this star region. Xianxia's eyes became extremely cold in an instant. She looked coldly at the man who had suddenly appeared to disturb her. Jojo, don't hesitate and be soft-hearted. Take this opportunity to kill your inner demon. The venerable peach blossom immortal raised his 5 fingers. Several thorns formed by the wood spirit suddenly shot out and flew over in a zigzag manner. Xianxia was not surprised to see this. After all, it was not strange for an unknown expert who was not from Seacone planet to know how to use the power of the wood spirit. He quickly struck out a palm, and a thunder fire landed on the thorns. He had thought that this thunder fire would be able to block the thorns no matter what, but he was wrong. This red-clothed man who had appeared out of nowhere had a cultivation that was much higher than his own at this moment. The thorns directly passed of the thunder fire and wrapped around his 4 limbs and bound him tightly. With a tug, second young Master Qin was actually pulled into the air by the brambles, and he stared at that smiling red-clothed man with an extremely frosty gaze. Do you know what price you have to pay? This man had used the supreme saint power in the lower star region. Although it was only a little, it was enough to incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The venerable peach blossom immortal shrugged with a playful expression. He turned to look at the little girl who was clenching her fists tightly and not moving. Jojo, kill him quickly. What are you still hesitating for? The venerable peach blossom immortal came to her side in a flash. With a wave of his finger, more and more thorns wound around Xianxia's body like twisting poisonous snakes. Now is the time to deal with your inner demons. Xiaomu reflexively bit her small lips, her small face as white as snow. After hearing the venerable peach blossom immortal's words again, Arbor pulled open a transparent and shiny bow made of ice crystals. That big bow made of ice crystals spun in her fair little hand. In her other hand, a snow-white arrowhead gradually formed. She knocked it on the big bow and aimed it straight at the Omega Kotoku's heart. You really want to kill me? The Omega Kotoku closed his eyes in pain. That's right. I owed you in my previous life. If you want me to pay you back in this life, I have no complaints. Xiao, in this world, only you can make me die willingly. Since you want me to die, then I will die. What am I afraid of? I am so fearless. Death will only bring me closer to you. Arbor's hand that was holding the bow trembled slightly. Suddenly, she heard the venerable peach blossom immortal's indifferent voice. Jojo, don't hesitate. If you don't get rid of your inner demon, how will you grow in the future? Do it quickly. Show the greatest courage of your life. Yes, she wanted to kill him. She could not let him come into her life again. She could not let him become her inner demon, she could not let him have the chance to get close to her, whether it was Xianxia or Fan Choha, the nightmares of her previous life would be cut off by her own hands, farewell forever. The nightmare of my life, don't ever think of bothering me, you have no value in existing anymore. Arbor's eyes were replaced by a cold and resolute look. With a clang, the arrowhead pierced through the air and shot straight toward Xianxia's heart. At that moment, her cold eyes fell on his smiling face. She stared at him with an incomparably cold gaze. She could not describe the feelings in her heart. Carefree? Yes. Release her anger? That seemed to be the case. Perhaps it was more of a release. It was an indescribable joy to be released from the nightmare of her previous life. She, Arbor, would never be disturbed by this nightmare again. It was time to walk out of it. Ciao ciao. Xianxia called out in a low voice. The last thing she saw was his scattered black hair, and that slightly miserable handsome face. Xiao Mu's eyes abruptly widened. Boom. He looked at the Omega Kotoku in front of him. Like a cluster of broken stars, he suddenly shattered into pieces in front of him. Arbor couldn't help but frown. There seemed to be something wrong with this fragmented scene. How could a perfectly fine person disintegrate into pieces like a broken soul? Before she could think further, a large, warm palm gently stroked her head. Good girl, you did well. In the future, when you are faced with even greater despair and difficulties, you can think about it. You are a person who can personally cut off your own inner demons. You. Fearless. Arbor turned his head to look at him. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly as he reached out and grabbed his sleeve. What's wrong with you? I'm leaving. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked regretfully at the invisible chains on his limbs. He couldn't shake them off and couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sky. Alright, I'll go by myself. You don't have to use so many heavenly Dao chains to keep me hanging, okay? Where are you going? Arbor grabbed his sleeve tightly in panic. Hey, I'm going to a fun place. Don't worry. When you want to summon me again, I will appear. It's just that. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal tilted his head in embarrassment and smiled. If I don't respond for a long time, it means that I haven't come out of that place. Where did you go? Arbor tugged at his sleeves, her eyes wide open. Is it dangerous? Is it like what Xianxia said, that you used a special ability to be targeted by the heavenly axiom? You're hiding in our paradise planet. That's right. If I hide in Paradise Planet, will the heavenly axiom still be able to find me? After the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal said this, the dozens of heavenly axiom locks on his body suddenly increased to 50 to 60. They dragged him out of the courtyard. Damn, heavenly axiom, do you have to be so cruel? It's not like I don't want to go. Let me drink some good wine. How many years has it been since I last ate meat and drank wine? What joy was there in cultivating in that vast expanse of whiteness every day? I might as well not. Damn. Suddenly, the heavenly axiom locks on his back, hands, and legs increased to a few hundred. He dragged the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal out of the door. Hence, Xiaomu hugged his arm tightly. She felt like her body had been stabbed by countless blades, and it was so painful that she wanted to die. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's expression changed slightly. He tried to pull his arm out of her hands. Little girl, let go. Little girl, do you think you can stop the heavenly axiom? Let go. I won't. How could she watch a person who had helped her multiple times be dragged to some unknown place by the heavenly axiom? Silly girl, what can happen to me? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was being pulled back by the heavenly axiom locks, looked down at her helplessly. I'm really fine. Isn't it just a trip to the punishment realm? I used to go there often too. Big liar. What punishment realm? It didn't sound like a good place. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who had successfully become a big liar, stretched out his hands helplessly. However, his hands were bound by the heavenly axiom locks and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even pat her head to comfort her. With a slightly regretful gaze, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal said, I'm not a big liar. My name is Hui Qin. Remember it. Also, the cultivation level of your inner demon's main body is actually about the same as mine. You have to be careful when you go to the upper 3 continents. Peach Blossom. The little fellow pounced with all its might and caught hold of a section of his sleeve. The corner of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's mouth twitched helplessly. I already said that you're not called Peach Blossom. You're called Hui Qin. This child is really thoughtless. Why is he so worrisome? In the next second, an open black door suddenly appeared behind the celestial venerable. The passage was so deep that one couldn't see the end of it. Arbor only glanced at it for a moment before he felt the world spinning around him. He was sent flying by a huge force. Heavenly Tao. Why did you throw her? I'm not done with you. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shouted angrily. The moment the black door slammed shut, he and his voice disappeared without a trace. Rotten Peach Blossom. Arbor was about to lunge forward when he suddenly hit a thick wall. She looked up and saw that the great ape had suddenly appeared in front of her. Her head hit the great ape's fat belly. Her head hurt so much that tears welled up in her eyes. Rotten Peach Blossom was dragged to some unknown place. What should she do? She panicked for no reason. When she suddenly heard the words punishment realm, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if she had heard someone mention it before. Xiao. Xiao, who was trying hard to play dead, did not make a sound for a long time. Xiao. Master. The little Treant Dodo hopped out from Paradise Planet and climbed up her left shoulder in a flash. The two little tree branches matched each other, and it lowered one of its branches and said, Master, you tell me what you want to tell me. Xiao will definitely tell you everything I know. That punishment realm that Rotten Peach Blossom talked about, is it really not dangerous? That's Heavenly Tao, in order to punish, What are you, about? Tell me quickly. He sounded like he was trying to think of a way to trick her into going over while talking. What kind of situation was it, and it still wanted to hide it from her? It was simply preposterous. The little Treant raised its little head pitifully and did not dare to continue hiding from its little master who was about to go berserk. It hurriedly said, It's like this, Master. That's because powerhouses above the deity realm are all very powerful, and even Heavenly Tao cannot kill them wantonly. Therefore, Heavenly Tao specially set up a 17-story tower of punishment. Cough, it's just to suck in disobedient powerhouses above the deity realm like the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and train them. Actually, it's not that dangerous. It's just a little troublesome. Arbor turned and glared at the little tree. Before this, the Venerable Immortal had always stayed in our Paradise Planet, and Heavenly Tao could not do anything to him. Therefore, when the Venerable Immortal used his holy power this time, the Heavenly Tao could not tolerate it anymore. That's why he was dragged to the punishment realm. Little Master, you can just imagine that punishment realm as you don't even need to imagine it. It's just a 17-story tower. As long as the Venerable Immortal passes this 17-story tower, he can come out. What if he can't pass it? Arbor stared at Xiao with a pair of round eyes and asked. If he can't pass it, he'll be locked up for 180 years, the little tree muttered to itself. What? Arbor's eyes widened. Don't be nervous, little master. Don't worry. This was definitely not the first time he had entered the celestial realm. Look at him just now. Indifferent, right? That cool and unrestrained, right? You clearly don't look scared at all. Little Tree continued, just think of the Tower of Punishments as a place for cultivation. Actually, it's pretty good. It can help people improve their cultivation quickly, right? What about Emolien? Your Highness, you don't have to worry at all. After going in, they would definitely be able to come out. At most, we'll spend 100 years in there. How can the Heavenly Tao not let us go? The sapling Xiao blurted out before realizing what it had just said. She immediately widened her beady eyes and looked at her young master's almond-shaped eyes. She hurriedly used the branch to slap her own mouth. 100 years? Darling Xiao's voice trembled, and her eyes turned red. She looked like she was about to cry. Xiao, who was tricked into telling the truth by her young master, immediately slapped her own mouth again and grumbled, Nonsense. Master, don't worry. Nothing will happen to His Highness the Crown Prince. At the same time, Divine Province's Qin estate, inside a beehive-like cultivation room against a mountain. A handsome youth drenched in sweat abruptly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia, who destroyed your clone? A calm voice that contained a hint of anger suddenly rang out in his small cultivation room. I don't know. Preposterous. Wait until father sends someone to Seacombe Planet to investigate. No, don't go. Cough, cough. Father, there are currently many powerful enemies entrenched on Seacombe Planet. We'd better not send anyone there and make unnecessary sacrifices. What you say makes some sense. After all, even your clone that has already materialized is no match for the powerful enemies on Seacombe Planet. It can be seen that sending someone else there will be of no help. However, this matter cannot be settled so easily. Whoever destroyed your clone will naturally leave behind some aura. As long as they set foot on the Divine Province's soil, Father will be able to sense it and avenge you. Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile. After sensing a wisp of his father's divine sense withdraw from his cultivation room, he once again coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He clenched his fists tightly. You want to kill me so badly. He smiled rather bitterly, his lips curling into a faint curve. You might not know yet, but we will meet again. Outside Gale Forest. Siming Manor's high priest and eldest heavenly daughter were subdued by a net of fire. They struggled with all their might, glaring fiercely at Mo Lien. Prince Mo. You probably don't know. As long as this old man dies, all of the corpse puppet armies lying in ambush outside the Mo Kingdom capital will launch an all-out attack on Guanlan City. You simply won't be able to avoid it. Where did you take my crown princess to? Mo Lien stared coldly at the high priest. Ha ha ha. The eldest heavenly daughter suddenly looked up at the sky and cackled. Which one has the leisure to look at your crown princess? Prince Mo, your question is rather interesting. Pa. After slapping herself across the air, the eldest heavenly lady glared ferociously at Mo Lien, who had attacked her. The entire northern Mo will be drowned by our corpse puppet army. This is your destiny. Anyone who goes against us will not have a good ending. This was called those who obey the heavens prosper, and those who defy the heavens perish. Anyone who does not conform to the will of the heavens will be devoured by the will of the heavens. Heavenly fortune? Everyone was extremely sensitive, and they all caught these 2 words that were different from usual. This heavenly girl had emphasized the word heavenly luck several times. Oh, so that underground organization of yours is called Tianyun. Wei Nanfeng couldn't hide the shock in his heart, but on the surface, he had a carefree smile. Crossing his hands, he asked with a sloppy look, aren't you guys used to digging holes underground and living like rats? Don't worry, when we received Prince Mo's letter a few days ago, we started searching the entire kingdom for your rat's nest. That's right, there will be a day when we can wipe out your rat's nest in one fell swoop. Liang Qingqing sneered, pointing her sword straight at the high priest. Your Excellency High Priest. Why aren't you confessing honestly? Oh no, this person took poison. Duan Yu flashed over and grabbed the high priest's jaw, forcing him to open his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the high priest's eyes abruptly turned bloodshot. End of midnight. Mo Lien was slightly alarmed, and a streak of fire shot over. Quickly move aside. In the blink of an eye, this streak of fire struck the high priest's gaping mouth. The high priest failed to bite down on Duan Yu's arm and staggered back 2 steps after being hit by the streak of fire. Duan Yu seized the opportunity to ruthlessly kick the high priest in the stomach, sending him flying far away before crashing to the ground with a bang. Disgusting thing. Liang Qingqing's mystic energy surged, transforming into a palm-sized giant hand that suddenly landed on the high priest's head. Pfff. A muffled sound rang out. The high priest howled in pain from the beating, and his small blood-red eyes flickered with a ruthless glint. Don't waste words with him, this thing mutated. Situ Yi, Wei Nanfeng, and the others quickly attacked, bombarding the high priest's head with mystic energy as if it was free. In a flash, this person's head was blasted to the ground, completely lifeless. Seeing the high priest being surrounded and beaten to death by a group of youngsters without any explanation, eldest heavenly lady, who had been maintaining her graceful posture under the white cloth, suddenly panicked. Eldest heavenly lady hastily ordered the Siming Manor's disciples to block her and protect her. Meanwhile, she shrunk behind the crowd, looking like she wanted to find a chance to escape. However, how could Mo Lien's group be willing to let her leave like this? Bailey Shi and Wei Nanfeng pincer attacked from the front and back. Their long swords imbued with mystic energy released 2 streaks of light, respectively stabbing the legs of the fleeing eldest heavenly lady. Eldest heavenly lady shrieked as she toppled to the ground with a plop. When she turned around, she saw that Liang Qingqing and the others had already dealt with most of the Siming Manor's minions. This terrifying martial strength, eldest heavenly lady's pupils contracted, and she instantly felt that a calamity was looming over her head. The group closed in on eldest heavenly lady and trapped her in a small encirclement, making her inwardly resentful but unable to escape. Don't act recklessly. What the sacrificial heavenly master had said before was all true. If I'm also killed by you, then those zombies will definitely sweep through the Mo Kingdom capital and launch an attack. None of you can think of escaping. Ah. Before she could finish her words, Mo Lian's raven moon pierced through her shoulder. You talk too much. Prince Mo coldly glanced at the woman and pulled out his sword from her shoulder. This is not what I want to hear. Eldest heavenly fairy immediately became listless. What do you want to hear, Your Highness the Crown Prince? We really didn't kidnap the Crown Princess. Situi was silent for a few seconds before suddenly saying, previously, Siming Manor's high priest announced that they were searching for phoenix eggs in the Mystic Beast Forest. Was it to attract everyone to the Mystic Beast Forest? You did it on purpose. Am I right? Didn't you guess it already? Why do you still have to ask? The great heavenly maiden said while trembling. Why? Situi was determined to get to the bottom of this as he coldly stared at eldest heavenly maiden. Speak. The high priest wanted to lure the 8 great patrician families and sect disciples to the Mystic Beast Forest. His original intention was to release a group of zombie rats to infect you and then control you one by one. BB cultivators' bodies are different from normal people's. Especially mystic cultivators. His Excellency the High Priest wanted to know if mystic cultivators could also undergo a certain degree of mutation after using medicine. What exactly do you want to do, Heavenly Fate? The essence of your research on this mutated poison is to accelerate the evolution of normal people. Mo Lian snorted. Isn't that so? In the beginning, this mutated poison only caused new corpses to mutate. Then, you weren't satisfied with mutating a bunch of corpses. Instead, you directly experimented on living people. Mo Lian coldly looked at Big Heavenly Maiden and said, your research on the poison was very successful. You successfully wiped out a batch of weak normal people. You allowed some people to gain strength while the others turned into ugly zombies. The most tragic ones were those normal people who didn't change at all. Because such people have no value in existing and will become food in the stomachs of zombies. Isn't that the case, Siming Manor's Big Heavenly Maiden? Duan Yu added as he turned to ask with a grin. Since you already know everything. Then what else do you want to ask? Big Heavenly Maiden suddenly shouted agitatedly, a dark light flashing through her eyes. I was originally just a normal person, but the mutated poison you speak of allowed me to gain a powerful speed ability. Ah. Big Heavenly Maiden's chest was abruptly pierced by a mystic energy, and she fell heavily to the ground. What a pity. A speed ability user like you still can't withstand a mystic cultivator's attack. Duan Yu smiled as he lowered his raised hand and glanced at her without a trace of sympathy. Do you want to create a fair world where there are no normal people and only special ability users, mystic cultivators, and body cultivators? But do you know? In reality, this world is inherently unfair. Some people's talents are beyond your reach and beyond your reach. Duan Yu said with a sneer. Big Heavenly Maiden's body involuntarily stiffened as she trembled at their threatening and scorching gazes. She suddenly screamed with all her might, long live the Heavenly Fate. Long live the Heavenly Fate. The fire of Heavenly Fate will not perish. Where there is Heavenly Fate, there will be hope. Heavenly Fate. Heavenly Fate. Heavenly Fate. Mo Lian's sword flew up and instantly sent her head flying. She then turned around and said to everyone, Duan Yu, take them back and deploy them according to the original plan. Prepare for battle. I'll go check on Jojo first. You received news from her? Yes. Mo Lian nodded. Chocho had informed him of Jojo's location just now, so he had to hurry over and meet up with Jojo as soon as possible. All right. Duan Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. He ordered people to clean up the high priest's and eldest heavenly lady's corpses before immediately returning to the city. Mo Lian naturally followed Qiuqiu's directions and hurried to an old residence in the suburbs. Within the capital, he could indeed ask Sapling to bring him into Paradise Planet. However, no matter where he went in, he would still come out from the same place. It was impossible for him to teleport to Jojo's side in an instant. Hence, he still summoned Little Seven to give him a ride so that he could speed up. The little Trent's tone was clearly a bit dejected. He didn't know what happened to Jojo that he didn't even use the messenger talisman to inform him that he was safe. When Mo Lian rushed to the old residence, he saw the little fellow at the entrance as soon as he landed. This little thing was currently curled up into a ball and hugging her knees as she sat on a stone block at the entrance. She drooped her little head, looking especially dejected. Prince Mo's heart shrank slightly. He hurriedly walked forward and scooped the little thing up from the stone block, hugging her in his arms. "What's wrong?" When the little fellow raised her head, he could clearly see that the little thing's eyes were moist. It was obvious that she was about to cry. Prince Mo immediately panicked. He hurriedly hugged her and asked softly, "Jojo, what's wrong? Who bullied our Jojo? Tell me quickly. I'll beat him up for you. You guys." Arbor tightly pursed her little mouth, trying her best to hold back the moist tears in her eyes. Don't cry, only weaklings cry so easily." She was someone who strived to become strong, someone who wanted to embark on the path of becoming strong. How could she be defeated by a little setback? Us? Mo Lian stealthily swept a glance at the little Treant, who was hiding behind the stone block. The cold light in her eyes hit the little Treant in the face. It was so cold that the little Treant shook its little body and sneakily hid in the crevices of the stone blocks. It hated that it couldn't hide its entire body. Woo-woo, it was his fault for being nosy and saying the wrong thing. Arbor suddenly stretched out a pair of small arms and firmly wrapped them around Mo Lian's neck. She rubbed her head against his neck and cried out pitifully, "I'll go with you, go with you." "Where are we going?" Mo Lian really couldn't understand what the little fellow was shouting about. "Let's go to the Tower of Punishment together." When the 4 words Tower of Punishment were said, Mo Lian's cold eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of cold fog. She suddenly looked at the little Treant, who was hiding in the crevices of the stone blocks. Other than him, who else would mention the Tower of Punishment in front of the little fellow? "I'll go with you to that 17-story bullshit tower. Let's go and bring the rotten peach blossom back." Arbor moved around his neck, and a small head moved back and forth on the side of his head. Mo Lian's heart was almost melted by her adorable actions. He reached out and picked her up by the waist, and simply carried her to sit on the stone block. "You can't go, Jojo." "Why?" Arbor's eyes widened, and then he drooped his small head and said softly, "I know, I'm too weak." "No. How can my Jojo be too weak?" Mo Lian hugged her and shook her little body. He lifted her head and said, "Jojo, Jojo, Jojo. You're still young, you can't go to that place. Give me half a year. No. 5 months. I promise you, I will definitely come to Xianxia Prefecture to look for you, okay?" Arbor shook her small head like a rattledrum, and her hands firmly grasped his lapels. This person, this hateful man. In the past, when he stuck by her side all day long, she didn't feel anything. But now, when she knew that he was going to leave her, her heart was inexplicably flustered. Big liar. Arbor looked at him pitifully and shouted, "Qiuqiu said that you will be imprisoned in the Tower of Punishment for 100 years before you can come out. Just like rotten peach blossoms. Rotten peach blossoms can't come out. You can't come out either. You can't come out. Qiuqiu." Mo Lian shouted angrily. Qiuqiu immediately stretched out 2 branches to cover his non-existent ears. Woo-woo. Qiuqiu was wrong, Qiuqiu's mouth was cheap, Qiuqiu didn't dare to speak nonsense anymore. How could that be? Don't listen to Qiuqiu's nonsense. He's just a deceitful tree, what would he know? He's just a guy who doesn't know how to watch his mouth. Mo Lian hurriedly hugged his little wife and comforted her. "I swear, within 5 months, I'll definitely come to Xianxia Prefecture to see you. Jojo, my Jojo, how could I bear to leave you behind? However, this small separation was for a longer reunion in the future. He had already thought it through. Wasn't it just going to challenge the Tower of Punishment? He had nothing to fear. In addition, his seal was about to be opened in a few days. When that time came, his divine realm aura would leak out and he wouldn't be able to hide it from the heavenly Tao. Rather than being dragged away by the heavenly Tao like a rotten peach blossom, he might as well go himself. He'd just make a trip to the realm of punishment. What could the heavenly Tao do to him? As long as he made it through, the heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to find trouble with him in the future. What if I can't make it through? Arbor hooked her two little claws around his neck and looked at him with an uncertain expression. How can you not make it through? Don't you know who your husband is? Mo Lian reached out and pinched her little nose playfully. Isn't it just a 17-story tower? Can't I make it through in 5 months? Besides, don't I have a rotten peach blossom to help me? Arbor thought that was true. In any case, Mo Lian went there and he had a rotten peach blossom to help him. But how could the little fellow know that Prince Mo was just coaxing her? Because in the 17-story Tower of Punishment, everyone who entered the tower would be separated and no one would be able to meet each other, without anyone to help. If you made it through, the heavenly Tao would let you scram. If you didn't make it through, you would be locked up for 80 to 100 years. This was no different from going to jail. Who told you to break the rules? Who told you to be crazy? You're a divine realm expert and you just had to sneak into a lower realm to make your presence known. Don't you know that great gods like you can destroy a star region with a flick of your finger? How could the heavenly Tao allow such an existence to stay in a lower star region? Don't joke around. Will the phoenix egg and little white snake be dragged away too? No, the phoenix egg has a contract with you, so it conforms to the laws of the heavenly Tao. As for little white snake, let's not let him show himself. Arbor wrinkled his little nose. I was thinking of forming an army of summoned beasts. Such a thing can never be achieved, right? The heavenly Tao was so lenient that he had to take care of everything that happened. How could he watch her form an army of summoned beasts and run amok in the world? That might not be the case. Mo Lian saw that she was in a bad mood and could only coax her carefully. Jojo, be good. Maybe the heavenly axiom is in a good mood and won't care how many summons you have. Liar. Arbor looked unhappy. After summoning the little white snake, I reached my summoning limit again. Now I can't summon anything. Chirp. Mo Lian couldn't help but plant a kiss on her soft little face. Don't worry. You'll definitely be able to summon more in a while. You'll really come and see me in 5 months? The little fellow raised her little head and looked at him seriously. You're not lying to me? I'm not lying. Liar. Rotten peach blossoms are also lying to me. How could that be? Mo Lian rubbed his face against hers. Rotten peach blossoms are rotten peach blossoms. I am me. Of course I won't lie to you. Are you sure? The little fellow asked again, unsure. Mo Lian lifted her small chin and solemnly nibbled on her lips. He chuckled softly and said, I really won't lie. Jojo, we've known each other for so many years, but have you ever seen me lie to you? Of course, I won't lie to you. His cheek gently rubbed against the side of her face. Jojo, even if I lie to everyone in the world, I won't lie to you. Arbor's heart settled a little. She understood Mo Lian quite well. As long as it was something he promised, he would most likely perfectly resolve it within the time limit. So, if he said 5 months, it would probably be less than 5 months. The 100-year prison sentence the sapling Chocho mentioned was most likely to scare her. Where was Little Tree? Little Tree. She was going to kill him later. Okay, I believe you. Arbor nodded and said, 5 months, at the latest 5 months. You must come and find me. You're not allowed to be late, or else I'll ignore you. Okay. Mo Lian hugged this willful little fellow and nodded in agreement. Wait. Since when do we start counting? Mo Lian was taken aback, then he said exasperatedly, I haven't left yet. Of course, it starts counting from the day we parted. Arbor puffed up her small cheeks and peeked at him with her large, watery eyes. It's not today? Mo Lian, he was originally feeling a little sad, but why did he suddenly feel like laughing? His little stoic baby was seriously so comical. Mo Lian hugged her lovingly the entire way and said softly, "Let's return to the Eastern Palace. I still have something to tell you." On the way, Mo Lian told Arbor in detail about the high priest at Siming Manor. No wonder the high priest was willing to announce such an important piece of news like the phoenix egg to the public. So it was because of this idea. Arbor shook his head. It seems that those people from Heavenly Fate are no longer satisfied with the status quo. They want to extend their evil claws to mystic cultivators and body cultivators. Their experiments need to be improved. It's just a pity that there are too few mystic cultivators and body cultivators available in their organization, so they've set their sights on the 8 great patrician families and some sections. Mo Lian also nodded in full agreement to this. I also think so. Unfortunately, they underestimated your abilities. The entire underground base of the Mystic Beast Forest was swept clean by you in one fell swoop. Mo Lian curled his lips as he joyfully nuzzled Xiao Mu's petite body. Xiao, do you worship hubby a lot? Arbor nodded and praised, "You are really the smartest person I've ever met." As he said this, he pursed his lips as if he thought of something. It's just a pity that high priest and the great holy lady are already dead, so we can't obtain any useful information. Mo Lian gave a MHM before saying with a chuckle, "That's not necessarily the case. Duan, you will definitely search their souls. Although they're already dead and the soul searching might not be effective, it's still better than nothing." The two returned to the Eastern Palace and wanted to rest for a bit, but who would have expected that the zombie army outside would be so impatient? Before it was deep into the night, the noisy group of zombies had already started attacking the Mo Kingdom capital. There was a small discrepancy between this time and the time Mo Lian calculated. It was early by more than 2 hours. However, it didn't matter much since their group had already made preparations. Speaking of which, it was strange that the zombies attacking the Mo Kingdom capital this time were like a well-trained army, advancing layer by layer towards the city walls like an ocean wave. At first, they only advanced on a small scale, but when they neared the northern city walls, a large number of zombies swiftly advanced towards the city walls, accompanied by waves of roars. It was as if there was some core in the zombie army directing them on how to attack and fight. However, for Mo Lian and the others, who had experienced Bailon City's crisis, they had already developed a set of very effective countermeasures to deal with the zombies attacking the city. Arbor stood on the city gate tower as he watched the soldiers push the large catapults up the city gate tower. He only glanced at them briefly. This catapult had been modified, and there was even a groove for storing kerosene at the end. When the fire started burning, the soldiers on the side worked together to lift up a huge rock and throw it into the catapult. Arbor only saw that huge rock instantly caught in the raging fire and rolled all the way through the groove. It abruptly flew several dozen meters into the air and was sent flying out of the city walls with a bang, crashing into the zombie horde outside the city. This way, they could conserve a large amount of manpower such as mystic cultivators and body cultivators. With the help of this kind of catapult, ordinary soldiers could also enter the battlefield to fight against the zombie army as long as they hid behind the large catapults. More than 20 catapults were pushed up the city gate tower. However, these big guys were very cumbersome, and ordinary soldiers needed more than 10 people to push them up. This required a certain amount of time for mystic cultivators to attack from afar to fill in the gaps. Prince Mo and Duan Yu's group were currently standing on the edge of the city wall, coldly watching the zombie army that blotted out the sky and covered the earth below. There were probably several tens of thousands of them. Compared to the siege of Bailon City, there were only a few more. We still underestimated them. Duan Yu muttered to himself. Where exactly did these things pop out from? Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but mutter. If the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. If the human territory really was captured by the zombies, then the entire Seacone planet wouldn't be far from falling. After all, the Mo Kingdom capital was the largest defensive fortification in the north. If even the Mo Kingdom capital couldn't resist this wave of zombies, then the problem was already very serious. Other smaller places were even more unlikely to resist. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be possible. With so many undead puppets appearing out of nowhere, there has to be a place to contain them. It's impossible to appear out of thin air, right? Liang Qingqing said. There should be a large invisible underground village nearby. It should be under the Gale Forest. Mo Lian pursed her lips and said coldly. Bailey she couldn't help but frown when he heard this. If even you guys can't immediately find out where the rat nests are, how are we going to clean up the rat nests hidden deep underground when we return? That's right. In this way, wouldn't the initiative be in their hands, and they can invade our country whenever they want? Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but say. At the side, Wei Nanchu's face had already turned pale. He hid behind Wei Nanfeng and shouted, third brother, what should we do now? We're surrounded by zombies. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come to Northern Mo to join in the fun. So scary. How could they resist so many zombies? Shut up. Wei Nanfeng coldly swept a glance at this good-for-nothing thing. This coward, his reputation as the third elder brother had been completely lost by this guy, make up for yesterday's update. Roar roar. Waves of roars came from the distance. These terrifying sounds ripped apart the tranquility of the Mo Kingdom capital, causing all the commoners staying at home to become uneasy and tense. Currently, the streets outside were completely under martial law, and the commoners were all chased back home and prohibited from coming out. But this didn't mean that they didn't know what was happening. The fear of the unknown made people afraid, especially when the roars that came from time to time were neither human nor beast, causing people to feel even more terrified. Look. Xiaomi pointed at that batch of zombies below the city gate tower. Among these zombies that were bravely attacking the city, a portion of them seemed to be very intelligent as they followed those roars and walked towards the periphery of the city wall. They aren't thinking of circling around to the south gate, west gate, or east gate, right? Xiaomi asked in shock. Could it be that the zombies also had brains to think and knew how to change directions to attack the city? These things are starting to truly mature. Bailey she said with a frown, perhaps one day, they will evolve to the point where they are no different from us humans? Xiaomi instantly felt as if she had eaten a fly, feeling uncomfortable all over. It can't be. You all feel that these zombies can still think and have intelligence like us humans in the future? Everyone looked at her with a strange gaze. Does intelligence, Princess Me, this thing exist? Xiaomi glanced at them in astonishment before lightly poking Arbor's waist with her small hand. Jojo, just now, they looked at me with a strange gaze. What did they mean? They said that you don't have intelligence. Arbor translated their gaze for her and then added, they feel that you might not be any smarter than zombies. Everyone, me? F***CK. Xiaomi looked disdainfully at Bailey Shi, Wei Nanfeng, and the others. How is sister not intelligent? How is sister not smarter than zombies? Cough. Wei Nanfeng hurriedly turned his head away, pretending to discuss countermeasures with Bailey Shi, Situ Yi, and the others. They directly blocked out Princess Xiaomi's noisy cries. Eh? You said that aren't they very overboard? Ah? Xiaomi twisted her neck. She originally wanted to kick them, but Gong Sunlai blocked her with one hand. Princess, can we not court death? That's too much. Arbor nodded. When Xiaomi heard this, she immediately grinned and stepped forward to hold Arbor's arm. I knew you were the best. Your Highness, Second Young Master Do and a group of people from the Celestial Medicine Valley have arrived. Mo Lian indifferently glanced at Hui Feng, who had come to report the situation, and indifferently nodded. Invite them up. At the crucial moment, the Do family's second young master and those people from the Celestial Medicine Valley could be considered reliable. Accompanying second young master Do were eldest young master Do Fengmian, Celestial Medicine Valley's Wenren Ningjing, Kong Rumio, and other physicians. As soon as they came up to the city gate tower, they hurriedly bowed to the crown prince before busily distributing mystic energy replenishing medicines to the mystic cultivators. They received a lot of favorability from the mystic cultivators. Arbor glanced at Wenren Ningjing and the others. They had fought together several times and could be considered old acquaintances. Your Highness, Dojo Master Ho Ping of Jushan Martial Arts Dojo has brought a dozen mystic cultivators and more than 20 body cultivators to help. Your Highness, the people from the Duan clan have arrived. Your Highness, the people from the Talisman Patrician family have also arrived. Your Highness, the Wu family and the Hong family have brought people over. At this very moment, their wills were as strong as an impregnable fortress. Everyone was well aware that if the Mo Kingdom base fell, the entire Seacone planet would inevitably collapse along with it. In the face of the greater good, all disputes and struggles could be temporarily set aside. Right now, they were faced with a major problem that concerned the survival of all humans on Seacone planet. At this very moment, Mo Lian had mobilized all of the capital's reserve forces, tens of thousands of mystic cultivators, tens of thousands of body cultivators, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers guarding the city, and were converging in batches from all directions. She had mobilized troops and dispatched generals in practically half a day. This kind of power was both shocking and apprehensive. The restless Eastern Kingdom's third crown prince, Xianxia, immediately shut his mouth. He didn't know how to describe his current feelings. He felt that when he returned, he would sternly warn his foolish and muddle-headed father, "Don't ever try to come out of the small island." It wasn't without reason that Northern Moi had beaten them into an isolated island. Northern Moi was so powerful that even countries like Northern Wei and Southern Bailey had always been on good terms with it and never dared to offend it, let alone their tiny place. It was pretty good for the Eastern Kingdom to stay on the small island. At least, their home country was still there. If they rashly came out of the island and wanted to counterattack the Mo Kingdom, then they might be swallowed whole within minutes without leaving a trace of their bones. Reorganize all the mystic cultivators. Go up the city gate tower in groups of 500, and rotate every hour. The rest of the people are to wait for orders and rest. Recover as soon as possible. Mo Lian gave her first order. Huifeng immediately led his men down to do the job. Everyone, pay attention. Don't let the zombie army below move to the east and west gates. Just guard this place. This kind of once-and-for-all solution was much more comfortable than running around the east and west gates. They only needed to keep a close eye on the north gate. Were the zombies trying to disperse their forces? That would depend on whether Prince Mo cooperated or not. Something's flying over from the sky. Archers, pay attention. Prepare to fire. Mo Lian reached out and swiped, forming the image of a fiery red bow and arrow in the air. Blazing fiery red flames tightly enveloped the bow. A shadowy arrow of fire was knocked on the large bow. Everyone only saw him squint his eyes and aim his bow and arrow at the sky. When a large group of cadaveric cranes and cadaveric crows flew over, the leader was actually a human-shaped cadaveric hag with wings that were more than a meter wide. This was a zombie that had completely evolved to the intermediate level. The wings on its back were no longer deformed and unable to fly. This zombie seemed to have evolved quite well. Swoosh. The arrow of fire flew through the air, heading straight for the wings of the flying corpse puppet. Everyone saw it clearly. The arrow pierced through the zombie's left wing and hit its right wing, skewering it like a piece of barbecued meat. Although the corpse puppet could not feel anything, with its wings skewered, it could not continue flying. Its entire body fell to the battlefield below, rolling on the ground. The arrow stuck in its wings made it unable to break free for a moment. Boom! It smashed into the sand, creating a 10-meter-long and several-meter-deep crater. Its fall caused the tens of thousands of corpse crows and corpse cranes behind the corpse puppet to lose their leader and fall into chaos. Fire! A sharp glint flashed in Commander Huey's eyes, and he suddenly waved his hand. The tens of thousands of soldiers on the city gate tower simultaneously released fire arrows into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of arrows glided through the air. Things like corpse cranes, corpse crows, and the like continuously fell from the sky, landing on the ground with clangs of flames. The people on both sides of the city gate tower were mainly in charge of guarding and building a line of defense to prevent these zombies from having the chance to run past from the sides and take a detour around the east and west gates. Compared to their friends who were directly facing the zombie army at the main gate, the mystic cultivators on both sides were slightly more relaxed. In addition, the mystic cultivators who had been mobilized from various places were continuously replenished. After one group of people finished fighting, another group of people would immediately be replaced, and the previous group could rest for at least 4 hours. Fighting from dusk to dawn, the dismembered corpses of the zombies at the northern city gate of the Mo Kingdom capital's fortifications had practically piled up into a mountain. Arbor's eyes narrowed as she gazed at some sparkling things on the sand. Those were the crystal cores that dropped out of the zombies' heads after being killed. She could now confirm that these zombies with crystals in their heads were probably intermediate-level zombies. As for the winged zombie that Mo Lian had struck down from midair, she reckoned that it could already be considered a half-mature intermediate-level zombie. An intermediate-level zombie was probably level 2 or level 3. In her previous life, when she was about 18 years old, she saw these intermediate-level zombies with crystal cores in their heads. At that time, she still wasn't aware that these zombies that had part of the ability to think and could command in battle had actually already evolved to intermediate level. Because not long after, she was captured by Fan Choha to be experimented on. Strictly speaking, her previous life's memory and cognition stopped at about elementary level 5 zombies. She was currently still in the groping stage for intermediate-level zombies. Moreover, even now, she still didn't know whether those sparkling crystals in the zombies' heads were useful to them or not. She only subconsciously collected these crystal cores based on her good moral character of experiencing poverty and hardship. Let's call them crystal cores for the time being. They looked similar to the crystal cores in mystic beasts' heads. Of course, the crystal cores in the heads of intermediate-level zombies were clearly much smaller than mystic beasts' crystal cores. Moreover, like mystic beasts, not all mystic beasts had crystal cores in their heads. The production rate of these crystal cores in the heads of zombies was also quite low. Therefore, all the more they couldn't be wasted. "Sister, what are you doing?" Xiaomi jumped in fright and subconsciously tugged at a certain child who was leaping down from the city. He seemed to be a little too impatient. He didn't expect that when his mind was thinking I have to pick up all these crystal cores, his body would start to move involuntarily. Arbor turned his head and blinked innocently at Xiaomi. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to lower my head and look at the scenery. Prince Mo, who was walking over quickly, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Looking at the little fellow's guilty expression, he didn't even need to guess to know what she wanted to do. Walking to her side, Prince Mo reached out and held her restless body. He lowered his head and looked down at the city gate tower. "Don't be impatient. Once the battle is over, we'll clean up the battlefield. These will all be yours." Xiaomi, who was forcefully stuffed with dog food, was speechless. "May I ask Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness the Crown Princess, what the hell are you two talking about?" Why didn't she understand? Xiaomu coughed in all seriousness and waved her small paw. "I don't really want it either." Yes, that's right. It's your husband who must give it to you." "Xiaomi, are you two still not done yet?" How infuriating. Xiaomi glared at Northern Prince Mo disapprovingly. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what did you come here for? Hurry and go back. I'll take care of sis here." For some reason, when she saw their honeyed state, her heart felt very stifled, as if her mouth was stuffed with dog fur. Even her breathing felt a bit heavy. Why couldn't her Bailey she learn from his good brother, Prince Mo? In terms of treating his girlfriend, the second prince of the Bailey family truly couldn't compare to Prince Mo. Mo Lian looked at Xiaomi strangely. What was the meaning of this woman's can't-breathe expression? Right now, the situation on the battlefield was basically under control. He came to find his wife, but she didn't like him? Humph. Wife, your friend is a bit. Prince Mo pulled Arbor to the side and was about to say a few intimate words to his little wife. However, Huifeng swiftly floated in front of him. Your Highness. The Crown Prince glared fiercely at him. Tactless, Huifeng glanced at the Crown Princess standing to the side and hastily coughed. Your Highness, this subordinate has disturbed you. The death row prisoners are all outside. Should we let them out now? Mo Lian curled his lips. Those familiar with him could practically sense the bloodthirst in this smile. Wait a bit, let's waste another half an hour. After saying this, he looked up at Huifeng again. How are things over there? They're starting to make a move. The Crown Prince nodded in satisfaction. The day he had been waiting for finally arrived. On a day when the entire city was resisting zombies and all attention was focused on the northern city gate, the vassal king of Anan finally couldn't hold back anymore, right? Arbor glanced at the Crown Prince's pensive expression and curiously asked, did something happen? Nothing. While holding her small hand, Crown Prince Mo slowly walked towards the tall tower erected on top of the city gate tower. He then carried her up the tower together. How's the view here? With tens of thousands of corpse puppets, we should be able to collect a few thousand crystal cores. Arbor nodded. I just don't know what it's for. Emolian lowered her head to look at her, and couldn't help but laugh. So, you're only aiming for these crystal cores because you don't want to waste them? Okay. Bow bow, you're such a thrifty daughter-in-law. Emolian shamelessly praised her. Arbor immediately nodded in agreement. I also think I'm very thrifty. Actually, I've tried. That crystal core can increase my medicinal efficacy. Arbor's eyes widened when she heard this. No wonder she couldn't feel the slightest energy fluctuation. That was because she wasn't a superhuman. Naturally, she couldn't feel the power within the crystal core. But Emolian was different. Did Emolian mean that the crystal in the zombie's head could increase the power of special ability users? What level has your medicinal efficacy increased to? She herself didn't have this kind of special ability, so she never knew how this ability was classified. I probably crossed into the intermediate level. If the entire intermediate level medicinal efficacy is classified into 5 levels, I feel like I should be at the 3rd level right now. The devil grass that could paralyze my body before should already be ineffective if I get hit again. Arbor's eyes brightened. Then your resistance to poison is already very high. One must know that the devil's grass was an extremely potent neurotoxin that could paralyze a person's nerves in a short period of time, which would then affect the limbs and body, causing them to stiffen. But now, even this neurotoxin could do nothing to Emolian. Arbor's little head rubbed against his chest, then she suddenly reached out and gave him the small bag of crystal cores that she had collected earlier. All for you. No, you can keep them. If I need them, I will go and collect them myself. I have no use for them, I'll give them all to you. These below are all for you too. Arbor tilted her little head, then pushed the small bag into his arms. You're not allowed to refuse. Okay. Emolian laughed as he took the bag and put it into his inner world. He reached out and hugged her, then said softly, Jojo, do you want to see how strong my medicine is? Arbor nodded her little head repeatedly, her little face full of curiosity. Emolian smiled mysteriously at her, then suddenly looked up at the sky, at a corpse crane that was flying unsteadily. This corpse crane had separated itself from the group and was flying towards the east, looking like it was running for its life. It had some brains, but unfortunately, in front of Emolian, it had no ability to resist at all. Prince Emo raised his hand slightly, and a strong wave of spiritual energy sucked that unlucky corpse crane over. The corpse crane let out an unpleasant and hoarse cry. Before it could viciously pounce over, Emolian's eyes turned cold, and he directly reached out his hand. A strong medicinal fragrance spread out from his body, and his right palm was covered in a layer of white light. Very quickly, that corpse crane's body underwent a terrifying change. It turned from a half-rotten, half-bone-like corpse crane into a pile of rotten minced meat, and this process did not take more than 5 seconds. Arbor watched as this corpse crane rapidly rotted under the effects of the medicine, until it turned into a pile of rotten minced meat, mixed with the dust, and scattered at their feet. She looked up at Emolian in shock. However, the man's cold expression faded. He lowered his head and winked at her. Smiling, he asked, Is your husband awesome? Arbor nodded vigorously. This was the first time he realized that special abilities could be so powerful. No wonder Fan Choha, that pervert, captured 2 pharmacists later on and locked them up in a small dark room just like her, groping and studying their secrets. Jojo, your husband is so powerful. You don't have to worry, okay? Arbor looked at him and thought of the 17 floors of the Tower of Punishment. He nodded reluctantly, but still said, I'm worried. Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she rubbed her little head. Trust me, okay? I do. Arbor nodded. It's good that you believe me. I'll let you watch a wonderful show later, okay? Emolian lowered his head and smiled at her. I guarantee that you won't worry about me again after you watch it. A mere Tower of Punishment is nothing to me. Arbor looked at him curiously. What show? At this moment, the battle below had already reached its climax. The fireballs thrown down by the catapults had already ignited rows of flames outside the northern city gate. Fireproof ditches had long been built at the city gate, so there was naturally no need to worry about the fire burning the city walls. A portion of the dismembered zombie corpses that could be seen everywhere had already been burned into piles of ashes. Huifeng, you can release them now, Prince Mo said indifferently. Release what? Everyone watched as the several dozen people, who had lost all color in their faces from crying, were herded toward the small side door at the northern city gate. Wei Nanfeng, Bailey Shi, and the others on the city gate tower were all stunned, and they hastily descended the city gate tower. Prince Mo held Arbor's small hand and floated to the side of the northern city gate's small side door, where he was met with a pair of wolf puppy-like eyes. He looked over and shot him a contemptuous look. ACI, this wolf puppy, was truly very persistent. Thankfully, his darling was a very strange little girl. ACI had been her enemy from the start, and she had never liked this person. Moreover, this hostile relationship was very difficult to change in the little girl's heart. Prince Mo, what are you doing? Pushing these fools out, are you trying to feed the corpse puppet army? Yas laughed mockingly. Feed them? Assie's words startled everyone, and they abruptly turned to look at the group of crying men and women. Most of them were in the prime of their lives, and there were also a few women among them. However, the most eye-catching one among these people was a slender woman wearing a thin red muslin dress. She should be a rather beautiful woman, but her hair was disheveled and her body was unbearably filthy, as though she had been viciously abused. Release these baits. Huifeng waved his hand, and soldiers immediately came forward to drag away the crying, screaming, begging, and even fainting men and women. Wei Mingli was among these people. When she discovered that her group was about to be thrown out of the city, her entire face turned pale with fright. She frantically struggled with her arms and screamed under the escort of 2 soldiers, "You can't do this to me, you can't do this to me. I'm one of the second prince's people. Wei Mingli was about to be scared silly. She never knew that a person could be so unlucky when they were down on their luck. Ever since she failed to seduce His Highness the Crown Prince, she actually went downhill. First, she was mercilessly thrown into the death row prison by the second prince. No matter how she begged him, she was still mercilessly abandoned. It was only then that Wei Mingli realized that in the eyes of the second prince, no, in the eyes of those in power, she, Wei Mingli, was nothing more than a tiny ant. She didn't even have the chance to fight against fate and say no. Her life was worse than death. She was captured and sent to the death row prison. She was such a beautiful and powerless woman. It was obvious what would happen to her. She was repeatedly humiliated and abused in that dark prison, and her cries for help were ignored. Now that she finally had the chance to see the light of day again, she never imagined that these people wanted to use them, these death row prisoners, to feed the army of corpse puppets. Wei Mingli struggled madly and shouted harshly, "Why are you pushing us out as bait?" A whip landed on her body. The jailer who had escorted them out smiled mockingly at her. "You're a group of prisoners on death row who were originally going to be executed. Do you think you still have a way out?" "No, I'm not a prisoner on death row, I'm not. I'm Wei Mingli, Wei Mingli turned her head and immediately saw Arbor, who was standing on the side with a slight frown. Without thinking, she pounced toward Arbor's side. "Little sister Xiao. Save me, I'm Wei Mingli. Do you still remember me? It's me. Wei Mingli. Granny Nyo's granddaughter. Wei Mingli. It's over. Little sister Xiao. Save me. Before Wei Mingli could reach Arbor, 2 soldiers rushed over and forcefully pinned her arms behind her back, forcing her to kneel on the ground. "How dare you offend the crown princess? Take her away." The soldiers held their knives to Wei Mingli's neck and pulled her with brute force. Don't pull me. You bunch of bastards, scram. Wei Mingli probably used every ounce of strength she had as she crazily pushed aside the 2 soldiers beside her and pounced at Arbor, toppling over. "What are you doing?" Arbor looked at this woman who abruptly rushed over in bafflement. He couldn't figure out why this person acted as if they were close friends and knew each other. How could this child still remember Wei Mingli? For a little girl who had faced blindness since young and had grown up slightly better, she could even forget ACI, let alone this Wei Mingli whom she had only met once. She completely couldn't remember. Okay, she wasn't the crown prince who could instantly recognize any random Tom, Dick, or Harry that she had met before. Her little brain was only so big, and she still needed to remember more useful techniques. There was really no need to remember the faces of Tom, Dick, or Harry. There was no way she would admit that she was actually just a little face blind. The little fellow stood there in all seriousness and silently glared at Wei Mingli. After the crown prince tugged at his little hand, Arbor also took a small step back. Take her away. Mo Lian coldly swept a glance at Wei Mingli. The latter shuddered and suddenly went on her knees as if she had gone crazy. She kowtowed loudly and said, Your Highness, Your Highness. Please let me go. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I really know. Wei Mingli wept like a pear blossom with tears, looking extremely miserable and pitiful. I shouldn't have obeyed the second prince's orders and thought of ways to block your path and lure you in. It's my fault, my fault. Please be merciful and spare me this time. She was so regretful that her intestines turned green. His Highness is wise and mighty, how could he be so easily fooled? Second Prince Mo Lu had a hole in his head. He had thought of this lousy idea to trick the crown prince, but in the end, he had tricked her, Wei Mingli, instead. Now, the second prince was angry that she didn't keep the secret and told the crown prince everything. He was so angry that he chased this traitor out of the second prince's residence and even threw her into prison. But what could she do? She was only a weak girl. If it was anyone else, they would have been tied up in a dungeon by a group of vicious people and tortured to extort a confession. Other than confessing properly, they would have no other choice. Actually, Wei Mingli didn't know that second Prince Mo Lu was in a much more miserable state than she was. This fellow's scheme against the crown prince failed, and after being seen through by the crown prince, he embarked on a pitiful path of self-destruction. Now, the few remaining profitable businesses in his hands had all been exterminated by the crown prince. There was no way for him to survive. Rui Pavilion had already changed owners. Even if the second prince wanted to do something else, he probably wouldn't have the money to spare in the future. Wei Mingli also didn't know that second Prince Mo Lu hated that he couldn't tear her to shreds right now. The crown prince didn't have much of a reaction to Wei Mingli's sobbing. On the other hand, Arbor's small face completely scrunched up, and his gaze landed firmly on Wei Mingli's face. So you're that female scoundrel who blocked the crown prince's path? Arbor's gaze instantly chilled as he sized Wei Mingli up. Woman? Female scoundrel? When Wei Mingli heard Arbor call her that, she couldn't help but shudder in anger. However, she kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything. She didn't dare utter a single word to refute Arbor. Because she knew very well that the crown prince's current expression was very unsightly. It was a grim expression that said he wanted to immediately push her out to feed the zombies. She really was a bit scared. Why is she among the prisoners on death row? The crown prince was also perplexed. He had indeed ordered for a portion of the extremely vicious prisoners on death row to be gathered and pushed out of the city gate tower as bait. However, although this woman Wei Mingli had offended him, her crime didn't warrant death. He was just curious as to why she was among the prisoners on death row. Replying to Your Highness. This woman was sent here by His Highness the Second Prince. She has been staying in the Ministry of Justice's death row prison for this period of time, one of the jailers who came along quickly and cleverly replied. There were two meanings behind his words. Mo Lu had sent her over, and Mo Lu hoped that this woman would die. They didn't act on their own and followed the crown prince's instructions to bring out a portion of the prisoners on death row. Unfortunately, this woman called Wei Mingli just happened to be among this group of prisoners on death row. Mo Lian frowned slightly and waved her hand. Since it's second royal brother's intention, then push her out as bait as well. When Prince Mo said this, his expression was placid without the slightest ripple. When Wei Mingli heard this, she instantly felt like the world was falling apart. She originally thought that His Highness the Crown Prince would definitely release her after learning the truth. After all, from the Crown Prince's tone, he didn't pay much attention to an insignificant minor character like her. Besides, she was just a pitiful woman. Shouldn't His Highness the Crown Prince take pity on a weak woman like her? Of course, as long as she left this wretched place and found a way out, why would she worry about not finding a chance to exact revenge in the future? she remembered every detail of how the second prince treated her. There was also the crown prince and the stoic-faced crown princess in front of her. Also, there were also those stinky men in prison. There were too many. There were truly too many people who had wronged her. She would definitely get back at them one day, but now, she actually didn't have the chance. Why? Why? Wei Mingli struggled in terror as she glared at the crown prince in astonishment. Second imperial brother wants you dead, Prince Mo reluctantly explained. Of course, I can't let my brother down. The corners of Wei Nanfeng and the others' mouths twitched. Could this brat be any more shameless? TSK, since when did this master value his own brother so much? He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Pull him away. Mo Lian waved her hand, and Wei Mingli suddenly acted as if she had lost her mind. She pushed a soldier to the ground with all her might and rushed to Arbor's side. *TCH, I really didn't expect that you would disregard kinship like this and incite His Highness the Crown Prince to deal with me. Arbor! ! Everyone was speechless. What did I instigate? I really want to ask you, how did I instigate the Crown Prince? From the beginning to the end, she had been standing here and watching the show. She hadn't said more than 3 sentences. How could she burn her head like this? Xiaomi couldn't help but burst into laughter. She felt that from her angle, Miss Qiao's small expression was very comical and amusing. Also, what was with the kinship she was talking about? Seeing that Wei Mingli was lunging over, there was no need for Arbor to do anything. The Crown Prince directly sent a flying kick over without the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex and sent Wei Mingli tumbling over, landing head first on the ground with a thud. Arbor was perplexed and looked up at His Highness the Crown Prince. She's your relative? Everyone turned their heads away speechlessly. Prince Mo couldn't help but laugh. She seemed to be lunging at you just now. I don't know her. Arbor shook her head solemnly. Everyone was well aware of her temperament and rolled their eyes one after another. Especially Xiaomi. She knew her younger sister too well. How could a child who couldn't even recognize young Master ACI recognize a passerby in front of her? Wasn't that a joke? You don't know me? You said you don't know me? Before Arbor could finish speaking, Wei Mingli turned to look at Arbor furiously. The Crown Prince's kick just now was a bit heavy, and she couldn't get up after lying on the ground for a long time. She could only turn her head to glare at him. I said I'm Granny Nyo's granddaughter. Granny Nyo is from the same village as your mother, Wei Ziqing. What kind of relative was this? There was no way they could even reach the end of it. Arbor's originally stoic little face instantly turned incomparably sinister. There's always some baffling people coming to me to claim kinship. The Qiao family was like this previously. The Mu family of China was like this later on. This way something in front of her was also like this. It was as if she was some cat or dog. It didn't matter if she was abandoned, but when she was happy and wanted to claim her back, she had to be deeply grateful. It was as if she had to happily acknowledge anyone who was her relative. Was that the case? Was she such a casual person? Have you asked for my opinion? Have you respected my wishes? Who do you think you are? Do I have to acknowledge you just because you say you want to claim kinship? The sudden cold anger, the icy tone, and the emotionless eyes instantly made the group of children who wanted to laugh all suppress their laughter in their hearts. The little guy seemed to be angry. Wei Nanfeng and the rest felt that it was better for them not to laugh, lest they add fuel to the fire and be ridiculed by the little thing for no reason. However, her words didn't seem to be completely targeted at Wei Mingli. It was as if she was venting all the pent-up anger in her heart at Wei Mingli. Do I have to happily acknowledge someone who I wouldn't have contacted for hundreds of years when they suddenly pop up and claim to be mine? Do we still have to serve you? Do you think there's such an easy thing in this world? Arbor's cold gaze swept over Wei Mingli. Relatives. Heh. Arbor sneered, the Kaiben family who claim to be my relatives are probably all dead in the western wastelands. There are also some people who claim to be my relatives. Sooner or later, they will die in my hands. What about you? What do you think, as my relative? What kind of fate awaits you? Those Tom, Dick, and Harry relatives of mine don't seem to be people with long lives. There was absolute silence all around. There were so many people on the city gate tower fighting the zombies downstairs, but when their little crown princess released an extremely icy aura, everyone silently shut their mouths and even started to lower their breathing. Throw her down. A furious rebuke exploded in everyone's ears like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone's hearts inexplicably trembled along with it. They didn't know, it was their misconception. They kept feeling that every time the little crown princess got angry, it was as if the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, scaring everyone so much that they didn't dare to move a muscle. Wei Mingli's pupils contracted, and she hastily shrieked, "What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go. Ah. You can't treat me like this. Arbor. You slut. How can you face your mother by doing this? Wei Mingli only felt as if she had suddenly lost all gravity as she was abruptly thrown down from the city gate tower, smashing into the battlefield. The last thing she saw was the little girl's icy gaze, which contained a trace of mockery and was looking at her without any warmth. How could there be such a ruthless little girl in this world? She had already brought up Wei Ziqin, this great Buddha. Logically speaking, on account of her mother, she wouldn't touch her, Wei Mingli, no matter what. Why would she still throw her down? How could she know that the thorn in Arbor's heart called the Divine Province's Mu clan had truly pierced her too deeply? Upon hearing the word relative, she thought of the Divine Province's Mu clan's 7th Master Mu and that repulsive old Bai. Although old Bai was already dead, the Divine Province's Mu clan absolutely wouldn't let her off. Therefore, she needed to construct a large-scale shielding talisman array above the Mo Kingdom capital. After this talisman array was constructed, it could effectively prevent people from the 6 prefectures and 3 provinces from using special passageways and spatial transportation talisman arrays to come to the Mo Kingdom capital for at least 5 years. There were only a few fixed locations in the capital that could allow people from the 6 prefectures and 3 provinces to transport over. She had already asked Mo Lian about this. This location wasn't random, and it was normally within the capital of several large countries. In addition, in order to avoid Heavenly Law's eyes, 99% of the cultivators from the upper realm who used special passageways and spatial talisman arrays to transport over were very low-key and wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. Thus, when the time came, she only needed to draw a few more talisman arrays and hand them over to Wei Nanfeng, Bailey Shi, and the others. At least, she could be at ease for 5 years. As for 5 years later, Arbor sneered in his heart. If 5 years were not enough for her to grow to the point where she could fight against the Mu family of the Divine Prefecture, then her growth was too slow. Previously, when he made a bet with 7th Master Mu and said 10 years, 7th Master Mu's eyes revealed a very incredulous look. She must have thought that it was impossible for her to catch up with the Mu family of the Divine Land within 10 years. However, the real number of years she had set for herself was 5 years. The Mu family of the Divine Prefecture, humph, is nothing more than this. Compared to her, she had only one at the starting line. Who said that she couldn't catch up to her later? If he wanted to completely control his own fate, he had to stand above all the other forces. At that time, it would be up to her whether she wanted to recognize this family or not. No one could force her. Because forcing her would be useless. It would only deepen her reaction. I don't know if you're prepared to die. Arbor turned around and walked to the edge of the gate tower with a frosty expression. Wei Nanfeng and his group inexplicably trembled their small bodies. What a scary girl. It wasn't easy being her family's relative either, and at this moment, that group of death row prisoners had already been thrown outside the city, attracting the attention of a large group of zombies in the front row. Now was the time. Mo Lian stroked Arbor's head and instructed her to stay here before walking towards the side door first. Open the side door. Team 1's body cultivators, follow me. Yu Xiu raised his arm and shouted as he quickly followed behind the crown prince. The leader of the Dragon Saliva Guard, Yu Xiu, led around 500 robust body cultivators out of the side door with the crown prince. This team was like a sharp knife that cut straight into the middle of the zombie army. Immediately, the corpse puppet army, which had a rather large lineup, was scattered in 2 directions. The mystic cultivators on the city gate tower quickly filled in the gaps and bombarded the zombies that were scattered to the sides with mystic energy. Everyone watched excitedly as the crown prince led his team forward and disposed of no less than 100 zombies in a matter of minutes. His Highness the Crown Prince's strength made people feel a bit puzzled. This man who appeared gentle on the surface was like an abyss. No matter how deep you dug, he always gave people the feeling that he was bottomless. Huifeng jumped down from the city gate tower and handed the latest news from the Hidden Night Pavilion to Prince Mo. Your Highness, the 12th Prince has already led Huifan and 2,000 royal guardsmen to intercept them. A cold smile surfaced on Mo Lian's lips. Suddenly, he creased his brows and looked up at the indistinct purple-crimson lightning bolts on the horizon. Heavenly law, what's the hurry for? That's right, now was the time. The Mo Lian seal that he had suppressed for so many years was finally going to be released. An hour ago, Commandery Princess Xian had suddenly been taken out of the vassal prince's court and locked up in the woodshed. This made Commandery Princess Xian, who had been feeling very vexed these past few days, feel a deep sense of despair. She threw herself at the woodshed's door hysterically and pounded on it with all her might. She could only hear Suer's intermittent cries outside the door in annoyance, but it was completely useless. At the same time, the vassal prince of Annan's court was filled with rows of men with red kerchiefs on their heads. The great king is licentious and tyrannical. The crown prince dotes on his treacherous consort. Now, he has caused the people of northern Mo to be destitute and zombies to run rampant everywhere. It's time for us to retaliate. The vassal prince of Annan, Cho Fu, commanded, Red Scarf Guards, my brave warriors. Are you afraid of death? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. All right. The vassal prince of Annan, Cho Fu, shouted angrily. Then let's pick up our weapons for Moi. For our poor people. Kill. 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 The 2,000 Red Scarf Guards were slowly nurtured by him over many years. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Since the great king was unrighteous and gave him a withered woman to be his wife, he had no choice but to accept it. Then, he naturally didn't need to talk to them about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Of course, the current Cho Fu completely did not remember that he had previously wholeheartedly wanted to marry Commandery Princess Xian. He could only think of the humiliation he had suffered from that woman when he had consummated his marriage with her. No, it was the crown prince who humiliated her, because that damned woman actually called him crown prince when she was making love with him. It really dealt a blow to his self-confidence as a man. He also occasionally recalled the unfair treatment he had received on the day of his wedding, as well as how the entire vassal prince of Annan's estate had become the laughingstock of the entire Mo kingdom capital. It was all this muddle-headed great king's fault. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for being heartless and unrighteous. At this time, the northern city gate welcomed a spectacular black fire burning down the city. Everyone standing on the city gate tower had already stopped what they were doing and collectively stared dumbfoundedly at that tall man with a frivolous back below the city gate tower. This too? Wasn't this too powerful? In that split second just now, Crown Prince Mo had soared into the air, and layer after layer of black fog had floated around him. After Wei Nanfeng and the rest took a closer look, they realized that it wasn't black fog at all. It was clearly ink-colored lotus flowers revolving around him. These clusters of ink-colored lotus flowers abruptly spread out in all directions like the mark of death. Soon after, everyone heard a series of explosions that made them sick to their stomachs, coming from all directions. The black bone sword in Duan Yu's hand nearly fell to the ground. Even his Jade Heaven's 9 thunder didn't cause such destructive power. Alright, look at what this Prince Mo did. Just like a primitive destructive maniac, he towered in the air and looked down at the horde of zombies. Clusters of black flames rose from his fingers and gathered to form the lotus seal of death, instantly attacking the zombie army below. In that instant, everyone only saw the black flames crisscrossing back and forth, dancing in the air. Anything that dared to come into contact with it didn't have a good ending. Their bones were instantly roasted until they broke apart like a pile of shattered bones. This indiscriminate group attack simply stupefied everyone. Terrifying, one person's strength could actually be this strong. Duan Yu blinked and suddenly threw away his sword before charging down as well. F***ck. I also want to kill these zombies to vent my anger because that person is too infuriating. Why is the difference so huge? Brother Duan Yu, don't be rash. Situi also hurriedly chased after him. After Emolien's lotus seal of death annihilated a large batch of zombies, more than half of the zombies on the battlefield had already been eliminated. After Duan Yu and Situi jumped down, they each released mystic energy and directly tore a small group of zombies into ashes. Upon seeing this, Arbor also hastily dashed down. While the others were fighting corpse puppets, she followed behind them and picked up essence crystals. Her small face was full of seriousness. These cores were all going to be given to hubby, so naturally, the more the better. After Situi chased away the zombies, he couldn't help but be amused when he turned to see the little fellow happily picking up cores. Little junior sister, what are you picking up? Why aren't you giving senior brother some? It's useless for you. Arbor threw the cores one by one into the brocade pouch and very quickly collected more than half of the pouch full of cores. Situi pursed his lips and elbowed Duan Yu. Go ask little junior sister for a few. What's the use of the cores? Xian Beast crystal cores, at least they could be absorbed and used. Although Xian Beast crystal cores were filled with explosive energy, at least they were still somewhat useful. The crystals in these zombies' heads are useless. As he spoke, Duan Yu purposely flipped through the heads of the zombies under him and took out 2 or 3 crystals about the size of a grain of rice before running to give them to Arbor. Situi speechlessly rolled his eyes. This punk, Gagaga, the North City Gate's main gate was pulled up by the winch, and the entire North City Gate was gradually being opened. Huifeng led a group of armored soldiers and rushed out into the battlefield to clean up the mess. Seeing that there weren't many zombies left, Emolian sent Arbor a look. Let's go, Northern Mo's Royal Palace. Under Kong Jian's signboard building. Dressed in black armor, the vassal prince of Annan, Chou Fu, coldly gazed at the youth in front of him. The youth was dressed in a purple and blue cloak and wielded a sword. He crossed his horse and blocked Chou Fu's path with a dense mass of people behind him. Everyone formed a circle and howled as they aimed their spears at the red scarf guards behind the vassal prince of Annan. Vassal prince of Annan, are you plotting a rebellion today? Aside from the frivolous look in Emo Shurer's eyes, there was a bit of graveness. Your 12th Highness, let me give you a word of advice. It's not too late to withdraw now. I really don't know where Vassal Prince gets his confidence from. Emo sneered. The old Vassal Prince of Annan accompanied ancestor father to conquer the world, but you juniors want to completely ruin his reputation for loyalty. Unfilial descendants like you probably don't have any meaning in existing. Emo raised his sword and roared with an icy gaze, everyone, listen to my order. The vassal prince of Annan, Chou Fu, has brought troops into the palace with malicious intentions. He is now under the great king's orders to kill all those who rebel on the spot. Behind him, the tide-like soldiers charged towards the red scarf guards led by the vassal prince of Annan. The two sides collided with each other like tidal waves, abruptly crashing into each other. At the same time, the great king was pacing back and forth in his bedchamber. Seeing that he had already paced back and forth more than 30 times, the Empress Dowager couldn't resist roaring at her son, sit down. Royal Mother, this son truly can't figure it out. Why would the vassal prince of Annan bring troops into the palace with the intention of rebelling without rhyme or reason? The Empress Dowager inwardly rolled her eyes, but she still maintained a straight face. There are many things you can't figure out. Sit down. The vassal prince of Annan's family had long been involved in all kinds of subtle actions. It was just that the great king was busy with this beauty every day and reciting poems and painting with his concubines in his spare time, so he didn't have the leisure to pay attention to them. The old great king of the Mo kingdom lifted the corner of his robe and sat in front of his mother with an embarrassed expression. At this time, in his bedchamber, other than the Empress Dowager and Empress Zhao, He Jiaoyi, noble Lady Ying, and a few other beauties that were more important to him had been summoned by him. The imperial concubines sat there staring at each other, their faces filled with panic. From the sound of it, it seemed like there was a commotion outside. Not long after, Gong Chang'an trotted in with his two chubby little legs, panting. Great King, Empress Dowager. What's going on outside? The great king jumped up from the stool in a hurry. Chou Fu brought 2,000 red scarf guards and barged into Kong Jianmen, but was stopped by the 12th prince. What? The great king slapped the rack of treasures beside him and roared angrily, this disloyal, unfilial disciple, dares to risk universal condemnation and come here to force the abdication? Sit down, the Empress Dowager exasperatedly berated him. This was the consequence of not properly educating him from a young age and worrying about him when he was old. At this time, the Empress Dowager was filled with regret as she fiercely glared at the great king. The great king sat back down on the stool with a stifled heart and used his gaze to signal Gong Chang'an to quickly continue speaking. Gong Chang'an was a shrewd person. As soon as he received the great king's gaze, he immediately understood and continued, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, the great king. No need to worry too much. The 12th prince led 2,000 royal guards to block them outside Kong Jian's gate. Chofu won't be able to rush in for a while, Gong Chang'an hastily explained. They're already at Kong Jian's gate. The great king grumbled, this Chofu. Isn't he worried about bringing disaster to his family by doing such a thing? Where is the vassal king of Annan? Does the vassal king of Annan know that his son committed a grave mistake? When the Empress Dowager heard this, she wished for nothing more than to immediately go up and give her son 2 heavy kowtows without any regard for her image. Was there even a need to ask? Anyone would know that the vassal king of Annan must be in the know if he still hadn't shown up after such a major incident happened. Alright, she and the late king had a heroic reputation in vain. How did she give birth to such a pig-headed, pig-brained son, truly a pig-headed teammate, if this guy wasn't her only son, perhaps she would have long crippled him. How could he be so stupid, seeing that his mother was glaring at him with a hateful look as if she expected better from him? The king immediately shriveled up. The great king subconsciously shifted his stool back and coughed lightly. Royal mother, for safety's sake, let's stay here and wait for the crown prince for the time being. The Empress Dowager grunted in agreement and placed her hands on her knees, not saying anything else. Rather, it was he Jowie who said somewhat anxiously, Great king, when this concubine came out, little 15th was feeling unwell and was still in the bedchamber. Could something have happened? The great king couldn't help but be startled. He then looked at the little boy in he Jowie's hand. Royal father, royal father. Mo Shirlu sprinted toward the great king's leg and called out with a yearning expression. Royal father, royal father. The great king lovingly picked up his youngest son. At the side, he Jowie also looked at her son with a smile, her eyes brimming with motherly radiance. Don't worry, Chofu was stopped by little 12th and can't enter the royal court's inner court at all. The moment the great king finished speaking, a burst of rampant laughter came from the door. Mo Lei was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look at the door. Vassal king of Annan. The great king of Mo stared in shock at this man who had suddenly appeared at the entrance of his bedchamber. There was some uncertainty in his eyes. Why are you here? The vassal king of Annan gazed coldly at the great king and suddenly raised his hand. The great king subconsciously hugged his son, Mo Shirjiu, and took a step back. He Jowie, Empress Zhao, noble Lady Ying, and the other royal concubines also turned to look at the vassal king of Annan at the entrance. The old prince was dressed in black armor and had a long saber at his side. He looked just as mighty as he used to be. Just as he was about to step through the door, over 1,000 red scarf guards holding long sabers suddenly rushed in behind him. I've waited for so long, planned for so long, and finally, this day has come. The vassal king of Annan sneered at the people in the hall. Great king, do you still think that His Highness the Crown Prince will rush back to save you? The great king quickly nodded. Don't do anything rash. My prince will be back soon. Heh heh. The old prince sneered at him. Stop dreaming. Do you know how many zombies are congested at the northern city gate? You fatuous ruler. You also have a day like this. You. The great king of Mo was furious. He pointed at the vassal king of Annan and finally roared after holding it in for a long time. Impudent. Swish. The sabers in the red scarf guard's hands were uniformly pointed in the great king's direction. This scene alarmed Empress Zhao, and she subconsciously rushed forward. She abruptly grabbed the great king's wrist and dragged him back a few steps. Vassal king of Annan, you truly have guts. Where are the guards outside? The great king also bellowed. Guards? You're talking about those good-for-nothings? The vassal king of Annan narrowed his eyes in disdain. Your Highness the Crown Prince still thinks that by placing the 12th prince outside Kong Jian's gate, he can withstand my vassal king of Annan's estate's elite troops, the Red Scarf Guards? Ha ha ha. Truly naive. At this time, the Empress Dowager spoke with an unperturbed expression. She didn't shout herself hoarse like the great king and only said very calmly, all these years, the vassal king of Annan's estate secretly nurtured 5,000 Red Scarf Guards? Ha ha ha. The vassal king of Annan laughed arrogantly. How about it? The Empress Dowager also didn't expect it, right? That's not the case. The Empress Dowager shook her head and still said calmly, we already knew that your vassal king of Annan's estate is constantly making big and small moves. There must be a conspiracy. According to your daily expenses, we can more or less speculate that you might be secretly raising private troops, the Empress Dowager said indifferently. Such a simple logic isn't hard to understand. The vassal king of Annan's expression instantly darkened. He felt that he had lost all his face after hearing the Empress Dowager's words. Empress Dowager, why argue with this humble subject again? He didn't come today to reminisce about old times with this Empress Dowager and the great king. The vassal king of Annan unsheathed the sword at his waist and walked step by step towards the terrified great king and the royal concubines. The Empress Dowager suddenly flung open her sleeve, and a long and continuous mystic energy wrapped over, instantly erecting a defensive barrier in front of everyone. The vassal king of Annan involuntarily sneered and clapped his hands twice. Two men in their early 50s, one tall and one short, walked out from behind him. They looked like mystic realm experts. Empress Dowager, don't blame this humble subject for being vicious and merciless. It's just that you're a hindrance here. If he didn't get rid of this eyesore Empress Dowager, how could he free himself to deal with that incapable ruler? The vassal king of Annan had long arranged for two mystic realm experts whose cultivations were on par with the Empress Dowager's to fight to the death. He had just captured the muddle-headed great king. As long as they had the great king in their hands, what was there to be afraid of? At that time, the Empress Dowager would naturally be captured. Immediately after that, it was that hateful northern Prince Mo's turn, as well as the culprit who had killed her daughter, Ian, the crown princess. These people should not have a good ending. However, the vassal king of Annan's idea was pretty good. However, Prince Mo and Arbor had both arrived. Upon hearing the vassal king of Annan's disrespectful words to the Queen Dowager as soon as he entered, Arbor raised his brows and turned to look at Mo Lien, seemingly puzzled. He was in a hurry to return to the palace because such a big show was being staged in the palace today. As expected, the vassal king of Annan, this sly old fox, was good at scheming. He wanted to take down the Empress Dowager and the great king in one fell swoop while the crown prince was leading his troops to resist the zombie army. This way, he could indeed coerce the Son of Heaven to order his vassals. Unfortunately, even though this plan was well thought out, it still had to be destroyed when he encountered the crown prince. At this time, the vassal king of Annan's gaze was slightly dazed, and he turned his neck stiffly to look at the smiling His Highness the Crown Prince. He kept feeling that when His Highness the Crown Prince smiled at him, there seemed to be a glint and shadow of a sword flashing past the depths of his eyes. A gloomy and eerie feeling, terrifying. The depths of this man's eyes were ridiculously sharp. As an elderly prince who had been on the throne for a long time, he could be considered His Highness the Crown Prince's senior, yet he didn't dare to look him in the eye. The little stoic didn't have any other expression. The two of them rushed back from the city's north gate. When they passed by Kong Jianmen, they also saw Little Twelfth and the vassal prince, who were engaged in a lively fight. The unscrupulous couple only took a few more glances at Twelfth before they flew away with a wave of his hand in delight. The little stoic looked back. She probably wouldn't be able to forget Little Twelfth's expression even in a year. It was a bit similar to the expression of a small animal abandoned by its owner. His pair of watery eyes were about to shed tears on the spot. Arbor shook his small head. You must be very protective of your younger brother normally. Look at what you've taught him. Weakling. Wasn't it just fighting with 2,000 Red Scarf Guards? And he actually cried from being beaten up. He really was too weak, all right. Mo Lien, what could he say? That punk, Mou, clearly didn't cry from being beaten up by the Red Scarf Guards. Rather, it seemed like he cried from being angered by his unscrupulous brother and sister-in-law. However, Prince Mo didn't say anything. Since everything his wife said was correct, he nodded and affirmed his wife's opinion. Younger brother is seriously too weak, don't worry. I'll take this opportunity to have royal father order younger brother to go to the military camp to train for a year and a half. That place can temper a person's character. In the future, younger brother will definitely become someone who can shoulder great responsibilities. Little Prince Mou, who was still fighting with the red scarf guards, suddenly coughed and rubbed his nose with a strange expression. Confusion, who was it? Who was talking about him behind his back? Arbor glanced at Prince Mo and nodded. Very good. Speaking of which, our family Xiaosen has also grown up. How about we have him and Mou become partners? They can go to the military camp together to spend some time? It'll save them from being muddle-headed in the future. Senor. Brother-in-law can't help you. If your older sister wants to trick you, brother-in-law can only comply with your older sister's wishes. A certain Sen, who was studying in the school, suddenly felt cold. He shrunk his shoulders and heaved a sigh of relief. It must be an illusion. Seeing the young couple exchanging flirtatious glances with each other, the vassal king of Annan was infuriated and was just about to raise his hand. She then heard Prince Mo's apathetic voice say, Vassal king of Annan, do you admit to absorbing private troops, transferring treasuries, and even dispatching private troops to secretly plunder some villages? Does it matter whether I recognize it or not? The vassal king of Annan sneered. It's not a big deal. Mo Lian nodded. Looking at his slightly raised hand, she mocked with a sneer, Vassal king of Annan, from the moment this crown prince stepped through this door, it means that you've already lost. Do you understand? Mo Kingdom's old great king, who was enveloped by the defensive barrier, immediately cried out in surprise and delight, My king, hurry, and apprehend this heartless and unscrupulous thing. To think that we treated him so well and have always respected him as a blood brother. In the end, he actually dared to take advantage of the zombies attacking the city to force us to abdicate. This is simply preposterous. Great king, sit down. Seeing her son jumping up and down, the great king's awe-inspiring demeanor was practically gone. The old queen dowager glared fiercely at him in dissatisfaction. The great king sat down listlessly. The vassal king of Annan sneered, Your Highness the crown prince is too overconfident. Overconfident? Was that so? Mo Lian glanced at the old prince with a smile. However, the smile in this glance was mild and didn't reach the depths of his eyes. The little stoic pattered forward to the queen dowager. Grandmother. The queen dowager hastily removed the defensive barrier and pulled her granddaughter-in-law inside. Jojo, how's the situation outside? What about the zombie army? It's more or less taken care of. Arbor comforted, Don't worry, those aren't problems. The great king couldn't help but sigh in relief when he heard this. At least those repulsive zombies didn't charge into the royal palace to wreak havoc. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. The old vassal king of Annan abruptly raised his hand with a cold expression. The two Mystic Realm experts who were on par with the queen dowager shot forward with a whoosh and grabbed without hesitation the old vassal king of Annan. The two Mystic Realm experts instantly pressed down on the old prince's arms and firmly gripped the back of his neck as they kicked him to the ground. He knelt on the ground with a stupefied expression and stared straight at the little crown princess who was indifferently watching him. He bellowed in disbelief, Cho Bao, you actually dare to betray your master? The two Mystic Realm experts disdainfully swept him a glance and smiled faintly. Old prince, the two of us were originally His Highness the Crown Prince's men. It's you who was too blind. We've been hiding by your side for as long as 10 years, but you actually didn't know, TSK. Anyone would be angered to death by these words, alright, not to mention the proud and arrogant old prince. He simply couldn't believe his ears. 10 years? 10 years? In other words, the scheming little crown prince had dispatched these two to his side when he was 10 years old? Ah. The old prince was about to explode from anger. You. The old prince turned around and saw a group of black-armored royal guardsmen emerging from the roofs in all directions under Hui Fan's lead. Sharp leech-like arrows whizzed toward the 3,000 red scarf guards without explanation. The old prince's lungs were about to explode from anger. How could this be? How could this be? Actually, he and the vassal prince of Annan, Cho Fu, had come in two separate directions. The red scarf guards in his hands were 1,000 more than the 2,000 red scarf guards in Cho Fu's hands. However, these 3,000 red scarf guards were completely surrounded and had no room to fight back. After the first volley of arrows, the second volley of dragon saliva guards emerged from the rooftops, all holding firearms in their hands. The second round of attack was even more inhumane. The old lord could only stare at the rows of soldiers outside the door who had been killed by firearms with his scarlet eyes. These red scarf guards began to panic under the 2 rounds of extermination. They became more and more like a group of ants on a hot pan. They wanted to flee in all directions, but they were caught like turtles in a jar. The great king couldn't help but feel shocked. The large square outside the king's palace had already been bathed in blood. None of the 3,000 red scarf guards were spared. You. He watched as the private soldiers he had single-handedly nurtured were mercilessly slaughtered by the royal guardsmen and dragon saliva guards. The old prince spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He pointed a trembling finger at the crown prince and stammered, You demon. You actually dared to make 3,000 soldiers bleed on the spot without even blinking your eyes. What do these human lives count for in your eyes? Ah. Mo Lian suddenly laughed and gazed at the old prince with an apathetic and icy gaze. Vassal king of Annan, it's not like this is your first day knowing this crown prince. Is this your first time experiencing this crown prince's methods? You privately amassed 5,000 soldiers. In order to feed these private soldiers, you secretly dispatched people to plunder villages and killed more than 1,000 innocent people. You still have the face to talk about human lives with this crown prince? This crown prince thought you already knew the words life is worthless. The old prince plopped down on the ground and stared blankly at Prince Mo. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. You think you've won? Men, bring everyone from the vassal king of Annan's estate here. With the crown prince's command, earth-shattering cries immediately traveled over. More than 200 people from the vassal king of Annan's estate, masters, concubines, young misses, young masters, servants, and servants, were all pulled to the blood-soaked plaza. The great king, the queen dowager, the queen, and all the royal concubines followed Prince Mo out. They stood on the steps and looked at the group of people from the vassal king of Annan's estate kneeling before them. Mo Lian. You dare. The vassal king of Annan glared at the crown prince with wide eyes and tightly clenched fists. Kill. Mo Lian coldly threw down a word. Immediately, dragon saliva guards stepped forward and pulled out the old vassal king of Annan's concubine sons and daughters from the crowd before ruthlessly tossing them to the ground. Ah. Cries and screams came from the mouths of those concubine sons and daughters. None of them had their usual spoiled, willful, and lofty attitudes. At this moment, they had all become fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered, struggling and thrashing. The dragon saliva guard slashed a few times, and several heads flew up, dyeing the old vassal king of Annan's eyes red. Mo Lian, the old vassal king of Annan bellowed. Schemer, this crown prince thought you were already prepared to have your entire clan exterminated. What are you crying and yelling for? Don't throw away your old vassal king of Annan's pride. Mo Lian coldly interrupted him. The crown prince gazed icily at the old vassal king of Annan as he sneered, the winner takes all, so you don't have to be unconvinced. If today, I, Mo Lian, was the one who lost, how many people do you think you will let go of? When he said this, the old king swallowed the words that were originally at the tip of his tongue. Right, if it wasn't for his son's foresight and early preparations, his group would have long fallen into the hands of the old vassal king of Annan. The consequence of being held hostage would definitely be to blackmail the crown prince. At that time it would really be hard to say what the outcome would be. Zhao He, who originally felt a little sorry, tightly held her son in her arms. The crown prince was right. If they had fallen into the enemy's hands today, how could they have spared her son? They would not let Mo 16th off just because he was 3 years old. They would only kill him. If the rebellion succeeded, none of the old great king's sons and daughters would survive. Zhao He's gaze instantly turned icy. She sneered and said, scheming to rebel is a path of no return in the first place. Vassal King of Anan, are you still unwilling to surrender without a fight? Ha 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 ha. The old vassal king of Anan laughed arrogantly and suddenly stumbled up from the ground. Good, good, good. He suddenly turned to look at the old great king of Mo kingdom. I didn't lose to you today, but to your son. Let's make up for yesterday's 2 chapters. This Prince Mo was truly formidable. Back then, when he was only 10 years old, he already knew to send people to infiltrate the old prince's side. It could be imagined that the crown prince had already set a trap for the old prince at that time. He was waiting for others to walk into the trap step by step. The old vassal king of Anan instantly felt that the situation was already hopeless before he even made a move. Wasn't it a little too frightening to fight with such an opponent? It was just like when you took your first step and suddenly turned around to discover that your opponent was already 100 steps ahead of you and had long reached the end. He was just standing there leisurely watching you, waiting for you to foolishly walk into the abyss. The great King Mo gazed at the old vassal king of Anan. He wanted to ask him why he was plotting rebellion, but in the end, he sighed and waved his hand. Imprison him first, then send the vassal king of Anan off with dignity. The Empress Dowager glanced at her son. Compared to this resolute grandson of hers, her son was much more soft-hearted. Although the vassal king of Anan's ancestors had rendered meritorious service to the country, the Empress Dowager couldn't tolerate him scheming against the Mo clan's power no matter what. For such a grave crime, there was no other choice but death. Perhaps the old vassal king of Anan had already thought of such an outcome before taking this step. Your Highness. The Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yu Shou hurriedly walked over and saluted. The great king's son led troops in from the back of Huashan Gate. He originally wanted to coordinate with the vassal prince of Anan from the inside, but he was forced to retreat by the 12th prince and fled to Grand Consort Shu's Chaoyang Palace. The great king's son charged into Chaoyang Palace and took control of over 100 people in Grand Consort's bedchamber. What? The great King Mo roared angrily. This unfilial son. This unfilial son. He actually dared to interfere? This fool, didn't he know that rashly leading troops into the palace had completely sealed off his last path of retreat? Royal father, I request to see royal father. Second Prince Mo Lu's impatient voice came from afar. Mo Lu. The old great king frowned and waved away the guards blocking Mo Lu. Let him come over. Royal father. The second prince was wearing a set of tattered armor, and behind him were more than a dozen soldiers who had fought a bloody battle and were covered in wounds. From the looks of it, His Highness seemed to have brought dozens of Manchun soldiers and fought all the way here to save the emperor. His face was filled with unconcealable anxiety and panic. He hastily stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Empress Dowager, Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, are you all right? When this child received the news that the vassal king of Anan had raised an army to rebel, this child hastily led men to escort you, but we were still a step too late. This child asks for royal father's forgiveness. The old great king nodded at him with relief. I'm fine. Your grandmother and the others are fine too. Mo Lu pretended to heave a sigh of relief, then hurriedly turned to the crown prince and cupped his hands, saying, Sixth brother has done meritorious service in protecting the emperor this time. If not for you, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Mo Lian curled his lips at him as he remarked indifferently, it's actually all thanks to 12th brother this time. He managed to obstruct the vassal prince of Anan first. Ah, that's right, that's right. Mo Lu hurriedly smiled and nodded. Who knows what eldest brother wants to do after taking control of the Rising Sun Palace? Mo Lian's eyes were filled with coldness. Detain the vassal king of Anan and these people. We might as well move to the Rising Sun Palace. At the same time, the great king's son's estate. Shu Quan ordered her personal maidservant to close the door before turning around to fish out a medicine bottle from her sleeve. She steeled herself and poured medicine into her 3 children's mouthfuls before finally drinking a mouthful herself. By the time everyone rushed to Chaoyang Palace's entrance, they saw the great king leading several dozen startled shrimp soldiers and crab generals to kidnap Grand Consort Shu out of the palace. Grand Consort Shu's face was filled with terror, and tears streamed down her face when she saw the Empress Dowager and the others. Consort Ching, secondary Consort Wu, and secondary consort Zhang followed behind Grand Consort Shu. Each of them more or less had a trace of terror on their faces. Especially Consort Qing. When she saw the Great King Mo, she hastily knelt down and pleaded in a tearful voice, "Great King, Mo Jiao was instigated by someone to do such a foolish thing. Please spare his life, Great King." The flock of orioles and swallows around Consort Qing then started sobbing. The vassal king of Annan, who was forced to kneel at the side, couldn't help bursting into laughter when he heard this. "Consort Qing, you're still begging them at this time? Do you think it's useful to beg like this? Today, even if this old man is on the road to the Yellow Springs, Consort Qing and the Great King can't be left out." Ha 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 ha. The young crown princess blinked and supported the Empress Dowager to stand at the side. She merely watched the huge commotion and didn't utter a word or express any opinion. The vassal king of Annan's wishful thinking was pretty good. He wanted to take advantage of the time when the crown prince gathered all the soldiers and headed to the city's north gate to resist the zombie army. He wanted to take control of Mo Kingdom's royal palace and use it to blackmail the crown prince. Unfortunately, this old fellow didn't know that the crown prince had been guarding against him since he was 10 years old. Prince Mo didn't kill important ministers who had rendered meritorious service to the country. The people that Crown Prince Mo killed were only traitors who were despised by everyone and hated by everyone. This point was very clear. This was also the source of the vassal king of Annan's resentment. He didn't expect that after living for several decades, he still couldn't see through things as thoroughly as a young fellow. What was laughable was that he obediently walked into the hole that others had dug and then buried himself. This kind of ending made the old king vomit blood. "Bring them all up," Prince Mo said coldly. Cries and shouts could be heard as 400 to 500 people were pushed forward and forced to kneel on the square. The old vassal king of Annan was startled. When he turned around to take a look, he shockingly discovered that apart from the 200+ people from the vassal king of Annan's estate, the people from the great king's son's estate had also all been escorted over. "Reporting to your highness, this subordinate has brought a group of people who escaped from the great king's residence 300 miles away from the outskirts of the city." The old vassal king of Annan couldn't help but smile wryly. Just like the great king's son, before he made his move, he had already sent his concubines' daughters and sons away from the vassal king of Annan's estate in order to preserve a bit of the bloodline of the vassal king of Annan's estate. But now, half of his pitiful children had been ordered to be killed by the crown prince. The rest of them were already trembling in fear and on the verge of fainting. "Why don't I see the great king's son consort?" the crown prince asked as he scanned everyone with a sharp gaze. The great king's son, who was currently holding consort Dowager Shu hostage, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this, and he hooted at Yu Xiu and the others. "Were you the ones who killed my wife and children? Where did you take my wife and children?" This subordinate and the others found the princess consort and the 3 young masters and young misses in the great king's son's estate. "Impossible." The great king's son immediately refuted. "I personally sent my wife and children onto the carriage, so how could I not know? How could they still be in the estate?" Yu Xiu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the hooting great king's son and waved his hand to have people move the corpses of Shu Quan and her 3 children over. When Consort Qing saw that her 3 grandchildren's bodies had stiffened and their faces were deathly pale, she immediately fell to the ground and wailed bitterly, You killed my grandchildren? Ah! Great king, great king." Consort Qing scrambled to the great king's feet and tugged at the corner of his robe as she wailed miserably, "Great king, those are also your grandchildren. You're just going to watch them die for no reason and have no one to complain about the injustice you've suffered. And my daughter-in-law, such a good child, was disposed of by the crown prince's subordinates just like that. Ah! My heart is in so much pain." The great king couldn't bear it and turned to look at his son, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. This gaze didn't mean much to Mo Lian. The crown prince had known for 100 years that his father was easily swayed and unreliable, so this gaze couldn't sway him at all. However, it infuriated Arbor all of a sudden. "Shut up." Arbor abruptly interrupted Her Highness Consort Chang's screams and looked at her coldly, saying, "Poor Shu Quan, who was intelligent all her life, was in the same company as you fools. Who exactly killed her? Doesn't Consort Ching know in her heart? Don't you feel ashamed to be this kind of pointlessly good person in front of the great king at this time?" I don't usually see you dote on this daughter-in-law that much. The young crown princess suddenly took a few steps forward, and the guards who were originally standing beside Shu Quan subconsciously retreated upon seeing this. The young crown princess squatted down and rummaged through Shu Quan's sleeves. She took out a letter and threw it to Gong Chang'an, who was standing at the side. Read it. Read it out loud. Read it for everyone to hear. Gong Chang'an's hand that was holding the letter trembled just like that, startled by the young crown princess's imposing manner. There was complete silence. Only the smell of blood spread through the crowd's noses. Father, your daughter-in-law is small and powerless. I was unable to persuade the great king to rein in his horse at the edge of the cliff. I watched him step onto a path of no return. Your daughter-in-law's heart was filled with fear and unease. I know that I have committed a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths, and I don't dare to live in this world. Unfortunately, the 3 children are still so young, and I'm really worried about them. I have no choice but to. Everyone looked in shock at the great king's second consort Shu Quan lying beside the 3 children. According to what she said, could it be that the great king's second consort had committed suicide while hugging the children? No wonder he looked like he was poisoned. Impossible. Impossible. The great king's son, Mo Jiao, trembled all over and screamed in shock. This is impossible. I clearly saw the 4 of them get on the carriage. How could he return to the great king's mansion and write such a suicide letter? It's you. You did it. The great king's son pointed at the young crown princess and then placed the saber across old consort Shu's neck. Don't come over. If you dare to come over, I'll let her blood splatter on the spot. Archers, get ready. The crown prince's cold words not only stupefied the great king's son, but even the great king and the queen also turned to look at him. Father, don't blame your son for being ruthless. This person must be captured at any cost. Prince Mo indifferently swept a glance at the old great king and slightly raised his hand. The archers lying in ambush on the eaves instantly drew their bows and waited to shoot. When the gazes of the people from the vassal king of Annan's estate and the eldest prince's estate landed on the archers moving in an orderly fashion on the eaves, their lips trembled, and they started crying in a panic. Great king, spare my life, great king, spare my life. Great king, we weren't aware that the vassal king of Annan would actually lead troops to plot a rebellion. That's right, that's right. This servant is only a lowly watering servant in the great king's estate. This servant is innocent, woo-woo. For a moment, all sorts of cries and shouts intertwined, interrupting the great king's arrogant shouts. The great king's son was indeed stunned by the crown prince's actions. After staring blankly for a while, he angrily rebuked in a trembling voice, You actually don't even care about Consort Dowager Shu's safety? As he spoke, he pressed his saber tightly against Consort Dowager Shu's neck, as if he wanted to confirm whether Mo Lian truly didn't care about Consort Dowager Shu anymore. He even drew out a small, bright, bloody mark on Consort Dowager Shu's neck. However, Mo Lian's gaze didn't change in the slightest. He merely sneered at the great king's son and spoke resolutely and callously. Consort Dowager was able to contribute to the Mo kingdom by putting herself in danger and cooperating with this crown prince to subdue you, this traitor, so her death was a worthy one. In the future, there will naturally be a place for her in my northern Mo royal mausoleum. Of course, royal father can also confer her the title of virtuous, and virtuous Empress Dowager. Everyone, the Empress Dowager, as expected, this grandson of hers had a venomous mouth and a venomous person. He could actually speak so bluntly in front of Consort Dowager Shu. But by then, Consort Dowager Shu would already be dead, so what was the point of conferring a posthumous title? Cough. The Empress Dowager coughed lightly in a timely manner. Since Shu Quan has already committed suicide by ingesting poison and the 3 children are indeed innocent, then, at this time, Gong Chang'an had also read the letter to the end. In the letter, Shu Quan said that she had no other requests and only wished to be buried in a quiet place outside the palace with the 3 children. The Empress Dowager sighed. According to the ancestral rules, people who committed suicide indeed couldn't enter the royal mausoleum. Then, he would fulfill Shu Quan's wish of becoming a mother. She was also a pitiful child. She was originally so sensible, but she didn't expect that the ending would be so miserable. The Empress Dowager shook her head and then nodded. Then do as the great king's consort wishes. Find a few reliable people to do this properly. Let that child rest in peace. Yes, Empress Dowager. Gong Chang'an received the order. However, Prince Mo glanced at Xu Quan's direction with a slightly strange expression before thoughtfully withdrawing his gaze and conversing with Huifeng in a low voice. After dismissing Huifeng, the crown prince looked up at the great king's son, losing his last bit of patience. How long do you plan to keep up this act? Brother Wang, don't you know that your acting skills are really clumsy? Old concubine Xu and the great king's son were stunned. Even Consort Qing and the others standing behind them were stunned. If you still don't surrender without a fight, this crown prince will give the order to execute you on the spot. Prince Mo raised his hand and made a pressing motion. Upon hearing this, the great king's son shuddered. Old concubine Xu sensed the great king's hand going limp and quickly pinched his waist. They were currently fighting for their lives, yet this pig of a teammate was actually frightened by His Highness the Crown Prince and immediately wanted to reveal her true colors. However, this small action already allowed the Crown Prince to confirm that the two of them were indeed on the same side. Seize them. Old concubine Xu colluded with the vassal king of Annan and the great king's son to plot against the great king. Her crime deserves 10,000 deaths. With the Crown Prince's command, the Imperial Guard swarmed toward them like a tide. Previously, because of Grand Concubine Xu, the soldiers were somewhat restrained. Now that they had captured Grand Concubine Xu as well, they naturally didn't need to care about their lives. Mo Jiao was personally subdued by Huifeng and kicked to the ground. He raised his head and shouted at the Crown Prince, Mo Lian. You greedy bastard, quickly let me go. I'm Royal Father's eldest son. You can't treat me like this. Who do you think you are? Mo Lian. Everyone knows that you were merely adopted by the queen. You're not Royal Father's biological son at all. I'm Royal Father's biological eldest son. Shut up. The great king roared furiously. He hated hearing such words the most. After so many years, he had watched the little crown prince grow from a cute ball-sized child to such an outstanding youth. This was his biological son. No one could part with this father-son kinship between them. All of these people, including those bastards from the Divine Province's elder courtyard, all of them wanted to snatch his son. They were simply shameless. Second Prince Mo Lu's eyes flashed. He immediately stepped forward with his sword and chopped at the great king's head. Mo Jiao, you colluded with outsiders to force the emperor to abdicate and rebel, and now you dare to slander His Highness the Crown Prince. The facts are irrefutable. Do you still want to deny it? Today, let me clean up the household on Royal Father's behalf. Ding. A streak of mystic energy swiftly bounced off the second prince's sword, causing it to deviate. Thus, the sword that was originally aimed at the great king's head chopped down on his shoulder. The great king's son roared and tried to get up, but several soldiers held his arms down tightly. He couldn't move no matter how hard he struggled. Second royal brother, you're quite impatient. Mo Lian's eyes were gloomy. She looked at the slightly embarrassed second prince and sneered, in any case, brother great king is our eldest brother. Even if we want to punish him, grandmother, royal father, and royal mother are present. It's not up to us brothers to do it. The second prince immediately smiled awkwardly. He nodded respectfully and retreated a few steps. The crown prince is right. It was I, royal brother, who overstepped. As he spoke, the 12th prince walked over in high spirits while escorting the vassal prince and the defeated soldiers in a purple and blue cloak with holes. When the old vassal king of Annan saw his son limping, he immediately wanted to pounce on him. He roared, Father! Cho Fu's son. He Chow's son staggered and S's, and Chow's kneeled. When the old vassal king of Annan saw his son like this, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. He felt like a hero who had fallen from grace and was bullied by a dog. Royal father to royal father and royal mother. Grandmother, the 12th prince is back. The 12th prince immediately ran to his mother and grandmother to act cute. The queen-tess to Cho is. He Chow's and Cho. T tis tst. The king. The Queen Dowager couldn't help but sigh softly when she recalled what the Crown Prince said when he came to the Longevity Palace. Even if she was reluctant, the child had grown up, and the little northern Hua couldn't keep him. Fuer. Princess Anam Wuhongma was in tears. She was restrained by the soldiers and couldn't move to her son's side. She could only look on helplessly as her choer was trampled on the ground. She couldn't suppress the hatred in her heart, and she glared at Prince Mo. Since everyone is here, then let royal father speak. Prince Mo turned around and pulled the young crown princess to stand beside the great king of Mo, hinting with his eyes. Royal father? The great king of Mo took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before saying, the vassal king of Anan has colluded with the great king's son, consort Dowager Shu, and the Shu family to plot a rebellion. All of them are to be sent to the Supreme Court as prisoners. We will decide how to deal with them after discussing this with the Empress Dowager. Yes. Waves of weeping shook heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was the servants picking vegetables or sprinkling water in the vassal king of Anan's estate or the great king's estate, they were all sent to the prison because they were implicated. Wu Hongma cursed loudly and almost fell to the ground after being shoved by someone. She turned around, wanting to see the crown prince and crown princess clearly. However, the crowd was too turbulent, and those two were standing high above, so how could a prisoner like her see them clearly? Her heart tightened, and tears uncontrollably welled up in her heart. She didn't expect that her and the old king's lifetime of planning would be completely ruined overnight. Should she blame herself for being incompetent, or should she blame the enemy for being too strong? Wu Hongma couldn't say for sure, but she felt sorry for her son. Soon, the several hundred people were all escorted away, and the farce of forcing the emperor to abdicate officially came to an end. The Empress Dowager looked a bit tired after being disturbed for so long, so Arbor supported her back to the Longevity Palace to rest. When the crown prince saw that his little wife had abandoned him to show filial piety to her grandmother, he immediately followed without another word. However, before leaving, he glanced at the old great king and said, "Royal father, you must not be soft-hearted to prevent a comeback." The old great king was silent for a long time. This matter was already very clear. The vassal king of Anan had probably given the great king some sort of guarantee, which was why the great king took such a risk and made such a bad move out of desperation. Old consort Shu and the Shu family were clearly standing on the side of the great king's son. They colluded with the vassal king of Anan's estate and played a pivotal role in this laughable rebellion. The old great king had been in an important position for a long time. He was just a little confused, but he wasn't really stupid. After understanding this, he sighed and left with Empress Zhao. It wasn't that he didn't understand his son's intentions, but he couldn't bear to order his eldest son to be executed by his own hands. Great king, Your Majesty. Concubine Qing was half lying on the ground. She was so scared that her whole body was trembling. Great king, please show mercy. Great king, please show mercy and spare Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao is your son, the great king. Shut up. Empress Zhao paused and turned to look at her coldly. This unfilial son colluded with outsiders to plot a rebellion. Before he did this, did he ever think that the great king was his biological father? Consort Qing, the great king and the Empress Dowager dismissed the matter of you instigating your son to covet the ink bamboo shoots with a smile. Who would have thought that you would go from bad to worse and actually want to plot a rebellion? What? Her Majesty the Queen had already reported the matter of the ink bamboo shoots to the Empress Dowager, but the Empress Dowager didn't order us to be punished. What Empress Dowager and the great king meant was to let us off. Consort Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, regret welled up in her heart, and her heartache was almost indescribable. It was precisely because this matter was exposed that they hardened their hearts and ultimately agreed to the vassal king of Anan to step onto this path of rebellion with him. After all, the ink bamboo shoots were the best in the world, and only a small amount had ever been supplied to the royal family. Now that the great king's son had diverted it to raise his private army, how could the great king and the Empress Dowager let them off? She didn't expect, the great king and the Empress Dowager didn't want to bicker with her and her son. Woo-woo. Consort Qing covered her face and wept bitterly. She didn't expect anything. She should have thought of it long ago, right? The Empress Dowager and the great king had always been benevolent people. If they hadn't committed the great crime of rebellion, they simply wouldn't have killed her and her son. It was already useless to regret now. Her stupidity harmed herself, her son, and even everyone in the great king's estate. If she had listened to Xu Chuan's advice back then and also persuaded the great king's son to set aside the struggle for fame and fortune, then wouldn't everything be different now? Consort Qing knew but didn't report it, so she's even more guilty. Guards, lock Consort Qing up in the Supreme Court and await her punishment. After saying this, Empress Zhao supported the great king and left first. The 12th prince was instantly dumbfounded. They had all left. Could it be that so many things had been left behind in this matter, had been thrown to him? Why was his life so hard? He had to follow behind a group of people all day long and clean up their messes? Granddaughter-in-law, is grandmother getting old? The Empress Dowager suddenly lamented after walking for a while holding the young crown princess's hand. The young crown princess shook her head. Not old. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but turn around and smile at her. You silly child, who doesn't age? Grandmother is someone who wants to break through to the spiritual realm or even higher. She has a long lifespan, so she naturally won't age, the young crown princess said with a wink. On the side, Fenggu couldn't help but laugh. Precisely, precisely. Your Majesty, the crown princess is extremely right. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but burst into laughter. You only know how to amuse grandmother. With grandmother's aptitude, reaching level 14 phenomenal success in this lifetime is already considered her limit. As soon as the Empress Dowager finished speaking, the young crown princess reached out and stuffed a talisman into her hands. Grandmother, there are 10 sets of mystic guiding talisman arrays in this storage talisman, which I gave to you. There are also many pills that I have labeled with their effects and usage methods. Grandmother, you can take a look at them before you consume them. After grandmother stabilizes her realm, she can take the level 14 mystic breakthrough pill. Who knows, maybe she will break through. Oh, didn't you say that the Yusho Villa is rich in profound energy? Then let's go to the Yusho Villa and go into seclusion. The Empress Dowager looked at her little granddaughter-in-law in confusion. She subconsciously dripped her blood to open the talisman under the guidance of the little crown princess. Then, she turned to the little crown princess in confusion. Granddaughter-in-law, you. The talisman arrays and elixirs here were simply an eye-opener for her. Could it be that the little granddaughter-in-law had given her all the pills that she had refined in her spare time? That's too much, child. You have to leave some for yourself. Refining pills was very time-consuming. His granddaughter-in-law had to cultivate and refine pills at the same time. Where would she find the time to refine so many pills? This was probably all she had to give him. Not much. I still have a lot for myself. Grandmother, I might have to leave for a while. The little crown princess supported the Empress Dowager's hand as they walked toward the Longevity Palace. You have to take good care of your body. When I return, if I see that grandmother has grown an extra strand of white hair, I will pluck it out for you. Fenggu burst into laughter and repeatedly nodded as she said, Crown Princess, don't worry. This servant will definitely look after Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and won't allow her to grow an extra strand of white hair. You child. The Empress Dowager glanced at Arbor with a gratified smile. Don't be fooled by this child's stoic face and icy demeanor toward others all day long. Her heart was very soft. Bang, bang, bang. Inside a remote woodshed in the vassal king of Annan's estate, after someone knocked away a protruding stone slab, a figure covered in grime abruptly rolled out from within. Cough, cough, cough. Commandery Princess Ian flicked the dust in front of her with all her might as she coughed uncomfortably several times. She then turned to look at the sobbing Sewer. Sewer. Cough, 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 Commandery Princess. Sewer hastily stepped forward to support Ian. She exclaimed, Commandery Princess, are you all right? Are you hurt? Are you hurt? I'm not hurt. Commandery Princess Ian angrily flicked away Sewer's hands as she declared angrily, simply outrageous. This Ned Cho Fu actually dared to imprison this Commandery Princess in that kind of woodshed for a day and a night. I'm not done with him. In the middle of the night, that woodshed suddenly collapsed for some reason, burying Ian for most of the night. It was only now that she finally crawled out from the pile of wood with great difficulty. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. A dignified commandery princess was actually buried in the woodshed for a night. Abominable, 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 Cho Fu, this D*MN man, not only did he have a bad character, but he also didn't even have the basic respect for his wife anymore. Just thinking about it made her furious. And angrily waved away the dust that drifted in front of her as she led Su-er toward the forecourt. Commandery princess, we had better pack up and escape quickly. Escape for what? Could it be that I, the dignified commandery princess En, would be afraid of the vassal prince of Nan? Ian rebuked angrily. No, commandery princess, right now, the vassal king of Nan's estate. Ian didn't have time to listen to Su-er's words as she arrived at the forecourt in a huff. Only then did she discover that the estate was empty. What's going on? Commandery princess En looked at Su-er in confusion. Where did everyone in this household go? A lot of people came last night and took away everyone in the vassal king of Nan's estate. Su-er explained while wiping her tears, this servant also doesn't know what happened. This servant didn't even dare to run to the front to take a look. I only heard a huge commotion while hiding in the corner. Ian had been locked up in a remote woodshed by Cho Fu, so she was unaware that she had avoided a calamity. As for Su-er, it really was all thanks to commandery princess En. After she discovered that something was amiss while hiding at the base of the wall, she quickly ran over to the woodshed to hide. Fortunately, the woodshed was very remote. The soldiers who passed by only took a few glances and left immediately after discovering that it was a woodshed. Last night, the soldiers had focused their search on their master's backyard. They had practically dug up every brick and tile, and no one knew what they were looking for. En was suspicious as she glanced at Su-er and suggested, how about you secretly go out and ask around? I will wait for you here. Su-er could only nod her head. As Ian sat in the quiet courtyard by herself, small goosebumps actually appeared on her small arms. She kept feeling the gloomy wind around her. Even sitting in the main hall made her feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, she lowered her head and looked at the small wound next to her navel. It had already been 3 days, but the wound still hadn't stopped bleeding. This made Ian feel like she had seen a ghost, and she started to feel anxious. After a few minutes, Su-er ran back in a fluster and said, Commandery princess, let's quickly pack up some valuables. We really have to escape. What exactly happened? When Ian saw her ghastly pale complexion, looking like she was about to faint, a bad premonition surfaced in her heart. After she came out, even her reliable personal maid, Ming Qian, had disappeared. It could be seen that something big must have happened at home. Commandery princess, royal notices have been posted all over the streets. Last night, the vassal prince of Nan and vassal prince Cho Fu colluded with the Shu family and the great king's son in an attempt to rebel and force the abdication. They have been captured by His Highness the Crown Prince and His 12th Highness, and have all been imprisoned in the Supreme Judiciary. They are not to be visited without a royal edict. Commandery princess Anne's eyes bulged. What? Then, what about me? The maid Su-er burst into tears. Miss, you and I have both been put on the wanted list. Our arrest notices are all over the streets, saying that we, master and servant, have absconded in fear of punishment, adding to our crimes. If we resist during the arrest process, we will be killed without mercy. Smack. Commandery princess Anne's legs gave out, and she fell heavily onto the stool. She shook her head repeatedly and said, No, Her Majesty the Queen Dowager wouldn't be so heartless. She definitely doesn't know about this matter. I want to enter the palace. I want to see the Queen Dowager. I want to see the Queen Dowager and tell her that I was completely unaware of this matter at the vassal king of Nan's estate. Commandery princess, don't be silly. How could Her Majesty the Queen Dowager not know about these wanted posters being posted all over the streets? If she wanted to help you, she would have already had the wanted posters removed, right? Ah. Commandery princess Anne slapped the table beside her forcefully. I am only a newlywed who is just married into the vassal king of Nan's estate for a few days. Why should I shoulder this blame? Why? Su-er said while wiping her tears, Miss, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's quickly return to our room and see if there's anything we can pack up. We will leave quickly after packing up. We can't stay in the Mo Kingdom capital any longer. We have to escape far away. No, I won't escape. Commandery Princess Ian declared furiously, I want to enter the palace. I want to see the Queen Dowager. I have to explain this matter to her clearly. I have been by the Queen Dowager's side for so many years, the Queen Dowager knows my character the best. Why should I be buried with those idiots from the vassal king of Anan's estate like a stray? I want to divorce the vassal prince of Anan. I have nothing to do with him at all. Su'er was both anxious and irritated. Your Highness. What else could he say? Don't forget, you are the legitimate vassal prince consort of Anan. Now, even the crown prince's 18 concubines have been thrown into prison by the great king, let alone you. The principal wife of the vassal prince of Anan. Besides, how are we going to find someone to refute this? The vassal king of Anan had indeed rebelled with his son. Now, the old vassal king and the old vassal consort's family of 3 were all in prison. As soon as you show your face, not to mention refuting, you will be arrested and executed on the spot. Ian collapsed onto the stool and cried in fury, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? God, how dare you treat me like this? From beginning to end, I never wanted to be the vassal prince consort of Anan. Why is my life so bitter? Ian was still weeping endlessly, but Su'er suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her up from the stool. Let's go, Your Highness. What are you crying for now? If you continue crying, there really won't be any more time. At this juncture of life and death, Ian was actually not as decisive as a little girl. The master and servant duo quickly ran back to their room, and they nearly fainted when they saw what happened. They were so infuriated that one Buddha ascended to the heavens and 2 Buddhas left their bodies. As it turned out, all of the rooms in the vassal king of Anan's estate had been swiftly ransacked, and the valuables had long been moved back to the royal storehouse. Right now, not even a single piece of clothing had been left behind for them. No wonder she kept hearing people going in and out in the middle of the night, rummaging through every master's court. So it turned out that they were searching for supplies buried underground. Looking at the room that had been ransacked, Ian couldn't resist covering her face and sobbing. This was truly intolerable. How could she continue living like this? What was she supposed to do when a delicate woman who had gotten used to living a life of luxury had to wander the pugilistic world like duckweed? She couldn't bear to live on when she thought of those terrifying days. On the side, Su'er's eyes flickered, and she hastily pulled Ian towards the rear door of the vassal king's estate. Commandery Princess, we can't stay here any longer. This place is not safe, and those people might come to search again. At that time, we really will have nowhere to run. Commandery Princess Ian wiped her tears as she caught up to Su'er. She lamented, Su'er, we are penniless. What are we going to do in the future? It's fine, Commandery Princess. After we pawned our jewelry and clothes, we reckon that we can still last 3 to 4 months. At that time, this servant will find a job, and it will definitely not be a problem for us to survive, Su'er said with a loyal and devoted expression. Ian was gratified. She didn't expect that Su'er would still be willing to follow her in such dire straits. Su'er took out a cloth bundle from her waist and said to Ian, Commandery Princess, let's put in the precious jewelry and bright clothes. That's right, miss, do you have any valuable magnetite on you? Let's exchange them for mystic currency as well. It will be easier to buy and sell things in the future. After we leave the vassal king of Anan's estate, please wait for this servant, Commandery Princess. This servant will go to the pawnshop to exchange for mystic currency before we continue. Commandery Princess Ian nodded. This was the only way now. She then took the bag of magnetite hanging from her waist and handed it to Su'er. She then took off the hairpins and other valuable items on her head. Now that a calamity was imminent, she could only wait for the future and plan for the long term. However, the wound next to his navel was like a hidden danger. Why didn't it heal after so many days? Commandery Princess Ian took a deep breath before sneaking out of the vassal king of Anan's estate's back door with Su'er. Fortunately, after such a major incident, no commoners dared to pass by the vicinity of the vassal king of Anan's estate. After all, everyone was in danger. Ordinary people were also worried. If they passed by the prince's mansion, they might be arrested as accomplices. The two of them took off their gorgeous clothes and purposely smeared some mud and dust on their white undergarments. They walked miserably toward the pawnshop stealthily. "Miss, wait for me here. I'll come out immediately after I pawn the items," Sewer secretly instructed. Seeing that the road was filled with patrolling soldiers, Sewer was worried and pulled her young miss into a small alley. She reached out to grab a tattered bamboo basket from the corner of the wall and wrapped it around Commandery Princess Xian's head. Sewer had the Commandery Princess squat in the corner before instructing earnestly, "Miss, you mustn't come out. I'll come back to find you immediately after exchanging mystic currency. Don't worry, these jewelry and those magnetite that you gave me can probably be exchanged for 20,000 mystic currency. It's enough for Miss to spend for a while. Sewer, hurry up. Come back quickly, don't make me wait too long." The Maycham Sewer nodded vigorously before sprinting toward the pawnshop's entrance. Xian couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw her nimble movements, carefully evading a row of patrolling soldiers, and successfully entering the pawnshop. Although the days were tough, they had to go on, right? Fortunately, Sewer treated her loyally. As long as she survived, she would have a chance to complain to Her Majesty the Queen Dowager in the future. Presumably, that elderly lady would forgive her on account of their past relationship. After all, she wasn't the one who wanted to rebel. She was just a newlywed who had just entered the vassal king of Anan's estate, yet she was implicated by the old prince and his son for no reason. She truly was too innocent, she pondered as she waited for Sewer to come out of the pawnshop. However, as time passed, Commandery Princess Xian's legs were numb from squatting, but Sewer still hadn't returned. After less than an hour, the Commandery Princess, who was wearing a tattered bamboo basket on her head, finally sensed that something was amiss. She hastily lifted the tattered bamboo basket on her head and hid in a corner. She stealthily waited for the patrolling soldiers to pass by. Then, she found an opening and hastily ran to that pawnshop across the street. However, when she entered, she saw that Sewer was nowhere to be seen. Xian hastily walked up and asked anxiously, "Shopkeeper, did a delicate and pretty young lady come to pawn a bag of magnetite and gold and jade jewelry just now?" "Oh, you're talking about that young lady. She pawned 20,000 mystic currency and left long ago." "What?" As if struck by lightning, Xian's body swayed before collapsing limply on the ground. "Sewer, that D***MN lass, actually ran off with the money. Ah, the heavens were actually treating her like this, on the second floor of a tea house in the Emo Kingdom capital. She came out. Young master, that dumb woman came out of the pawnshop. Haha, she actually only discovered a clue after such a long time. She really is dumb." Cult Master Ding, who was dressed in a gorgeous long robe, lazily leaned against the window. He glanced indifferently at Commandery Princess Xian, who was walking on the main street in a daze, and his lips curled up into a mocking smile. This servant thought that young master really didn't want Princess to return the 20,000 profound coins. "So you were waiting for it here." Bao Yan giggled and clapped her hands with a carefree expression. Previously, when young master had disguised himself as Xian Yu to get close to that Commandery Princess Xian, she had almost been disgusted to death. That Xian was two-faced. She clearly wasn't of much help to the young master, yet she dared to demand an exorbitant price, asking the young master to forgive her 20,000 yuan debt. She was simply crazy. Penniless, falling from the clouds to the bottom of the mud. "Tsk, quite pitiful," Cult Master Ding murmured. His fingers pinched the white jade cup, and he raised his head to drink the wine. "Let's go." He stood up and brushed his sleeves. His lips curled into a cold smile. Bao Yan was right. Since it wasn't of any help to him, why should he benefit from it? Bao Yan simply did not know that her young master had transferred all of his anger from Prince Mo onto Commandery Princess Xian. That's right, that's what Cult Master Ding was thinking. This Xian didn't help him to the end. She had said that she would let him enter the palace, but before he could properly speak with darling Qiao, that D***MN crown prince had rushed over. It was all this Xian's fault for not arranging everything properly. If it was her fault, then it was her fault, that's why she deserved this outcome. As for that loyal and devoted maid, Sewer, Cult Master Ding's gaze was meaningful. He wished her good luck. "Young master, don't disguise yourself as a lowly servant girl next time. It will only bury your identity." Bao Yan nagged as she followed him down the stairs. She was very disapproving of young master's disguise in order to get close to Commandery Princess Xian. It was fine if he had pretended to be Miss Xianxia, since Miss Xianxia's identity was still rather noble. But this time, in order to get close to Xian, young master actually pretended to be Su-er, that lowly servant girl. This really disgusted Bao Yan to death, that D*MN servant girl. What right did she have to dare to make young master pretend to be her? Her death was not in vain. Bao Yan's eyes flickered. 2 hours ago, Su-er, that servant girl, had hastily gone out to gather information under the Commandery Princess's urging. Just as she was about to squeeze into a small alley, Cult Master Ding, who had followed her, knocked her unconscious. Cult Master Ding squatted down with a grin and personally undid Su-er's outer garment. After a series of crackling bones shuttling back and forth, Ding Yan's body suddenly became as tall as Su-er, and his appearance also became identical to Su-er's. He unhurriedly put on Su-er's outer robe, buttoned it up, and tied his hair into the same bun as Su-er's. Only then did Cult Master Ding turn around with a smile and say to Bao Yan, who had a fuming expression, "All right, go to the tea house and wait for me. I'll come over when I'm done." "Young master, why go through so much trouble? We can just knock that Commandery Princess Xian unconscious and rob her of all her valuables." Bao Yan scoffed. "In any case, that woman only has a very low cultivation. If we want to rob her, she can only obey obediently. What do you know? What's the point of doing this?" Cult Master Ding's gaze turned cold as he gave Bao Yan a warning look. "If you continue to point fingers, don't follow me anymore." Bao Yan quickly said, "Young master, I know my mistake." It was Bao Yan's slip of the tongue. "Humph." Cult Master Ding creased his brows before suddenly chuckling. "This is what's called fun. Look, Xian originally thought that she wouldn't sink in the short term by grabbing onto the last Su-er. Who would have expected that her personal maidservant would pack up her bag and run away? Ayaya, just think of how spectacular Xian's expression would be at that time. In the future, I will have nothing. Hee hee. He really didn't know what kind of wicked taste this Cult Master Ding had. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Go to the tea house, I'll go meet Xian first. Young master, what should we do with this girl? Let her be. When she wakes up, she can leave on her own. He's also a poor child. After the young master left, the girl Bao Yan lowered her head and glanced at Su-er, who was lying on the ground. A trace of disgust and anger appeared at the corner of her mouth. She hurriedly ran onto the street and blocked a patrolling guard. "Big brother, I saw a wanted criminal over there." Night fell. Prince Mo finished giving instructions to the 12th prince in the study. He looked at him and said, "Do you remember what Big Brother said?" With a pitiful expression, Mo glanced at the Crown Prince and said, "Big brother, you really have to leave?" The Crown Prince nodded. This matter could not be delayed any longer. He had originally wanted to hold out until he personally saw his little fellow climb the heavenly stairway, but from the looks of it now, it was clearly too late. These are the edicts of the Hidden Night Pavilion and the Dragon's Saliva Guard. Keep them well." Mo Lian tossed 2 jade pendants into Mou's hand. "Big brother, please reconsider. You're really not afraid that I'll squander away all the good things you've left in my hands?" Mou gazed pitifully at his older brother with a mournful expression that said, "Please don't go." Prince Mo couldn't help but laugh and flicked his head. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you think I don't know how capable you are? Yu Xiu will lead 7 members of the Hidden Night Pavilion to escort Zhou to the middle 6 prefectures. The remaining people will be under your command from now on. Properly preserve the token and make good use of it. These resources in your hands will be your future reliance. Big brother, how about you bring me along with you?" Mou continued to plead. "When your cultivation reaches the 13th level and you comprehend the power of the 5 spirits, Big brother will bring you along." "Really?" Mou's eyes brightened. "Big brother, then it's a deal." Mo Lian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After exhorting a few more words, she then said to him seriously, Did you have any comprehension from leading the army this time?" Mou nodded and said, "The vassal prince of Anan is an expert at commanding troops. If it weren't for Yu Xiu and Hui Fan helping me afterward, the vassal prince might have escaped." Don't worry, big brother. Will definitely properly learn from General Shi during this trip to the barracks. Mo Lian nodded with gratification in her eyes. You will follow General Shi to the border to guard the border this time. Second young master Shi will also accompany you. Although second young master is sickly and frail, he has his own unique points in commanding troops and arranging formations. You must not be ashamed to ask for guidance, understand? Amen, big brother, you will. Holding his younger brother's hand, Crown Prince Mo sat down beside the table with him. After eldest brother leaves, you have to visit royal mother frequently. You mustn't be like before, running away everywhere like a wild monkey and worrying royal mother deeply. Got it, big brother. Mo's eyes reddened, and he suddenly hugged Prince Mo. Big brother, you must remember to come back. Truly a silly child. Big brother is only leaving home for a period of time. I'll come back no matter what in 3 to 5 years. What are you crying for? A man bleeds, not tears. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Mou hurriedly got up and wiped the corners of her eyes. Imperial Mother must have a lot to say to you. I'll leave first. He was worried that if he continued to stay here, he would be like his mother, hugging his big brother and crying. If that happened, where would he put his little face? Mo Lian stood up to welcome her and led Queen Zhao to the small table to sit down. Empress Zhao dismissed the servants. As soon as she saw her son, her tears fell uncontrollably. Mo Lian hurriedly stepped forward and obediently knelt in front of his mother. He softly comforted her, Imperial Mother, your son will only be away from home for a period of time. It's not like I won't be coming back. Don't be sad, okay? Empress Zhao wailed, my child, Imperial Mother knew that this day would come. When your father told me this morning, I couldn't believe my ears. It turns out that the elders of the Divine Land had found you long ago. Why didn't you tell me anything? It's just a small matter. There's no need to bother me. Imperial Mother, I promise you that I'll come back in at most 5 years, at least 3 years, okay? Empress Zhao choked with sobs. My child, do you know that although you're not my biological child, I watched you grow up little by little. From Tuanzi's age, you grew up to be such an excellent young man. I've engraved my child in my bones and blood. Mother and son are connected by heart. If you leave now, you're gouging out my heart. The Crown Prince walked up to Empress Zhao on his knees and held her hand as he said softly, Mom, I promise you that no matter how many difficulties and obstacles await me in the future, I will always remember you. I will always remember that father and mother are waiting for me at home. I will definitely come back with my wife. Empress Zhao hugged her son and bawled loudly. Mom was muddle-headed. Mom didn't like your wife at the start. I always felt that she was cold and heartless and didn't even smile at her elders. How could Mom be so muddle-headed as to fancy a woman like Ian who has a Buddha's mouth but a snake's heart? It wasn't until that day at Yating Court that Mom realized that your wife, that girl, is actually a good child even though she is cold on the outside and not good with words. What was the use of Ian's glib tongue to amuse her? When danger came, it was still that little stoic daughter-in-law of hers who saved her. The little stoic was just a person of few words. Rather than bickering, the little stoic used practical actions to express herself. This was the difference. One was gaudy and unrealistic, while the other was practical and kind-hearted. Empress Zhao was only regretting that she didn't build a good relationship with her youngest daughter-in-law from the start. Now that her daughter-in-law was about to leave, she didn't have a chance to get along well with her. She couldn't help but feel sad when she thought of this. Jojo, this child, is also leaving in a few days. Mom doesn't feel good about not being able to get along with her. Mom, don't be sad. No matter where we go, you are Jojo's and my greatest concern. Besides, Jojo won't be leaving for a few days. Mom will bring Jojo around these few days. Mom, I'm telling you, it's the easiest if you don't want to see Jojo's stoic face. You just have to tell her, daughter-in-law, since you're about to leave, just smile for Mom. She'll definitely smile. Empress Zhao glanced at her son and pointed at his forehead with a smile through her tears. You're always teasing your mom. While the mother and son were chatting, Xiaomu also made 3 consecutive promises in front of her parents. She promised to return home within 3 years, she promised to send a message back within half a year, and she also promised that she absolutely wouldn't get hurt. Wei Ziqin asked Qiao Zhongbang to open the ancestral hall, and the couple brought Arbor to Long Chuyun. "Child, you have to keep the jade pendant that mother gave you. That's the symbol of the Mu family's status." Qiao Mu pursed her lips noncommittally, but she did not refute. She would never take the initiative to get in touch with the Mu family of the Divine Prefecture. These so-called relatives, hey, mother doesn't care what you think in your heart. In short, promise mother that you must not be angry with your biological mother, okay? Mother, I'm not angry at her. Then why didn't you take the initiative to visit her these days? Wei Ziqing glanced at her daughter's stubborn side profile and suddenly reached out to pull her into her arms. Mother knows that you're upset, but mother wants you to face it, okay? Arbor nodded. Mother, what happened to Long Chuyun? Why was I implicated by her? I'll face all these and find out the truth. Mother, don't worry, those people from the Mu family can't hurt me anymore. Because before they hurt her, she would let them die. Wei Ziqing's heart trembled, and she and her husband Qiao Zhongbang looked at each other. The couple was baffled, and a bad premonition emerged in their hearts. Why did their daughter have such a murderous look when she talked about the Mu family? Was this okay? 976 Arbor didn't know if she was good or not, but she didn't have a good impression of the Mu family. How she would treat them in the future would depend on how they treated her. Moreover, she was bound to meet Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, Gung Pengcheng, on this trip to the middle 6 prefectures. At that time it would be clear who was the god and who was the ghost. At the end of the quiet hill, Arbor stood there with Hai Tang. Arbor didn't move, and her gaze fell on Hai Tang, who was digging the soil. After digging deeply, Hai Tang quickly dug out the coffin of the great king's consort. She turned to Arbor and said, "This isn't good, Crown Princess." Of course, digging a grave wasn't good, but it depended on whose grave she was digging. Open it. Arbor glanced indifferently at Hai Tang. This child was a blockhead. She didn't talk much, and every time she spoke, she would be in a daze. No matter how much she disapproved of her master, she would obediently complete the task. Hai Tang cupped her hands 3 times at the coffin before opening it. She was very fast. With a light pat on the coffin lid, the nails on the coffin lid flew up and bounced to the side. The coffin lid opened, revealing 1 adult and 3 children. 4 pale faces were revealed. If normal people saw this, they would probably be greatly shocked and scared half to death. However, Qiao Mu's expression did not change in the slightest, without the slightest ripple. Hai Tang picked up a sword and was about to stab it into the coffin. Arbor couldn't help but twitch her mouth. "Stop, what are you doing?" Hai Tang turned to look at her blankly, her little face full of confusion. "Crown Princess, didn't you dig up the grave of the great king's consort to kill the corpses and whip them out?" "Arbor, I have no grudges with them, why would I do that?" Qiao Mu gazed at Hai Tang exasperatedly. "Moreover, even if you have enmity and grudges, you can just take revenge when you're still alive. Why do you have to compete with a corpse? Boring." The little crown princess naturally had her pride. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flashed slightly. She wondered if Ian was doing well. The little crown princess's lips curled into a sneer. He dared to show off his culinary skills in front of her to please the queen, and even dared to insult her to her face. Naturally, he had to pay the price. He wondered if she had been feeling unwell recently after eating the pastries with added ingredients. The funniest thing was that the sumaru seed that Ian had placed inside the jasper begonia to trick the queen dowager had been turned into medicinal powder and given to Commandery Princess Ian to eat. This kind of poisonous powder had a very strange use. Once a person's body was injured, the wound would never heal. If it wasn't detoxified within half a month, the wound would fester and spread until there was no blood left. Poison? Poison is right. Didn't they know that she would get angry if they kept coveting her men? Hai Tang blinked. Then Crown Princess, why exactly are you digging up graves? The little Crown Princess walked up and squatted down in front of the great king's consort. She pried open her lips and poured down 2 mouthfuls of the medicinal liquid. She then poked her throat with 2 fingers, and that medicinal liquid slowly trickled down. Hai Tang looked at her little crown princess in shock. She wouldn't be so bored as to ask the crown princess if she wanted to poison the great king's consort again. the crown princess wouldn't be so bored. The little crown princess definitely had her reasons for doing this. However, she didn't know what the crown princess meant by this. Ah? Cough, cough, cough. 977 Looking at the great king's princess consort who suddenly choked and coughed while struggling to sit up, Haitang was even more fearful. Even though Haitang was skilled and daring, she couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before her. Not good, the great king's princess consort has turned into a corpse. Haitang held her sword and blocked in front of the crown princess. Didn't I say it couldn't be buried? Look at how fierce it is. The moment the coffin is opened, the corpse will rise. In today's world, everyone was used to cremating corpses to prevent the corpse from mutating and coming out to harm people again. Talk, crown princess. The great king's princess consort coughed and called out softly. Heavens, the great king's princess consort could actually still speak. What was going on? Could it be that the great king's princess consort wasn't dead at all? Haitang looked at the little crown princess in shock, only to see her pouring that bottle of medicinal liquid into the mouth of the three children. Very quickly, the three children also woke up one after another and timidly nestled beside Shu Quan, their faces filled with fear. Don't be afraid. Shu Quan hugged the three children and comforted them as she hurriedly got up to bow to Arbor. No need to be so courteous. Arbor waved her hand and excused Shu Quan from bowing. Haitang muttered at the side, Crown Princess, so the bottle of medicine you gave to the great king's princess consort that day was a fake bottle of poison. Ah. What fake? It's genuine, it's throat-sealing poison. Could a fake one deceive so many imperial physicians? The poison was naturally real, but she also had a way to bring someone back to life within 2 days. Xiaomu swept this dull-witted fellow a glance. She was also present that day and saw her hand a bottle of poison to Shu Quan with her own eyes. At that time, this lass even asked her with a straight face why she helped Shu Quan. The little crown princess thought that this silly lass had completely understood her intentions, but she didn't expect that, Was it really a good idea to keep such a strange child by his side? This servant thought that you didn't want the eldest prince consort and her child to suffer the pain of being imprisoned. That was why you agreed to help at the beginning and gave them a bottle of poison so that they could die quickly. After that, when she learned that the great king's son was also involved in the conspiracy, the crown princess became angrier and angrier. She immediately wanted to dig up a grave and whip the corpse to vent her anger on the great king's son. Haitang scratched her head. Arbor was speechless. This guy's way of thinking seemed to be different from others. Is it really a good thing for you to imagine your own master like this? That was why she was holding the sword and preparing to chop the corpse with a serious face. She really thought that her master wanted to go back on her words and whip the corpse. I didn't think that the crown princess would really save them. Haitang said blankly. Actually, when the great king's son's consort came to find her master that day, she didn't understand this situation at all. The two masters spoke without rhyme or reason, so she stood at the side and only watched and listened without saying anything. When she saw the crown princess give the great king's son's consort a bottle of medicine and the great king's son's consort thanked her with tears in her eyes, she imagined the plot. What was wrong with that? All right, turn around. Master didn't want to talk to a fellow like you who imagined too much. Haitang obediently turned around and faced Arbor with the back of her head. Master, when you leave, call this subordinate. Arbor, did the crown prince throw such a silly person to her side just to be funny? The great king's son's consort pulled the three children up and lowered her head slightly with tears in her eyes. Thank you, crown princess, for your help. Shu Quan has nothing else to ask for in this life. Today, I will lead the three children far away from the Mo kingdom capital and go to the mountains and countryside to spend the rest of my life there. The great king's consort held the three children and bowed toward Arbor again. Shu Quan definitely won't cause trouble for the crown princess, please be at ease. Arbor nodded and handed her a bag of mystic currency. Take the things in the coffin with you. Take good care of the children in the future and don't return to the capital by any means. Yes. Arbor nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. He turned around and called for Haitang to leave together. Shu Quan tightly embraced the three children and gratefully glanced at Xiaomu's back a few more times. She had one son and 2 daughters of her first wife. The oldest daughter was no more than 10 years old, and the youngest daughter was only 7 years old. They were at the age of flower buds, so she naturally couldn't let them lose their lives innocently because of the great king's consort's stupidity. Cheng-er, let's go. Shu Quan tugged at her 8-year-old son's arm. The boy clenched his fists and suddenly flung her hand away. He roared at Shu Quan, "Mother, where are you taking us? Why do we have to run away? Don't ask too much." Shu Quan covered her son's noisy mouth and held back her tears. "Child, from now on, us 4 mother and son will depend on each other for survival. Our days won't necessarily be worse than before." "How can our days be better than before?" Although Imochen was young, he was very astute. "Mother, everything you said before was a lie, right? Father didn't oppose at all, right?" "Wrong. Your father colluded with the vassal king of Annan and the Shu family to force an abdication and rebel. This is an established fact." An icy voice suddenly came from behind the tree. "Royal father has already decreed that the vassal king of Annan and his vassal prince instigated a rebellion and stripped him of his title as the vassal king of Annan. As for brother great king and the entire Shu estate, all the direct descendants and collateral branches will be implicated. Although the servants can be spared the death penalty, they will be exiled to the western wilderness. These are all crimes committed by the vassal king of Annan colluding with the great king's son." The cold voice was heard clearly again. Shu Quan's entire body trembled, and she turned her head to look in horror. The crown prince was wearing an ink-colored imperial robe. He wore a fan-shaped jade pendant under a sky-blue dragon-patterned belt around his waist. His jet-black hair stood on end like a waterfall. Just by standing there, he exuded an endless pressure, making it hard for others to raise their heads and look at him directly. Shu Quan was extremely flustered. She hurriedly reached out to grab the 3 children and said to them, Quickly greet your Uncle Wang." The 2 little princesses hurriedly knelt down and saluted. However, the son of the great king's first wife, Imochen, had an unyielding appearance despite his young age. He raised his head and pursed his lips, stubbornly standing with his back straight and unmoving. "I don't bow to my enemies." Shu Quan was both anxious and angry. She was anxious because her son didn't know the severity of his words. She was angry because Consort Qing raised her youngest son by her side and taught him to have such an arrogant temperament. At the juncture of life and death, he still dared to be so stupid. He was simply foolish beyond compare. "Eldest sister-in-law, you're a smart person." This woman actually knew to seek help from the crown princess early in the morning. Who would normally not interact with the crown princess much know that this little fellow was actually a cold-faced but warm-hearted person who attached great importance to her promises. Normal people would most likely beat a retreat when they saw the little crown princess' cold face. Yet Shu Quan knew to take a risk out of desperation. She had staked everything on the little fellow, and as expected, she succeeded. This wife of the great king's son was overly intelligent, which made people uneasy. This kind of person who knew how to lay low and conceal herself would ultimately be a disaster if left alive. Shu Quan had been paying attention to the crown prince's every move, and when she saw his eyes suddenly turn cold and slightly raise his hand, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. "No, Your Highness. Please be magnanimous and show mercy. Let my children live. They are innocent, Your Highness." "There are no innocents under the royal authority," Mo Lian coldly said. "Winners are kings and losers are bandits. The great king's brother lost, so he has to pay the price. Letting the tiger return to the mountain would only invite fire to burn oneself. He had never been a kind-hearted person. Especially this 8-year-old child in front of him, whose eyes were currently leaping with flames of hatred. How could he let it go? Once the seed of hatred was buried deep in one's heart, it would eventually grow into a towering tree one day. Once it was instigated and used by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences would be unthinkable. Before he left this star field, he had to pave a smooth path for his 12th brother. Anything that could become his stumbling block, he would eliminate it without hesitation. Don't say that he was ruthless, it was just that their standpoints were different. Suddenly, Shu Quan picked up a thick tree branch from the ground, and under everyone's unexpected gazes, she ruthlessly struck at her own son. She grabbed Imochen and abruptly smashed his knee a few times. Until that child's left knee fractured and fainted from the pain. "Your Highness, please show mercy." Shu Quan can take these children and personally write an oath binding the heavenly law. In the future, they will definitely not become a tool for someone with ulterior motives. I will also properly teach Ching and absolutely won't let him repeat the mistakes of his past and follow in his father's footsteps, coveting things that he shouldn't covet. Shu Quan's hair was disheveled and her entire body was soaked. She heavily knocked her head on the ground, and a bulging mystic coin pouch fell from her chest with a bang. The crown prince's gaze fell on that brocade pouch embroidered with an ugly lotus flower, and his gaze softened. Ever since the little guy learned how to embroider lotus flowers, he liked to embroider lotus flowers on his sleeves, neck, pockets, and even socks. The crown prince gazed deeply at Shu Quan, then his gaze fell on Mo Cheng's left leg without any warmth. Shu Quan was very smart. It seemed that the child's leg could not be cured in the future. As a cripple, it was naturally impossible for him to reach the top and sit on the throne. He had lost the value of being used by others, so naturally, it was impossible for him to be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Shu Quan was trying to make him feel at ease. The crown prince glanced at her indifferently and nodded. I hope you'll take care of yourself. Huifeng led a dozen or so people behind the crown prince, and when they heard this, they couldn't help but be startled and look up at their crown prince. However, the crown prince had already turned around to leave. Huifeng and the others exchanged glances before quickly following after him. Your Highness, are you going to let the great king's son off just like that? Mo Lian nodded with an indifferent expression. Thinking of the bulging profound coin pouch embroidered with lotus flowers, she sighed and muttered to herself, it's better not to disappoint her. If his stoic-faced darling wanted to save someone, then she would save him. But Your Highness, Mo Lian abruptly turned to glance at Huifeng. When Mo Cheng comes of age, kill him without mercy if he makes any strange movements. Shu Quan, Shu Quan, you mustn't disappoint my darling. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. A harsh glint flitted through the crown prince's eyes for a fleeting moment. Pala, after a crisp sound, a perfectly good tea set was swept to the ground, turning into broken porcelain pieces. Your Highness. A person who looked like a shopkeeper stood in front of Mo Lu, trembling with fear and trepidation, and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The properties under our name have been forcefully destroyed or seized by a mysterious force one after another. Now, we don't have much income every day. If this continues, I'm afraid that we won't last half a month before, we won't be able to make ends meet. Despicable. Mo Lu slapped the table and cursed, if I find out who's doing this behind our backs, I definitely won't let them off. Oh? You really don't know who's targeting you? A cold and desolate voice immediately drifted in from outside the window. Mo Lu's entire body stiffened. This voice was like a nightmare, so he naturally couldn't forget it. Mo Lu retracted the horrified expression on his face and hastily greeted with a smile. Mo Lu didn't know that Your Highness the Crown Prince was gracing us with his presence. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. Prince Mo stepped into the study with a smile and shot a glance at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately sensibly retreated several steps and bowed in salute. Your Highness the Crown Prince, second prince, this humble one will take his leave first. The second prince only felt his back drenched in cold sweat. How could he be in the mood to pay attention to a shopkeeper's words? After nodding absent-mindedly, the shopkeeper also felt his entire body abruptly turn cold, and he hastily jogged out the door. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief, as if he had escaped from the gates of hell. Take it for second royal brother to look over, the crown prince said coldly. Huifeng quickly stepped forward and unfolded an oath, flattening it before placing it in front of Mo Lu. When Mo Lu saw it, he couldn't help but tremble in anger. Crown Prince, what do you mean by this? Second royal brother doesn't even understand this? This oath clearly stated that Mo Lu must not covet Northern Mo's right to inherit the throne for the rest of his life and was willing to be an idle prince. I'm doing this for royal brother's sake. Mo Lian said indifferently, rather than having unrealistic thoughts like brother great king, why don't this crown prince give it to you and completely sever this thought, ensuring your safety for the rest of your life? You. Mo Lu's face twisted as he laughed awkwardly. Crown Prince, you must be joking. Mo Lu has never had such disrespectful thoughts. Northern Mo naturally only has one crown prince, and that is you. Mo Lian coldly glanced at him. I made a deal with the Rakshasa ghost sect master. The one who wants to buy this prince's life is actually you, right? Mo Lu immediately broke out in a cold sweat like a waterfall. He really didn't expect the crown prince to be so blunt. When this crown prince was trapped in Bailon City and was tragically attacked by tens of thousands of corpses, brother great king, that fool, jumped out first, causing royal father to mistakenly believe that he was the one who did it. Actually, second imperial brother is the one who hides the deepest. Mo Lian smiled at him and said, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to secretly nurture Wei Somethingly for so long just to have her hide by my side. TSK, you're so shrewd that it makes me shudder. This crown prince has the evidence of you bribing the Rakshasa ghost sect to assassinate me. The crown prince's expression was indifferent as his gaze landed on that piece of paper. See if you want to sign this oath. If you sign it, the grudges between us will be written off. And if you don't sign it? The crown prince curled his lips. At this time tomorrow, the great king will have a complete set of evidence of second royal brother hiring someone to murder younger brother in front of him. Second Prince Mo Lu's entire body trembled, and he hastily stepped forward to pick up his brush. With a swish, he signed his name on the oath and stamped his blood seal. Very good. The crown prince nodded and took the oath to put it away. He coldly glanced at Mo Lu. After this, 12th brother will go to the military camp to gain experience for a while. I hope that you will think carefully before you make any moves. The so-called restrictions of heavenly law aren't just empty words to scare people. Even this crown prince can't do anything about heavenly law, let alone ants like you. After saying this, the crown prince led Huifeng out of second Prince Mo Lu's study without looking back. When he stepped out of the door, his footsteps paused, but he didn't turn back. He merely coldly said, I'm letting you off for royal father's sake. You should be thankful that you have a loving father. Prince Mo coldly tossed this sentence before walking out the door. The old great king was already pitiful enough after sending away his eldest son. If he also lost his second son, his body probably wouldn't be able to bear it. He was purely thinking for royal father. Otherwise, Mo Lian stepped out of the second prince's study and looked up at the horizon. She sighed softly in her heart, it's time to bid farewell to Jojo. Inside the main hall of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, Xiao Zhongbang glared at his youngest daughter, Xiao Lin, who was dressed in men's clothing and energetically jumped out. He fumed with rage and glared at her. What are you doing? Hurry and change out of these nondescript clothes you're wearing. Father, I already told sister. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to the military camp with younger brother to gain experience. If I want to embark on the path of the strong, I must learn to be independent and strong. Of course, the most important thing is still to take care of Xiao Senior. Xiao San changed into a spirited riding outfit and made a face at Xiao Lin. It's not certain who's going to take care of who. The little monk bit on a small handkerchief and looked pitifully at Arbor as he sniffled. Arbor hugged little Baldy and comforted him. Hey, before the old monk left, he told me that he would come back to pick you up in 3 years. After the new year, let's count it as 1 year. Now, there are only 2 years left. The old monk will definitely come to find you. The little monk was sobbing. Arbor looked down at him and touched his little bald head. Don't cry. I promise you that I'll be back within 3 years. The journey to the 6 prefectures continent will be difficult and dangerous. I can't bring you along. You stay at home, study hard, and cultivate diligently. I guarantee that you will see me soon. The little monk sobbed for a while and nodded his head pitifully. Wei Zichin's eyes also reddened. All the children had to leave home. Xiaosan was still so young, and Xiao Lin'er was just a child. She didn't know if they could take good care of themselves. Mother, a baby eagle must spread its wings and fly high in order to grow into a male eagle in the future. Don't worry, I'll take good care of younger brother along the way. The crown prince heard this the moment he entered the room. He looked at Xiao Lin's youthful attire and couldn't help but smile. Mother, you really don't have to worry. Although Xiaosan is going to the military camp to gain experience, I've arranged for people to take care of him along the way. And he'll be accompanying you on this trip. The crown prince glanced at Xiao Lin halfway through his sentence. Xiao Lin, have you really decided? Broken dreams? It wasn't a joke for women to enter the military camp, and there were many inconveniences involved. Of course, Xiaolin abilities naturally weren't weak. At the age of 11 or 12, she was about to break through to become a level 8 mystic cultivator. These two sisters were both monstrous figures. Xiaolin raised her small head. Brother-in-law, sister has already agreed. Darling Qiao had already agreed, so the crown prince naturally had no objections. The crown prince summoned Huifeng and had him give the oath to Emosher for safekeeping. After exchanging a few words with Qiao Zhongbang, Wei Ziqin, and the others, they had dinner before bidding farewell to everyone and returning to the palace. The entire journey, the little fellow sat in the carriage sullenly and didn't utter a word. When the crown prince saw this, he couldn't help but chuckle as he reached out to rub her head. Didn't we agree? Jojo can't not be happy. I'll definitely go to Shuntian Prefecture to find you within 5 months. I won't go back on my word. Arbor nudged to his side and tilted her head to glance at him. You're leaving today? The crown prince nodded. Right away. Then you won't be able to watch me climb the celestial stairway. Unhappy, normally, when this person appeared in front of her all day long, she truly didn't think much of it. But now, knowing that he was about to leave, she didn't feel good in her heart. It was as if she was empty, as if something was missing. She just wasn't happy. The crown prince reached out to tuck a strand of hair from her forehead behind her head. He cupped her small face and leaned close to her, gently and slowly planting a kiss on her lips. Jojo, take good care of yourself. Let me be at ease, okay? Arbor snuggled into his embrace and reached out to hug his waist with a pair of small paws. You also have to promise me to stay away from danger. You can't let yourself get hurt, and you can't take risks to save time. Upon hearing this, Mo Lian nodded and simply reached out to carry her onto his lap. Wrapping his arms around her body, he rested his head next to her neck and rubbed it. He sighed softly and said, What to do? I haven't left yet, but I already miss you so much. How about, you put me in a storage talisman and bring me along? Darling Xiaolin's eyes lit up as she turned to look at him. Prince Mo glanced at the little fellow's serious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. This little thing had an expression that said, you can put me in your pocket and take me away. It was so cute. I can't hide it from the Heavenly Tao. If the Heavenly Tao finds out that I brought a helper, do you think it will punish me even more severely? Liar. Arbor puffed up his cheeks and glanced at him. You just won't take me. The crown prince hugged her helplessly and comforted her gently. Anne, I don't want to bring you there. There are too many unknowns. I can't risk you. I can't bear to, the crown prince murmured, his arms tightening. Jojo, you have to be good. The carriage entered the Eastern Palace, and the two got off hand in hand. Taking advantage of the moonlight, they strolled slowly on the colorful stone path. The two of them held hands, their shadows entwined under the moonlight. After strolling around the Eastern Palace's little garden, Miss Qiao did not feel like resting and asked him to accompany her for another 2 rounds. Are you tired? How about I carry you on my back? Arbor thought it was a good idea. Lying on top of him, she nuzzled her head next to his neck and said in a muffled voice, Hubby, let's not leave today, okay? Okay, we'll leave tomorrow morning. I'll stay with you tonight. Mo Lian softly responded. If you're tired, then sleep. No. If she woke up, this person would not be by her side. Arbor snuggled against his neck and exhaled. What if you don't come to Shuntian Manor on time to find me? I won't. Mo Lian looked certain as she tilted her head slightly to look at him. I keep my promises to you. I said if. The little fellow persisted. If you don't come out on time, then I'll go to the Tower of Punishment to find you. Mo Lian nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Then you and Rotten Peach Blossom have to work hard together. Strive to be released early and come out to see me together. Arbor gave a small yawn and wrapped her arms around his slender neck. She muttered to herself, I miss you too, Lian. He hasn't left yet, but she's already thinking about him. Mo Lian turned to look at the little fellow on her shoulder. She smiled warmly and raised her hand to rub the back of the little fellow's head. That night, the crown prince didn't sleep at all, staring blankly at the little girl in his arms. It wasn't until dawn that he absent-mindedly regained his senses and looked at the white horizon as the sun slowly rose. He stuffed something into her palm and kissed her forehead. Only then did he release her hand and leave the room. He walked alone to a door that descended from the sky. Before entering the door, he turned to look deeply at the tightly shut door and secretly said in his heart, "Jojo, wait for me." He followed the door and suddenly disappeared from heaven and earth. Arbor seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes. She subconsciously grabbed something in her hand and lowered her head. It turned out to be a palm-sized jade sculpture that was carved very vividly. A pair of beautiful phoenix eyes seemed to sparkle, blinking under the morning light. The little fellow frowned and her little face scrunched up. Holding the small sculpture in her hand, she didn't even bother to put on her outer robe and quickly rushed out the door. It was quiet outside the door and that fellow's figure was nowhere to be seen. The little fellow felt a little wronged and pursed her little mouth. She tightly held the small sculpture in her hand and stared with slightly red eyes at the empty space outside the room. It was clearly a sunny and beautiful day, but Jojo's heart was not feeling well. She returned to her room dejectedly and sat down for a while. Only then did she slowly wash up like an old cow dragging a broken cart. The crown prince's sudden departure shook the court greatly. Although he had made ample preparations, his departure made many old officials feel as if the sky was about to collapse. Even though the great king had repeatedly assured him that the crown prince was only going to the 6 prefectures to seek a higher level of cultivation, and that he would return in due time, he was certain that the crown prince would return. However, the courtiers were still listless and did not have the energy to work. He felt as if the soul of the entire Mo kingdom had been sucked away with the departure of the crown prince. Even with the Empress Dowager assisting the great king in handling state affairs, the old great king, who was used to enjoying life, had suffered a lot these days. Mo Shi and his group left with the prestige general Shi Guangfeng. Other than the second young master, Shi Guangyun, even the third young master, Shi Guangjin, was taken away. Arbor didn't know that third young master Shi Guangjin, this sentimental person, had asked Celestial Medicine Valley's Wenren Ningjing for medicine when Wu family's eldest miss Wu Xiaosu was dying. However, when Wenren Ningjing saw Wu Xiaosu's condition, she only said 4 words, "No medicine works." When third young master Shi Guang saw that his sweetheart had died a tragic death, he immediately wanted to make trouble for Qiao Mu. However, he was stopped by second young master Shi Guanyun, who had outstanding insight. When his father, Duke Qing, found out about the situation, he gave his youngest son a good beating and didn't want to care about his life or death. However, his eldest brother, Shi Guangfeng, took pity on this brainless third brother and was worried that he would be beaten to death by his father. Thus, he pleaded for him and said that he should take him to the military camp to gain experience and let him grow into a real man. From now on, he would be indomitable and would no longer be distracted by love and so on. Only then did he take the third young master away. Of course, Arbor naturally didn't know about these things. However, even if she knew, she would only sneer. Fortunately, everyone in Duke Qing's estate was intelligent. If everyone was like this third young master, Shi Guangjin, then Duke Qing's estate wouldn't exist for long. These 2 days, no matter how badly the great king was overwhelmed, the little crown princess still ate and drank as usual. However, there was one thing: her mother-in-law, Her Highness Empress Zhao, came to invite her every day and strolled here and there. It was as if she had to cultivate a good relationship with her in these 2 days. This mother-in-law of hers seemed to be happy and cheerful every day. However, when Arbor took out the little jade figure carved by Mo Lian and placed it in front of her mother-in-law, Empress Zhao immediately hugged the little jade sculpture and bawled. Arbor originally had a taut little face and let her cry bitterly. However, after crying for a quarter of an hour, her makeup was ruined and she looked quite pitiful. She stepped forward and hesitated for a while before reaching out and hooking her arm around Empress Zhao's shoulder. She patted her and said, "Don't worry, I will bring him back soon." If the Tower of Punishment didn't let him go, she would go find him. After finding him, she would tear down the tower. With this thought in mind, Arbor's gaze became even more resolute as she nodded. "Amen, let's do it this way." "Mother misses him," Empress Zhao cried until her handkerchief was wet. She tightly held the little Mo Lian jade sculpture and didn't let go. Arbor wanted to take the jade carving back, but seeing her holding it so tightly, there was a hint of sadness on her face. The little fellow's eyebrows twitched slightly, and she said proudly, "Forget it, I'll give this jade carving to you." "Really, daughter-in-law?" Empress Zhao wiped her tears and looked up at her while holding the jade carving. Arbor nodded gloomily. Yeah. He didn't want to give it away, however, when he saw how much she missed her son and thought of his mother, Jojo's heart softened. Empress Zhao's tears turned into laughter. She used her sleeve to gently wipe away her tears. Thinking of the crown prince's words, she couldn't help but feel moved. Suddenly, she grabbed Xiaoxiao's hand and said softly, "Daughter-in-law, mother hasn't seen you smile for so long. You're about to leave, can't you smile at mother and let mother have some thoughts?" The little stoic's face was taut with a solemn expression. Empress Zhao saw this little lady blink as if she had worked hard for a long time before a stiff smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Empress Zhao really burst into laughter this time. She reached out to hold the child's hand and lamented, "Daughter-in-law, mother really regrets missing such a long time and not being able to get along with you properly. Mother is muddle-headed and only looks at the surface. I've lived for so many years in the depths of the palace, but I'm still so naive. I hope you can forgive mother," Empress Zhao said softly. "Also, mother still owes you a thank you." "No need," the little fellow replied stiffly and said dryly, "We're a family, there's no need for this." Queen Zhao smiled. This time, the normal passageway to the middle 6 prefectures that opened once every 10 years opened above the Mo Kingdom capital. Thus, some cultivators who came after hearing the news, regardless of whether they came to watch the excitement or actually planned to climb the stairway to heaven, had already gathered in the Mo Kingdom capital 2 to 3 days ago. Wei Nanfeng and Bai Li she didn't return. The two actually also planned to climb the stairway to heaven and head to Shuntian Prefecture. When Xiaomi heard that her older cousin Bai Li she was going to abandon her and head to Shuntian Prefecture, she immediately burst into tears and hugged Bai Li she's arm, repeatedly saying, "Don't go ah." Her crying made Bai Li she's scalp numb, and he hastily withdrew his hand, wanting to run away and avoid her at any moment. Arbor stepped forward and pulled up the bawling Xiaomi. He glared at Bai Li she and Wei Nanfeng, asking, "What are you two thinking? I didn't hear you two mention leaving Sikong planet before." Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but smile wryly. "Actually, I already had this plan a long time ago. In this world, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. In order to better protect the country, I feel that I need to continue improving myself. Otherwise, I don't even understand that zombies aren't natural disasters but man-made disasters. A lifetime will pass in a muddle." Bai Li she was even more blunt. Mo Lian is already so strong that she can cast aside all worldly affairs and seek the right path for cultivation. Why can't we do the same? Xiaomi immediately burst into tears and shouted with all her might, I'm going to. Wei Nanfeng rolled his eyes at her. "What are you going for? Back then, I told you to cultivate properly. How could you listen? You're a measly level 6 mystic cultivator, so you naturally can't climb the stairway to heaven. Alright." Seeing her crying like a flood, Arbor couldn't help but tug at her sleeve. "We'll be back very soon." "That's right. Parting is only temporary. No matter where we go, Sikong Planet's continent will forever be our home." Liang Qingqing, who was dressed in a simple cyan satin short robe and a pair of high boots, walked out in high spirits and smiled at Xiaomi being able to have little junior sister Liang, brother Wei, and brother Bai Li accompany me to climb the stairway to heaven is truly a great joy in life. Situi smiled and said, "Regardless of whether we can reach the end of the stairway to heaven tomorrow, at least we tried our best." "Me too." Doya appeared at the entrance of the flower pavilion in a red dress and smiled at Arbor. "Senior sister Doya, you've come out of seclusion." It seemed that Doya's breakthrough was rather smooth, and she had now successfully advanced to become a level 13 mystic cultivator. "Very good." Situi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "In this situation, I must drink a few cups to express the joy in my heart." Wei Nanfeng nodded and ordered someone to bring over strong liquor. Everyone shared a drink. Arbor put down his cup and said to Wei Nanfeng, "Bai Moi has cleaned up the distribution of Heavenly Fate's forces on Sikong Planet these past few days, and he's dug out 20 to 30 strongholds of various sizes. How are things on your side?" "That's about the same. This organization should have suffered a great loss on our continent. I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything in the near future. The path to completely purging Heavenly Fate's people is long and dangerous. Situi smiled and raised his cup. But there will come a day when we will completely annihilate them and make them disappear from our home forever. That's right. At that time, our Seacone planet will definitely return to its original state. Everyone raised their cups again and downed the wine in their cups. It was noon. The entire sky above Seacone planet was enveloped by an auspicious aura. Arbor looked up at the sky, feeling that today's weather was especially bright, beautiful, and refreshing. She quietly stood at the side of the long street, and her entire person could feel the current intense atmosphere. Large streets and small alleys were crowded with crowds of spectators. If not for the guards on both sides guarding the large crowd of ordinary people, giving them a place to stand, they probably would have been swamped by the crowd long ago. Wei Nanfeng stepped forward and said, "It's already noon. I wonder when the stairway to heaven will descend." Logically speaking, the stairway to heaven has always appeared at noon in the past, Situi also muttered. But now that the time was almost over, the stairway to heaven actually hadn't appeared yet. He kept feeling that an accident might happen during the stairway to heaven operation this time. Xiaomu glanced at the densely packed rows of people standing around her, big and small. Could it be these masses? Were they also going to climb the stairway to heaven with them? Everyone, please listen to me. Actually, the prerequisite for that stairway to heaven is that it requires the cultivation of an entry-level level 13 mystic cultivator. Moreover, it requires people who have comprehended a trace of the power of the 5 spirits to be able to climb. Liang Qingqing glanced at the crowd of spectators and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. The 5 spirits, the power of the 5 spirits, do you know? Do you understand? What I mean is that if you don't meet these 2 conditions, you generally can't even climb the first step, so there's no need to squeeze here and waste your energy. As soon as Liang Qingqing's words fell, a man with a big flat face immediately expressed his indignation. "Miss, how can you say that? Although you're talented and intelligent, you can't look down on us low-level little mystic cultivators." That's right. Who said that people who haven't reached level 13 mystic cultivator realm can't go up? If we don't try, how would we know it's impossible? That's right. Maybe heavenly law will show mercy this time and let us climb up together to broaden our horizons. Liang Qingqing was actually speechless. Glancing at the large group of people around her, Liang Qingqing kindly reminded, "The highest level among you is only a level 11 mystic cultivator. This is truly a bit difficult. If we can't climb the first step, we don't know what will happen." Yes. For safety's sake, you'd better disperse quickly. Don't **King squeeze in here, causing those who really have the strength to be squeezed to the back and buried in the crowd, unable to get over. Isn't this a joke? There was a time limit for ascending the stairway to heaven. If one could not ascend within 6 hours, the stairway to heaven would close. He would wait for another 10 years before opening it again. You're just a bunch of onlookers. You have nothing better to do, yet you're crowding around here. Don't you know that others are in a hurry? Tisk. What right do you have to let us go? How do you know if you don't try? I don't care. I want to climb the stairway to heaven. Sky Ascension Stairway, Sky Ascension Stairway. The 100 or so little mystic cultivators actually cried out in protest. Among them, many had rushed over from the east and west from thousands of kilometers away in order to participate in this grand occasion of ascending the stairway to heaven and also to try their luck. There was no way they could chase them away now. Amidst the clamor, a sudden clap of thunder appeared in the clear sky. The door is here. Everyone excitedly looked up. Thousands of miles below the sky, layers of cloud-like stairs appeared one after another. They tilted down one by one, as if a cloud ladder had been laid out between the sky and the earth. The sky ascending stairs had appeared, everyone held their breaths and scrambled to be the first to rush up the cloud ladder. Arbor leaned to the side to avoid the people who rushed past her with flushed and excited faces. A hint of displeasure flitted across her face. She didn't know what was there to be so excited about. Wasn't it just going to the 6 prefectures continent? It was as boring as ascending to heaven to become an immortal. Wei Ziqin, Jiao Zhongbang, and second uncle's family had also come. They originally wanted to see Jojo climb the sky-ascending stairs, but now, they were actually snatched away by the crowd of onlookers. The scene was a bit chaotic. Wei Nanfeng opened his mouth, but when he saw the crowd's surging emotions, he tactfully shut his mouth again. What could he say to these people? They wouldn't give up until they hit a wall. He would just let them experience the feeling of climbing the sky-ascending stairs themselves. Jojo, are we going to follow them and climb the stairs? Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but turn to ask Arbor when he saw the swarm of little mystic cultivators rushing to the front like a swarm of bees and had already reached the first step. Arbor, climb your sister, didn't you see the crowd in front? How could there be space for people to step on the first step? Yu Shou led Lightning Begonia, Hidden Flower, Hidden Current, and Night Charm's Midnight Xiaoyi and waited for the crowd to disperse with great difficulty before they could quickly run to the young Crown Princess side. Looking at the sea of people in front, they turned to ask the young Crown Princess, how about this subordinate send people to clean up those people in front? Clean up what? It's the same even if we go over later. They were merely a bunch of clowns. Let them hit a wall once and they would naturally return. As they spoke, two black figures swiftly swept past the crowd and laughed loudly. A bunch of ants dares to block this lord's path. Out of the way. The newcomer quickly sent two palms forward. Immediately, more than a dozen people were sent flying. They vomited blood and fell to the ground. Seeing the two's overbearing skills, the young mystic cultivators were all terrified and hastily retreated to make way. When the two of them landed on the first step of the stairway to heaven, everyone could see that they were a pair of men in their early 60s. From the looks of it, he wasn't young, and his cultivation had barely reached level 13. If he couldn't ascend the celestial stairway to the 6 prefectures this time, he probably wouldn't be able to ascend it again in this lifetime. A bunch of ants, how dare you block our path? Out of the way. One of them flicked his sleeve and swept away 2 to 3 small mystic cultivators who were still pacing back and forth at the entrance to the first step. He then looked at them contemptuously, and the 2 old brothers immediately walked up the stairs. Seeing the 2 easily cross the first step, no matter how much the group of small mystic cultivators resented other people's strength, they could only inwardly sigh and express their submission. Just now, the group of them had burrowed under the first step like ants in a nest. No matter how they stretched out their legs or stretched their bodies, they were unable to ascend the first step. As expected, that young lady was right. There should be restrictions on ascending the stairway to heaven. Seeing the small mystic cultivators noisily move to the side and no longer block the path, Liang Qingqing's eyes lit up. Little junior sister, let's go. Wait. Arbor reached out and grabbed Liang Qingqing's hand. She shook her head and said, look again. Liang Qingqing was about to ask her what she was looking at when she heard a scream from above. 2 figures were falling down at an extremely fast speed. Boom. They crashed onto the ground, causing a cloud of dust to fly up. Liang Qingqing blinked and looked at the 2 old brothers who had rushed up the stairs in high spirits. They were now like country bumpkins, unable to get up for a long time. Are you guys alright? Liang Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Don't ask, junior sister Liang. Situi waved his folding fan and smiled suavely. It looks like the 2 of them have fainted. Let's go. Arbor was relieved. At most, they wouldn't be able to climb up and would be swept down. They would just faint, but their lives wouldn't be in any danger. What's on the stairway to heaven? Liang Qingqing asked curiously. The few of them followed Arbor and arrived in front of the first flight of stairs. Arbor looked back at her parents and family and nodded at them. Under her family's expectant gaze, she easily jumped up the first flight of the stairway to heaven. But after she reached the top of the stairs, her figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes like a fog. Moreover, Liang Qingqing and the rest were clearly behind her just now, but now they couldn't see each other. She was the only one left on the endless ladder that stretched up into the sky. She stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at the clouds in the blue sky. Her heart was at ease and she actually started running up. So what if it was the stairway to heaven? It was just a stairway to heaven. Could it be that she, Arbor, couldn't conquer it? Roar. A roar suddenly came from the stairs in front of her. It was enough to shake her down. But Arbor wasn't moved at all. Her figure flashed and she quickly rushed up, completely ignoring the roar coming from the depths of the clouds. It was just the stairway to heaven. It wasn't like she had to cross a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil. What was there to be afraid of? Arbor pursed her lips and climbed all the way up, silently counting the number of steps in her heart. After counting, she found that it was already more than 2,700 steps. If someone were to see her now, they would definitely be dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out how this person could climb the stairway to heaven at such an inhuman speed. At this moment, there was a great distance between them. Situi reached the 993rd floor. Wei Nanfeng and Bai Li shooting reached over 700, while Liang Qingqing reached over 600, Yu Xiao and the others had more or less reached the 800th level. Compared to the speed of a normal person, there was no comparison at all. However, Miss Chow did not know what was going on. She just kept running up. The closer she got to the end of the stairway, the louder the roars of the beasts became. Suddenly, a black bear jumped down from the ladder. Xiaomu leaped up and smashed her fist into that black bear's left eye socket. With a kick, the black bear rolled down the ladder miserably. Situi, who was standing on the 1001st step, took a deep breath and turned his head to look. He didn't know what ghost had rolled down from his side. He felt a little strange in his heart, but he continued to climb up. Bang! It's coming, it's coming. Someone fell down. Someone shouted gloatingly. When the crowd below the ladder saw clearly, the one who suddenly jumped out and roared at everyone was not the person who went up just now, but a black bear. What the hell? Everyone was so scared that they pissed their pants and hurriedly scattered. But strangely enough, the black bear that fell from the cloud ladder did not attack anyone else. Its pair of small eyes were horrified as if it had seen a monster. It glanced at everyone and then hurriedly turned around, scurrying up the cloud ladder on all fours. In a flash, it disappeared without a trace. Everyone stared speechlessly at the black bear's running figure. They looked at each other. You suddenly fell from the cloud ladder and scared people half to death, and you still have reason? 8th Princess Mou chuckled. This must be a black bear. Arbor naturally did not know about the following episode. She only cared about climbing all the way up. At this moment, she had already arrived at a large door carved from white marble. This large door stood indomitable in front of her. It was tightly shut, and it was useless to push. There were 5 palm-shaped grooves on the door. They respectively represented the 5 spirits of water, fire, earth, wood, and thunder. So that was the case. If someone did not comprehend a trace of the 5 spirits, even if they painstakingly climbed up the cloud ladder, they would not be able to enter this door at all. Therefore, there was simply no need to wait for Situi and the rest. Because the heavenly Tao would not allow everyone to enter together. It was testing one's cultivation and the 5 spirits respectively. Naturally, it had to separate everyone and consider them individually. She could only wish Situi and the rest good luck. Without any psychological burden, Miss Chow first reached out and pressed on the grooves that represented the 5 spirits. It did not require much effort, nor did it require you to inject spiritual energy. This groove was only to sense if there was a spirit meridian in your body. If there was, then it would be fine. The door quickly opened in front of Arbor. Just as Miss Chow was about to step in, she saw many crooked words engraved on both sides of the door. This door was really too tall, and those words were engraved very high. Therefore, Arbor did not notice at all at first. Now, she realized that there were many names engraved on it. The format was uniformly written, "Who was here?" Arbor tilted her head and thought that since everyone had left their names, then she should leave one too. Thus, she suddenly flew up, took out a gold-beaded talisman pen, and engraved a few delicate and pretty words. Miss Chow was here. Then, with a flash, she entered the door. An hour later, Situi was the first to arrive at the white marble door. Following that, he discovered Miss Chow's message. Senior brother Sita thought to himself, this must be a message that junior sister left for everyone. She's telling them that she's already gone in first and that they should hurry up and follow. Yes, that must be the case. In that case, he had to leave a secret signal for his brothers behind. Thus, Situi wrote a few words beside Darling Chow's handwriting. Senior Marshal Brother Situ was here. Then, he entered the door with a satisfied expression. After that, everyone followed suit and left their names. As a result, after 100 years, the new talents had no place to leave their notes. They pointed at the white marble door, commenting on the ugly handwriting and funny comments. What senior brother Situ? Whose senior brother are you? That's a story for another day. After Miss Xiao entered the door, she walked through a white corridor. At first, she couldn't tell which direction she was going in. With a flick of his finger, over a dozen rail-guiding butterflies flew out from Paradise Planet. They flapped their wings and flew forward. It wouldn't be too late to let the rail-guiding butterflies wander around and find a way out before following, lest she wandered around like a headless fly. After a while, a few butterflies flew back and flapped their wings to lead the way. Arbor immediately followed, following several guiding butterflies into the depths of the white fog. At the same time, in an abandoned old residence on the outskirts of the Mo Kingdom capital, an extremely tight secret experiment was being conducted. A woman's pained and hoarse cries continuously sounded from the small, claustrophobic room. A person's back was facing the night sky as he toyed with an old metal ghost mask between his slender fingers. A languid curve faintly slid across the corners of his mouth. The high priest died an unnatural death. Seeming matter was exposed in front of people. TSK, so many years of hard work went down the drain. It's truly disappointing. Two black-clothed subordinates stood behind him. They lowered their heads submissively and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Eager for quick success and instant benefits. The high priest was too anxious, so his identity was exposed. From the very beginning, when the mystic beast forest used the news of the phoenix egg to lure people over, people began to suspect him. He's just as stupid as his master. That guy was anxious to destroy the water source, but he didn't make sufficient preparations, so he still failed in the end. The two black-clothed subordinates continued to act as wooden pillars, not saying a word. They, as small fries, didn't dare to meddle in their master's affairs. It wasn't good to respond, but it wasn't good to disagree either, so they might as well shut up. The stronghold on Seacombe Planet has already been mostly destroyed. We can't continue like this. Go to other lower star domains to continue the experiment. Withdraw all the remaining forces on Seacombe Planet. Withdraw the remaining forces on Seacombe Planet? Did this mean they had to abandon Seacombe Planet, this great experimental ground, but could their master make the decision on such a major matter by himself? The two black-clothed subordinates looked up at their master in shock. Their master's back was facing them. After throwing down this sentence, he strode out of the door. When he stepped out of the door, he suddenly chuckled and said, "Take that woman inside and evacuate by today. Do you understand?" Yes. He decided to give up this useless experimental ground for the sake of better development in the future. Rather than wasting time with the local tyrants on Seacombe Planet, it was better to develop experimental bases in other lower star domains. There were so many lower star domains that could allow them to develop experimental bases. There was no need to fight to the death with those tough bones on Seacombe Planet. It wasn't worth it. And tiring. Hoarse cries rang out from the small, claustrophobic laboratory. He saw a person whose entire body had been scratched by zombies. Her hands and feet were tightly tied to a bed that was used for experiments. Several doctors were beside her, preparing a scalpel. "How is it?" A young man wearing a Xianxia mask walked in with a sneer on his face. "Hall Master Gong." The group of doctors hurriedly turned around and saluted the young man. "It's about time." This woman was bitten and scratched by the zombie horde, but miraculously survived. If there are no accidents, she will be the first in our heavenly fate to evolve into a high-level corpse puppet. I can only give you half an incense stick's worth of time at most. We have to leave through the special passage immediately. Hall Master Gong paused for a moment before continuing. The sky above the Mo Kingdom capital is controlled by a strange shielding array. After we leave this time, I reckon that we won't be able to return through this shielding array for several years. That's why you must not leave anything behind. Take everything that should be taken away, especially those important research materials, Hall Master Gong reminded. Yes, Sir Hall Master. This subordinate will definitely handle this matter with utmost care. Roar. The female corpse on the bed suddenly opened her eyes and roared angrily. The area around her eyelids had been gnawed clean, and her pair of bulging eyeballs looked terrifying and frightening. She was roaring, but she already couldn't form a coherent sentence. This is a high-level corpse puppet? She hasn't completely evolved yet. She still needs some time. Under Hall Master Gong's intimidating gaze, the doctors broke out in a cold sweat. She has great potential. Perhaps she can even evolve into a humanoid special-grade corpse puppet in the future. Oh. Hall Master Gong's eyelids twitched. The female corpse let out a series of roars. Hall Master Gong's gaze ultimately settled on that utterly rotten face. After walking for an unknown period of time, Arbor's vision blurred, and her body was involuntarily pulled down by a force. Screams and cheers mixed with all kinds of mocking laughter sounded in her ears, and the rumbling sound of drums greeted her. All kinds of excited voices instantly surrounded her. Arbor flashed in the air, adjusted her posture slightly, and landed steadily on the ground. Looking carefully, she saw that there were 2 young men and a woman beside her, and their faces could no longer be seen. Because the 3 of them were in a very sorry state, their outer clothes were almost torn into strips, their expressions were very nervous, and the swords in their hands were trembling slightly. Seeing Arbor appear, the woman's expression changed slightly, and then she shouted at her, "Little girl, quickly retreat. Retreat behind us." Arbor was slightly startled. Looking around, she realized that the place where she fell was actually surrounded by people in a circular arena. The spectators in the surrounding rows seemed to be watching a feast, and they cheered thunderously. Some excited people in the front row even used the sticks in their hands to knock on the railings in front of them, and they screamed, quickly go. Quickly go. TSK, another little ant from the lower star field has come. My little cuties, quickly use your sharp claws and teeth to tear these ants that crawled out of the cesspool. Oh. Excited screams filled Arbor's ears, causing her to frown instantly, and her heart was filled with displeasure. Noisy. Perhaps seeing that this newcomer was not scared silly by the scene in front of her, the man in the front row was slightly stunned, and then he stood up and laughed loudly. A new round of betting has begun. Everyone, let's guess if these ants from the lower star region will be able to leave our thunderclap plains alive this time. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Everyone in the audience roared excitedly. Their eyes were burning with excitement, as if they didn't mind watching a good show. The 2 men and the woman looked at each other and took a deep breath. One of the men said, "Princess, if there's a chance later, take His Highness away first." "No. Ji Feng, if you dare to die, I will never forgive you." Oh. Loud shouts came from the outer ring, interrupting their conversation once again. Haha, what a princess. Let me tell you, entering the territory of our Xianxia prefecture. You can stop calling me Her Highness from the lower star field. We only have the prefecture lord here. Only the mercenary king. Whoever is strong will be in charge. Oh. So. An arrow instantly pierced into the mouth of a man who was yelling loudly with the speed of a clap of thunder. It pierced through her throat and pinned her to the back of the chair. Everyone stared at the man who had been nailed to the back of the chair by an arrow with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Following that man's extremely shocked gaze until his death, he looked towards the opposite arena. A little girl in plain clothes put away the bow in her hand expressionlessly and glanced at them coldly. Noisy. The crowd was in an uproar. F***ck. An ant from the lower star domain actually dares to be so arrogant? An accident, this must be an accident. That punk must have been careless for that stoic-faced girl to seize the initiative and take his life. That's right. That must be it. None of Xianxia Prefecture's citizens dared to believe it. It was simply impossible for someone from the lower star domain, who had just set foot in Xianxia Prefecture, to have such great martial strength, unless she was a lucky cat running into a dead mouse and was able to kill a member of the Leopard Mercenary Group in one strike. The Leopard Mercenary Group was a 3-star mercenary group in their Xianxia Prefecture, so its members had to be around 4-star spiritualists at the very least. Logically speaking, the true strength of these ants from the lower star domain was only around the cultivation of level 13 mystic cultivators. A little mystic cultivator could kill a spiritualist in one strike. Everyone didn't believe it. they only felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them, and that unlucky fellow from the leopard mercenary group was nailed to death by an arrow. Haha, what a laughable weakling. He actually died at the hands of a little mystic cultivator from the lower star domain. If word got out, it would truly make people laugh their heads off. Arbor noticed that apart from the boisterous thousands of spectators in the outer spectator stands, there were also several dozen mid-level winged zombies wandering around the large arena. Many corpses were hanging at the edge of the arena, and it looked like they had just been torn apart not long ago. Arbor blinked and unhurriedly switched to a crow-repeating crossbow. He raised his arm horizontally and calmly pointed at one of the flying zombies. Ugly things should be shot from afar and not allowed to get close to one's body, so as to avoid dirtying one's clean clothes. A crowgold arrow streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. This time everyone clearly saw what it was. That was a high-grade mystic weapon, and it looked rather out of the ordinary. Although most of them had been in Xianxia Prefecture for many years, they might not even have a decent mystic weapon, let alone a spirit weapon. Seeing the little fellow take out a mystic weapon and shoot, some people were very envious. However, they were soon shocked by what they saw. However, the little girl didn't move much. Instead, she shot a few arrows at the flying corpse puppets around her. Following a few explosive sounds, the explosive arrows made a series of noises as they struck the corpse puppets. Soon, the first corpse puppet's head was torn apart, and it fell heavily to the ground. It was followed by a second and a third. Arbor waved his hand, and the little white snake quickly slithered out, twisting its small body excitedly. Bite more people to death. Arbor said expressionlessly, since they don't care about the lives of others, it means that they don't care about life and death. To them, life and death are nothing more than a joke. Little master, I'm going. The little white snake twisted its small body excitedly and instantly turned into a great void serpent. Its head was as tall as a mountain and its tail was very thick. It opened its mouth and bit the arms of several people, causing them to scream in fear. Black smoke rose from their arms. Under the control of the power of the netherworld, some people who were controlled by the little white snake started to fight with other people. At this time, there was no more laughter or applause on the spectator stand. Instead, it was filled with panicked screams and angry roars. How could this be? The arena was in chaos. Why did that expressionless little girl from the lower star domain suddenly attack people? Many people in the back row couldn't even be bothered to watch the show. For their own safety, they hurriedly turned around and ran. What kind of joke was this? Previously, when they were toying with those people from the lower star domain, they watched them fight with the corpse puppets on the arena. That wasn't dangerous at all, which was why so many people bought tickets and came to watch. But it was different now. The targets of enslavement had changed to them. How could they continue to happily carry on? Moreover, there were thousands of spectators who bought tickets to watch the battle between humans and corpses. How boring was this? Arbor's lips curled up slightly. She walked leisurely to a middle-aged man. He was the one who sat in the front row seat just now. He looked like the person in charge of this arena. At this moment, that man had already been beaten up by his companions. As the little white snake released its power of the netherworld, more and more people joined their side. This person in charge had been having a headache since the beginning. The battle between humans and corpses was supposed to be exciting, but the spectators were about to be beaten to death. Naturally, he was in a very bad mood. However, when Arbor dragged him to her side and kicked his head, his mood became even more depressed and uncomfortable. Stop. Miss, I admit defeat. So what if he admitted defeat? Even if he admitted defeat, he would still be beaten. Arbor didn't say another word. She stomped her little foot firmly on his face a few times. Tell me, how do you want to die? I can fulfill your wish no matter how you want to die. The middle-aged man trembled all over. This, miss, let's talk nicely. Arbor didn't think there was anything to talk about with someone who harbored ill intentions towards her. If not for her great skill and courage, she would be the one being treated like a monkey for everyone to admire. These people deliberately circled the arena and attracted so many corpse puppets just to watch the people from the lower star domain put on a good show. If she was weak, she would be like those people in front of her, hanging on the railings in tatters and being bitten off by corpse puppets. How could such people be forgiven for harming the weak for their own pleasure? Don't kick my face, girl, don't kick. I can provide you with spirit coins. How much? Arbor asked coldly. Spirit coins are probably the currency used in the 6 prefectures continent, probably made from spirit stones. Although she had a lot of spirit stones, she didn't have a single spirit coin. If she wanted to travel around the 6 prefectures in the future, spirit coins would naturally be indispensable. Since someone was so tactful and wanted to offer her spirit coins, she naturally wouldn't refuse. The middle-aged man seemed to have experienced the little stoic's terror, and he licked his lips and said with a smile, 2,000 spirit coins. To be able to provide it to your excellency, hee. Bang! Arbor stomped down, and the 2 men and 1 woman beside him felt their faces hurt. The middle-aged man screamed and cried, Don't step on my little grandaunt. 20,000 for 2. I have 20,000 spirit coins here. I can give them all to you. Arbor picked him up from the ground and slapped him without saying a word. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? The 2 men and 1 woman, that middle-aged man really cried this time, grieving terribly. He suspected that he might not have looked at the almanac when he left the house today. Otherwise, how could he have run into such a malefic star? Arbor pulled up the middle-aged man with a long face and said coldly and indifferently, Just now, I saw that you looked like you were in charge. Gambling isn't a day or 2, so you should have earned quite a bit. After her analysis, she increasingly felt that what she said was very reasonable. Thus, she nodded at herself and said coldly, Hand over everything in your inner world, or die. When the word die came out of her mouth, the middle-aged man felt that the girl in front of him wasn't joking. That cold and sharp gaze, coupled with that stoic expression, truly made one's heart tremble and exclaim in awe. Miss, I really don't have more than 30,000 spirit coins in total. That middle-aged man cried pitifully. I swear, I absolutely won't deceive Mississippi, you swear. What's the use of swearing? On the side, the extremely disheveled princess couldn't help but scold, Little girl, don't believe him. This person has no integrity to speak of. Those people, all died in his hands. We absolutely can't let a tiger return to the mountain. That's right. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble in the future. Following the direction that princess pointed, Arbor looked again at the dozen or so tattered bodies hanging on the railings. The princess couldn't suppress her grief and indignation. Perhaps they didn't expect that their party would encounter such a huge crisis on the first day they happily came to Xianxia Prefecture. Arbor turned her small head again, and her cold and lonely gaze landed on that middle-aged man. Are you going to hand it over or not? If he handed it over, it would save her some trouble. If he didn't hand it over, she would still have to search his inner world. How troublesome. One had to know that after consuming the Xianxia core in her body for such a long time, her cultivation and spiritual senses had improved slightly. Her cultivation had already officially entered the phenomenal success stage of level 14 Mystic Cultivator. Her spiritual senses had broken through to level 4. Her conscience couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as other people's. In terms of cultivation alone, her cultivation was naturally lower than this middle-aged man in front of her. However, in terms of spiritual sense, he was much stronger than the man in front of him. The consciousness of the man in front of her didn't even surpass the 10th level of the profound realm. If she wanted to take away this idiot's inner world, it would be a matter of minutes. However, based on the principle of not making a move if she could be lazy, she still hoped that the middle-aged man would obediently hand it over so that she wouldn't be bothered. However, after waiting for a long while, the middle-aged man took out a bag filled with 30,000 spirit coins from his inner world. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Arbor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He kicked the man's calf. You asked for it. After saying that, he moved his spiritual sense and suddenly attacked the opponent's consciousness pool. He directly opened his spiritual eye and scanned the thief's inner world. The corner of his mouth held a trace of coldness. The middle-aged man had a splitting headache as he held his head. He felt as if his conscience had been torn apart by someone, and everything was starting to go out of his control. No. Before the middle-aged man fainted, His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets when he saw the items in his inner world all fall to the ground with a pitter-patter sound. He wasn't the only one who was stupefied. The 2 men and 1 woman watching from the side also gaped as they looked at Arbor in disbelief. Catch up on yesterday. What was going on, then? That huge pile of resources on the ground was it? Was it the middle-aged man's inner world? How was that possible? Could this little girl with a stoic face be a pervert? How could a normal person open another person's inner world? Not to mention forcefully opening another person's inner world to conduct a search. Arbor squatted on the ground expressionlessly as she looked at the huge pile of items in front of her. Big liar, she said coldly. There were clearly 10 bags of spirit coins on the ground, with a total of about 300,000 spirit coins. That middle-aged man was only willing to give her 1 bag, and it was only 30,000 spirit coins. Where was his shame? He was crazy. He still wanted to cheat Jojo? Humph. Was Jojo so gullible? He had brought this upon himself. He had no one to blame but himself for seeking his own death. Miss Xiao took the 300,000 spirit coins and picked through the pile of items again. She kept some useful materials and elixirs that caught her eye. Most of the items were useless trash in her eyes. The elixirs among them were at most high-grade mid-grade blue vein elixirs. They were far inferior to the high-grade purple vein elixirs she had on hand. They weren't of much use to her, so Arbor turned to look at the 2 men and 1 woman beside her. You can take them all. Take it as compensation from this person, the little girl said to them seriously with a stoic face. The woman was stunned. She looked down at the huge pile of items on the ground and looked up at the little girl in a daze. Sure. The elixirs and mystic weapons on the ground were very valuable. But Miss Xiao didn't care at all. The highest grade mystic weapon on the ground was only level 8. And the lowest grade mystic weapon that the giant ape had given her was level 12. How could she care about this junk? I am Bai Xia from Siyuan Star. This is my younger brother, Bai Zhe. My fiancé is Ji Feng. The woman cupped her hands. Little girl, there are too many things here. Why don't you take some more? Arbor shook his head. Take it. Although it's all junk and not very useful, don't waste it. The 3 of them looked at each other. Bai Xia from Siyuan cupped her hands and said to Arbor, May I know where you are from? Could it be that this lady wasn't from the lower star field? He had heard that the resources in every lower star field were similar. Why did he feel that the young lady in front of him was looking down on the treasures on the ground? To them, this was a very rich supply. Sikong Planet Arbor. She nodded at the woman with an indifferent expression, then turned to look below the arena. At this time, the crowd on the viewing platform had already scattered like birds and beasts. Not a single person was left. Bai Xia from Siyuan Planet gazed at Xiao Mu in a daze, continuously pondering over Xiao Mu's earlier words. Sikong Planet? Sikong Planet seemed to be similar to Siyuan Planet. It was also one of the continents in the lower star domain. Why did the girl in front of him exude the aura of a nouveau riche? Hurry up and clean it up. Arbor pointed to the ground and kicked at the railing at the edge of the arena. With 1 kick, she kicked down a half-dead zombie that was struggling to climb up. She then rubbed her embroidered green shoes on the ground in disgust. Disgusting, dirty, Arbor walked to the side in a huff. She took out a new pair of shoes from her inner world and put them on. Only then did her feet feel much better. When she turned around and returned to Bai Xia's side, the 3 people had already tidied up everything and stood up. Seeing her come over, the 3 people nodded at her gratefully. Little miss, we're lucky to have you this time to resolve our urgent situation. Now that they thought about it, this little great aunt's methods were really very fierce. First, she shot through several zombies in one go to intimidate the audience, then she made an example of the audience. They didn't know what method she used, but she actually caused the audience to become chaotic and kill each other. The 3 people's gazes fell on the cute little white snake on the little miss's shoulder. Just now, they clearly saw this little white snake transform into a huge snake that blotted out the sky. It really couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as its current cute little appearance. Arbor didn't say much and reached out to pick up the dying middle-aged man on the ground. This person's conscience had been severely injured, but he was only breathing a little more than a dead person. His gaze towards Arbor was full of terror and terror. You should have some connections to be able to set up a restriction at the lower star domain and the Shuntian prefecture's passageway. Arbor asked with a frown. Speak, what's your relationship with the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture lord? Fresh blood oozed from the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. It looked like he was already gasping for air and wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Arbor didn't really want to know who gave the middle-aged man so much power to set up a fighting ring here. In the entire Shuntian prefecture, apart from the prefecture lord, the people with the greatest power were the prefecture lord's people. Someone who could think of such a sinister method to earn money from the entrance tickets was probably a vicious and ruthless person, and it couldn't be unrelated to the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture lord. Thinking about it, that middle-aged man earned 300,000 spirit coins just from the entrance tickets alone. No wonder they had to continue operating this money-making business. It was said that the Six Prefectures continent was several dozen times larger than Seacone Planet's continent, but it was different from Seacone Planet's continent in terms of luxuriance. In addition, the six prefectures were very far apart from each other. Moreover, there weren't many cities in each prefecture that people could rely on for survival, and the number of spiritual lands for cultivation could be counted on one's fingers. The population of Shuntian Prefecture was 100 times that of Seacone Planet, but the actual usable city area was about the same as Seacone Planet. Therefore, every city was basically filled to the brim. Especially the capital city of Shuntian Prefecture, that went without saying. The distance between the cities is very far. I heard from Senior that we have to reach the nearest city, Jilu City, before nightfall. Otherwise, who knows what kind of danger we will encounter outside the city after dark. Senior? Yes, it's a message left by some seniors on Siyuan who have been to Shuntian Prefecture. Arbor nodded. Normally, Jilu City's entrance fee is 1 mid-grade spirit coin. At this point, Miss Baixia looked at Xiaomu with a complicated gaze. The young lady had plundered a lot of middle-grade spirit coins from the middle-aged man and had become a veritable nouveau riche. She naturally did not care about a lousy spirit coin. Newcomers have just entered Shuntian Prefecture, so there's no need to be nervous if they don't have spirit coins. At the entrance of Jilu City, 100 middle-grade mystic coins can be exchanged for 1 middle-grade spirit coin. It seemed like Baixia knew the market here better than her. As they spoke, they jumped off the arena and Baixia chatted with her. Who are those people hanging on the railings to you? We don't know them. Arbor nodded, thinking that since she didn't know them and they were so agitated just now, she might have thought that the rotting corpses hanging on the railings were all their brothers and sisters. She knew it. They were both in the lower star sector, and Seacone Planet wasn't inferior to Siyuan Planet in any way. Why were they able to send so many people while her Seacone Planet couldn't? Actually, only Baixia, Baizha, and Jifeng had come from Seacone Planet to the Six Prefectures continent. On the other hand, besides the 7 people from the Hidden Night Pavilion led by Yu Xiao, Xiao Mu's group also included Situ Yi, Liang Qingqing, Bailey Shi, Wei Nanfeng, and senior sister Doya. More than 10 people going to the 6 prefectures together was something that had never happened before. Thinking of Situ Yi and the others, Arbor stopped in her tracks. Actually, I still have a few dawdling companions who haven't arrived yet. I'm not sure if we should continue waiting for them here. There's no need for that. Baixia shook her head. When we passed through the White Fog Maze, many of us were trapped inside for half a month. The 6 prefectures test is that we must pass through the maze within 15 days. Otherwise, we'll be sent back to the original star sector. Is that so? Xiaomu gazed at the white fog in bewilderment. Then do you know how long it took you to pass through that white fog barrier? About 8 days, Baizha said firmly. Even with my intelligence, it took me about 8 or 9 days to get out because it was too difficult to find the exit. Oh, right, Miss Chow, how long did you spend in there? Arbor was speechless. She really didn't want to say it out loud. She didn't seem to have spent more than 4 hours from climbing the ladder to passing through the maze. It's fine. I was also in the maze and was circled around for 9 days before I came out. Baixia thought that Arbor was upset because he spent more time circling around than them. She quickly comforted him. Little girl, why don't you come with us to Jilu City first? If your companions didn't get sent back, they'll definitely head to the nearest city. You can meet them there then. That's right. If we wait, it'll take too long and we can't be sure when they'll come out. If they don't come out after the time limit, they'll be sent back. It's not worth it for you to wait here like an idiot. Qianmu thought that this made sense, so she nodded at Baixia and decided to head to Jilu City first. The group of 4 walked out of the simple and crude spectator stands. Qianmu turned around to look at the middle-aged man who had died with remaining grievances beside the collapsed fighting stage. She smirked and said, I didn't expect such a simple place to make so much money. The people of the 6 prefectures really love to fight, they can fight anywhere. Even if they build a small Jilu city, they can still fight. Miss Jiao, the Thunderclap Plains is just outside of the arena, TTTSTTTSTSSS. We have to get there before nightfall, Baixia interrupted. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The 4 of them walked out of the spectator area and arrived at a temporary market. They hadn't even taken 2 steps when they were surrounded by a group of men and women with smiles on their faces. Looking at their attire, they should be locals. They were wearing colorful striped clothes and were all smiling like flowers. The way they looked at them was as if they were looking at fat sheep. Yo, guests from afar. Looking at your appearances, you should be very powerful people. Nonsense, go away. Looking at the attire of these young men and women, they are definitely not ordinary people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to come down from the arena and pass by our market unscathed. A fat auntie squeezed through the crowd. She used her huge body to squeeze through the crowd. She grinned and waved at Arbor's group of 4. She asked eagerly, young lads and young ladies, where are you going? Are you going to the nearest city, Jilu City? Do you need me to lead the way? The guide fee is very cheap, just 5 spirit coins will do. Damn, fat mom, why don't you go rob a bank? Isn't that so? Scram. Young lady, don't listen to her. I will bring you to Jilu City, just 3 spirit coins will do. 2 spirit coins. Arbor, Baixia and the rest looked at each other. Why did they feel that the group of people in front of them was like a brothel owner who was trying to get business from everywhere? 1 spirit coin. Give me 1 spirit coin and I will bring you to Jilu City. I guarantee that you will reach there on time before the sky turns dark. There will definitely not be any problems. The person who spoke was only 10 years old. He had a dark and skinny body and a pair of eyes that were sly and lively. Meng Mai, you little fellow are going against your conscience to deceive people again. Don't listen to him, young lady. Meng Mai is a bad kid. He will definitely bring you to ride on the land whale. That's right, this child is really evil. He specializes in deceiving guests from the lower star domain. What land whale? Arbor asked curiously. Land whale is a vehicle that is similar to a carriage. It can hold about 30 people at one time. When passing through the thunderous plain, the land whale can effectively avoid the lightning and prevent people from being injured by it. That's great. It's fast and convenient. Isn't that great? Before Arbor could say anything, Baixia excitedly said, then let's take this land whale to Jilu City. From the looks of it, it must be your first time coming to Shuntian Prefecture. Auntie, let me tell you, that land whale can't afford to sit on it. Every time he rode a land whale, he would have to pay 2 spirit coins per minute. It's not a matter of how many spirit coins you'll be given based on the distance you've traveled. Right. In other words, if you stay on the land whale for an hour, you'll have to pay 120 mid-grade spirit coins. So expensive. Baixia looked at the auntie in shock. That's right. With one hand, the middle-aged woman pulled the skinny, dark-skinned boy to the side. She quickly put her hands on her hips and said, it's still worth it to give me 3 spirit coins. I will bring you to take a shortcut and guarantee that you will reach the city gate before sunset. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman grinned and kept looking at Arbor and Baixia with a smile to show her sincerity. However, Arbor reached out and pulled the skinny, dark-skinned boy in front of him. Lead the way. Everyone was speechless. Don't wait for me. Wake up and make up for it tomorrow morning. To Tycoon Qiao, spending 120 spirit coins for an hour was nothing at all. As long as he could save some time, it didn't matter how much money he had to spend. That was why Arbor picked up the skinny black boy and led the way without hesitation. As long as they could settle down in Jilu City earlier, money wasn't a big issue. Seeing Arbor pick up the boy and leave, the others were stunned. Then, they shouted in excitement, "Ah, I'll bring you to the land whale's landing port. I only want 1 spirit coin too." "Yes, yes, yes. Heavens, esteemed miss, I can give you half price." So this was someone who didn't lack money. Then why did they have to worry about her? Xiao Mu turned a deaf ear to the motley clamor of people vying for business. She directly picked up that dark and skinny boy and went far away. The boy, on the other hand, looked up at Arbor nervously when he heard the crowd's clamor. He was afraid that she would abandon him and let the guy who offered half a spirit coin lead the way for them. Bai Xia and the other two from Siyuan hurried to catch up. When they were some distance away, they wiped their sweat and shouted, "These people are too enthusiastic. They were willing to go to such lengths for 1 spirit coin, wasn't this a little too exaggerated? They're all ordinary people. 1 spirit coin can be exchanged for 1 to 2 days' worth of food," the skinny black boy said softly. Bai Xia was stunned. Then, she looked at the boy sympathetically. "Are those flying rotting monsters everywhere here? Otherwise, the prices wouldn't be so high. On Siyuan Star, 1 spirit coin could be exchanged for 100 mystic coins and could buy a lot of resources. It wasn't just 1 or 2 days' worth of food." Bai Xia and her brother, Baizha, couldn't help but shudder when they thought of those ghastly things in front of the arena. They saw with their own eyes a noble lady from another star field being viciously torn apart by a rotting flying monster. The scene was bloody and terrifying. These things wouldn't show mercy just because you were a prince, princess, or lady. They looked barbaric and were extremely mobile. Their small eyes emitted a red glow, which made people shudder when they looked at them. Arbor turned his head to look at Bai Xia. He blinked and asked, "Don't tell me you don't have such things on Siyuan?" "No." The three of them said in unison, the brothers and sisters from the other star fields who entered Shuntian Prefecture on the same day as us. It seems that only 1 star field said that they had seen this kind of thing before. Baizha quickly interjected, but they didn't expect the things in front of the Shuntian Hall's arena to be so powerful. They said that these things seem to have evolved a lot compared to the ones in their homeworld. "Actually, we don't know what they mean." Bai Xia frowned and said, "Miss Qiao, could it be that there are also such monsters in your star field?" Xiaomu nodded and lamented inwardly. It seems that heavenly fate is not developing his great zombie undertaking in every lower star domain. Instead, he chose a part to develop. Sikong planet was one of the planets that had been affected. Siyuan planet, where Bai Xia was located, had yet to be affected. But this didn't guarantee that Siyuan planet wouldn't have a corpse puppet outbreak in the future. Perhaps Tianyan's evil hand had already reached out to that ignorant star field and a disaster was waiting for them in the future. These rotting things that can walk are called corpse puppets. Perhaps they will appear in your star field in the future, Arbor said indifferently. Just because they don't appear now doesn't mean they won't appear in the future. These things are indestructible. After leveling up, if the crystal cores in their heads aren't destroyed, they won't die. They won't die, and they won't stop attacking humans. You mean these rotting monsters will appear in our starfield in the future? Bai Xia cried out in alarm. Baizha and Jifeng's expressions were also very unsightly. Then what should we do? Baizha asked with a frown. If you have the means, you might as well send a message to your relatives in your starfield. When the time comes, they can also prepare in advance, Arbor said softly. You don't know when Tianyun will make a move, and you don't know if they will let you go. The only thing you can do is to take precautions and minimize the losses as much as possible. Tianyun? Are you saying that these rotting corpse puppets are not natural, but man-made? The two siblings cried out anxiously, why would they do this? What benefits would they get from doing this? We don't know about this yet, but Tianyun created corpse puppets. This is no longer a secret on our Sikong planet. The upper echelons of most of the countries in our starfield already know the name of Tianyun. It will probably spread in the future. But I think, Arbor said with a solemn expression, we shouldn't be able to get rid of them in the short term. After all, they hide very well. Sister, then we have to inform father and mother as soon as possible, Baizha said hurriedly, let them know what to do and make preparations early. These monsters are really powerful. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. I have a handwritten copy here that records the evolution and development process of corpse puppets and their characteristics in detail. It's the usual way to deal with them. Arbor said, if you need it, I can let you make a copy when you enter the city. That's great. Thank you very much, Miss Xiao, Xianxia said gratefully. We and the newcomers from other starfields didn't know of the existence of these monsters. That's why we were caught unprepared the moment we arrived at the entrance of Shuntian Prefecture. Baizhi gritted his teeth. Now that I think about it, if we had known about this monster earlier, we might not have suffered so much. There's no point in thinking about it. Some things have already happened, and we can only face the future, Arbor said calmly. Little guy, where is the land whale you mentioned? How long will it take for it to arrive? My lords, the land whale landing entrance is not far ahead. Please follow me. The skinny, dark-skinned boy led the group out of the market. Not long after, the four of them saw a bustling scene. This place was built like a pier, and in front of it were four giant beasts the size of small hills. From afar, it really looked like a whale in the sea. What was interesting was that these giant beasts had 8 thick and fat short legs under their bodies. This was an eye-opener for everyone. Arbor raised his head and narrowed his eyes. The land whale at the front started moving. Its huge body slid across the ground, and its 8 short legs ran very fast. It's good that it's full. There aren't many seats left. If we miss today, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. I'll see you in the evening. Another land whale slowly propped up its 8 short legs and left the landing tunnel. Then, it quickly moved away and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Arbor's group of 4 walked forward. An old man who was in charge of directing the land whale was huffing and glaring at a skinny young man who was blocking his way. Get out of here, stinky brat. You've annoyed me for an hour. I told you that you can't reduce the price. Why are you so long-winded? Big brother, please do me a favor. I don't have enough money for the journey. I have to rush back to the academy. Boo-hoo, if I can't make it back today, the students will all be starving. The students in the academy are probably starving to death. They haven't had anything to eat for 3 days. The skinny young man wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes pitifully and glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes. Are you the purchasing master of the academy's cafeteria? Which academy are you from? The old man asked. I'm an instructor of the water spirit department from a top-tier academy outside Anka City. I'm not a purchasing master of the cafeteria. The skinny instructor looked at the old man awkwardly. The old man looked at him suspiciously as if he had never heard of the top-tier academy. If you want to go to Anka City, you'll need 2 hours and at least 200 spirit coins for the journey. This is the cheapest one. The skinny instructor of the water spirit department suddenly pounced on the old man and hugged his thigh. Big brother, I don't need a seat. Just give me a place to stand. I only have 5 spirit coins with me. Can you give me a ride? Get out. The old man punched the skinny young man almost immediately. Arbor, the strange thing was that the skinny instructor seemed to have heard of the so-called top-tier academy. Where had he heard of it before? Little friends, do you want to take a ride on our land whale? Let me tell you, our land whale is stable and fast, and it can avoid lightning effectively. Along the way, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the thunderous plain. There are only 10 seats left. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Little friends, do you want to give it a try? Arbor took out a bulging money pouch and grabbed a handful of spirit coins from it. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out his hands to receive the coins, only to see that Arbor had counted 480 spirit coins for him one by one. Arbor then threw the rest of the coins back into the bag. The old man was speechless. He was so excited that he thought the rich girl in front of him would throw all the spirit coins at him. Miss Xiao, let us pay for the travel expenses. Xianxia said with an embarrassed expression. The little girl had given them so many good things just now. They couldn't let her pay for the travel expenses anymore. Arbor waved his hand carelessly. It's fine. Then, he turned around and waved at the little boy who was leading the way. He took out 50 spirit coins and gave them to him. Take it and go back. Meng Mai opened his small mouth in shock. He wanted to say something but the young lady waved at him and said again, go back. Meng Mai hurriedly bowed and said, thank you, Mississippi. She left happily. Arbor kept the money pouch and turned to look at the old man. Where are you going? Please come this way. The old man looked at the young lady with a complicated expression. She actually gave a child who was leading the way 50 spirit coins as a reward. After coming back to his senses, the old man smiled and made an inviting gesture. He led the 4 people to the landing area. On the back of this super large land whale, there was a circle made of special materials, and there were 30 chairs inside. Arbor's group of 4 went up the escalator beside the land whale and sat down in a row in 2s and 3s. They saw that the teacher from the top academy hugged the old man's thigh no matter what and kept begging, please, big brother. Give me a ride on the way, it's fine even if I don't have a seat. Get lost. The old man angrily wanted to shake off that teacher, but that guy was like a piece of plaster, sticking to his arm, and he couldn't shake him off. Arbor looked sideways and was slightly speechless. This tutor was so thick-skinned that he wanted to use 5 spirit coins to exchange for a ride with someone else. If this precedent was set, there would definitely be many thick-skinned people who would beg the old man to give them a ride. It was obvious that the old man would definitely not agree. Otherwise, how would he do his business in the future? Little brother, I beg you to let me go. The old man helplessly pulled that teacher away and waved his hand. The price of the land whale is set by the town guards. I also beg you, little brother, this is not something I can decide. What kind of joke was this? He finally took over such a lucrative job from the Xianxia prefecture's prefecture master. Of course, he couldn't mess things up. This price was not high at all. Apart from the cost of renting these land whales and feeding them, he still needed to hand over half of the income to the main prefecture. In the end, he calculated that there was not much income left. It was already good enough that he could have 10 or 20% of the income. Therefore, that damn teacher, when he said that he would give him a ride for 5 spirit coins, he wished he could slap him to death. Big brother, please reconsider. The short teacher cried out pitifully. The old man couldn't bear it anymore and turned back to roar at him, get lost now in the same way you came in the first place. Put up lanterns and decorations and get lost. That full of energy word get lost shocked the guests on the back of the land whale, and they all looked at the old man in shock. I was miserable when I came in the first place. When I crossed the thunderous plain by myself, I was struck by lightning and was in a terrible state. The corners of Bai Xiao's mouth twitched. She looked speechlessly at the shameless instructor. Was he really a teacher of some academy? However, he had never heard of a top-notch academy. I've only heard of Shantian Prefecture's 4 great academies, Sun, Moon, Star, and Chen. Bai Xia said in a small voice. I've never heard of any top academies. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before, the little fellow muttered to himself. Is that so? White Cloud was stunned. She turned to look at Arbor and asked, where have I heard of it? No. Arbor wanted to say, I don't remember, but his eyes suddenly fell on the green pine and cypress jade bracelet on his left wrist. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Top academy? A top-notch academy. If you must go to the 6 prefectures continent, then first go to the Shantian Prefecture's lava mountain range and enter a top academy to study for a while. You only need to show the pine and cypress jade bracelet I gave you to the headmaster of the top academy, and he will naturally take good care of you on my behalf. Could it be the top academy that Murong-san mentioned? Arbor turned to look at the rascally short teacher. He couldn't associate it with the top academy Murong-san mentioned. Could it be the top-notch academy that Murong-san mentioned in her letter? Arbor had a question mark on this academy in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like that instructor was a scoundrel. What kind of students could this kind of instructor teach? While he was pondering, a group of 7 people quickly arrived in front of the land whale under the lead of a fat auntie. The leader waved at the elderly person in charge and said, 7 seats, thank you. Bai Shuang whispered to Arbor, from the looks of it, they seem to have just come out of the lower star domain's passageway. F***ck, the other party's luck was just that good, they only came out of the passageway after they painstakingly dealt with the zombies and the arena. They did not need to fight to the death against those ugly zombies like they did. Bai Xia's gaze roamed over those 7 people. There were 5 men and 2 women in the group. 2 of them had outstanding looks, and the man who spoke was rather handsome. The other was a woman who was in the center like the moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with pride as she swept her gaze over everyone. Her expression was like that of a lofty queen patrolling the grounds. When her gaze landed on Arbor, the woman's gaze clearly turned sluggish, and her eyes seemed to be dyed with a trace of disbelief. There was actually such an exquisite and luxurious person in this world who was like a jade carving. The woman lamented in her heart, and her scrutinizing gaze roamed back and forth over Arbor's body. There was a faint trace of displeasure in her expression. Her skin was so delicate that it could be broken with a blow, and her facial features were peerlessly exquisite. She could not pick out any flaws at all. This caused a trace of discomfort to sweep through the woman's heart. In their star domain, she had always been known as the star domain's #1 beauty. She did not expect to meet a girl who was even more attractive than her on the first day she came to Shuntian Prefecture. This caused her to be extremely displeased. The leader did not notice the woman's abnormal mood. At this time, he had already walked up to the elderly person and asked again in a clear voice, "Uncle, we need 7 seats." "Thank you." The old man awkwardly looked at the seat beside him, then turned to look at the 7 men and women. "Sorry, as you can see, there are only 6 seats left." "6? Then let them give up one." The one who spoke was a woman with an ordinary appearance. She glanced at Xiao Mu and the others who were sitting on the side as she spoke aloofly. Bai Xia saw their gazes fall on her and Arbor, and curled her lips in boredom. Baizhi couldn't help but ask coldly, "Manager, didn't you say that we can leave as soon as all the seats are taken? What are you waiting for? Our time is very precious." The old man smiled apologetically. "We're about to leave. Everyone, please get ready. This young master. I only have 6 seats here. Look. Do you want to buy 6 tickets, or you can leave tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" The #1 beauty of the star field screamed indignantly, "I don't want to stay in this damned place for even one more day." He had to leave immediately. "I want to go to the city. The closest city to here is Julu City." "Mister, we're heading there. I'll have to trouble you to arrange the seats. It doesn't matter if we have to pay a little more." The leader of the group was polite in both his words and the way he conducted himself. It was just that the few teammates behind him looked a bit arrogant. Especially that ordinary-looking girl. After looking around, she pointed at the short instructor from the top academy and said, "You, give up your seat. How about I give you double the price?" The short instructor hesitated for a second and then pretended to shake his head. "That won't do. I'm in a hurry to go back and cook for my students. They're starving to death." Arbor really wanted to ask this instructor, "Do you have a seat?" How can you continue with such a coherent sentence? The ordinary-looking girl took out a bulging money bag and casually threw it to the short instructor. "There are 500 spirit coins here, give up your seat to us." "Okay." The short instructor replied in an unusually loud voice and then waved his paw at the old man. "Big brother, then I'll go first. Actually, it's nothing to be struck by lightning all the way. It's healthier to be struck by lightning. It's pretty good." After the instructor finished speaking, he jumped off the land whale without looking back and really rushed towards the thunderous plain alone. Soon, everyone heard the sound of thunder not far away. It seemed that the instructor had activated the heavenly thunder mode after entering the thunderous plain. Arbor only felt that the heavenly thunder was rolling. That guy looked unreliable and greedy. It seemed that he was very different from the instructor from the top academy in her mind. The instructor from the top academy in the little girl's mind had a sage-like demeanor with one hand behind his back. He stood on the blazing lava mountain range and looked up at the night sky dotted with cold stars. But this cheating instructor in front of her seemed to be completely different from that lofty image. He was just a swindler. "Okay, we have 7 seats now." The ordinary-looking girl turned her head and roared at the old man who was stunned on the spot. "Arrange the seats, why are you standing there in a daze?" The old man was probably so angry that his lips were trembling. He calmed down and said in a low voice, "Miss, you just gave that instructor from the top academy a big bag of spirit coins, but it's completely useless. He's a swindler. He didn't buy a seat at all. You gave him money, but what can he do? The ordinary-looking girl was dumbfounded. After a few seconds, she couldn't help but scold, "You damn old man, why didn't you say so earlier? You waited for him to leave before telling me this?" The old man also had an aggrieved expression. Just now, Miss moved extremely fast and threw a money bag to that person. "It's too late for me to stop you." The old man still felt extremely aggrieved. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? That instructor from the top academy, how could he openly reach out and take the money bag? It really made people speechless. "I don't care, you have a seat," the girl said unyieldingly. Tian. The captain frowned slightly. "You, give up your seat." The woman SSSSSS. Then, she pointed at Arbor and said, "You, give up your seat." Arbor's gaze sharpened. Before she could react, the 7-person team's leader quickly reached out and stopped the girl. He nodded at Arbor and said, "I'm sorry, little girl. It's my team member who acted abruptly. I'm going to sleep. I'll make up for it tomorrow morning. If you know that your team members are unreliable, then you should take good care of them. Don't let them go around biting people." Bai Xiao rolled her eyes in annoyance. The leader of the 7-man team, Su Hao, cupped his hands apologetically at Bai Xiao and the others. He then turned to the ordinary-looking woman and said, "Fourth princess, how about we set off together tomorrow?" That's right. The old man heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "As long as you make an appointment, there will definitely be seats available tomorrow." "No way." Fourth Princess Lu Tian said angrily. "Why should I go tomorrow? It's not like I can't afford it." Bai Xia curled her lips and mocked softly, "So you're a princess from some country. No wonder you're so extravagant and ostentatious." But she was the princess of Siyuan Star's Baizi country, in Xianxia Prefecture. There was no distinction between princess and prince. She was just a newcomer to Xianxia Prefecture. She still had to behave herself. What a joke! Princess Lu Tian was acting so arrogant and despotic even before she knew the situation, throwing money everywhere. If she met an expert with a bad temper, this Princess Lu Tian would suffer. Another beautiful woman frowned slightly and warned the princess in a soft voice, "Lu Tian, you just squandered 500 spirit coins. The spirit coins we have left won't be enough for you to squander for a month." It was quite difficult to gather so many spirit coins in the lower star fields. Only this princess was doted on by the great king. That was why she was given so much for travel expenses. However, all in all, she only had 20 to 30,000 spirit coins. If she used them sparingly, she would be able to last until she entered the academy. If she squandered like this, no amount of money would be enough for her. "Chen Hanyu. How dare you?" Fourth Princess Lu Tian angrily rebuked and glared at the beautiful woman. "What? You just left Hangyuan Star and your true colors are already revealed? You don't even address me as your highness anymore?" When Chen Hanyu was on Hangyuan Star, she was often bullied by Fourth Princess Lu Tian. She didn't expect that Lu Tian would dare to rebuke her in front of so many people in Xianxia Prefecture. She was immediately enraged. It could be said that Lu Tian did not have any good feelings towards beautiful women. Right now, her ordinary face was filled with anger, causing Chen Hanyu to be slightly startled. She was just about to bow her head and admit defeat. An iron arm suddenly stretched out in front of Chen Hanyu, revealing a protector's stance. The person who came was a young man with a square face. When he saw Chen Hanyu's lowered eyes and aggrieved expression, he glared at Lu Tian and said, "You better watch out, Lu Tian. Do you think this is still Hangyuan Star? Make sure that this is Xianxia Prefecture. Once we're here, we'll start from scratch. There's no such thing as a princess. Prince Consort, you." Lu Tian's eyes immediately turned red from anger. Bai Xia and the others were sitting at the side. Their eyelids twitched as they watched. It turned out that this square-faced young man was the prince consort of the fourth princess, Lu Tian. But why was the prince consort acting like he was protecting Chen Hanyu? The leader of the 7-man team, Su Hao, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, Su Bang, Chen Hanyu. We're all in the same team, so let's not quarrel. If there are no objections, we will go down first and leave the thunderous plain a day later. Chen Hanyu had a reluctant look on her face. Fourth Princess Lu Tian was even more furious. Seeing that this matter was going to continue, everyone could only wait for them here. In the 7-man team, a male member suddenly said, "Leader, why don't I stay here alone? You guys can go to the nearby city first." When the elder heard this, he hurriedly nodded and said, "That's good, that's good." Su Hao hesitated for a moment. "Will you be okay going alone?" The male member smiled and shook his head. "What problem can there be?" "Leader, don't worry. I'll just meet you guys at Jilu City a day later." The princess's husband and Miss Chen and the team were so difficult to deal with. There was no need to make things difficult for the leader alone, the male member thought. Su Hao patted the male member's shoulder and left him a small bag of spirit coins. "Then be careful. We'll wait for you at the city gate tomorrow." "Okay." The elder hurriedly invited Su Hao and the rest to sit down. When he walked down from the land whale, he instructed everyone, "Just sit down later. Don't get up and look around. Otherwise, you'll be jolted down by the land whale." With that, he got off the land whale. It was the first time for most of the people here to ride such a large mount. There was a trace of curiosity on their faces and they were a little excited. Suddenly, the land whale jolted slightly. Everyone gasped and hurriedly grabbed onto the armchairs on both sides. The view in front of them slowly widened. The land whale began to draw a long tunnel and quickly ran towards the thunderous plain. Xiaomu stuck out her small head and looked left and right. There was a vast plain in front of him. He couldn't see the end of it. "This land whale is too stable." Bai Xiao smiled and said, "It's not bumpy at all. I heard that the thunderous plain is more than 100 miles long and there isn't a single flying beast in the sky. Of course. You'll know when you reach the center of the thunderous plain. There are crisscrossing lightning. If a flying beast goes there rashly, it will definitely be struck into pieces." The thunderous plain stretched as far as the eye could see. Everyone could only see a small half of the red sun on the distant horizon. Only a shallow outline could be seen. At this time, it was already dusk. At this speed, they would definitely reach Jilu City before nightfall. "We've entered the thunderous area. Everyone, be careful." A worker sitting cross-legged on the land whales had reminded them faintly. Everyone only heard a loud rumbling sound. Sure enough, a bolt of lightning accompanied by purple-red lightning struck the thunderclap plains. Everyone felt that the lightning bolt was only a hair's breadth away from the land whale's head. They were all secretly shocked. The land whale, on the other hand, was like a lightning rod. It leaped forward and shuttled through the lightning bolts. Even if a small part of the lightning bolts landed on its body, it did not seem to feel anything due to its thick skin. Bai Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. She only relaxed after watching it run for a while. She turned to look at the expressionless little stoic and said, "This land whale should be a veteran of the thunderous plains, so there shouldn't be any problems." Xiaomu nodded. Her large eyes curiously looked left and right as she watched the bolts of lightning pounce on the ground with frightening might. "Why are there so many lightning bolts here? Hey, quickly look. Isn't there a person in front?" Catching up on yesterday's 2 chapters, Baiji's shout attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, everyone was struck by lightning, charred on the outside and tender on the inside. At the far end of the thunderous plains horizon, a short man was racing with lightning. With a roll, he quickly dodged a bolt of lightning. Then, he suddenly jumped up. His movements were vigorous and brave. He rolled again, and rolled again. Roll, roll. 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 Arbor looked at this funny instructor and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Bai Xia couldn't hold it anymore. She slapped her thigh and laughed. "Oh my god. Am I seeing things?" At this moment, more than half of the 30 passengers on the land whale were laughing too. "You're not seeing things." Ji Feng held back his laughter and said, "That instructor is being struck by lightning. Strictly speaking, that idiotic teacher from the water spirit faculty was pretty good. However, his appearance was extremely shocking. Look, he has a spiritual armor helmet on his head. Since he can generate spiritual armor, it means that this instructor's cultivation level is quite high. Yeah, I heard that only those who can sense spiritual essence at least at level 5 and above can generate partial spiritual armor. Arbor's gaze stopped on the funny instructor's head. He saw that he was wearing a blue big helmet on his head. It wasn't really a helmet because its shape was too weird. It looked like a big wooden bowl that monks used to beg alms was upside down on his head. When the lightning struck, it went straight for the wooden bowl on his head. Crack! The lightning struck down together with the lightning. The short instructor nimbly rolled on the ground and ran forward with the wooden bowl spiritual armor on his head. Crack! 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 Thunderclaps fell one after another. The short man dodged dozens of lightning bolts, but there were still a few that struck his head. Thus, when a bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bull came crashing down with a boom, the spiritual armor that the short instructor was wearing was unfortunately smashed into pieces. Everyone saw that the hair on his head was sizzling and smoking. When he turned around, his face was charred black. He put one hand on his waist and pointed at the sky, cursing, "That's enough." Boom. The thunderous plane didn't care whether he was cursing or not. Another lightning bolt struck down. The short instructor pulled back his legs and rolled on the ground like a gourd, rolling to the front. Seeing this, Baixia's mouth twitched. I think this instructor rolled all the way across the thunderous plane. Xiaomu looked at this unreliable water spirit faculty instructor from a top-notch academy and made a decision in her mind. She wouldn't search for this top-notch academy for the time being. She would wait for Situ-E and the others to rendezvous in Jiulu City before making further plans. With such an unreliable instructor, he felt that this school wasn't that great. The land whale ran past the tutor steadily. A certain instructor who was being struck by lightning turned his head and saw land whale's huge body. He hurriedly tried to catch up to land whale. Hey, hey, hey! Young people, can you give me a hand? Hey! Oi! Lu Daijing ran very fast. Within a short moment, he had already disappeared from Jihao's side. The instructor felt his heart ache. He raised his hand and touched his chest. He said sadly, "Heavens, these young people don't know how to respect their teachers. How dare they treat me like this?" Seeing that another bolt of lightning was about to strike down, the instructor hurriedly ran forward. At dusk, the group arrived at the gate of Jiulu City. The city was huge. The walls were built with huge beige rocks. The city gate alone was hundreds of feet high. The people standing under the city gate looked very small. When Arbor and Baixia arrived at the gate of Jiulu City, they happened to run into a traffic control. A group of people lined up outside the city gate. There were 2 rows of energetic guards with long spears in their hands. They looked like they were waiting for someone important to pass through. Baixia couldn't help but pull on a passerby and asked softly, "Sister, can I ask you something? What's everyone doing here? Why are you all stopped at the gate? Look at how tired you are. You must have come from afar to enter the city." The middle-aged woman that Baixia called sister smiled at Baixia. "Actually, it's not like this usually. But today, I heard that the beautiful fairy from the Palace of Cold Blood is visiting. City Lord Hua will welcome them personally, so we can't pass for now. Everything will be fine after the beautiful fairy and her group pass by." "Li Ren?" A girl's voice came from behind Baixia. It was a round-faced girl who was sitting on the same land whale as them. She was about the same age as Arbor. Her cheeks were round and chubby, and her body was a little round. At this moment, the little girl was biting her finger and drooling with a strange expression. Xiaomu turned around to look at her. Based on her nature of understanding foodies, she immediately understood that this round-faced little girl was not talking about some beauty but chestnut kernel. "Hey, make way, make way, make way." The short instructor, with his pitch-black face, squeezed his way through the crowd and finally managed to squeeze behind Xiaomu and the others with great difficulty. Baizhi glanced at him and blocked him with his arm. "Why are you squeezing? Hey, young man, have a better attitude." The short man glared at Baizhi angrily and looked around the city gate. "Why did you stop all of them here? Why aren't you letting anyone in?" No one cared about him. On the other hand, the 4th princess, Lu Tian, who had given him 500 spirit coins to buy a seat, was furious. She glared at the instructor and shouted, "How dare you show up in front of me? The short tutor turned around to look at her. His face was dark. Hey, why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you? Little girl, be more polite when you speak. You liar. Lu Tian was so angry that he wanted to rush over and beat him up. However, it was crowded at this moment. Her vigorous movement immediately affected many people around her. Some of the people who were squeezed so tightly that they couldn't breathe hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't push." The short mentor put his hands in front of him and made a defensive posture. When he saw that Lu Tian couldn't squeeze through, he immediately grinned and said, "Come here. Come here if you have the guts." How audacious. How dare you be so rude to your teacher? If someone like you were to enter our top academy, you would definitely be chased out within 3 days. Who the hell wants to enter your stupid academy? Lu Tian was furious. Instead of entering your unknown academy, why don't you work hard and try to enter one of the 4 great academies of the Sun Moon Star Union? Everyone was on Lu Tian's side. They nodded and looked at the short tutor with disdain. A bunch of frogs in a well. What do you know? Back then, when our top-notch academy rose to prominence, who knows where those 4 great academies of sun, moon, and stars that you speak of were? The short instructor harumphed. I'm telling you, don't be unconvinced. Our top-notch academy is extremely famous in the entire 6 prefectures continent. Not only Shentian Prefecture, even the neighboring Ani Prefecture, Poland Prefecture, and so on all greatly admire our top-notch academy. Little children like you who just entered Shentian Prefecture, I'll say this without boasting. It's best if you all come to our top-notch academy to study for half a year. Like those lousy academies of sun, moon, and stars, they only have a good reputation. In reality, they simply can't teach anything practical. They're all a bunch of gaudy sissies, what can they do? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. That's right, especially for little girls like you who are young and talented. You're the most suitable to come to our top-notch academy. The short instructor suddenly changed his target and pointed at Arbor and the round-faced foodie girl beside her. Do you want to give it a try and enroll at our academy? Our academy enrolls students at the end of July every year, and classes begin at the beginning of August. We have all 5 spiritual elements. No matter what you want to learn, there are outstanding instructors like me who will personally teach you one-on-one. Counting the time, there are only about 10 days left for you to prepare. How about it? Do you have the confidence to join our top-notch academy? The round-faced little girl dazedly glanced at the short instructor and shook her head. Never thought about it. Nah, how could you not think about it? It's already not bad for this little stoic-faced girl beside you. I can tell at a glance that she's a naturally intelligent person of few words. She's the most suitable to study at our academy. As he spoke, the short instructor pulled out a crumpled and tattered piece of paper from his pocket and stuffed it into the little stoic's hand without allowing her to object. A smile comparable to a blooming chrysanthemum on his pitch-black face. The test is on July 28th. As long as you pass our academy's test, you'll be able to smoothly join our top-notch academy. Little girl, I have high hopes for you. You can do it. Bai Xiao was stupefied as she listened on the side. She didn't understand. It was clearly Lu Tian who wanted to settle scores with the short instructor in the beginning. How did it become the short instructor accepting Miss Xiao as a student and entering some top-notch academy in the end? Wasn't the jump a little too big? Arbor was expressionless. He lowered his head and looked at the crumpled paper in his hand. He reached out his small hand and slapped the paper on the short mentor's face. Not interested. Everyone was speechless. The short mentor looked at her with a pained expression and said, "Little fellow, think about it again. I am Zhou Danjin, an instructor of the Water Spirit faculty in a top academy." The brat was about to continue talking when he heard a cheer coming from the city gate. "Beautiful fairy is here." The loud cheers of the poor immediately interrupted the short man's words. Everyone pushed each other and squeezed forward curiously, wanting to see what this beautiful fairy from the Palace of Cold Blood looked like. A long-haired cow with snow-white hooves was pulling a chariot made of black gold towards the main gate of Julu City. The city gates opened, and the city lord, watching you, personally came out to welcome them. His snow-white robe made him look as noble as an orchid tree. The carriage stopped at the city gate. Watching you smiled and walked forward. He cupped his hands and bowed. The beautiful fairy from the Palace of Cold Blood has graced us with your presence. Watching you greets the beautiful fairy. There was no movement in the carriage for a moment. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew in their faces. A snow-white figure shot out of the carriage like lightning. Her long robe fluttered across the roof of the carriage. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a woman in snow-white clothes. She was sitting cross-legged on the roof of the carriage. Her face was full of solemnity and solemnity. Xianxia and Arbor only felt that the beautiful fairy in front of them purposely made herself look ethereal. She was really pretentious. What kind of fairy is this? Even the city lord has to come out to welcome her? Xianxia couldn't help but mutter softly. The middle-aged woman who spoke earlier suddenly rolled her eyes. What do you know? The wife of the current city lord of Xianxia Prefecture is the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood. There are 5 fairies under the city lord's wife. This beautiful fairy is one of them. Her cultivation has reached level 7 spiritual master. She is very powerful. The Palace of Cold Blood comes once every 3 months. In the middle of the month, the city lord will order them to distribute cultivation resources. These things are related to the future of the city. Of course, they can't be careless. Among the resources, there are materials, spiritual medicine, cultivation methods, and everything else. If you have a good relationship with the fairies of the Palace of Cold Blood, you might be able to open a back door and get more benefits. No wonder City Lord Hua is acting like this. Xianxia heard this and cast a curious look at the beautiful fairy. Her gaze moved back and forth on her face. However, the beautiful fairy suddenly glanced back in Xianxia's direction. This cold glance made Xianxia's heart skip a beat, and she couldn't help but be shocked. She stared at me so rudely. Where are the city guards? Go. Gouge her eyes out for this fairy. Xiao's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she heard. What kind of fairy was this? How could she be so vicious? She just looked at her curiously and ordered the city guards to dig her eyes out. Who was she to not allow others to look at her? 2 after-images came over. The 2 town guards looked cold and arrogant. They were about to subdue Xianxia. Sister. Baizha was shocked and immediately attacked the 2 guards at the same time with Ji Feng. The 2 profound energies forced the mansion guard to take a few steps back. The crowd that was almost affected immediately let out a burst of screams. You're all courting death. The beautiful fairy leisurely sat on the roof of the carriage, her beautiful eyes shooting out a cold light. She waved her wide white sleeves, and 2 streams of yellow light shot out from them, heading straight for Baizha and Ji Feng. Bang! A faint sound vibrated in the air. Just as the 2 immobilization talismans were about to attach themselves to Baizha and Ji Feng, Xiaomu creased her brows and suddenly caught the 2 blue talismans between her fingers. In just a moment, the 2 blue talismans were crushed into powder in her hands and dissipated with the wind. Baizha and Ji Feng, who were not affected by the body-securing talisman, managed to land a palm strike on the 2 town mansion guards, knocking them back a few steps. The beautiful fairy's eyes immediately narrowed. A pair of cold eyes, emitting a cold light, stared at Arbor and said word by word, "You dare to destroy my body-securing talisman? Do you know what the death penalty is?" She threatened me. Cut off her mouth, Arbor suddenly said coldly. A small white snake twisted its delicate body and abruptly leaped up from Xiaomu's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant python and opened its mouth to bite at the beautiful fairy on top of the carriage's roof. The fairy was shocked. In order to avoid the sudden appearance of the giant snake, her body suddenly flipped backward and rolled down from the roof of the carriage. At this time, she couldn't care less about her image. She only felt that if she didn't avoid it quickly, the snake's huge mouth could tear her head off with a crack. Terrifying. Where did this giant python come from? Why did it suddenly appear at the city gate? The beautiful fairy didn't have time to think about it. After a crisp crack sound, a ferocious snake head suddenly forced its way through the carriage she was sitting in. The entire carriage seemed to be wrapped around the snake's body. The giant snake slithered out of the carriage. Its eyes were extremely fierce, and it once again spat out a mouthful of black mist at the beautiful fairy. "Young lady, please show mercy." Hua Qingyu, who was watching from the side, was shocked and hurriedly scolded her. Unexpectedly, it would have been better if he hadn't scolded her. As soon as he scolded her, the little fellow's fierce eyes looked at him. When the two of them looked at each other, Hua Qingyu only felt his heart skip a beat. His whole body was stunned. This pair of ice bead-like eyes was really too cold. It made his whole body tremble involuntarily as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Eat her. Arbor's expression was cold as he issued a ruthless order. The small white snake roared and twisted its head, biting toward the beautiful fairy's head. Crack! The four walls of the carriage were bitten into pieces by the small white snake. The broken wood shavings were like powder flying in the air. The few long-haired cows were already scared out of their wits. All of them crouched on the ground, not daring to move at all. Ah! The beautiful fairy reacted and continuously stretched out the defensive talismans. However, these defensive talismans were like tofu. Under the black mist of the great void netherworld snake, they were broken inch by inch. Miss, please be merciful. That's enough. Hua Qingyu braced himself. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and suddenly flew towards the beautiful fairy. Arbor's eyes suddenly turned cold. In the blink of an eye, 5 blue talismans appeared in his hand. 5 fire talismans were thrown at Hua Qingyu at the same time. From the moment the talisman was activated to the moment the fire spirit exploded, the entire city gate was illuminated by a series of flames. Almost everyone was stunned. Boom! The fire spirit talisman blasted a hole in the city gate. Rubble fell from the sky, and Hua Qingyu's expression changed. You! Arbor frowned. Suddenly, he took out 5 fire talismans and threw them all down. Boom! 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 Explosions filled the entire city gate. The overflowing power of the fire talisman pushed down the lawn in front of the door, revealing the bare soil inside. The onlookers all scowled miserably and retreated one after another, fearing that they would be implicated. Fortunately, the fire spirit talisman only attacked Hua Qingyu. In order to prevent Hua Qingyu from getting close to the beautiful fairy to help, Arbor threw out 10 fire spirit talismans. Seeing Hua Qingyu's expression change slightly, he still didn't give up and flew towards the beautiful fairy. Arbor's eyes sharpened. He suddenly took out a handful of 50 fire spirit talismans. Hua Qingyu's eyelids kept twitching, and his heart also thumped non-stop. It couldn't be, right? The 50 fire spirit talismans simultaneously flew up and circled around the city gate before flying toward Hua Qingyu. Hua Qingyu's eyebrows could almost squash a fly to death, and he couldn't help but roar, don't. Please stop, my great aunt, boom 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 boom. Everyone was stupefied. The violent and explosive sound rapidly attracted all the cultivators in the city. They all rushed towards the city gate in unison. Everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts. Zombies were attacking the city, zombies were attacking the city. Cough cough cough, cough. Hua Qingyu reached out to brush away the thick smoke in front of him. His face went from shock to numbness, and now, calmness. A little girl from the lower star field who looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old was so extravagant. She casually threw out a handful of fire spirit talismans, and her net worth could easily surpass that of a city lord like him. How could he endure this? The little stoic glanced coldly at City Lord Hua and suddenly raised her hand. Just as City Lord Hua's eyelids twitched wildly, she abruptly fished out a large handful of fire spirit talismans. City Lord Hua glanced over, and he basically couldn't count how many talismans there were. Don't move. City Lord Hua suddenly screamed with a black face. Calm down, my great aunt, calm down. I won't move, and you also won't move if I don't move. City Lord Hua's originally handsome face was blackened by the smoke emitted from the explosion of the fire spirit talismans in front of him. At the same time, without City Lord Hua's obstruction and help, the little white snake's tail suddenly coiled around the beautiful fairy. Without a second word, it slapped her face down onto the ground. Hua Qingyu only felt his teeth ache and balls ache. When he saw the large snake coiling the beautiful fairy up from the shallow pit, he hastily glanced at her and then silently mourned for her in his heart. It was too tragic. Her face was practically flattened by the large snake's slap. Bleeding from the forehead, nose, and mouth was no longer a big deal. The most important thing was that the beautiful fairy's nose was probably crooked, and the bridge of her nose was slanted to one side. His mouth was also completely broken, and there were many broken teeth in his mouth falling to the ground. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, was also scared silly. She looked at the scene in front of her in a daze and secretly swallowed her saliva. Then, she swallowed again. She stole a glance at Miss Xiao and pursed her lips. Then, she shifted her gaze to the extremely miserable beautiful fairy. The beautiful fairy, who had arrogantly wanted to dig out her eyes just a moment ago, was now like a dead fish on the verge of death. The short instructor, Zhou Danjin, suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted joyfully, "Amazing! This student, may I know your name? Our top academy welcomes you with open arms." This mentor felt like he was from some evil cult, and he was trying to recruit people into his cult. "I said I'm not interested," Arbor said coldly. It's fine. Even if you're not interested, you can still cultivate your interest. No matter if it's towards people, things, or the academy, if you're not interested in the beginning, it doesn't mean that you won't be interested in the future. Xiaomu completely ignored this person's nonsensical rambling and directly turned to walk towards the city gate. At this moment, because of the fire talisman, the city gate was filled with burning bonfires. When walking, one had to be extra careful. However, these talisman fires were completely useless against her. Walking through the bonfire, Arbor strode forward and headed into the city with a cold expression. Just as the city guards were about to reach out to stop her, they heard Hua Qingyu shout from behind, "Let her go, let her go, let her go. Hey, make way, make way, make way." Instructor Zhou Danjin chuckled and followed Arbor into the city. What a joke. If they didn't leave now, when would they? If they entered the city alone later, wouldn't they have to pay a spirit coin entrance fee? Sister, let's go quickly too. Baizhi hastily tugged at Xianxia, and the two siblings, along with Ji Feng, also hastily followed. Zhou Danjin stretched as soon as he entered the city, and his dark face was covered in a joyful smile. Waha, he really made a killing on this trip. Not only did he buy food at the small market outside the Thunderclap Plain that was nearly half the price of the food in Anka City, but he didn't even spend a single spirit coin on the round trip, earning 500 spirit coins for free. These 500 spirit coins were finally enough for the academy to spend for a while. This was a windfall. If the vice president knew that he was so capable, he would definitely praise him greatly. Zhou Danjin grinned at the thought of this happy occasion. When he looked up, he saw that the little girl's figure was already far away. He hastily chased after her and stuck to the little stoic like a plaster, saying, "Hey, stoic-faced little miss, let's discuss something. I see that you're also new to Xianxia Prefecture. You definitely aren't familiar with this place. How about this, you can study at our top-notch academy for half a year. By then, you'll already be familiar with Xianxia Prefecture. Hey, little stoic, hey." Before Zhou Danjin could finish speaking, he saw a green vine shoot out of the little girl's hand and wrap around the roof with a whoosh. With a slight push of her wrist, her body lightened, and she immediately rose from the ground, pulling the green vine to the roof. After 2 leaps, she had completely disappeared. Miss Xiao. Baixia chased after her but saw that her figure had already disappeared. She involuntarily stomped her feet in frustration and turned to glare at Zhou Danjin. "It's all your fault, you scared her away. I originally planned to properly entertain Miss Xiao after entering the city. The little stoic's surname is Xiao." Zhou Danjin rubbed his black chin and rolled his eyes. "Aren't you guys on the same side? I can't be bothered with you." Baixia angrily rolled her eyes at him, and called her brother and fiancé to leave. "Young people nowadays all have such bad tempers," Zhou Danjin muttered. He carefully glanced in the direction the little stoic disappeared in and cracked a smile. "I have a feeling that we will meet again in the future." Currently, in the Longevity Palace of the Emo Kingdom on Sikong Planet, Fenggu happily ran in with a potted jasper begonia in full bloom. "Empress Dowager, it's a joyous occasion. Look, this jasper begonia has come to life. The people from the Eastern Palace brought it over. They said that before the Crown Princess left, she told the gardener to take care of it for a few more days and send it to the Empress Dowager when the flowers are ready. Look, the Crown Prince Consort has people take care of it so well. She can even save the dying jasper begonia. The crown princess is truly resourceful. The Empress Dowager nodded with a smile and reached out to gently stroke the green leaves of the jasper begonia. She said with a gratified expression, "The little crown princess is telling Xianxia that there is hope in life and that one cannot easily give up." She didn't know when senior brother Situ and the rest would arrive at Jiulu City. Xiaomu sat inside a restaurant called Joy Pavilion and ordered a single meal, a bowl of egg noodles, a meat bun, and a bowl of egg floss and vegetable soup. Just this bit of food cost her 5 spirit coins. It's really expensive. However, she didn't feel the pinch of spending other people's money. She could just spend it. 300,000 spirit coins was enough for her to spend for a while. It was said that the expenses in this city were very high, and there was a monthly poll tax. It didn't mean that one could sit back and relax after paying 1 spirit coin to enter the city. At the beginning of the month, one would have to go to Babu Plaza and pay for the residence fee. Otherwise, if it was found that one's residence permit had expired, one could be punished to the point of bankruptcy or be expelled from the city, never to enter Jiulu City again. The residence fee was 1 spirit coin per month, and one wouldn't be refunded if one didn't stay for a month. When Arbor came in, she didn't pay any spirit coins, so she naturally didn't have a residence permit or anything like that. However, she would only stay in the city for a few days, so there shouldn't be any problems. She just had to wait for senior brother Situ and the rest to arrive before discussing where to go. Ding ding. The wind chimes at the entrance of Joy Pavilion rang, and the crisp sound rippled in the wind. Xiaomu had just picked up some noodles with her chopsticks, but before she could put it into her mouth, she saw someone jogging cheerfully to her side and patting her back with their small paws. "Hey, it's you." Xiaomu turned her head to look and saw a small round face appear in front of her. She had a round face and round eyes. The little girl was about the same age as her, but her eyes were fixed on the noodles in her bowl. She smacked her lips subconsciously. Arbor's mouth twitched. She recognized that this child was the round-faced little girl who rode the land whale with her. "Shopkeeper, another bowl of egg noodles." "Okay. Sit down and eat together." Arbor pointed to a seat at the side. "Ah? No need, no need. I spent 3 months' worth of food on the land whale. I don't have any money to eat for the next 3 months." Arbor's small hand that was holding the chopsticks paused, and he said expressionlessly, "I'll treat you. Sit down." "How can I accept that?" "How about this? You finish the noodles, and I'll drink the rest of your soup." As the little girl spoke, she saw a snake's head almost buried in the bowl of vegetable soup. Hearing her words, the snake raised its head slightly and glanced at her with its big, watery eyes. Then, it quickly lowered its head and used its small, wriggling body to wrap around its soup bowl, sucking all the soup into its mouth. Arbor, the round-faced girl, laughed awkwardly and said, "Ha, ha, your little white snake is so cute." "What the hell?" A cold-blooded snake actually knew how to drink soup. Then, she seemed to have thought of something, and her little face instantly froze. "What cute little white snake?" Previously at the city gate, the giant snake had slapped the beautiful fairy into a flat face with its tail. She had seen it with her own eyes. "How is she cute?" "She's not cute at all. She's even a little cruel." "Miss, a bowl of egg noodles is here. It's 3 spirit coins." "Miss, please pay first." The shopkeeper was all smiles as he personally ran over to bring the bowl of noodles over. "What? A bowl of egg noodles actually costs 3 spirit coins? Why don't you go rob a bank?" The shopkeeper's face immediately stiffened. "Miss, the store clearly states the price." As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed at the signboard in front of him. It was clearly written on the signboard. A bowl of egg noodles cost 3 spirit coins, a meat bun cost 1 spirit coin, and a bowl of vegetable soup cost 1 spirit coin. If one wanted to eat pure meat noodles, it would cost 5 spirit coins per bowl. "Wow, your shop is so expensive." The round-faced girl could not help but exclaim. "Shopkeeper, take the money." Miss Chow expressionlessly counted 3 spirit coins and gave it to him, sending him away angrily. "Eat." Arbor picked up the bowl of noodles again and started eating. The round-faced girl swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the end, she could not resist the temptation of the egg noodles. She picked up the bowl with both hands and started eating. It's so delicious, hot soup, hot noodles, and freshly fried eggs. It's flavorful and can fill my stomach. Woo woo woo, Arbor almost choked on the noodles. She looked up at the round-faced girl and twitched her mouth. Don't cry. The round-faced girl looked at her with tears in her eyes. Good, good. Arbor, she felt like she was looking at Jolin. What was going on? Could it be that all foodies were the same? Little big sister, I am Xianxia. What about you? Arbor. Big sister Qiao, thank you for your hospitality. Xianxia immediately entered her familiar mode. Out of a foodie's instinct, she ate the last piece of vegetable and finished the bowl of noodle soup. Arbor, no, she had to keep a straight face. Why did she feel like laughing? After eating, Xianxia rubbed her round belly and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. I'm finally full. Do you want some buns? Arbor pointed at a meat bun at the side. You're not eating? Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. Arbor picked up some noodles with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. I think I'm full after a bowl of noodles. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Xuanxuan's little paw was just about to reach for the bun when the little white snake curled its tail and rolled the bun over. The little snake's entire body coiled around the bun. It lowered its little head and started eating the meat bun. Arbor. Xuanxuan's eyes widened. You. Xianxia pointed at the white snake and said you 3 times in a row. Then, she turned to look at Arbor with a strange expression and said, this snake of yours really can eat anything. Have you ever seen a snake eating a meat bun? The scene in front of him was simply inexplicably strange. Oh, just treat it as a human. Arbor said indifferently. He took out the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He also poured another cup for Xianxia and the little snake. If you're not full, I'll order 2 more buns for you. No need. Xianxia hurriedly waved her small hands and said, I'm full. You were the one who said that I didn't want to eat the buns. I was afraid that it would go to waste. Arbor coughed lightly and took 2 sips of water from his teacup. What are your plans for the future? I originally wanted to enroll in the Sunlight Academy. Registration for the Sunlight Academy was at the end of July, and enrollment was at the beginning of August. I thought that since everyone is new here, they would usually find an academy to stay in. Xianxia couldn't help but sniffle when she said this. But I didn't expect the Sunlight Academy to be so fraudulent. Just the enrollment fee alone is 10 spirit coins, and it still doesn't guarantee admission. Also, after enrolling, you still have to pay 100 spirit coins for a semester. Where do I have the money? Moreover, I heard that the Sunlight Academy's examination is very strict. Even I might not be able to get in. Why waste the registration fee? Xianxia lowered her head. I've always heard you guys talk about the 4 great academies of sun, moon, and stars. What exactly are they? You don't know? Sun, moon, and stars are the 4 biggest academies in Xianxia Prefecture. The number of students they recruit every year is extremely limited. Everyone fights to get in. I heard that they have their own style of teaching. After entering the academy, within a year, almost everyone can open their spirit meridians and comprehend one of the 5 spirits. Oh. What do they teach? They teach everyone to comprehend the power of the 5 spirits. Xianxia looked at Arbor strangely. When we were in the lower star area, we couldn't comprehend the 5 spirits at all. Our starting point is already much lower than people of the same age in the 6 prefectures. After coming here, if we can't comprehend one of the 5 spirits within a year, we will be forcefully sent back. Ah? Arbor was stunned. Then I saw the entrance of Xianxia Prefecture and the small market near the Thunderous Plain. There are also many ordinary people. Could it be that they can send all these ordinary people back to the lower star area? Of course not. I'm talking about people like us who were summoned by the heavenly Tao and went through the stairway to heaven to come to Xianxia Prefecture from the lower star area. If we were the natives of Xianxia Prefecture, we wouldn't have such worries. Isn't it very unfair? Xianxia puffed up her cheeks and said indignantly. I also think it's very unfair. But this is the way of the world. Other people's starting point is higher than ours. Like Xianxia Prefecture, some of them can open their spirit meridians at birth and absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth by themselves. And in our lower star area, there is almost no spirit chi of heaven and earth. If you can find a spiritual land here, it will be of great help to your cultivation. Oh. Arbor nodded. No wonder they wanted to go to the academy to study. It was to systematically learn how to open their spirit meridians and comprehend the power of the 5 spirits. However, none of this seemed to be important to her. If I can open my spirit meridians within a year and comprehend one of the spirit essences, that would be great. Xianxia raised her head and let her imagination run wild. At the side, the little white snake had finished eating half of the meat bun. It turned its head and glanced at her, giving her a look of disdain. Nothing. Chase. Please, within a year, he only wanted to open his spiritual meridians and comprehend one of the 5 spirits, just like his little master. She was so ambitious. He would definitely look for a spiritual land and break through to become a level 7 spirit master. The little white snake's bragging was about to reach the heavens. Luckily, he didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, Xianxia would have fainted from shock. Oh. Xianxia, strange, why do I suddenly feel like I can't continue the conversation? Sister Qiao. Where are you going? Which academy are you going to? I plan to wait for my senior brothers and the others. Xuanchuan's small face immediately fell. You have companions. I'm the only one from our star field. So, I can't even find a companion. She sighed, her eyes filled with confusion. This was a feeling of uncertainty about her future. Why don't we wait for my senior brothers and the others to come and take the exam for that Sunlight Academy? Okay. Xuanchuan's face immediately lit up, and she looked at Arbor with sparkling eyes. She clung onto her arm as if they were close friends and nodded her head repeatedly. Sister Qiao, you're the best. I don't have to wander around by myself anymore. Xianxia tilted her head with a smile. Wander around, that was an exaggeration. Arbor pulled her hand away and coughed lightly. He pulled a long face and said, I'm 15 years old and was born on the 20th of March. What about you? I'm also 15 years old and was born in February. Then don't call me sister anymore. Okay. I'll call you Xiao Qiao, and you can call me Xianxia. How's that? Oh, just call me Jojo. Xiao Qiao didn't sound very pleasing to the ears. Okay. You're Jojo, and I'm Xianxia. Okay, that's even better. This girl was so happy that she looked like she was flying just because of a title. It was truly hilarious. Arbor pursed his lips and tried his best to keep a straight face. He said solemnly, let's stay at Joy Pavilion tonight. Huh? Stay here. How much does that cost? Shopkeeper, we'll stay here for one night. Okay. Miss, our store is honest with all customers. We only charge 20 spirit coins for one night. What? Before Xianxia could say anything, the shopkeeper tilted his head and pointed at the price tag on the opposite side. Honest with all customers. The price is clearly stated. Then is tomorrow's breakfast included? Of course not. The shopkeeper turned his head and bared his teeth as he shouted. He stared at Xianxia and Xianxia. F***ck, you're dreaming. Tomorrow's breakfast is included? Why don't you say that you'll pay for tomorrow's lunch as well? Arbor took out a money pouch and counted 20 spirit coins for the shopkeeper. He also gave him 2 extra spirit coins. Prepare some hot water. All right. The shopkeeper received the money and answered in a particularly loud voice. This old man liked little girls like the stoic face. They didn't talk much, took money quickly, were nimble, and had a straightforward personality, right? Xianxia rolled her eyes and exchanged glances with the shopkeeper. Both of them snorted in unison. This shopkeeper is really shady. Alright, we'll just stay for one night. My senior martial brother and the others will probably arrive tomorrow. That's great. We can go to the Sunlight Academy to take the test before the 25th. Arbor nodded her little head and reached out her little hand to let the little white snake wrap around her wrist. The little white snake was like a piece of warm jade. Its body was warm. When it was still wrapped around his wrist, it looked like a bracelet. Shopkeeper, on my way here, I saw several talisman shops in your city. Is business good? Of course. Miss, there's something you don't know. An ordinary safety talisman in a talisman shop can be sold for 50 spirit coins. Peace charm? Arbor was slightly startled. Someone bought it? Io, little girl, you're new here, so you don't know. These days, in our Xianxia prefecture, there are only those who complain that talismans are sold too little. There's never been a saying that no one buys them. The peace charm and body-securing talisman are selling very well. Oh. Arbor nodded slightly. The peace charm can seek luck and avoid misfortune. Apart from that, it doesn't seem to have any other special uses. Io, that peace charm is especially effective against ghosts. As long as you wear a middle-grade yellow peace charm, ghosts won't be able to approach you for 24 hours. Ghost spirits? Arbor was taken aback. Ghost spirits can be seen everywhere here? On their Seacone planet, things like ghost spirits seem to be rare. The little monk once said that ghost spirits were formed from a wisp of resentment between heaven and earth. They accumulated and didn't disperse, and as ghost spirits, they possessed the power of evil. On Seacone planet, other than that time when she returned to Quoto village and the little monk said that there were ghost spirits in the village, she had never seen ghost spirits before. Normally, didn't they all turn into zombies after turning into zombies? However, regardless of whether it was zombies or ghost spirits, our dear Xiao Mu didn't like them. They were dirty and definitely very ugly. That's right, that's right. A while ago, the eldest miss of landlord Li's family in the eastern part of the city was possessed by the kind of ghost spirit you mentioned. Oh my, you don't know. That shopkeeper was like a chatterbox and couldn't stop once he started talking. Landlord Li's eldest miss started combing her hair in front of the mirror in the middle of the night and even kept giggling. That freaking scene is what you call horrifying. Oh. Xianxia, who was currently listening to the ghost story with her arms crossed in horror, suddenly laughed involuntarily. Turning around to look at the little stoic's cold and desolate face, Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. Shopkeeper, it's useless. Our Jojo won't be frightened by your ghost story. The shopkeeper pursed his lips disinterestedly. Who's telling you stories? I'm telling you the truth. Later on, Landlord Li went to invite an extremely renowned talisman master in the city. The shopkeeper slapped his thigh and gushed, the master fought with that ghost spirit for 3 days and 2 nights. In the end, he bought an immobilization talisman and immobilized it. When the shopkeeper said this, his finger suddenly aimed at Xianxia. Xianxia pursed her lips and slapped his finger away. Then he subdued the ghost spirit. Of course not. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, at that time, the situation was extremely perilous. Ah. That ghost spirit suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit down at the talisman master. So it turns out that the talisman wasn't powerful enough and couldn't immobilize that powerful ghost spirit. That's an intermediate body-securing talisman, it can't even stop a ghost spirit. Alright, alright. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Xianxia urged from the side, Elder, can't you make it short? The shopkeeper slapped his thigh again. The simulated talisman master shouted angrily. That talisman master threw out another 2 body-securing talismans and shouted, freeze for me. This time, it's finally stabilized. Arbor's mouth twitched. This shopkeeper was very neurotic, as if he had personally witnessed a fierce battle between a talisman master and a ghost spirit. Yet, he was still able to describe it in such a vivid manner. In the end, that talisman master threw out an extremely powerful attack talisman and directly killed that ghost spirit. Let it disappear from the world. Immeasurable justice will prevail. After the shopkeeper finished reciting, he looked up and saw a circle of people standing around him. Each of them was listening with great interest. Then, their faces were filled with admiration as they clapped. Arbor was speechless as he looked at the sky. He stood up and pulled Xianxia towards the stairs. With an indifferent expression, he said, Shopkeeper, if this restaurant can't continue operating in the future, you can still set up a street stall and tell stories. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed loudly. Hey, Do you believe that guy's words? As if I would believe him. Arbor shook his head and said, however, what he said about the ghost spirit being immobilized by the body-securing talisman is probably true. Talisman practitioners are truly amazing. Only their attacks are effective not only on humans, but also on ghosts. Arbor shrugged. The two of them returned to their room together and soaked in a hot bath before heading to bed early to rest. Arbor had a beautiful dream. She dreamed that Mo Lian was standing under an elm tree in the courtyard, gazing at her with a smile and extending his slender hand toward her. He wants a hug. Arbor's eyes brightened, and she immediately skipped over and threw herself into his embrace. Her small head burrowed into his chest, and she looked up at him with an eager expression. Lian, following her call, Mo Lian's figure dissipated like a shattered star, causing her to throw herself at empty air. When she opened her eyes and woke up, she rolled off the bed. She was still hugging a stiff sandalwood pillow, causing her small stomach to hurt a bit. Pfft, a light chuckle came from the bed. Arbor turned her head and saw Xianxia sitting there with her legs bent. Her long hair hung loosely, and her large eyes curved into crescents as she looked at her with a smile. Io, your sleeping posture is really terrible. Tonight, you sleep inside and I'll sleep outside, so that you won't roll off the bed again. Arbor stood up expressionlessly with an "I don't know what you're talking about" expression on her face. She calmly threw the pillow on the bed and got up to wash up. Xianxia laughed out loud. She discovered that when this little stoic encountered something she didn't want to face, she would always use an expressionless face to bluff her way out. A classic stubborn duck who refused to admit her mistake, she hopped off the bed and cheerfully ran to her side, elbowing her arm. Hey, who's Lian? The little fellow, who was wiping her face, paused and then expressionlessly replied, hubby. What? Xianxia was stunned. You're married. Machem, the little fellow nodded vigorously. Xianxia was incredulous. Hey, we mystic cultivators have very long lifespans. Unlike them normal humans who have to hastily find someone to marry when they reach 15 years old. Hey, why are you doing this? Arbor turned his head to look at her. After all the selections, the ones left are all old men. She married early and chose well. My husband is very outstanding. He is the most outstanding person in this world. Xianxia's eyes widened again. You don't look like someone who needs to rely on men. Arbor's little face was stoic. He turned to look at her and punched his chest with his little hand. Appearance. What you see of my strength is just a facade. My heart is actually very fragile. Xianxia almost slipped and fell to the ground. A person who easily opened her mouth and told the little white snake to take the beautiful fairy's life. Was her heart weak? What kind of joke was this? Is your husband really as good as you say? Yes. He's the kind of person who attracts bees and butterflies when he walks on the street. He's the kind of person who makes a lot of strange women look at me. Xianxia's jaw almost dropped. Why do I have to look at you? Shouldn't they be looking at your husband? How would I know? The little stoic said coldly, it's simply boring to death. I always ask them what they're looking at, but no one pays any attention to me. Xianxia, I really pity your husband. I'm guessing that your husband's path is definitely not easy. Jojo, what are we doing out so early in the morning? Are we going to wait for your senior brother at the city gate? Xianxia hurriedly changed the topic. She felt that if she continued to chat, her heart would be pierced by 10,000 arrows. It was very painful. No, let's go take a look at a talisman shop. The two of them left Joy Pavilion and walked towards the largest talisman shop in the city. That shopkeeper yesterday was long-winded for half a day, but he didn't say who the powerful talisman master that official Lee's family hired was. He also heard it from hearsay. Arbor shook his head indifferently. He added some details and made it up again. Who would fight with a ghost spirit for 3 days and 2 nights? Wouldn't that alarm the entire city? Isn't that so? Xianxia pursed her lips. Arbor suddenly stopped and stared at a man's robe hanging outside a ready-made clothing store. He snorted and muttered, so ugly. Ah? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. She turned around and saw that it was a man's robe. A blooming green lotus was embroidered on the cuffs and corners of the robe. It looked quite exquisite. Isn't it pretty? Xianxia saw a tall young man trying on this robe. Arbor pursed his lips and said, "It's so ugly. It's not even 1/10 as good as my embroidery." Huh? Xianxia looked at Arbor strangely and said, "Jojo, you're even learning embroidery. Mystic cultivators like us only need to focus on cultivation. How do you have the spare time to learn embroidery? Why don't you embroider a pouch for me next time?" Xianxia said with a grin. "No." Arbor shook his head. "I'll only embroider a lotus pouch for my lotus." Why did this sentence, "my little hands only embroider for my husband," sound so ear-piercing? Why did she suddenly feel like her heart was being pricked? Xianxia's heart ached, and she reached out to press her chest. Later on, she found out how beautiful Jojo's lotus embroidery was. She just couldn't understand where this little fellow got his confidence from. He actually said that the lotus embroidery of a ready-made clothing store wasn't even 1/10 as good as his. Just how arrogant was he? Only Prince Mo liked to wear the crooked Mo lian embroidered by Jojo, showing off everywhere. It was so funny, but he was good-looking. No matter how ugly his clothes were, he was still handsome. The third store next to the clothing store was the largest talisman store in Jilu City. However, before they reached the entrance, a Taoist priest holding a peachwood sword chased after them from the talisman shop and shouted, "Evildoer, where do you think you're going?" Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and a woman who was being chased by the Taoist priest fell to the ground with a plop. She crawled forward in terror and just happened to crawl to Qiao Mu's side, reaching out to grab her. Before he could even cry out, "Miss, save me," a merciless little foot stepped on the back of his hand. Ah! The woman screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The Taoist priest chased after him, waving the peachwood sword in his hand as he shouted anxiously, "The four directions command, demons and evils invade, talisman. Vanquish evil. Slap. The yellow talisman was stuck on the back of the woman's head, and it fluttered in the wind. Arbor blinked, then blinked again. This talisman obviously didn't have any talisman power. It was a fake talisman. When she turned her head and saw the Taoist priest in front of her, her eyes widened, and she shouted with a face full of shock, "It's you." The Taoist priest cupped his hands and smiled at her. "Miss, don't panic. Ghost spirit has been subdued by me. In 3 days and 3 nights, she will be burned to ashes by the talisman fire." "You don't recognize me?" Arbor sized him up and said expressionlessly, "I haven't seen you for several years, but you put on quite a bit of weight." The Taoist priest was baffled. After carefully sizing up Arbor, he shook his head and said, "This humble Taoist doesn't recognize you. Do you still remember Kwoto Village's little fatty Zhou? For directions command, demons and evils disperse. Evils, quickly submit." Arbor extended 2 fingers and expressionlessly gestured in front of the Taoist priest, pretending that she was swinging her peachwood sword. The Taoist priest immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. You. The ghosts and monsters here are truly too fierce. Little friend, you'd better hurry and run. This humble Taoist won't earn those 100 taels of silver." Arbor was still expressionless. But the Taoist priest suddenly jumped up. "You're from Kwoto Village." Arbor swept him a glance. "I didn't expect that you were a fake who pretended to be mysterious." The Taoist priest pounced over, wanting to cover Arbor's small mouth, but she dodged him. The Taoist priest smiled embarrassedly at her. Aya, little friend, it's a joyous occasion for us to meet an old friend in a foreign land. How about this? This humble Taoist will treat you to a meal at a restaurant today. How about it?" Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. Then she thought about how this Taoist priest might have pretended to be mysterious in Kwoto Village, but he had never harmed anyone in the end, so she dropped the matter. Arbor shook her head and said, "I won't disturb your business anymore." She glanced at a middle-aged couple walking out of the talisman shop from the corner of her eye. Then she walked around the Taoist priest and walked into the talisman shop. She came today specifically to find out about the prices of talismans in the 6 prefectures. Next time, if she didn't have enough spirit coins, she could also draw talismans to earn money. "Mrs., this way please." When the shop assistant saw that Arbor's clothes were out of the ordinary, he hurriedly welcomed them with a smile and led them into the shop. What kind of talismans do you want to buy? Recently, this humble shop received a small batch of fire spirit talismans. The fire spirit is powerful and can protect you from danger. Are the two misses interested? Oh? How much are you selling this fire talisman for? Arbor asked curiously. This batch of medium-level fire talismans is priced at 1,000 spirit coins each. Wow. 1,000 spirit coins. Xianxia's mouth was slightly agape. What about the body-securing talisman and the peace talisman? An intermediate safety talisman costs 50 spirit coins each. As for the body-securing talisman, it costs 100 spirit coins each. Oh. My shop is honest with all customers. This is basically the current market price. If this batch of fire talismans were to be auctioned, the price would be even higher. Maybe it'll be around 1,100 or 1,200. Arbor nodded his small head. He turned his hand and a high-level blue fire spirit talisman appeared in his palm. How much can this sell for? The shop assistant's eyes immediately widened. He took a step back and bowed respectfully. Could it be that this young lady is a talisman master? You're not here to buy talismans, but to sell them? Yes. Arbor replied noncommittally. Miss, please wait for a moment. I will immediately invite our talisman master over. After speaking, he hurriedly ran to invite the talisman master. When Xiamu turned her head, she saw Xianxia glaring at her with round eyes. You're a talisman master? Yes, what's wrong? Heavens! What's with that calm expression of yours? Yesterday, they talked for so long about how powerful talisman masters were, but she wasn't moved at all. Today, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia suddenly realized that the talisman master she worshipped so much was actually standing beside her. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xianxia grumbled as she hit her. You really know how to keep secrets. I didn't keep it a secret. Arbor glanced at her, then turned to look at a middle-aged man who was brought over by the shop assistant. That man had a square head and big ears, and had a benevolent appearance. When he saw Arbor and Xianxia, he smiled and nodded at them. May I know which one of you is the talisman master? Her. Xianxia pointed at Arbor. Arbor handed over the blue fire spirit talisman in his hand. I want to know how much this fire spirit talisman can be sold for. After receiving the talisman that Xiaomu handed over, the talisman appraiser master's eyes involuntarily brightened, and he looked up in excitement. This talisman of yours is an advanced level fire talisman. Moreover, it's a blue fire spirit talisman. The power of this high-grade blue fire spirit talisman is incomparable to that of a middle-grade fire spirit talisman. The talisman master was extremely excited. He held the talisman in his hand as if he had obtained a treasure. This small store is willing to purchase this blue talisman for 12,000 spirit coins. Would the master be willing to part with it? Arbor took out 9 talismans, including the one in the talisman master's hand, and said, part with all of them. The talisman master's jaw probably dropped, and he didn't make a sound for a long time. When Arbor and Xianxia were respectfully escorted out of the talisman store, half an incense stick had already passed. My God, you talisman masters really earn a lot of money. This talisman master casually sold 10 fire spirit talismans that ordinary people couldn't even dream of earning in their entire lives. He actually easily obtained 120,000 spirit coins. Arbor received a spirit coin card. Only then did he know that Shuntian Prefecture could pay by card. It wasn't worthwhile to hold a bunch of spirit coins and count them one by one. However, drawing these fire spirit talismans must have consumed a lot of mental energy and mystic energy. Xianxia said, you must have spent a lot of time to draw these 10 fire spirit talismans. Why did you sell them all? You're not short of money now. It's good to keep a few for yourself. You want it? Arbor took out 10 fire spirit talismans and gave them to her. You can play with them. Xianxia, what to do? He felt that he had befriended a tycoon through and through. Why does this feel so unreal? A certain child was so agitated that his footsteps were light. He followed Arbor dizzily and floated along. I think I just received a gift of 120,000 spirit coins. High-level blue talismans are no longer a challenge to me. I can draw about 2,000 high-grade blue talismans a night now. And they were all drawn with ebony, it was not that kind of talisman paper. She had already stopped using this talisman paper in battle. He still had a lot of talisman papers with him, and he had drawn a lot of them before. If he needed money in the future, he could use them to exchange for spirit coins. Arbor, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Xianxia bumped into his back. She rubbed her nose and raised her head to look at the pill guild signboard. What's wrong? Do you want to buy pills? Then let's go in and take a look. There's a pill guild here too? Yes, from the upper 3 prefectures to the lower star domain, pill guilds and mystic cultivator guilds are everywhere. It's just that in the 6 prefectures, mystic cultivator guilds are called spirit cultivator guilds. Xianxia told Arbor everything she knew. Oh. Talisman shops, on the other hand, are less common. I heard that after the zombie outbreak, many people were injured. Even the price of elixirs increased. Nowadays, both elixirs and elixirs are extremely expensive. Ordinary people can't even afford to buy the blood-staunching elixir. Not to mention the precious elixirs. Arbor stepped into the alchemy guild's door and saw a neat row of medicine cabinets. An old man was sitting behind the long cabinet, teaching a young apprentice how to identify herbs. When he saw Arbor and Xianxia enter, he was stunned and quickly stood up with a smile. Ladies, are you looking to buy some elixirs? Arbor shook his head. Selling. The old man was stunned. Xianxia was also stunned. Selling again, Arbor took out a small jade bottle and threw it to the old man. 3 high-grade life extension elixirs. I wonder how much they can be sold for. High-grade life extension elixirs? The old man from the Dan Alliance was shocked. He hurriedly took out a small tweezer and a jade tray. He carefully poured out a pill and held it in front of him with the tweezer. He sniffed it twice, and his dim old eyes suddenly became clear. He stood up excitedly and quickly put the elixir back into the jade bottle. He cupped his hands and said to Arbor, "Sorry for the disrespect. I didn't know that this young lady is already a high-grade alchemist." Arbor shook his head. "This elixir was made by my master. He asked me to come and sell it." The old man heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. No, no, no. Her heart almost stopped beating. This young lady in front of her was the same age as her. Not only was her cultivation level high, but if it was revealed that she was both a talisman master and an alchemist, how could she live happily? What was the point of being friends with such a monster? She was being attacked every day and wanted to kill herself. Fortunately, this high-grade elixir was made by her master. Yes, yes. Her heart finally calmed down. Arbor blinked and looked at Xianxia in confusion. He then turned to the old man and asked, "How much can it be sold for?" High-level life-prolonging pills, no matter in the past or in the future, will always be in high demand. Once they enter the market, however many there are, they will be snatched up. This life prolongation pill has purple veins, indicating that it's a high-grade pill. Its medicinal effects will definitely be superb. This old man is willing to pay 30,000 spirit coins each for the 3 life prolongation pills in little friend's hands. What do you think, little friend? 30,000 soul coins. 1. Xianxia felt as if her heart had just gone through a long-distance run. At this moment, it was thumping nonstop. What about this spirit-returning liquid? Arbor threw 2 small bottles to the old man. The old man hurriedly opened it and his hands trembled again. It's actually a purple high-grade spirit-returning liquid. Although the spirit-returning liquid is of the same grade as a medium-grade pill, it wins in that everyone needs it. Every spirit master will recognize the spirit-returning liquid and buy it. Wait. Little friend, this spirit-returning liquid, unexpectedly, can this old man have a taste? Go ahead. Arbor waved his hand casually. The old man hurriedly poured out half a mouthful of the spirit-returning liquid and drank it. Immediately after, his whole body trembled. He looked at Arbor in disbelief and said, "The spirit-returning liquid made by your master can actually recover 1/5 of one's spirit energy in a short period of time." This was completely different from the low-grade spirit returning liquid that could recover 1/10 of one's spirit energy. Furthermore, this bottle of spirit returning liquid was enough for 2 uses. 2 uses. An ordinary bottle of spirit returning liquid could only replenish spiritual energy once. Yes. Arbor did not deny it and nodded. From the moment she made it, she had already realized that the effect of this spirit-returning liquid was much better than the low-grade products that others used. Little friend, I am willing to pay 30,000 spirit coins for the 2 bottles of spirit-returning liquid in your hands. The low-grade spirit-returning liquid in the market was about 3,000 spirit coins. The old man was willing to pay 5 times the price for the 2 bottles of spirit-returning liquid. It was a fair trade. Arbor nodded and was sent out of the door by the old man full of gratitude. After half an incense's time, Arbor and Xianxia walked out of the alchemy guild with another 120,000 spirit coins in their spirit coin card. Xianxia's face was already numb. She felt that this rich friend of hers not only knew how to spend, but also how to earn money so easily. No wonder she did not feel the pinch when spending money. It was because money came quickly. Xianxia had guessed wrongly this time. Arbor did not feel the pinch when spending other people's money. That was why he paid so happily, with 240,000 spirit coins in his card and 290,000 spirit coins in his inner world. Arbor did not have to worry that he would not have enough money to spend in the future. He walked towards the city gate. Xianxia followed him expressionlessly. She might have been dreaming just now. After leaving the door, Miss Zhao gave her a bottle of life-prolonging pill. There was 1 life-prolonging pill inside. She must have not woken up yet. This dream was too King realistic. There was a tea stall at the city gate. Arbor led Xianxia to sit down and casually drank some herbal tea. They waited at the city gate for senior brother Situ and the rest. Logically speaking, with their strength, they should have arrived by now. She had already destroyed the arena at the entrance. They should not have encountered any danger. However, why had they not arrived yet? Not a single person had arrived. This situation did not seem right. Arbor sat in front of the tea stall and frowned. Xianxia saw this and hurriedly said, "Jojo, don't worry. Your senior brother Situ might have been delayed by something. Let's wait a little longer." Xiaomu hummed in agreement. Xiaomu waited with Xianxia until nightfall before listlessly following Xianxia back to the Joy Pavilion. The 2 of them stayed at the Joy Pavilion for a full 5 days, but Situi and the others were still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they went directly to another city? Is that why he went astray from you? Arbor frowned as he looked at Xianxia and muttered to himself, really? Yes. However, the registration for the Sun Moon Starry School was imminent. I think if they want to find you, they will definitely register. Maybe they will meet you in the Sunlight Academy. Alright. Let's go to the Sunlight Academy's registration site. Arbor nodded. Great. Then I'll go pack up and we'll leave right away. The Sunlight Academy's registration and assessment site was in Anka City. Let's take a flying eagle and get there before dark. How can a land whale be so fast? It has so many legs. Xianxia pursed her lips and held her arm. We don't have to take the land whale. That's too expensive. Let's take a flying eagle this time. It'll be much cheaper. No, we'll just take the blue one. Xianxia watched as she summoned a large green-blue bird and said in surprise, "Eh? Isn't your mystic beast the little white snake?" The morning sun shone brightly today. Blue Luan flew into the sky and spread its wings. With a slight bump, Xianxia exclaimed and quickly steadied herself. Arbor sat on Blue Luan's back and tugged at Xianxia, saying softly, "Be careful, don't fall." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. My little grandaunt, I'm a level 13 great mystic cultivator after all. How can I fall? Blue Luan's flying speed is still very fast. Arbor said, "You'd better be careful. It's really fast. At this speed, I'm afraid we'll reach Anka City before the sky turns dark." While speaking, Xianxia thought of something and turned to look at Arbor. She asked softly, "But speaking of which, do you know the way to Anka City?" "I've never been to Anka City, how would I know the way?" Arbor looked at the sky, speechless. Xianxia was speechless. Alright then. If we really don't know the way, we'll come down and ask someone for directions. Xianxia pursed her lips and suggested. Is it really okay for you to be so unreliable? At first, she thought that the little fellow summoned Blue Luan because she knew the way. However, reality proved that this wasn't the case. She was overthinking everything. Blue Luan flew extremely fast in the sky and left Jiulu City far behind in the blink of an eye. The two people who had no sense of direction finally arrived at Anka City's gate when it was close to dusk. Midway, the two planned to come down and ask for directions, but when they got down, they realized that the city was filled with dust and sand and was completely deserted. There was no one to ask. After circling in the sky for a long time, they finally found this city. Xianxia couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Sigh. She really didn't expect Xianxia Prefecture to be so desolate and so far away from each other. It's simply incomparable to our Xiaoxian nation's capital city. In our Xiaoxian nation's capital city, it's overcrowded everywhere. Recalling the beautiful scenery of her hometown, Xuanxuan's face was filled with nostalgia. After the capital city built a fortification, basically everyone rushed to the capital city. It was so lively. Forget it, this is already a thing of the past. Jojo, do you think Anka City will ask us to pay the entrance fee again? Arbor snorted. What do you think? Look at the lineup in front, they must be charging the entrance fee. Speaking of which, between the various cities of Xianxia Prefecture, just the cost of entering the city was enough to earn a large sum of money. Not to mention that every foreign citizen who wanted to stay in the city temporarily had to pay spirit coins every day. Xianxia puffed up her cheeks. The cities of Xianxia Prefecture are really a money-making business. Look at them, even the soldiers guarding the city are eating greedily. One look and you can tell that they aren't good people, Xianxia muttered softly. Arbor looked at her helplessly. Alright, other people's business has nothing to do with us. Let's see how much we have to pay to enter the city. I feel like this Anka city is slightly bigger than Jiulu City. Maybe his entrance fee will be higher than Jiulu City's, Arbor analyzed. What? Xianxia couldn't help but cry out. Heavens! Could it be that these people were robbers in their previous lives? One spirit coin wasn't enough for the entrance fee? They actually wanted more. Arbor shook his head. The world today is like this. If you want to survive, you can only abide by the laws of this world, that's all. You can pass now. Next? The city guard bellowed and waved away an old man who was pushing a wheelbarrow like a fly. He urged him to enter the city quickly and not block the way. The old man's left leg was slightly lame and he stumbled as he walked. His movements were slightly slow. The soldier urged him a few times and his eyes were filled with impatience. After the old man entered the city, a middle-aged woman followed behind him and bowed to the city guard with a basket in her hand. I'm out of the city to do some small business. The woman smiled and said, I just left this morning. Can you waive my entrance fee? I just paid 2 spirit coins yesterday. You're really bold to make such an unreasonable request. The soldier's face darkened as he said angrily, if I waive your entrance fee today, what will the others think? When the city lord blames us, who can bear the responsibility? Can you bear the responsibility or can I bear the responsibility? The soldier reprimanded sternly. The woman sobbed and said, but for small businesses like us, we have to go in and out of the city frequently and we can't earn much in a day. If we have to pay 2 spirit coins every time we enter the city, won't we suffer a huge loss? I have a residence permit and it hasn't expired yet. Sir Soldier, can't you make an exception? This is the rule. Do you want to break the rule? Do you believe that I won't arrest you immediately? The city guard shouted angrily with a dark face. Don't waste everyone's time. If you don't want to enter the city, hurry up and get lost. Those who want to enter, come in. Those who don't want to pay can get lost. This is the rule set by the city lord. Every time we enter the city, we have to pay 2 spirit coins as entrance fee. No one can be an exception. The woman cried miserably and helplessly. She could only take out 2 spirit coins and hand it to the soldier. Then, she bent her back and sighed pitifully as she moved into the city. Xianxia pouted and said, Tisk, they're really unreasonable. You're right, Jojo. They really don't even spit out the bones. They're asking for 2 spirit coins. Damn it, this is twice the price of Jilu City. Forget it. It's just a small amount of money. Don't waste your breath on them. Arbor said indifferently. He followed the group and soon arrived at the city gate. Arbor took out 4 spirit coins and threw them to the soldier. Then, he glanced at him coldly. Can we go in now? Us? A cold voice sounded out. For some reason, the city guard felt a slight shock in his heart. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Ladies, please." Originally, he only thought that the little girl in front of him was very beautiful, but after looking at her for a while, he felt a sharp pain in his head, so he didn't dare to look at her blindly. Wenka City was the largest city north of Shuntian Prefecture. Its architectural style was similar to that of Jilu City. There were tall bunkers built with beige-colored stones everywhere. As soon as they entered the city, there was a wide official road. There were many small stalls on both sides of the road. Most of them were stalls selling small items. Every stall owner was trying their best to promote their products to the citizens who had just entered the city. There were very few people selling food. Occasionally, one would see someone selling fruits. Those were oranges or pears, but most of them had already turned black and rotted. It was obvious that they weren't fresh. How could this kind of thing possibly catch Xiaomu's eye? "Jojo, why don't we find an inn to stay at first? After we settle down, we'll go out for a stroll in the city. What do you think?" Actually, the two didn't have any luggage. It was just that when they went out, they carried a small cloth bag with them to hide their identities. Apart from a set of old clothes and food, there was basically nothing else in the cloth bag. The 2 girls were meticulous and kept a low profile. In addition, Arbor's newly made aura-concealing talisman was already a yellow-level talisman, so it could completely conceal their cultivation aura. Once it was affixed, it could be maintained for a month, allowing the 2 to look like ordinary people when they walked outside. Other than Arbor's attractive appearance, no one would know that they were great mystic cultivators above level 13. Being outside was different from being at home, so they naturally had to be careful and take precautions in everything they did. Xianxia said with a smile, "Sigh, that Joy Pavilion's boss still has some conscience. When we left, he even gave us 10 meat buns for free. It's rare for him to be so magnanimous. If it weren't for these 10 meat buns, I would definitely tear down his Joy Pavilion before I left. What an unscrupulous merchant, charging us so much for lodging. It's 20 spirit coins a day. Including food, it's 40 spirit coins a day. The most abominable thing is that this guy isn't willing to give us a discount. Asking him to reduce his food and lodging expenses is like asking for his life. It's simply unreasonable." Arbor's mouth twitched, and he helplessly glanced at her. Actually, this is only a small amount of money. The 2 of them stayed at Joy Pavilion for 6 days and only spent a little more than 200 spirit coins. It's not too expensive, right? Tycoon Xiao thought. Previously, he had spent 480 spirit coins on the land whale. Although it's a small amount of money, we can't let this unscrupulous merchant swindle us. Xianxia puffed up her cheeks. "Alright, I know you'll live a frugal life." Arbor nodded and said, "Then I'll leave the task of finding a good inn to you." Xianxia smiled. "Alright, just wait and see. I'll definitely find a cheap and comfortable inn." After all, he would probably have to stay in Anka City for a period of time before he entered the academy, so it was his top priority to make himself comfortable. The 2 of them walked through the bustling streets of Anka City and headed toward the inner city. The sounds of hawking on both sides of the street were mixed with all kinds of voices, creating a lively scene. Xianxia skipped and skipped as she walked in front of the crowd. Sometimes, she would run to the front of the crowd to watch others juggle. Other times, she would join in the fun to watch others do business. She had a smile on her face the entire time. Arbor observed her for a long time. She raised her small hand and touched her ice-cold little stoic face. She criticized inwardly, "This is probably how girls of the same age behave normally." Schwa. Suddenly, a large folding fan that was large enough to cover her entire face unfurled in front of her. The words on the fan read, "Romantic and elegant, tasting half a lifetime's worth of delicacies." Like a jade tree facing the wind, tasting the flowers of the world. Written in the middle were the words, beauty like jade. What a load of crap. Arbor looked up and saw a man in his late 20s with a large black mole at the corner of his mouth. His beady eyes were shining as he looked at Arbor, and the saliva at the corner of his mouth was about to drip down. Arbor looked at that person in disgust and walked to the side. Unexpectedly, the young man with the black mole also moved 2 steps to the side and continued to block her path. He smiled obsequiously and said, "Where are you going, little lady? Big brother will send you back." "Idiot!" Arbor shouted coldly, her stoic face expressionless. Idiot? Who was she talking about? That man turned back to look at the 4 burly men accompanying him and simultaneously put on an expression that said, "Young master, I'm an idiot." The man nodded in satisfaction and turned to face Arbor with a chuckle. "Little lady, this young master is the son of the 3rd steward of Anka City's city lord residence. Let's get to know each other." Scram. Xiaomu's concise and comprehensive words expressed her inner impatience. Arbor stared expressionlessly at the man with the big mole in front of her with a cold expression, her thin brows unconsciously furrowed. Xianxia ran to Arbor's side and glared at the man with the big mole in anger. She shouted coldly, "Who are you?" One look at this person's wretched face and she knew that he wasn't a good person. He actually dared to block her Jojo's path. Was he tired of living? The man with the big mole chuckled with an ugly face. Scram. At that moment, he could only see the little iceberg's stoic face. He hated that his mother didn't give birth to him with 2 more eyes. Of course, he didn't like the round-faced Xianxia who only had a delicate and pretty face. Xianxia was instantly enraged. "Hey, who are you telling to scram? Who are you?" "This young master is the son of the 3rd steward of Anka City's city lord residence." "Who do you think I am?" The man with the big mole smiled smugly. "In the entire city lord residence, my father's authority is second only to the city lord, the senior steward and the 2nd steward. My father only needs to say 1 word, and the 2 of you can immediately be chased out of the city. So, little lady, do you want to?" Before the man with the big mole could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that the little lady in front of him suddenly moved. A body-securing talisman landed on Big Mole's body. The man with the big mole suddenly felt that he couldn't move his body. He stood upright on the street and stared at the little girl in a daze. What was going on? Why couldn't it move? Just now, he saw the girl take out some kind of talisman and throw it at him, and then he couldn't move. If that was the case, then it must be this little girl's doing. The man with the big mole stared at Arbor in shock. When he opened his mouth, he realized that he couldn't make a sound. He couldn't help but panic. What's going on? How come even his voice was damaged? Could it be this little girl's doing again? Was this girl even human? Without saying a word, he pinned him down in the middle of the street, making the passers-by look at him like he was a monkey. Now, he was even poisoned into a mute. Oh my god. Didn't he just find her cute and wanted to talk to her? Was there a need to make him so miserable the moment she made a move? The man with the big mole didn't know that the body-securing talisman and the poison powder were just appetizers. Arbor slowly took out a water spirit talisman from his inner world. He lightly flicked it in his hand and suddenly opened the talisman. With a flick of his finger, the water spirit talisman suddenly split open. The water spirit energy that filled the air suddenly wrapped around the man with the big mole 2 or 3 times, wrapping him into a cocoon. Everyone on the street stopped in their tracks in fright. They all looked dumbfoundedly at the man with the big mole. They all had some impression of this man. Wasn't he the son of the 3rd manager of the city lord's estate? He was the only son of the 3rd manager's family and usually caused a lot of trouble in Anka City. No one dared to provoke him because of his father's special authority. If they provoked him, his father would definitely jump out, and at that time, they would have to bear the consequences. Perhaps even their right to live in Anka City would be taken away. Hey, look! The 3rd manager's son seems to have kicked an iron plate. Everyone took pleasure in his misfortune. Although they were only secretly communicating and making sarcastic remarks, their eyes faintly revealed excitement. Great, someone could finally teach this wastrel a lesson for them. Go ahead and teach him a lesson, none of them would mind. The The man with the big mole wanted to make a sound, but only a few monosyllabic words came out of his throat. He looked at the little girl in front of him in a panic. The little stoic looked at him coldly without a trace of emotion in her eyes. Didn't you want to get to know me? Come, let the talisman in my hand get to know you. Attack talisman. Arbor's small hand shook, and to everyone's surprise, a dozen attack talismans appeared in this little girl's hand. This kind of yellow level blue attack talisman's attack power already reached 80% of a talisman practitioner's cultivation. What did this mean? It meant that the dozen or so talismans that the little fellow casually threw out each had the power of a level 11 mystic cultivator's attack. At the same time, a dozen or so level 11 mystic cultivators launched a sudden attack at the man with the big mole. The man with the big mole really wanted to beg for mercy, but he had no other choice since he couldn't speak. The man with the big mole could only place his hopes on the 4 burly men behind him. Unfortunately, before those 4 burly men could attack, Xianxia rushed forward and threw each of them far away with a punch. The man with the big mole was simply stupefied. He couldn't understand why the 2 little girls in front of him looked so mediocre and ordinary. They actually had such terrifying strength as soon as they attacked. He was well aware of the strength of those 4 burly men. Although level 12 mystic cultivators were nothing in Xianxia Prefecture, Xianxia City was only a small city and was still some distance away from Xianxia Prefecture's capital. A level 12 mystic cultivator was considered one of the more outstanding people in Xianxia City. At this moment, the passers-by were unable to express their excitement with words. They secretly exchanged small glances and muttered a few strange words in low voices. They were extremely happy in their hearts that when they went back later, they would spread the news that Big Mole had been humiliated today everywhere. At this moment, the water spirit talisman had completed its final structure. Everyone looked again and saw that Big Black Mole was completely sealed in a square icebox. Separated by a large block of ice, Big Mole looked at the little girl standing in front of him with eyes full of fear. His 2 eyes were still in the state of panic, and his 4 limbs, including his facial expression, could not move at all. Xianxia clapped her small hands and walked to the icebox with small steps. She circled around the icebox once before suddenly covering her eyes with her hands and shrieking, so disgusting. It turned out that Big Black Mole's tears and snot were dripping down from the icebox. At this moment, they had condensed into 3 streaks of ice that hung below his nose and the corners of his eyes. Third steward, this is bad. Young master was beaten up on the street, and he's severely injured now. He's dying in an alley next to the main street. What? The third steward's expression changed, and he stood up from his seat. This steward was about 60 years old. He had a short goatee, and he was his only son with a big black mole. He treasured his son very much since he was young, and he raised a crafty playboy. Third steward, quickly send someone to check on young master. He's not doing well now. How dare you? Who dares to do this to my son? Third steward, I don't know what happened either. By the time we rushed over, young master already had such a bitter look on his face. The culprit has already left. Why don't you ask passers-by? There are so many people, but none of them saw who did this to my son? The middle-aged man who was reporting this situation to the third steward smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm sorry, third steward. I'd asked several passers-by, but none of them can tell me what the culprit looks like. They only know that it's a young girl. Ridiculous. There are so many young girls in Xianxia City. Where do you want me to find one of the culprit? The third steward said angrily, besides, can a young girl defeat my son's 4 strong men so easily? Do you think that's possible? The middle-aged man pursed his lips noncommittally. In fact, it was not impossible. After all, there was always someone better than you. All right, don't say anything else. Quickly take me to see what's going on with young master. When the third steward was led to his son by his subordinates, he realized that his son was in a terrible state. It was not like what his subordinates had reported. He was in a worse state than being on the verge of death. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, but he was also sealed in a solid block of ice. The third steward hurried forward and touched the ice outside. It was a thick block of ice that sealed him inside. It was already good enough that he was not suffocated to death. Through the ice, he could see his son's horrified face, which was covered in tears and snot. Seeing his son like this, he was so angry that he didn't know where to vent. He roared at his son through the ice, "Who did this to you?" The middle-aged man under the third steward hurriedly stepped forward and said softly, "Steward, don't blame him for now. From what I can see, the young master's condition is not good. We have to get him out of the ice as soon as possible." The third steward felt that it was very strange. He had said so much, but his son had not said a word. "Why isn't he talking?" the third steward asked. This. The middle-aged man stammered, "Young master seems to have been planted with a body-securing talisman and was frozen in ice by someone. Moreover, I heard that everyone says that the female talisman master is very powerful. She threw a dozen attacks to attack young master. All of them penetrated the layer of ice and directly hit young master's body, but the ice didn't break. It can be seen that her control over the water spirit is very strong." "He's a great spirit master?" The third manager's expression was extremely unsightly. If she was a great spirit master, with his cultivation, perhaps he would never have the opportunity to take revenge on her in this lifetime. "Find her. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find this female talisman master." "What should we do, young master?" "Send someone to invite Master Yan over immediately," the third steward said. The middle-aged man hurriedly left to carry out the order. Master Yan was the most famous talisman master in the city. He would definitely be able to remove the immobilization talisman on young master. Just as the third steward and his men were scrambling to find Master Yan for help, Arbor and Xianxia had already found a quiet and comfortable inn and settled down. "Jojo, how long can that immobilization talisman immobilize Big Mole?" Xianxia asked in confusion. "It can immobilize him for at least 2 hours. However, I added 10 immobilization talismans on that guy," Arbor said indifferently. As soon as he said that, Xianxia opened her mouth slightly and burst into laughter. Big Mole was really unlucky. He could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke Jojo. "According to my calculations, he'll probably be immobilized until tomorrow morning." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh again. That loafer was going to be immobilized until tomorrow morning. This was too funny. It was a pity that she couldn't continue to observe Big Mole's pitiful expression. "Let's rest early. We've been busy the whole day." Most importantly, they had spent a long time looking for the way. The two of them had no sense of direction and almost couldn't find where Anka City was. Of course, they couldn't tell others about this. If they did, they would be laughing their heads off. "Alright, we'll go shopping tomorrow. By then, it'll be the day of the entrance examination in 2 days. Let's go to the mission announcement area tomorrow. There might be an announcement about the examination." Mei Chamu nodded in response and then went to rest. The next day, the two of them slept until the sun was high up in the sky. After eating something, they left the inn and walked towards the center of the city. The mission announcement area is usually at the center of the city. "I wonder if Shantian Prefecture will be different from ours," Xianxia muttered. "Why don't we go and accept a mission or something? I'll accept a small mission and complete it as soon as possible. Then, I'll be able to earn some money. Rather than accepting a mission, I might as well sell a talisman. It's more valuable," Arbor said indifferently. Xianxia was immediately dealt a blow. "Heavens, you're such a tycoon. Can you shut up and stop talking? Hey, there's a talisman shop here. Do you want to go in and take a look?" "Well, there's no need." He didn't want to sell talismans now anyway. Just as the two of them were about to pass by the talisman shop, a man and a woman walked out of the door and met each other. The man was about 20 years old and had delicate features. The woman was about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a peacock blue dress and a necklace around her neck. She looked a little arrogant. The two of them looked to be about the same age. When the woman walked out with the man's arm, she glanced at Arbor and Xianxia from the corner of her eyes. When they met, the man nodded politely at Xiao Mu and her companion. The woman frowned and asked, "Senior brother, do you know them?" The man called senior brother by the woman was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, "Oh, I don't know them." The girl pursed her small mouth, and her gaze circled Xiao Mu's face again. In the end, she pulled her senior brother out of the talisman shop. Xianxia turned to look at the two of them. She pouted and whispered to Arbor. Although the two of them look similar in age, they don't look compatible at all. The man looks gentle and refined with a good temper. The woman, on the other hand, is irritable and arrogant. Who knows who she's trying to impress? Arbor sneered and turned to look at Xianxia. We don't know each other anyway, so why bother? Xianxia nodded. The two of them walked around the city center and saw the announcement. 2 days later, the Sunlight Academy will conduct the first round of student selection in Anka City. If you're interested, you can go to the registration area in the city center to register and take the test. Seeing how detailed it was, Xianxia silently read the announcement twice to memorize it. Alright, I've memorized it. She reached out to grab Arbor and the two of them walked back. If there's nothing else, why don't we go into closed-door cultivation for the next 2 days? Anyway, there's nothing much to see in Anka City all day long. It's probably just a little bigger than Jiulu City. That's good too. Xiaomu nodded in agreement. However, the two of them didn't know that their closed-door cultivation for the past 2 days had made the people outside very anxious. The third steward's son had been sealed in that ice block for 20 hours. The third steward had invited many capable people and finally managed to melt his son out of the ice block. It was truly a Herculean effort. After finally getting his son out, the third steward realized that his son still couldn't speak, as if he had been poisoned mute. Now, he didn't dare to throw a tantrum and hurriedly sent people to search for that female talisman master. He didn't hesitate to spend a huge sum of money to send everyone in the city to find Arbor, just so that Arbor could cure his son's poison. However, Arbor was completely unaware of all this. When she and Xianxia came out of closed-door cultivation, the Sunlight Academy's registration was already in full swing. The two of them tidied up and ate something before rushing to the Sunlight Academy's registration area. Looking from afar, the center of the city was filled with people. The two of them looked at each other. Xianxia laughed foolishly. As expected of the Sunlight Academy, the registration area is really packed. With so many people signing up, we will probably have to wait for a long time. There were 4 assessment tables set up at the registration point. The two of them were at the end of the third line. Looking at the line moving at the speed of a turtle, Arbor couldn't help but look around. After looking around for a long time, Arbor couldn't help but feel a little discouraged when he didn't see Situ-E and the others. Where did senior brother Situ and the others go? Could it be that they had some kind of fortuitous encounter as soon as they entered Shuntian Prefecture? Jojo, don't think too much. Since we're already here, let's just take things as they come. Anyway, we don't know where to go. Why don't we go to the Sunlight Academy and train there for half a year? We can improve our cultivation by leaps and bounds. What do you think? Of course, it's up to fate to increase one's cultivation. Hey, Jojo. Look over there, another table has been moved out. Is it because there are too many people, so they added a test table at the last minute? Very likely. Arbor nodded. Then let's hurry over. Xianxia was quick to react. She grabbed Arbor and jumped towards the 5th table that had just been moved out. Coincidentally, the two of them occupied the first position at the front of the table. It's the two of you? An arrogant voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Arbor looked up. It was the man and woman she met at the entrance of the talisman shop 2 days ago. We are Year 7 seniors from the Sunlight Academy. Because there are more people signing up this year, we added an additional assessment table. But you are so young, are you sure you can pass the assessment? The girl was wearing a peacock blue dress. Her chin was slightly raised, and she had an arrogant attitude. Arbor frowned, and Xianxia muttered softly, "Do you really think you're a peacock just because you're wearing peacock blue clothes?" The girl's expression changed slightly, and she said angrily, "What did you say?" Xianxia pouted and shrugged, and said to the girl, "Instead of talking so much nonsense, you could have given us the assessment long ago. Whether we can succeed or not, we will only know after we take the assessment." The girl laughed coldly, "Can't you see that there are so many people queuing behind? If you know you won't succeed and still insist on queuing, wouldn't you be causing trouble for the people behind you?" Xianxia was furious. How do you know we won't succeed? How difficult is your assessment? If you don't tell us, how will we know? The woman chuckled and said coldly, our assessment is based on many aspects. Not only does it test one's willpower, it also tests one's resistance to external temptations. This represents how far one can go on the path of cultivation. Stop fooling around here at such a young age. Hurry up and leave. The girl said impatiently. Xianxia couldn't believe her ears, and argued, you're too self-opinionated. If we don't pass, how do you know we're wasting our time? Maybe you're the one wasting our time? The man at the side frowned and said to the girl, junior sister, don't be so self-opinionated. Let them try. When Xianxia heard this, she couldn't help but glance at the woman. She snorted and said, hey, your senior brother's words are fair. What about you? You're obstructing us for no reason. Don't tell me you're afraid that our results will be better than yours, so you're trying to make your presence known? You. The girl stared at the two of them angrily, and her lips curled into a cold smile. She looked at the long queue behind and said, what do you think? Do you agree to let these two guys waste their time? Junior sister. The man frowned slightly and glanced at the peacock blue woman disapprovingly. The peacock blue woman, Wei, curled her lips in a disapproving manner. She smiled at the man and said, senior brother, I'm just thinking about the people behind us. There are so many people lining up there right now, we have to make the best use of our limited time. You also know that every test takes a certain amount of time. If these two people's minds aren't firm enough, they might get lost in our testing environment. The people behind could only watch helplessly. At the very least, they would have to wait for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If all of them are like them, who knows how long it will take to complete this test? What kind of test is this? You make it sound so awesome. Test it for us. Do you want to see us get lost? Xianxia glanced at the woman with disdain. The test hadn't even been done yet, so where did all this nonsense come from? Arbor did not say a word. He glanced at the peacock blue woman, Wei. Arbor never liked to talk too much about things that could be crushed with strength. Junior sister Wei, don't mess around. Su Liang, who was addressed as senior brother by the peacock blue girl, narrowed his eyes and glared warningly at the peacock blue girl. The latter suddenly stood up and walked briskly to the side of the crowd. A short while later, she walked over with a smile while holding the arm of a gorgeous girl in a pink dress whose hair was covered in pearls and emeralds. Through the crowd, Wei whispered into the gorgeous girl's ear. The girl in pink looked at Arbor and Xianxia with an unfriendly gaze. Xiaomu and Xianxia met each other's eyes in confusion. The girl in pink walked up and stared at the two of them. I'm Xianxia, the daughter of Sunlight Academy's principal. How old are you two this year? Are you qualified to sign up? Our Sunlight Academy can't sign up more than 20 years old. You must be a level 13 mystic cultivator or above. The strength I'm talking about refers to actual combat strength. I'm not saying that you can smoothly pass this test just by using medicine to boost your cultivation to a level 13 mystic cultivator. Because your opponent might be a level 14 or level 15 mystic cultivator or even an early-stage spiritual cultivator. Are you sure you have a way to win in our academy's simulated environment? I don't mind telling you one thing. The injuries and deaths you suffer in the testing environment are all real. So you have to consider carefully. I don't think you can bear the consequences of losing. The daughter of Sunlight Academy's principal, Xianxia, crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly as she spoke coldly to the two girls in front of her. Arbor glanced at her indifferently. Liar. Xianxia's expression instantly turned ugly. Being called a liar to her face? This feeling made the usually proud Xianxia very uncomfortable. Especially the other party's stoic face. It was cold and expressionless, but it was strangely cold and beautiful. She was young, and her face still had some childishness. If she grew up another 2 years, which girl would dare to stand beside her? Xianxia immediately nodded in agreement and said, I saw that some of the people lining up were only level 11 and level 12 mystic cultivators. Were they injured or dead? If the testing environment is as you said, either death or injury, do you think those people are idiots? All of them came here to sign up for death? Are you tired of living? I really don't know if this young miss is stupid or if she thinks everyone else is stupid. Her IQ is really frightening, Xian glared at Xianxia angrily. This feeling of being slapped in the face made her feel very uncomfortable, but she had no way to refute it. Damn it, looking at these two young girls, he thought that they were inexperienced. He didn't expect them to be so hard to fool. If she really let them pass the test smoothly, she would have to see this damned stoic face every day. Wouldn't her heart feel as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly? Senior sister Xian, forget it. Wei sneered. Since there are people who aren't afraid of death, let's let them try this test environment. Wei smiled contemptuously at the two girls. In any case, whether they die or get injured, it's their own responsibility. Since they don't believe me, then let them suffer in the testing environment. After saying that, he gave Xian a look, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Xian immediately understood and nodded at Wei. Since the two little girls were determined to die, she naturally couldn't stop them. One must know that the degree of danger in this kind of mimicry environment was also divided into low, medium and high. Everything was within her control. These two wretched lasses, they had just arrived and yet they dashed around like little calves. It was time to teach them a lesson. Arbor's eyes flashed as she glanced at Xian indifferently. She thought to herself, this woman is obviously scheming something, don't think that I don't know. Just now that woman's eyes were flickering, it was obvious that there was something strange about her. It was just that in the face of overwhelming strength, any means of evil and monsters would become nothing but fleeting clouds. Xian took out an exquisite red little box. She opened the box and took out a ring inlaid with a bright yellow-colored gem and wore it on her finger. She glanced at Arbor proudly. If you want to back out now, it's still not too late. After saying that, her disdainful gaze sized up Arbor and Xianxia. Two ordinary young ladies who didn't even have the slightest bit of profound energy actually wanted to bluff their way through and sneak into their Sunlight Academy to study. What kind of joke was this? It was simply wishful thinking. I'll test first. Arbor threw her this sentence coldly. Wait. Senior brother Su Liang couldn't help but stand up as he looked at Xian and Wei with an expression of disapproval. These two obviously wanted to make things difficult for these two young ladies in front of him. Actually, during the first entrance test, they only needed to touch the spirit testing stone once. Only those who were tested by the spirit testing stone and their cultivation had reached level 14 would be given preferential treatment and be sent into the mimicry environment for further testing. But now? These two young ladies obviously didn't have the slightest bit of profound energy fluctuation. Xian and Wei's actions were obviously targeting the two of them, and senior brother Su Liang couldn't stand it anymore. In my opinion, let's use the spirit testing stone first to test their cultivation level before deciding whether to send them into the mimicry environment. Hearing senior brother Su Liang's pleading, Xian and Wei hated Arbor and Xianxia even more. In Xian's eyes, Arbor had almost upgraded to a vixen. She cursed in her heart. She's so young, yet she knows how to seduce men and make them speak up for her. How shameless. Of course, Arbor didn't know what the two women were thinking. She just looked curiously at the ring on Xian's hand. This ring should also be a spirit tool. Its greatest function was to mimic the environment. Normally, it relied on absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to support this little spirit tool. After you enter this simulated environment, you will encounter all kinds of beasts, Xian said in a condescending tone. Your goal is to defeat at least 5 beasts. Only then can you come out. Or, if you can persist in this simulated environment for 2 hours, you will pass the test. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. Persist for 2 hours? He didn't know how many beasts there were inside. If the beasts attacked together, not to mention 2 hours, they might not even last for half an incense stick's worth of time. Arbor looked at Xian disapprovingly. She didn't think highly of this woman now. After saying so much, she purposely hid all the things that one had to pay attention to in the simulated environment. Was she trying to make her passively take a beating after entering the simulated environment and be caught off guard? From the looks of it, that senior brother Su Liang's character was still slightly better. It was a pity that as a man, he did not have the nerve to argue with his two junior sisters. Xian turned the ring, and everyone saw a light screen appear in front of him. The red light screen was very dazzling, and the people standing in the front row could not help but close their eyes. When they opened them again, they saw a closed transparent shield in front of the table. Xian stood in front of the transparent shield and looked at Arbor proudly. She laughed coldly and said, "How is it? Do you still want to go in?" Arbor ignored her and turned to look at Xianxia. He nodded at her to tell her not to worry, then he turned around and entered the transparent shield. The moment he walked in, he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. With a rumble, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Arbor felt that the plane in front of him was very, very familiar. Wait, wasn't this the thunderous plane from before? She did not expect that this simulated environment could replay the scenes that she had experienced before and simulate the entire thunderous plane. This was really amazing. Arbor ran wildly on the thunderous plane, and his sharp eyes dodged the bolts of lightning that fell from the sky. Outside the transparent shield, everyone could see a slender figure moving back and forth continuously. Her speed was extremely fast. Although she was covered by a transparent shield and her movement space was very small, her movement speed was not something that everyone could see clearly. She had basically turned into an afterimage, moving up and down inside the shield. Fast. So fast that it was almost impossible to see her figure. So fast. Senior brother Su Liang could not help but exclaim. Xian and He Wei were also stunned. The two of them looked uneasy, their faces alternating between green and white. He Wei moved to Xian's side and asked softly, "Senior sister Xian, did you activate the highest level of the simulated environment?" Xian said angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid? I can't even differentiate between the high and low levels? This is already the highest level of the simulated environment." However, Arbor's ease really made people unhappy. After such a long time, not a single bolt of lightning hit Arbor. At this time, lightning and thunder crisscrossed within the shield, and Arbor was running wildly between lightning and thunder. Her entire body was like a bolt of lightning. Most likely, those below the level of Great Spirit Master would not be able to see through her movements. Only those with strong spiritual sense could see it clearly. Xiaomu halted her footsteps and looked up at the thunderous plane. She could not stay here any longer. She had to find a way out. Arbor didn't know how long he had been in there, but he was getting impatient. Roar. A furious roar came from the thunderous plains. Xiaomu reflexively dodged, and then she focused her eyes again. Damn it, it was a mammoth, about 10 times her height. This was probably just a mammoth formed by spiritual energy in a simulated environment. Therefore, although it looked huge, it might not be very powerful. With a light tap of her foot, Xiaomu had already dashed towards the mammoth. Midway, a miniature wooden club appeared in his small hand. In the blink of an eye, the wooden club became twice the size of a household club. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets as they watched from outside. Arbor carried the wooden club on her shoulder and landed on the mammoth's trunk with a whoosh. Without another word, she smashed the club down on the mammoth's trunk. Senior brother Su Liang was slightly shocked. The little girl's move looked extremely vicious. Senior brother Su Liang could not help but be stunned. The little girl's methods were not easy to deal with. Junior sisters Xian and He Wei were making things difficult for her. Could there be any good outcome? On the other side, the mammoth's nose was hit hard by the club. As if it had a real body, it let out a miserable howl. The little girl stepped on its head and flipped in the air. With an instant flash, she had already moved to the side. She held the club tightly with both hands and stepped on the air. She was slightly suspended in midair, and her eyes emitted waves of cold light. Suddenly, it swooped down and launched another attack like a mammoth. The huge vibration spread in everyone's ears as if it was substantial. But in fact, the battle between Arbor and the mammoth, which was sealed by the shield, would not fall into anyone's ears at all. However, for some reason, everyone seemed to have heard that earth-shattering sound with their own ears. But they felt that the sharp screeches were still echoing in their ears. The air around them instantly quieted down. Everyone watched dumbfounded as the mammoth scattered like ashes and turned into a cloud of spirit fog, slowly disappearing in front of Arbor. This visual conflict was very huge. One move, it was just one move, Arbor finished off the entire mammoth. Her feet landed on the ground, and she slowly walked forward. Xian's words just now echoed in her ears. Xian meant that as long as she finished off the 5 giant beasts, she could leave this place. Since that was the case, she would go find the beasts and finish them off one by one. Boom. Boom, boom. Heavy footsteps, accompanied by the sound of a big hammer dragging on the ground, came towards Arbor. Arbor looked carefully. It turned out that a warrior in huge armor had formed in the spirit fog. This warrior was about 2 meters tall and held a big hammer in his right hand. His hammer was very huge. When he walked just now, it was this hammer that made the sound of dragging on the ground. At this time, the soldier's eyes were focused on Arbor, and there was a ruthless light in his eyes. Arbor looked at him coldly, looking at the black armor on his shoulders. That should be a custom-made armor. Although it was only formed from spiritual energy, its defense should be enough to withstand all attacks from mystic cultivators level 15 and below. The club, Jin, in Xiaomu's hand grew longer again. She stomped on the ground fiercely and shot towards the soldiers like an arrow. In the face of a battle, she never thought of running away. Fight. Fight to the end. This was her usual style of doing things. Everyone inside the shield was stunned. Senior brother Su Liang silently glanced at the dean's daughter. Junior sister Xian was really too reckless. She actually activated the highest state of the simulated environment, and even a rank 5 spirit master would appear. And the little girl in front of him. Although the little girl in front of him did not have the slightest bit of profound energy fluctuation, senior brother Su Liang would no longer view her as an ordinary little girl without any cultivation. Reality proved that this little girl's cultivation was extremely high. She probably used some kind of magic treasure to conceal her aura. She was a girl who kept a low profile. Arbor swung the huge club in his hand and smashed it at the soldier's head. The soldier swung his heavy iron hammer to block. With a loud clang, the club and iron hammer collided, producing a heavy sound of friction. Arbor's figure didn't move at all, but that soldier's body swayed. This caused Xian and He Wei, who were outside the barrier, to be stunned. How was this possible? The soldier in front of them was already a level 15 mystic cultivator, but he still wasn't Arbor's match. What exactly was so strange about this girl, Arbor? Why didn't she have any mystic energy fluctuations? Arbor naturally didn't know what the two girls were thinking. She was currently engaged in a hearty battle with the soldier. She moved and dodged as if she was teasing a kitten or a puppy, toying with the soldier. After several dozen moves, Arbor felt that she had fought enough. It was time to make this soldier formed from spirit energy disappear. The club in her hand emitted a golden light, and mystic energy converged into a straight line that pounced at the soldier's head. The sharp blade drawn from mystic energy shot straight into the soldier's mind, instantly disintegrating him. The armor on the soldier's body also completely melted, turning into wisps of spirit energy that blended into the surrounding environment. After finishing off the second soldier formed from spirit energy, Arbor started to gain experience and knew how to find opponents to fight next. As long as she completed 5 battles, she would be transported out, so she had to end the battle quickly. The people outside the shield watched with numb expressions. When the little girl was fighting with the Iron Hammer soldier earlier, her attitude was slightly more serious. But now that she was fighting with a level 1 spirit beast, the little girl was no longer serious at all. She finished off a spirit beast in 2 moves. Then, she went to find a 4th spirit beast. This time, the 4th spirit beast had already reached level 3, but it still couldn't last 3 moves in Arbor's hands before turning into spirit energy and dissipating in the simulated environment. Everyone was no longer shocked. Instead, they looked numbly at the little girl inside the barrier as she wandered around and continued to choose her 5th opponent. This time, another person appeared in front of him. Moreover, it was an opponent who could control the water spirit. The other party's water spirit had already begun to take shape. Xiaomu looked at the strand of water spirit energy shuttling back and forth between his fingers and creased her brows. She raised her small hand, and 5 streams of water weaved between her fingers like spirit snakes. Arbor coldly looked at the water spiritualist, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Senior brother Su Liang and the others all noticed that the little girl seemed to only reveal a trace of seriousness when she was fighting with others. A long sword materialized in the other party's water spiritual teacher's hand, and he pounced at Xiaomu without any explanation. Arbor sneered. With a flip of her right hand, a black ferrule fell into her palm. The golden club in his hand was withdrawn, and a line of fire shot out from the ferrule, directly into the hands of the opposing water spiritualist. After a light chi sound, a trace of fire on the ferrule was extinguished by the opponent's water spirit energy. Arbor blinked and looked at the water spirit sword in the opponent's hand. With a swipe of her small hand, a water spirit sword appeared. The ferrule in his left hand and the sword in his right hand pierced through the water spiritualist's opponent. A faint light burst out from the water spiritualist's body. He originally wanted to quickly retreat and dodge, but he didn't expect the little girl to be someone who didn't play by the rules. Look at her left and right hands, they're both weapons, right? Actually, they're just a cover. If you think she'll use her left and right hands to attack you, then you'll be tricked right in front of you. Arbor summoned a startled swan dagger from his conscious at the last moment. The two were telepathic, and the startled swan dagger shot toward the water spirit master with a whoosh at lightning speed, instantly slicing open that person's throat. Thus, the water spirit master formed by spiritual energy turned into a faint wisp of smoke and dissipated in front of Arbor. A light flashed, and the little stoic came out of the barrier with a cold expression, standing expressionlessly in front of everyone. Xianxia and Hiwei looked at each other in dismay. No matter how unwilling they had to admit that this little stoic directly passed the second test and became a student of Sunlight Academy. Congratulations, little miss. Su Liang appeared very happy, and he stood up and nodded at Arbor. You're now a member of our Sunlight Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong light exploded from the little miss's body, connecting heaven and earth, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. That scrambling speed made it seem like the spiritual energy had 5 senses, as if they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find her if they were half a beat slower. What? Xianxia and Hiwei stood there dumbfounded as they watched the scene before them. This is advancement? Miss Qiao advanced, Miss Qiao really advanced. This time, she truly advanced through battle with the assistance of the Xuanji core. A level 15 entry-level mystic cultivator could communicate with heaven and earth and draw in spiritual energy into the body. This little fellow was already a quasi-spiritual cultivator. On the side, Qi Xuanxuan's jaw had already dropped to the ground from shock. She reached out a small hand and hastily propped up her chin. Qi Xianxia blinked and suddenly jumped to Arbor's side. She hooked her arm and exclaimed crisply, "Heavens, Jojo, you actually advanced after fighting a few battles." As expected, Shuntian Prefecture is rich in energy and can help with advancement. Yes. Arbor's mind was no longer here, but he was shocked by the sudden opening of the inner world in front of him. When she glanced over, she found that her inner world, which was originally 180 cubic meters, had increased by quite a bit. Now, it was probably 500 cubic meters. Some of the mist-shrouded areas in his inner world were revealed, revealing even more gold, silver, and jewelry. Oh my God, did she rob the palace's treasury in her dreams? Arbor's eyes were fixed on the boxes of gold bars. He closed his eyes and opened them again. There were rows of 3-story tall stone statues in the inner world. Looking at them now, there were definitely more than 800 pairs. There should be at least 3,000 statues. Could it be that there was actually gold hidden inside these stone statues? Arbor couldn't help but suspect that he might be a legendary treasure thief. Perhaps she had buried all kinds of gold, silver, and jewels in the stone statues. Otherwise, why would she place so many stone statues that could only be looked at but not eaten in her inner world? Don't you think it takes up a lot of space? Although the inner world was already 500 cubic meters, more than half of the space was almost filled by these stone statues. The outline of the snake statue behind the stone statue was gradually becoming clearer. It looked like it was roaring at the sky, and there were 2 small bulges on its head. Although it looked like a snake, the more he looked at it, the weirder it felt. Jojo? Qi Xianxian saw that she was in a daze and couldn't help but tug at her gently. Arbor withdrew her spiritual awareness from her inner world and watched as the door to her inner world closed. Only then did she regain her senses. She turned to look at Qi Xianxian and nodded slightly. I'm fine. However, with her current situation, she still needed a relatively quiet environment to advance. It wasn't suitable for her to stay here any longer. Seeing that Arbor was about to turn and leave, Su Liang hurriedly ran forward and cupped his hands towards Arbor. Junior sister, you have passed our Sunlight Academy's assessment. Please come over here to register. Arbor glanced coldly at the person who spoke and shook her head. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry to go back and prepare for my advancement. I don't have time to register. Senior brother Su hurriedly stopped her and smiled. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Junior sister, you only need to leave your name with me. We'll help you get an academy card. It won't take long, just a few minutes. Arbor glanced at him indifferently and her lips curled into a mocking smile. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear enough. I won't join your academy. With that, she started to walk away. On the side, Xianxia also harumphed coldly and followed after Xiaomu without another word. Wait. Senior brother Su Liang was startled, and even his voice became louder. Young friend, please wait. A slightly old voice came from outside the crowd. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man with white hair and a white beard rushed over at lightning speed. He carefully examined Xiaomu before nodding slightly and saying, "This young friend, you were a student from our academy just now and didn't know your limits. Sorry for offending you." Master. Su Liang hurriedly stood up and bowed towards the old man. Su Liang saw that the situation wasn't good and guessed that he wouldn't be able to keep Arbor. He hurriedly sent a message to his master so that the old man could rush over. Elder Su. All the disciples bowed towards the old man. This Elder Su was the honorary dean of Sunlight Academy and was an outstanding pill refiner. Thus, even Lord Dean himself had a very respectful attitude toward that old man. As Dean Yu's daughter, Xian was well aware of this. She didn't dare to offend the old man. Seeing Elder Su appear, Xian and He Wei knew that the situation was not good. Sure enough, Elder Su turned his head and glared at Xian and He Wei. Then, he turned to Arbor and smiled kindly. Little girl, as long as you join our Sunlight Academy, this old man can make a decision to waive your tuition for 3 years. Also, this old man can vouch for you and recommend you to participate in the 6 Prefectures Academy's Powerhouse Ranking competition in November this year. Wow. Everyone was listening attentively. After hearing the elder's promise, they all exclaimed. Elder Su actually vouched for a new student, promising to send her to the 6 Prefecture School Tournament in November this year. One had to know that the 6 Prefectures Academy tournament was held once every 3 years. It was a tournament between all the academies in the 6 prefectures continent. Everyone in the 6 prefectures was watching this grand occasion. It also involved the allocation of resources on Brinset Island for the next 3 years. Brinset Island was a place that the 6 prefectures would fight over. The island was as big as half of Xianxia Prefecture. There were rich mineral and medicinal resources on the island. It was even one of the rare spirit lands in the 6 prefectures continent. There were a total of 3 spirit lands that had been excavated on Brinset Island. They were currently owned by the schools that ranked first in the Academy League 3 years ago. They were Sunlight Academy of Xianxia Prefecture, Auspicious Academy of Ani Prefecture, and Heaven Bestowing Academy of Polan Prefecture. One could imagine how important the Triennial Academy League was to the entire 6 prefectures continent, and how important it was to every student. And now, Elder Su was actually sponsoring a new student to participate in it. Why did Elder Su trust this new girl so much? This showed that he was very confident in the girl's strength. Xian's lips moved. Elder. Shut up. Elder Su glanced coldly at Xian again. This Xian, relying on the fact that she was the daughter of Sunlight Academy's headmaster Yu, was getting more and more unreliable. She actually didn't want to accept such a talent into Sunlight Academy, but kept pushing her away. The selfishness involved in this went without saying. Everyone present couldn't help but look at each other. Although they believed in Elder Su's eyes, it was obvious that the girl was really young. Although her cultivation was about to break through to the spirit realm, there were plenty of spirit realm experts in the Academy League. The little girl had the advantage of her age. Among this group of people with mediocre aptitudes, she naturally appeared to be talented and intelligent. Her talent was even more prominent. But the 6 Prefectures Academy League in November was a competition between spirit realm experts. The average age of the participants was around 20 years old, and the participants were all seniors of at least 5 years. The girl might not be able to stand out among these seniors with great talent and rich battle experience. Moreover, others wouldn't show mercy to you just because you were young. Okay, this involved the interests of the various schools, so naturally they would fight with their lives on the line. The two girls who had just arrived at Xianxia Prefecture had never heard of the Academy League. The two newbies looked at each other, and then turned to look at Elder Su. "Sorry, I've already decided," Arbor said indifferently. Elder Su couldn't help but feel anxious. "Little girl, you might not know what it means to participate in the Academy League. Every student who participates in the Academy League will have the right to cultivate in a spirit realm on Brincet Island for 15 days. If you can get into the top 100 in the league ranking competition, you will be rewarded handsomely. Of course, the higher your ranking, the more valuable the reward. You can consider it." Just the right to cultivate in spirit realm for 15 days was enough to drive everyone crazy. Even if you were only a substitute for the school tournament, when you set foot on Brincet Island, it meant that you had obtained the right to cultivate in the spirit domain for 15 days. This was really tempting. Many people looked at Arbor enviously. It was said that the experience of cultivating in spirit realm was completely different from normal cultivation. For those who had just entered spirit realm, after 10 days of cultivation, their cultivation would increase by a small step. Normally, this small step would take at least half a year for a cultivator of the spirit realm to complete. "Little girl, what are you hesitating for? Quickly agree to Elder Su's request," several disciples from the Sunlight Academy hurriedly said. To be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the tournament as soon as he entered the academy, where else could he find such a wonderful thing? Moreover, Elder Su had promised to waive her 3 years of tuition fees. If it were anyone else present, they would have agreed to it 800 years ago. However, Arbor was unwilling. Her disdainful gaze shifted between Xian and He Wei as she said bluntly, "Your academy's environment is too bad. I don't want to meet retards the moment I leave the academy." Xianxia suppressed her laughter and nodded seriously. "That's right. We don't want to be chased and bitten by a mad dog every day." "Who are you calling a mad dog?" Xian's expression instantly darkened. Her eyes were filled with anger, and her expression looked like she wanted to eat Xianxia. Xianxia made a face at her and giggled. "Whoever responds will be the one." "You." Xian was unable to restrain her anger. "Shut up." Elder Su glared at Xian, who suddenly jumped out to interrupt them, and his eyes were filled with displeasure. "Xian, I will truthfully report your actions today to Dinyu." Xian couldn't help but panic when she heard that. She hurriedly said, "Elder Su, let me explain." Elder Su snorted coldly. No need to explain. This old man knows exactly what you're thinking." However, Arbor wasn't in the mood to continue watching the Sunlight Academy's elder and Xian quarrel. She turned and left with Xianxia. When Elder Su saw this, his intestines turned green with regret. He regretted coming too late and not stopping Xian from making things difficult for Arbor at the first moment. However, it was too late for regrets now. Elder Su sighed. The academy missed out on such a young prodigy today. It's hard to say whether it will be good or bad if we meet again in the future. If such a young prodigy goes to the other 5 prefectures' academies, then it's hard to say whether our Xianxia Prefecture's Sunlight Academy can successfully obtain first place in this November school league. Xian glanced at Elder Su in amusement. "Elder, aren't you overestimating this little girl? Although she is very powerful, but she is also very strong. Although she is very powerful, she might not be a match for the other 5 prefectures. After all, she is merely a mystic cultivator who hasn't even reached rank 15. And in the school league, rank 5 and rank 6 spirit masters are practically everywhere." "Short-sighted," Elder Su angrily rebuked and coldly swept a glance at Xian. "How can a person's actual combat ability be judged purely by their cultivation? It's not like you didn't see how the little girl performed in the highest level of simulation just now. She's a level 15 mystic cultivator who hasn't even reached level 15 yet. Do you think it'll be very difficult for her to deal with a level 3 spirit beast?" Seeing Elder Su's hair standing on end, it seemed like he was truly enraged. Xian couldn't help but shudder. She was really surprised. Elder Su and Arbor had only met for the first time. Why did he have so much confidence in her? just because the girl's performance in the simulated environment was somewhat unexpected. However, this shouldn't be a big deal. After all, in a simulated environment, the opponents formed by spirit energy were all illusory. Compared to a level 3 or level 5 spirit master who fought with a real body, their actual combat strength was completely different. Moreover, she was just a weak girl who had just come up from the lower star field. Could she really change the structure of the 6 prefecture school league? She didn't believe it. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't believe that such a thing would happen. How could it possibly happen? Looking at Elder Sue's departing figure, Xian couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. The most important thing now was to think of a good reason and excuse to explain to his father. Elder Sue was a difficult person to communicate with. If he had made up his mind to report to his father, he would definitely do as he said. Wei walked up from the side and snorted. It's just passing the second test. What's so great about that? When we entered the academy, didn't we all pass the second test too? Elder Sue, I think you're overestimating her cultivation base. Xian glanced at her indifferently. She thought about how this woman had whispered into her ear and added fuel to the fire. That was why she couldn't hold back her anger. She felt that she was being used by this woman. Wei said that Arbor's little girl was favored by Senior Sue. Naturally, she was very angry. If it were not for this woman sowing discord, perhaps she simply would not have paid attention to an insignificant character from the lower star domain like Xiao Mu. Naturally, she wouldn't offend Elder Sue. Now that she saw Elder Sue's disgust towards her, Xian couldn't help but worry. After all, Elder Sue was someone who had a lot of face in front of her father. Furthermore, the pills he made were also very good. Thinking of this, Xian quickened her steps. She wanted to find her father to discuss how she could redeem Elder Sue's friendliness towards her. On the other hand, Arbor and Xianxia returned to the small inn. They left early in the morning and only came back now. However, to the two of them, it was purely a waste of time. They arrived at the Sunlight Academy for half a day and didn't even register. Instead, they were nagged by a woman. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt uncomfortable all over. Arbor tugged at Xianxia and said, I'll leave for a while. You rest first. Then, he threw her a small bag of spirit coins. Don't worry about saving money for me. Go buy whatever you want to eat. Don't treat yourself too badly. After saying this, she had already disappeared from the room. Xianxia paced around the room curiously, only to discover that Xiao Mu really had disappeared without a trace. Even her aura had completely disappeared from the world. Xianxia wasn't too nervous. Since Arbor had already informed her in advance that he would be leaving for a while, then he should be looking for a relatively secluded and quiet place to cultivate and advance. However, this little Jojo really had a lot of secrets. Could it be that she was carrying a mystic domain-type artifact with her? Xianxia shook her head and didn't probe any further. She took the small spirit pouch that Arbor gave her and happily walked downstairs. As soon as Arbor entered Paradise Planet, he was enveloped by the profound energy that surged from all directions. He didn't have time to think about it. His entire body had already sunk into a meditative state of calmness and concentration. Profound energy floated around her body, enveloping her layer by layer, forming a huge transparent cocoon. The little water baby rolled to her feet and swayed its watery head from side to side. It turned around and asked Little Tree, who was waving its branches as it ran over. Cho, how long is Master going to be in seclusion? At least 3 days, at most 5 to 7 days. This time, Master had directly advanced from level 14 advanced stage to level 15 elementary stage. She had skipped a small realm in between so naturally, her advancement wouldn't be too fast. Xianxia waited in the small inn for a full 4 days. On this day, she was eating breakfast listlessly in her room when she suddenly felt the air fluctuate. She immediately turned around and widened her eyes in excitement. Sure enough, she saw a slender figure appear in the torn air in front of her. Jojo. Xianxia happily skipped over. Just as she was about to reach out to hug her, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. A pair of big round eyes sized her up from head to toe. Xianxia suddenly exclaimed, Wow! I can feel that the aura you're releasing right now is much stronger than mine. What realm have you advanced to? Initial success level 15 Mystic Cultivator. Whoa, not only did you cross the threshold of level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator, you even directly skipped the entry realm and entered the initial success realm. Xianxia had a worshipful expression as she carefully sized up Arbor. Jojo, it must have been hard on you these past few days, right? In order to advance, you couldn't eat or sleep well. You must have been hungry for a few days. Come, I just asked someone to send up some hot porridge. Let's eat together. Arbor had a thank you, but I'm not a foodie expression on his face. He was speechless as Xianxia pulled him to the small table and pressed him down. The two of them each held up a small porcelain bowl. Xianxia ate 2 mouthfuls and couldn't help but ask, Jojo, where do you think we should go next? Do you want to continue looking for that senior brother Sidhu of yours? Arbor shook his head. Let's not. Senior brother and the others should have also encountered their own fateful encounters. With their cultivation, there was no need to be too worried. In any case, there would be a chance to meet them in the future. Arbor decided to put aside the matter of looking for Situ and the others and let nature take its course. That's good. After careful consideration these past few days, I feel that the two of us should still find an academy to stay in. At the very least, we can study systematically. For example, I might be able to advance to the spirit realm after studying in the academy. For example, you can learn how to better control and use spirit energy in advance. Arbor drank a mouthful of porridge and nodded his small head in agreement. Always floating around Xianxia Prefecture like this was not a good idea. As for people, they still had to find an organization. After thinking about it for 4 days and 4 nights, I've finally come to a decision. I think we should just go to a top academy. PFFF. Arbor spat out a mouthful of hot porridge. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia held a plate in front of her face and completely blocked Jojo's spit. Jojo! Xianxia shouted angrily. What kind of reaction is that? Adhering to the principle of never admitting to doing bad things, Arbor slowly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said calmly, It's okay. Go on. Humph. Xianxia stood up and clasped her hands behind her back as she recounted the benefits of going to a top-notch academy. That day, the tutor from the top-notch academy also said. There were mentors from the 5 spiritual faculties in the academy who specialized in one-on-one tutoring. Let me think, this treatment should be pretty good. Arbor's mouth twitched. That's right, it's the tutoring of outstanding instructors like Zhou Danjin. Xianxia blinked and coughed lightly. I've been wandering around the city these past 2 days because I wanted to find a good academy for the two of us to stay in. But I don't know why, ever since I got into trouble with the Sunlight Academy, I've never been able to find a good academy. Whenever I went to the registration area of the other academies and said that I wanted to register, I would be rejected. Upon hearing this, Arbor's brows creased slightly. How many academies' registration points did you go to these past few days? At least 7 or 8. Xianxia waved her small hand and puffed out her cheeks as she said angrily, The teachers at the registration points looked at me like I was the god of plague, and they repeatedly waved their hands to tell me to leave. I didn't even have time to say a word at some of the registration points. They just told me to scram. When she said this, Xianxia pouted like a little toad and stomped her feet in anger. Arbor involuntarily snorted. Of course it's because our portraits have already been distributed to every academy in Xianxia Prefecture, clearly stating that they're targeting us and won't let us enter. Unless we leave Xianxia Prefecture and go to Ani Prefecture or Luotian Prefecture. Otherwise, we might not be able to find a single academy in Xianxia Prefecture that has the guts to take us in. What? Xianxia wasn't stupid and immediately understood after a moment's thought. Those 2D*MNB* cheese from Sunlight Academy are framing us? It should be pretty close. I just don't get it. It's only our first time meeting those 2B* cheese, so why are they targeting us? It's probably because they don't like me, Arbor said aloofly. And you were merely implicated because of me. Sorry. Xianxia immediately punched her shoulder. What are you apologizing for? Good sisters should endure hardships and enjoy blessings together. Arbor's brows relaxed slightly. Xianxia smacked the table in a very domineering manner, causing the empty bowl on the table to jump out. Then it's decided. We'll go to a top-notch academy. I don't believe that a top-notch academy won't take us in. According to Instructor Zhou's words, the top-notch academy seems to be located in the lava mountain range outside Anka City. Pack your things, we're setting off now. Xianxia was full of fighting spirit as soon as she said it. The little stoic couldn't help but be infected by this exuberant girl. She wordlessly followed behind her and symbolically packed her tattered bag. Yes, it was just an indigo-colored ragged bag with 2 sets of old clothes and a few white buns inside. It was just for show. Xianxia angrily put all the pots and pans in the room into a bag. As she tidied up the bag, she said, "Let me tell you, Jojo is a top academy. Who knows, it might be a good choice." Arbor silently followed behind her. He pulled out a crumpled letter from his chest and glanced at it. Could it be that everything was predestined? Forget it. Since it was Morong Sun who wanted her to go to a top-notch academy, then she would give it a try. Master couldn't harm her, let's go. Xianxia flung the bag over her shoulder and roared with her fist raised. Arbor followed up weakly, "Xianxia, why did you take the owner's pots and pans? What about taking them all away? You only had them deliver a pot of porridge, but you actually confiscated their pots and pans before you left. Aren't you a bit too stingy?" Xianxia was startled. She turned her head and chuckled mischievously at her. Let's go. Perhaps Xianxia was right. A top-notch academy might really be a good choice. However, Arbor didn't know that she freaking regretted it 3 days later. If she had to use 2 words to describe a top-notch academy's characteristics, then it would definitely be cheating. According to the map, the lava mountain range was indeed outside Anka City. However, the 2 idiots with no sense of direction had wandered around the mountain for 2 days and 2 nights, but they still could not find the place. The 2 of them looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that the cheap map you bought was wrong? Arbor looked at Xianxia helplessly and asked. How is it cheap? I spent a spirit coin to buy it. Xianxia mumbled, then turned the map upside down and glanced at it. Wait, this red river can't be the lava mountain range, right? Arbor leaned over to take a look and saw that there was indeed a red river on the opposite side of the mountain. There was also a little red dot behind the river. Yes, it was that little red dot. A little red that you would not notice on the map. This could be the real lava mountain range. Therefore, the 2 of them went in the opposite direction and spent 2 days in an unknown mountain range. Heavens! How can there be such a lousy map? What kind of map is this? Xianxia was so angry that she almost tore the map apart. Arbor quickly stopped her and coughed lightly. It's our fault for not looking carefully. It's alright, the day after tomorrow is the 28th of July for the entrance exam. We, should be just in time. My heavens, the people who sell maps in Shuntian Prefecture are all idiots. The real lava mountain range is marked so small, and a lousy mountain is outlined in black. The next time I see that profiteer selling maps, I'll beat him to death. Xianxia gritted her teeth as she recalled the appearance of the profiteer. That fellow was wearing a black cloak and a hat. Looking at him now, it was obvious that he was not a good person. *CK, she actually fell for this kind of person's trick. What a waste of that spirit coin. Arbor was speechless. Hey, the 2 little sisters in front. Please wait, please wait. A panting sound came from behind the 2 of them. Little sisters, I want to ask for directions. The little fatty ran over. He was as round as a ball, and his small eyes were curved like crescent moons. Who are you? Xianxia looked like she was ready to beat someone up, and stared at little fatty with vigilance. What a joke. The 2 of them had wandered around the mountain for 2 days, but they hadn't seen a single living person. Instead, they had seen 2 or 3 corpse puppets that were dead but not yet dead. They had easily dealt with them. Don't hit. Little fatty hurriedly waved his 2 hands in front of himself and shook his head. I'm a good person. My name is Ko Hongwen. Ko Hongwen? Xianxia lowered her hand and looked at him suspiciously. What are you doing here? I am a little lost. I want to ask the 2 ladies how to get to the top academy. You also want to go to the elite academy? Xianxia and Arbor asked in unison. Little Fatty was instantly excited. His small eyes blinked as he looked at the two of them. He laughed and said, "Io, could it be that the two ladies are also going to the elite academy?" After saying that, he took out a crumpled and yellowed piece of paper from his pocket and spread it out in front of the two of them. Look at this map, it's clearly marked with a black and thick line. But no matter where I look, I can't find the elite academy. Isn't it a little strange? The two ladies rolled their eyes at the same time. Xianxia snatched the map from his hand, crumpled it into a ball, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it. Hey, big sister, why did you throw my map away? Little Fatty couldn't help but exclaim. Was the person who sold you the map sneakily wearing a black robe and covering his face? That's right, that's right. Little Fatty wasn't stupid and immediately understood. Could it be that there's something wrong with this map? Look. Xianxia showed her map to Little Fatty. It's exactly the same. Little Fatty immediately cheered. Heh heh. Xianxia pointed at the river drawn by the red line on the map. Do you see it? Do you see that little red dot behind the river? Little Fatty's mouth instantly gaped open. Could it be that this little red dot is Lava Mountain Range? That's right. The two girls nodded at the same time and looked at Little Fatty sympathetically. Little Fatty, you've been tricked too. F***ck. Is the person who sold the map deliberately looking for trouble? Little Fatty shrieked and couldn't help but turn to look at the mountain path they came from. He instantly deflated. Heavens, there's still such a long way to run back. Can we still make it in time for the student exam? Xianxia waved her hand and released a majestic golden lion. I didn't want to be so ostentatious at first, but time is limited now. Jojo, let's sit on the little lion. Arbor's eyes widened when he saw Xianxia release her mystic beast. He bounced forward and kept stroking the golden lion's head with his small hands. Look, other people's mystic beasts were so mighty and domineering. They looked so beautiful, Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. Then, she smiled and said, Jojo, let's go. Arbor nodded, and the two of them flew onto the golden lion's back at the same time. When the little fatty Ko Hongwen saw this, he ran over like a ball and hurriedly called out, Little sisters, give me a ride. Who's your big sister? The stoic face was expressionless as she glared at him coldly. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Scram. Xianxia was even more direct. She lightly patted the lion's head. The lion leaped up and carried the two girls down the mountain, running steadily. The little fatty, Ko Hongwen, followed the golden lion down the mountain with tears streaming down his face. He waved his hands and shouted, Little girls, wait for me. Miss. The golden-haired lion ran very fast. After going down the mountain, it ran in the direction of Anka City. They were supposed to go straight to the lava mountains from the south gate of Anka City, but because of that lousy map, they went to the north gate. Going in the opposite direction, going in circles in an unknown mountain for such a long time really made people speechless. If they circled around Anka City, they would definitely waste a lot of time. The best way was to pass through Anka City and go straight to the south gate. Ladies! Wait for me. Little Fatty began to run wildly. Looking from afar, it was as if he was looking at a giant watermelon that was constantly rolling. The city gate was right in front of him. Arbor turned to look at Little Fatty, and a faint trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He couldn't tell that Little Fatty was also someone with remarkable abilities. It took them more than 2 hours to run from the nameless mountain to the north gate of Anka City. They didn't stop for even a moment during this time. Little Fatty was actually able to keep up with the golden lion's speed. He was also an incredible guy. Looks like he's a speed ability user. Arbor blinked. We're almost at the city gate. Xianxia looked at the toll checkpoint at the city gate with disgust in her eyes. Jojo, should we get off? No need. Let's charge through, Arbor said coldly. Xianxia froze for a moment before she laughed out loud. Okay. Little Fatty, who had been running behind them, was dumbfounded when he saw that the two vigorous girls had no intention of summoning their mystical beasts even though they were already at Anka City's gate. F***ck, where did these two girls come from? Were they planning to charge into Anka City's checkpoint just like that? At this moment, the crowd in the queue had already discovered in horror that a golden-haired lion twice the size of an adult lion was running towards them. Everyone screamed and dodged to the sides. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the two girls on the golden lion's back. Heavens, are they planning to charge into the city just like that? Ladies, the golden-haired lion leaped up, its four hooves landing heavily on the dusty ground, rolling up a string of sand grains. Wah! Mother, it's a lion. Don't go over there. Be careful not to fall. Who dares to trespass into Anka City? The two lines of people moved aside, leaving a path in the middle. The 5 or 6 ruffians who had set up the toll checkpoint at Anka City's gate saw the golden lion and the girls charging into the city. Do you want to die? Do you think you can trespass anywhere? Get off your mounts right now. The ruffians cursed angrily. Mystical beasts are not allowed to be summoned in Anka City without permission. F***ck, put away your mystical beasts, right now. Ah! The ruffians screamed. The reason was that not only did the golden lion not stop, but it also sped up and rushed towards their checkpoint. The girl sitting on the lion's back laughed. Get out of my way, all of you. Get out if you don't want to die. Roar. The golden-haired lion pounced and stepped heavily on the fence of the checkpoint, crushing the fence into pieces. Bang! A ruffian soldier was directly sent flying by this force and fell to the ground miserably. Ah, you guys. Another ruffian had just pulled out a steel knife from his waist and was about to counterattack. A blue talisman flew towards him and landed on his body with a whoosh. He paused with the knife in his hand and looked at the oncoming golden lion in horror. Roar! Roar, roar! The golden lion roared angrily and kicked the guy away. After a loud rumbling sound, the golden lion shook off the broken fence in front of the city gate. It carried Arbor and Xianxia and rushed into the city gate. The citizens lining up to enter the city were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. The two little girls had broken into Anka City in broad daylight. The soldiers were all frozen at the city gate by the body-securing talisman, standing there in a pitiful manner. After the two little girls rushed into the city, they quickly ran toward a deserted road. The little fatty ran into the city with his short legs and panted heavily. He looked at the soldiers sympathetically and patted one of them on the shoulder. Brother, I'm going in first. The soldiers were immobilized by the body-securing talisman and naturally could not give him any response. The little fatty took large strides and chased in the direction that the golden lion had left. The commoners at the city gate looked at each other and waited for a while. Seeing that there was no other movement, they all ran out from the corners and surrounded the soldiers who were immobilized by the body-securing talisman, sizing them up curiously. These soldiers usually flaunted their prowess at the city gate and it was rare to see them suffer together. Everyone was secretly laughing in their hearts. After looking at their ugly state, everyone hurriedly rushed into the city. After all, it was rare that they did not have to pay to enter the city. When the guards of the city lord's mansion heard the news and rushed to the north gate, Arbor, Xianxia and the rest had already disappeared. The two of them had already charged out of the south gate and similarly used thunderous methods to subdue the guards of the south gate and left without saying a word. Xianxia laughed out loud. Awesome. This is how we should deal with this bunch of people. They are simply shameless. They still dare to ask us for the entrance fee. Once, twice, thrice, they still have the nerve to stretch out their hands and ask for it. Scram. Arbor glanced sideways and did not see the little fatty's round body rolling over. It seemed that he had thrown the little fatty away. The two of them exited the south gate and ran in the direction of the red river marked on the map. Huff, huff, huff. Not long after, the little fatty appeared at the south gate, sweating profusely. He looked at the dozen or so soldiers who were also immobilized and grinned. Sigh, I ran to death. Really? The little fatty exhaled a few times and walked around the soldiers twice as he clicked his tongue. How pitiful, your opponent is actually such a strong great talisman master. From the north gate to the south gate, that crazy little girl had thrown at least 50 body-securing talismans. How could they fight against such a great talisman master? Little fatty sighed and heard footsteps coming from afar. It must be the guards of the city lord's mansion. They were rushing towards the south city gate. This bunch of idiots, who knew where they had gone, the little fatty grinned, then turned around and ran out of the southern city gate. Following the tracks of the golden lion, they soon arrived in front of a red river. It was unknown if this river had been heated up by the temperature of the nearby lava mountains, but the entire river seemed to be boiling. Little fatty picked up a stone and threw it into the water. With a light chee sound, the stone was swallowed into dregs by the water in a matter of minutes. The little fatty was speechless. He turned his head and looked along the wide river. His eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly ran over and waved vigorously at the two girls standing in front of the river. "Little sisters, it's so good to see you." Arbor turned around and saw little fatty rolling in front of them like a big watermelon. She pursed her lips and expressionlessly summoned the divine bird Xianxia. When little fatty saw this, he hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands towards Arbor. Little girl, give me a ride. Look, this big bird is so big. I'll just sit on its tail. I won't be rude to the two of you. Where's your own Shan beast?" Xianxia placed her hands on her hips and sized up the little fatty before she bluntly asked the little fatty. I. The little fatty scratched his head and chuckled, "My mystic beast isn't as powerful as yours. It can't fly or run." "What mystic beast is that?" Xianxia glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "Let it out for us to see." Okay. The little fatty suddenly stretched out one of his short legs and assumed a horse stance as he muttered, "Come out, my Shan beast." Xianxia looked at the little fatty and couldn't help but find it funny. Could it be that every time this fellow summoned a mystic beast, he had to mutter for half a day? By the time he finished muttering and assumed a posture to welcome the mystic beast, the other party would have already beaten him to the ground. What kind of mystic beast was this? It was so arrogant and slow. Boom! A dull sound landed on the wetland beside the Red River. Arbor and Xianxia looked and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Lying in front of them was a huge tortoise the size of a small hill. No wonder the little fatty said that it couldn't run or fly. This tortoise lazily lay beside the Red River, as if it was a tortoise sunbathing and couldn't wait to flip its belly over and bask in the sun. From the moment it came out until now, it didn't even glance at its master. It was extremely arrogant. The little fatty smiled embarrassedly at the two ladies and hurriedly cupped his hands towards Arbor. "Young lady, please give me a ride." If there were no flying beasts to cross the Red River, then there was nothing he could do. In any case, this Red River definitely couldn't be crossed by a ferry. Even the sturdy rocks couldn't withstand the Red River for a second, let alone a wooden boat. Wouldn't entering the water be seeking death? Hey, look. Xianxia squatted down and swept the sand with her small hand. After sweeping away the sand, a stone tablet was revealed half buried in the soil. There were 3 large words written on it, "Lava Crossing." Damn, this isn't a red river at all. This is lava. Arbor's lips curved. Naturally, there is a lot of lava buried under the lava mountain range. This was naturally not surprising. What was strange was that this lava river should have overflowed from very deep underground. Moreover, it had already formed the scale of a river. Instead, it became a natural barrier for the top academies. "Master, there is a defensive shield above 100 meters. It is very strong and cannot be broken." Xianxia flapped its wings and jumped to Arbor's side. Over 100 meters, in other words, Xianxia could not fly too high under this defensive barrier. Otherwise, it would not be able to enter the range of the defensive barrier and would still be suppressed. But if he was forced to fly at a low altitude, her gaze was focused on the lava. Suddenly, a piece of raw meat appeared between her fingers and she threw it into the lava. The piece of meat was thrown high into the air before it fell into the lava. In just a few seconds, 17 to 18 1-meter-long sword-toothed red fish jumped out of the lava and bit onto the piece of meat. After competing with each other to tear it apart, the piece of meat was instantly turned into minced meat. Xianxia's face turned slightly pale. Looking at the 1-meter-long sword-toothed red fish that jumped out of the lava, she felt that under the sunlight, the fangs of the sword-toothed red fish emitted an eerie cold light. Little Fatty also shuddered. There are actually mutated red fish in the lava? This was too strange. How did the saber-toothed red fish survive in such a scorching lava? Nothing is impossible, Arbor said indifferently. Even humans could change according to the environment, let alone animals. Looking at those sword-toothed red fish, the average one was more than a meter long, and a few were even 2 meters long. Not only were their mouths full of fangs, but even their skin was covered in a layer of fiery red substance. It was probably this substance that protected them from being melted into ashes by the boiling lava. These strange fish should be equivalent to an intermediate level 3 zombie. Arbor speculated, look at how they can jump 100 meters. The top academy deliberately set up a defensive barrier above 100 meters. Forcing the intruder into the attack range of the school of fish, it was truly a natural barrier. Arbor glanced at the lava mountain range behind the lava crossing. Before they even got close, they could already feel the heat waves rolling towards them. You've decided? Decided what? To go to such an unreliable academy, Arbor said indifferently. If she guessed correctly, the entrance test of the top academy was to successfully pass the lava crossing. Looking at the lava crossing, which formed a ring-shaped water vein that surrounded the entire lava mountain range, the test was obvious. Little Fatty nodded vigorously. I heard that the top academy can conduct one-on-one guidance and training. It has all 5 spiritual elements. It's very suitable for us to enter and study. Qiamu inwardly rolled her eyes before coldly saying, it's best if you don't hold out too much hope. Why? Little Fatty and Xianxia asked in unison. Because the disappointment is usually greater. After saying that, he put away Qing Yuan and released a blazing blood phoenix. Little Fatty's eyeballs were about to fall out as he watched from the side. Xiaojie? You actually have 2 mystic beasts? Is this a FF Phoenix? Forgive Little Fatty for stuttering, but he had rarely seen a mystic cultivator who could have 2 mystic beasts at once. Little Fatty didn't notice that Xianxia, who was standing beside him, was already petrified. Xianxia was very clear that Jojo still had a little white snake by his side. The blazing blood fire phoenix proudly swayed its tail and flew to Arbor's side. When she leaped up, the fire phoenix soared into the sky with a whoosh. It spread its wings, which were burning with flames. The man and the phoenix had just flown to the middle of the lava when they heard a splash. Countless saber-toothed red fish that were over a meter long jumped out of the lava and opened their mouths that were filled with sharp teeth, biting towards Arbor and the fire phoenix. Screech! The blood-blaze phoenix let out an angry cry, and a raging wall of fire instantly appeared beneath it. Like building a wall of flames, the sword-toothed red fish that jumped up to bite were all smashed down by the wall of flames. Arbor pointed at Xianxia and the Little Fatty. The blood-blaze phoenix turned around and dived towards the 2 of them. Xianxia and Little Fatty's hearts thumped wildly at the same time. Although they knew that the phoenix would not attack them, they could only watch helplessly as an incomparably huge phoenix swooped down towards them. The heat wave that assaulted their faces instantly enveloped them. That kind of feeling was incomparably satisfying. Arbor reached out and pulled, throwing the 2 of them directly onto the fire phoenix's back. The fire phoenix turned around, and its wings drew a lonely arc in the air as it flew towards the opposite side of the lava. To make up for yesterday's episode, the saber-toothed red fish leaped out of the lava and jumped 100 meters, but because it crashed into the fire wall, it was slapped down by the heat of the flames. Xianxia and Little Fatty both heaved a sigh of relief and sat upright on the blazing blood fire phoenix's back, not daring to look around. After a sharp and clear cry, the blazing blood fire phoenix flapped its huge wings and fluttered to the front of the lava mountain range, flying straight up the mountain. Little Fatty instantly felt that hugging the little girl's thigh was the right thing to do, otherwise, it would be an impossible task for that little tortoise of his to climb up this 1,000-level lava mountain range with only his little tortoise. The blazing blood fire phoenix's aura was vast and mighty, and its heavy ancient phoenix aura directly crushed all the hibernating beasts on the lava mountain range. The beasts that originally wanted to climb out to take a look at Fengzi could only hug their heads and lie in their cave abodes, not daring to come out. This was the first time Arbor realized that this egg was so useful. She raised her small hand and rubbed its furry head, saying earnestly, giving you so much black spirit jade isn't completely ineffective. Ever since knowing that there might be black spirit jade in the frigid pond, the little fellow had always left it alone. Actually, she was really a very generous little master to her beasts. The blazing blood fire phoenix squatted in the frigid pond and ate more than 1,000 pieces of black spirit jade, but she didn't say anything and just let it do as it pleased. Even when Little Tree repeatedly slandered her and asked her to kick that wasteful phoenix egg out of the frigid pond, she didn't pay attention to Little Ball. Black spirit jade was not only good for replenishing the 5 spirits, but also had a great nourishing effect on beasts of divine beast rank and above. It was a pity that this plaything was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Who knew if there were any extra black spirit jade at the bottom of the frigid pond? Arbor's gaze flickered. She raised her small hand and gently rubbed the blazing blood fire phoenix's head again. Hua, Master wants to ask you something. Is there any more black spirit jade at the bottom of the frigid pond? The blazing blood fire phoenix nodded vigorously. There's still a lot. Master, when are you going to take a look? I'll bring you there. Arbor nodded. Don't worry. Let's go to the peak first. Hey, look. There seems to be a person standing on the rock. Arbor looked in the direction that little Fatty was pointing at. Indeed, on a protruding rock at the peak of the mountain, there stood a fool waving a little yellow flag. He looks like a fool. The little yellow flag was clearly being waved at them. Waving what? Wave your sister. If he did not bring the students up the mountain, the students would have to think of a way by themselves. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. No one. Xianxia, little Fatty, screech. The blazing blood fire phoenix let out a shrill cry and flew towards the peak of the lava mountain range. The force of the dive brought about gusts of strong wind, rolling up sand and stones that almost blinded the eyes of everyone on the peak. Many female students subconsciously reached out to cover the sand in front of their eyes, choking on the sand and coughing. Boom! The phoenix spread its wings and landed on the peak of the mountain. Its gorgeous fiery red feathers gently spread out and almost everyone was forced to retreat. There was almost no place to stand. Wow! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This? Is it? Is it a mystic beast? I think I've seen it before in the Book of Divine Beasts and Strange Creatures. It's an ancient fire phoenix. Damn, which aristocratic family's young miss came to this godforsaken academy to study? Arbor stretched out her hand. The blazing blood fire phoenix let out a cry, turned into a ball of fire, and rushed into her body, returning to Paradise Planet to rest. There were many young men and women standing on the peak. Many pairs of eyes looked at Arbor, Xianxia, and little Fatty in astonishment. Xianxia and little Fatty, who were following Miss Jiao, suddenly felt a huge pressure. What was going on with this situation where everyone was looking at them? Cough, cough, cough. The pitiful guy waving the little yellow flag on the rock quickly flew down, choking on a mouthful of sand. He squinted his eyes and said angrily, "You guys? Who are you guys? Why did you trespass into our elite academy?" Arbor turned her head and looked coldly at the young man. He was dressed in a green robe, which was very plain. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looked very silly. Xianxia put her hands on her waist and shouted angrily, "Didn't your academy recruit students and ask us to come? You still have the nerve to say that? Setting such a difficult test, are you recruiting students or trying to kill people?" What did you say? What test? The Red River at the foot of the mountain is formed by lava. It's surrounded by the mountain. Other than flying, how can you walk? The green-robed young man was reprimanded by Xianxia, and he stammered, We sent people to the foot of the mountain a few days ago to receive you. You missed the time to go up the mountain. Who knew that this was the last day, and there were still people coming up the mountain? Moreover, they came up the mountain riding on a fire phoenix. This was 2F** King high profile. Moreover, he had been standing on the climbing rock and waving the little yellow flag for them to land at the entrance. In the end, these people actually flew all the way to the peak and landed where the crowd gathered. It was obvious that they wanted to show off for everyone to see. As for the other students, they would usually arrive at the Red River 1 or 2 days in advance. Looking at these 3 people, it was obvious that they came from rich families. They couldn't bear hardships at all, and they weren't even serious about studying. Put away your disdain and guesses. Arbor suddenly stretched out his leg and drew a dark gray circle on the ground with the tip of his foot. Fight me if you're not convinced. Xianxia, little fatty. Great aunt is so direct. But why did he like this temperament so much? The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. The first one to step out of the circle loses and must apologize. Arbor stood in the circle and beckoned the young man with his finger. Come. Cut the crap. Let's fight then, where's the time to talk nonsense? Everyone was speechless. What was going on? Before they could recover from the shock of seeing an ancient fire phoenix, they were stunned by the scene in front of them that said, if you want to fight, come on. The green-robed young man was obviously amused. He lifted his robe and stepped into the circle. He said angrily, little girl, it's not good to be too proud. You must know that there's always someone better than you. Always maintain a humble and cautious attitude. Boom. Xiaomu grabbed his arm and, with a flip of her hand, she pinned the green-clothed man to the ground, causing his left cheek to crash into the dirt. Only when the green-clothed man felt his face come into contact with the ground and smelled the scent of yellow soil did he realize with shock that he had been pressed to the ground with a single hand in the blink of an eye. Oh my God, he was a man. No, he was a man who was about to break through to become a level 2 spirit master, but he was actually instantly put down by a girl who looked like she was 14 or 15. How could he endure this? I don't need to be cautious when dealing with you guys. Arbor let go of her hand and took half a step back. She narrowed her eyes and waved at him. Again. The green-clothed man only felt a burning sensation on his face, and he crawled up from the ground with his face covered in grime. He looked at Xiaomu in embarrassment and coughed lightly as he said, little miss, I was careless just now. This time I won't hold back, you have to be careful. Boom. Arbor dodged and quickly closed in on him. She lifted her leg and kicked. Even though the green-clothed man had already reacted quickly and stretched out his 2 hands to cover his body with spiritual energy, he still couldn't withstand Arbor's fierce kick. In an instant, the green-clothed man flew out of the circle, and the surrounding students hurriedly retreated. After the man was kicked out of the circle, he fell to the ground with a thud. This time everyone looked at Arbor with a bit of fear in their eyes. The first time she had single-handedly subdued a level 2 spirit master, it could be said that it was due to luck. But now, in the instant of a direct hit, the level 2 spirit master couldn't even block one of her moves. This was strength. Following Xiaomu's light footsteps forward, the surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone subconsciously retreated a few steps, emptying out a crescent-shaped space in the center. Arbor walked in front of the green-clothed man and looked at him coldly. Apologize. The green-clothed man couldn't suppress the bitterness in his heart. He nodded and said softly, I'm sorry, it was my wild guess. Be more careful next time. If you don't understand the situation, don't look at people with contempt, Arbor said coldly. We just got lost, that's why we're late. Little Fatty, who was still immersed in the words this little girl is so formidable, slipped and almost fell. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times as he cursed in his heart. What an honest little grandaunt. Actually, it was fine if he didn't add the last sentence. What are you all doing? Just as the crowd was chattering away, a cold voice swept through the crowd, instantly suppressing everyone's voices. A middle-aged man in his 40s slowly walked over. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and they immediately locked onto Arbor's group. Are you the ones causing trouble? The little fatty and Xianxia met each other's eyes before striding forward in unison to stand next to Xiaomu and look at that middle-aged man together. The middle-aged man sneered, were you the ones who rode the fire phoenix to the peak and caused panic? Little fatty sneered, a mystical beast can cause them to panic? If you're so weak, you might as well stay at home and embroider. What's the point of cultivating and walking the path of immortality? Arbor's mouth curved slightly and nodded in agreement. Xianxia mocked, needles prick embroidery? You might as well stay at home and be a young master or young mistress. You. The group of students' faces turned green and white. The middle-aged man pursed his lips and looked coldly at the 3 of them. Ladies and young masters of aristocratic families, if you want to show off, then you've come to the wrong place. You should go to the 4 great academies of sun, moon, and stars. That is where the real celebrities gather. The middle-aged man said coldly. Arbor was instantly impatient. Why did she meet so many self-righteous people everywhere she went? Wouldn't it be better to find a natural abode and cultivate on my own? How could it be worth wasting my time on these inexplicable people and matters? After making up her mind, the little fellow decisively turned around and left. She didn't even bother to say a word and directly waved at Xianxia and little Fatty who were behind her. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect the student in front of him to have such a bad temper. After saying a few words, she immediately turned around and left. She didn't even bother to explain herself? Jojo. Xianxia hurriedly chased after her. Jojo wasn't even here. What was the point of her staying here? Little Fatty turned around and looked at the middle-aged man, then also ran towards the two ladies. Wait for me, let's go down the mountain together. You. The middle-aged man secretly clenched his fist and sneered at the three of them. So arrogant and unsociable. You're not suitable to study in the top academies. Yes, you're not welcome here. Hurry up and leave. The group of students also started to shout at the same time. Arbor turned her head and glanced at them in disdain. She coldly said, "Trash like you are not fit to be my classmates." She could feel a strong sense of rejection from these people. She didn't know why, even though it was the first time she met them, these people were rejecting her, Xianxia and little Fatty. Since that was the case, why should she treat them with a generous attitude? This little fellow had always been someone who would respect you tenfold. If you offended her, she would return the favor tenfold. Hence, she really didn't like these students. If they weren't welcome, then so be it. She didn't have to stay in this lousy academy. Arbor walked a few steps and was about to summon the blazing blood phoenix to bring them away. All of a sudden, a transparent ladder descended from the sky one after another. At first glance, the ladder was very transparent, but when he looked at it again, he couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. It turned out that this ladder was actually built with water spirits, layer upon layer, as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens. Looking up, one simply couldn't see the end of it. Wow! What a powerful ability to control the spiritual water. Arbor and the other two blinked their eyes and looked up at the sky. It wasn't just the three of them. In fact, all the other students on the lava peak were shocked as well. He had never seen such a shocking scene before. The water spirit stairs spread out and landed on the ground, shining brightly one layer after another, as if that person had an endless amount of spiritual energy that he could squander as he pleased. When the middle-aged man saw the water spirit ladder, he hurriedly bowed in the direction of the ladder. Wei Wei greets Dean Yun. The other disciples weren't stupid. When they saw Instructor Wei Wei bowing respectfully towards the southeast, they hurriedly followed suit and bowed. They saw a man in plain clothes with loose long hair and a cold expression walking down the stairs. His walking speed didn't seem fast, but in a breath's time, he had already arrived in front of Arbor and the other two. The man's aloof gaze instantly locked onto Arbor's left wrist. He could faintly see a jade-green color flash across the flawless jade bracelet. The man's eyes flickered, and his gaze shifted up to land on a small face that was as cold as ice. He was startled and asked, "You're a disciple of the Holy Water Sect?" Arbor was also startled. Only then did she recall that Morong Sun mentioned in her letter that she only needed to show her jade bracelet to the principal of a top-notch academy. She had forgotten about this before, but what could she do even if she remembered now? She had already decided not to stay in this troublesome academy anymore. The little fellow was an unrestrained person who did not want to be restrained by anything. If you insist on doing things according to the rules with her, then I'm sorry, but please scram. What's your name? Arbor swept that man a glance and unwillingly replied, Arbor. The plain-clothed man nodded and beckoned to her. Come with me. Instructor Wei Wei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw this. He hastily walked up to block Principal Yun's path and straightforwardly said, Principal, these students haven't taken the entrance test yet, so logically speaking, you can't directly bring her into the academy. This is against the rules. The middle-aged man said straightforwardly, moreover, these people have been behaving like young masters and misses from patrician families from start to finish. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and only know how to cause trouble. It's truly inappropriate for them to stay in the academy and ruin the learning atmosphere here. It's fine. Unexpectedly, Principal Yun tossed 2 words at the middle-aged man after he said a bunch of things. This truly was a bit. The middle-aged man only felt that his efforts were strenuous and unrewarding. When he looked up again, Principal Yun looked like he had already made up his mind, so he shut his mouth and did not say anything else. Principal Yun beckoned to Arbor again. "Come with me." Arbor was taken aback. Although this principal's expression was aloof, his attitude towards her was still quite amiable. As the saying went, don't slap a smiling person. The little fellow naturally could not go against his wishes, so she walked behind him. There seemed to be a voice in Arbor's heart that kept telling her that she had to follow him, she had to follow him. Wait. Arbor turned his head and looked at little Fatty and Xianxia. The 2 of them came with me. If we want to leave, we will leave together. If we want to stay, we will stay together. Dean Yun turned to look at Xianxia and little Fatty before nodding and saying, Wei Wei. Dean. The middle-aged man bowed. Arrange for the 2 of them to take the entrance test with everyone else. Wei Wei was stunned for a moment. He understood Dean Yun very well. Since he had already made a decision, there was no point in saying anything more. Thus, he nodded and said yes. There were stone huts all over the mountain. The rocks were all crimson red. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the lava circulation deep underground, but the entire lava mountain range looked bright red. Arbor followed Yunzong all the way and passed by many small stone houses made of red bricks. When the 2 of them reached the peak of the lava mountain, Dean Yun suddenly stopped and turned to look at her. You're Arbor? Arbor nodded. I'm Arbor. Yunzong sighed. You are a disciple of the Holy Water sect, so you can stay and study in our top-notch academy with peace of mind in the future. You should also be new here, so there are still many things you need to learn. Have you comprehended the power of the 5 spirits? Arbor nodded. Activate the power of the 5 spirits in your body and let me see. I'm going to catch up on my sleep tomorrow. Arbor raised her small hand, and a winding stream of water spiraled out from between her fingers. Yunqiang's gaze flickered. Holy water. The stream of water in Arbor's hand suddenly condensed into a ball of water, bobbing up and down on her small palm. Yunqiang nodded. You haven't even broken through to the spirit realm, but you can. Before he could finish, the stream of water in Arbor's hand suddenly turned into ice and snow. With a slight wave of her hand, the snowflakes were flung into the distance, crashing heavily into the crimson mountain wall. After a few sizzling sounds, a row of tiny holes of the same size was punched into the sturdy mountain wall, with unparalleled precision. Yunqiang's gaze flickered, and then he retracted his expression, turning to look at Arbor. Not bad. You can already condense water into ice, and turn ice into snow. Your basic control of spirit energy is also quite complete. Your current goal is to break through to the spirit realm as soon as possible and stabilize the spirit energy in your body. Yunqiang stood with his hands behind his back, turning to look at her. In the future, you will follow me to the cloud-piercing cliff to cultivate. I will personally guide you. You want to take me as your disciple? Arbor was startled and asked. Yunqiang's voice paused slightly, and he asked, Are you willing? Arbor immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. This time, it was Yunqiang's turn to be stunned. This little fellow didn't know who he was, the famous Sir Lu Yun of the 6 prefectures continent. He wanted to take her as his disciple, but he was rejected. Did he not care about his reputation? Why? Yunqiang asked unhappily. What a blind child. As expected of that woman's disciple, even her brain circuits were so different from others. I won't take anyone as my master in the future. The little fellow suddenly turned around, using the back of her head to face Yunqiang, her eyes fixed on the mountain peak that pierced the clouds in the distance. There were a total of 103 peaks in the lava mountain range, and the distance between the peaks was quite far. What entered her eyes was a sea of red clouds. For some reason, Yunqiang felt that this little figure was filled with desolation and loneliness. After a long time, Yunqiang made an "oh" sound, carelessly reaching out to caress the back of the little fellow's head. Then, do you plan to take the entrance test with them? Arbor turned his head and nodded. What if Wei Wei makes things difficult for you again? Don't tell me you want to leave again, Yunqiang said indifferently. Arbor blinked. Can I beat him? Who? Wei Wei. It was the middle-aged tutor who kept saying that a young lady from an aristocratic family like her was not welcome. A faint smile flashed through Yunfiang's eyes. He shook his head and said, Wei Wei is a level 12 great spiritual master. With your strength, you can deal with spiritual masters below level 7. As for Wei Wei, unless you risk your life. Yunfiang felt that this little fellow in front of him was full of secrets. Her strength could not be judged based on her current realm. Of course, Arbor wouldn't fight to the death with that crazy mentor, even though his tone was very annoying. However, there were hundreds and thousands of people in the Great Thousand Worlds. Arbor knew that he was not a flower. Naturally, he could not make everyone like him. There were those who liked him, and naturally there were those who hated him. At most, he would just ignore him in the future. Oh. Then I'll let him go, Arbor muttered stiffly, turning his little head and walking away. Yun Qiong couldn't help but find it funny, but he didn't stop him from leaving. Only Qiaomu herself was clear on one thing. This chapter makes up for yesterday's chapter. It seemed like no one who became Arbor's master had a good ending. Morongsun was like that, and so was Long Chuyun. She better not acknowledge anyone as her master in the future to avoid harming other people. Xiaomu returned to the group of people who were preparing to take the entrance test. Little Fatty and Xianxia happily ran over and said in unison, Jojo, you're back. Xianxia immediately turned to glare fiercely at Little Fatty. Shoo shoo shoo, who's your Jojo? I'm the one who called you Jojo. Arbor smiled and nodded. I plan to participate in the entrance test with you guys. Okay. We were just fretting. Just now, Instructor Wei said that we should form a 5-person team each. Their entrance test is to go to the depths of Lava Mountain Range to train. Xianxia shrugged. She felt like this academy was a bit of a scam. How were they supposed to break through, whose school's entrance exam would actually start with a real battle with real swords and spears? Even a large academy like Sunlight Academy's second test was to fight in a simulated environment, and it was in the depths of Lava Mountain Range. Everyone knew that the deeper one went into the mountain range, the more dangers there would be. Hey, Little Fatty, do you want to join our team? I'm Che Rumen, the team leader. A voluptuous girl around 17 or 18 years old walked up with 3 male team members. She crossed her arms and coldly looked at Arbor and Xianxia. Is Little Fatty something you can call me? I'm not that close to you. Little Fatty immediately retorted. Xianxia turned her face away and giggled. Che Rumen's face stiffened, and she angrily glared at Little Fatty. Xiaomu curled her lips and sneered mockingly at Che Rumen. Interesting, he actually dared to poach Arbor in front of her. D***MN Fatty. Don't think they're amazing just because they have an ancient fire phoenix. Didn't you hear the rules just now? Instructor Wei Wei said that once we enter Lava Mountain Range, everyone's mystic conscious will be sealed, so we can't summon mystic beasts. Heh, Fatty. I advise you to listen to Che Rumen and leave your trash team as soon as possible. In any case, you are a level 15 mystic cultivator. Don't tell me you want to stay in this kind of team and be burdened by 2 women with low cultivation, a stocky man beside Che Rumen said in a very disdainful tone. Watch your mouth, okay? The Little Fatty pointed at the stocky man and coldly shouted, both of them are my friends. If you dare to bully my friends, you'll have to ask my fist first. You don't know what's good for you. Che Rumen sneered, crossing her arms and looking around. Is there anyone who wants to join our team? I'm a level 15 peak mystic cultivator. Of my 3 teammates, 2 are level 14 and 1 is a level 1 spirit master. Che Rumen's group immediately attracted the attention of many people after detonating their cultivation base. Most of them were people who had just entered Shuntian Prefecture from various lower star domains. Generally, it was already pretty good for their cultivation to reach level 14 mystic cultivator at the very most. Now that there was a level 1 spirit master in front of them, only a fool would not join their team. Che Rumen's small hand brushed past the stocky man's chest, intentionally or unintentionally, with the intention of teasing him. The latter straightened his back and hooked one arm around Che Rumen's well-developed and delicate body. He looked up at the sky with a self-satisfied smile on his lips. He was that level 1 spirit master, Li Qian. When the surrounding people heard that Che Rumen's team was so strong, they hastily and enthusiastically signed up to join. In the end, Che Rumen picked and proudly chose a level 14 Mystic Cultivator as her teammate. The people who were still busy forming teams stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Che Rumen's team. They chattered enviously, so strong. Che Rumen's team should be the strongest team among us. When Che Rumen heard this, she felt her face light up. She smiled smugly and crossed her arms as she stood in front of the three people. Little fatty, if you regret it, come find me. I can still give you one more chance. If it weren't for the fact that this little fatty was a level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator and was very powerful, she wouldn't have stuck her hot face to that fatty's cold. But time and time again, when Che Rumen said this, the level 14 Mystic Cultivator who just joined her team couldn't help but have an ugly expression. It felt like he was only a substitute. If the little fatty wanted to join, there was an 80% chance that he would still be kicked out of the team by Che Rumen, the middle-aged mentor. Wei Wei, who had been standing at the periphery of the crowd and watching coldly, said coldly, "Don't forget the rule I mentioned earlier. A team must have at least one support. Apothecaries, pill alchemists, physicians, speed ability users, and so on are all acceptable. However, let me give you a friendly reminder. I hope that each team will bring at least one pill alchemist or apothecary. You can't imagine the degree of danger in the depths of Lava Mountain Range." Che Rumen's team looked at each other in dismay. Che Rumen turned to look at the newly joined level 14 Mystic Cultivator. "Do you know how to support?" That person shook his head with a livid expression. Che Rumen shrugged. "Then I'm sorry. We need a level 14 Mystic Cultivator who can support. Just someone who knows a bit of simple medical skills will do." Someone who knows a bit of simple medical skills can also act as a support, Che Rumen thought. The middle-aged mentor, Wei Wei, was merely exaggerating to scare people. Which academy wouldn't send a mentor to accompany their students into a dangerous place to train? If there really was extreme danger, the mentor would definitely rush out to save them. Therefore, she felt that it was more reliable to bring along a team of teammates with top-notch attack power. She didn't really need those apothecaries and alchemists. They had already brought some medicine with them. At the critical moment, they could just take the medicine themselves. Why should they bring along a weakling who would get in the way? A man in his 20s walked out of the crowd. He had a wretched face and a protruding mouth. He looked at Che Rumen with a smile. Then, his shifty eyes moved to Arbor. He subconsciously licked his lips and said, "I'm a pharmacist." As he spoke, he released an extremely faint medicinal power. Arbor's gaze turned and then retracted. That monkey-faced man's gaze made her feel very uncomfortable. She had an impulse to dig out his eyes with her own hands. Che Rumen frowned slightly. She looked down on this sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked man's face. He looked really wretched. But for the time being, he didn't have a better choice. He sized him up. "You're only level 13. "Yes, Mississippi. I'm a level 13 Mystic Cultivator." "Forget it. You'll do." Che Rumen arrogantly raised her chin and said, "But I'll say the ugly words first. Don't drag our team down at all times. Otherwise, I won't let you off." "Ah, I know, honorable miss." That wretched man bent his back and bowed with a smile. Just like that, Che Rumen's team was formed. This was the first 5-person adventurer team that was successfully formed. The stocky Li Qian domineeringly wrapped his bare paw around Che Rumen's slender waist and brought her to the periphery of the crowd. He arrogantly looked at the other people who were still forming teams and sneered, "A mob. Fatty, why don't you go and form a team with someone else?" "You won't be able to form a team with two people who don't seem to have any cultivation," Xianxia suggested with a grin. "Not going." Little Fatty shook his head resolutely and said, "We came here as a team." "Do I, Fatty, look like someone who doesn't value loyalty? You guys bring me to the summit, and I'll protect you guys so that we can successfully complete the entrance test. Nobody will look down on each other. Furthermore, how low could the cultivation of a person who possessed the ancient phoenix beast be?" He really didn't know if those people had brains. People who could form a contract with a mystic beast had to be at least a level 10 mystic cultivator, alright? Why didn't they have any cultivation? He reckoned that it was just a smokescreen from these two little girls, only then did Xianxia smile from the bottom of her heart. She patted Fatty's shoulder and said, "Not bad, Fatty. I, Xianxia, will befriend you." Fatty chuckled mischievously. Arbor, who was standing silently at the side, was expressionless, but his heart inexplicably stirred slightly. "Friend? You guys wait. I think I saw someone familiar." Xianxia suddenly ran out of the crowd after saying that. Like a gust of wind, she swept past everyone at an incomparably fast speed, startling everyone who was busy forming teams. F***ck, how could a woman who didn't seem to have any cultivation be so fast? Stop right there. Xianxia pounced on a person's back like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. She raised her fist and ruthlessly smashed it down. "Io!" That person, who was wrapped in a black cloak, hugged his head and scurried away like a rat as he cried out in alarm. F***ck, it's you. Little Fatty also recognized him. With a roar, he quickly jumped over. His speed was more than twice that of Xianxia's. He was so fast that he was almost like a nimble ball. He leaped to the side of the man in the black cape in an instant, and his fists rained down on the man's head. "How dare you sell me a fake map and make me walk so far in vain? You brat! Hand over my 10 spirit coins. You've got the wrong person. I don't know you guys at all." "What fake map?" the cloaked man shouted in a muffled voice. Teacher, save me." Instructor Wei Wei, who was watching from the sidelines, continued to remain silent. Xianxia and Little Fatty's fists landed on the black-caped man's body. Hearing this, Xianxia's fist paused. She turned to look at Little Fatty in astonishment. With an incredulous expression on her face, she asked, "Are you serious? You spent 10 spirit coins to buy that lousy map?" Little Fatty's fists continued to land. He turned his head and looked at Xianxia. "Aren't you? How much did you spend?" "I spent 1 spirit coin." Xianxia covered her face. Little Fatty was instantly enraged. His fists rained down on the black-caped man's face as though they were free. F***ck, you stinky brat, how dare you treat me like this? What's the matter? Do you think I'm easy to fool just because I'm a man? Arbor didn't know why, but he had the urge to laugh. Rip, rip, rip. Xianxia simply tore off the guy's black cloak. Who knew that the guy was only wearing a pair of nondescript shorts? When she tore off his cloak, his tender skin and 2 white legs were exposed. "Ah, you pervert!" Xianxia held her face and screamed. She kept kicking the man whose cloak had been ripped off. The man in the black cloak lay on the ground with tears streaming down his face. "Please, big sister, who tore off my cloak? Who made me expose my body? How dare you call me a pervert? She's the pervert, her whole family are perverts. Stop hitting me, stop hitting you too." The man in the black cloak wailed. "I'm not a pervert, I'm your senior brother from year 2. It hurts so much. Stop hitting me. I am Mata, your senior brother from year 2. Little Fatty pulled Xianxia over and looked suspiciously at the man who was lying on the ground with a bump on his head. "You're from year 2? Oh my god, the two of you are too ruthless." The senior brother from year 2, whose legs were exposed and whose shorts were tattered by Little Fatty, stood up. Actually, the guy was supposed to be quite handsome, but his face was swollen by Little Fatty and Xianxia, and his original appearance could not be seen. "Teacher, he sold us a fake map." Xianxia shouted angrily at Instructor Wei Wei, "A student from your academy sold us a fake map." "What fake map? How can that map be fake?" Mata shouted, unconvinced. "It's obviously a real map, you just don't know how to read it." Arbor walked up quickly and tugged at Xianxia's little paw. Xianxia was so angry that she did not notice her actions. She turned her head and shouted at Instructor Wei Wei, "Teacher, aren't you going to do something about it? Mata was selling the map in Anka City under the Academy's instructions." Wei Wei said calmly, "The fact that you were tricked can only mean one thing. You're too stupid. You." Xianxia was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She turned around and saw Mata, whose face was bruised and swollen, and laughed wretchedly. She was so angry that she kicked him. This time, Mata dodged. He patted his chest and shouted, "Hey, little girl. You're so young, but your kicks are so king vicious. If I get kicked by your bloodline-ending kick, will there still be any happiness left in my life? Let me remind you that once the incense stick's time is up and you fail to form a team, you will be disqualified from the entrance test," Wei Wei said coldly. "What? You're clearly picking on me," Xianxia said angrily. "Everyone will be treated equally." Xianxia was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up. She turned her head and saw Mata smiling wretchedly. She raised her fist and rushed forward. "You. Join our team. If you don't agree, I'll beat you to death." Everyone was stunned. F***ck, you can team up like this? Little Fatty secretly clenched his fists and praised, "Xianxia, well done, pull the map seller into the team, and beat him up if he doesn't like you." "Perfect." Arbor's mouth twitched. She looked helplessly at her two unreliable teammates. Why did she feel that her team would turn into a team of clowns? Don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I'll join. Ah? Mata squatted to the side, holding his head pitifully as he cried out repeatedly. "At least you know what's good for you." Xianxia put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily. "That works too?" Some students who had yet to form a team angrily turned to look at Wei Wei. "Teacher. He's a second-year senior. This kind of team formation doesn't conform to the rules. If you can also find a second or third-year senior to help you," Wei Wei said coldly. Those people immediately quieted down. What a joke. Where would they find a second or third-year senior? Probably only an idiot like the black-cloaked man would sneak out to watch the show and get caught. However, looking at the black-cloaked man, he couldn't even defeat a girl with no cultivation. His cultivation definitely wasn't that high. No wonder he could only stay in the academy and could only stay in the second grade forever. He still hadn't graduated. The rest of the people hurriedly went around to form teams. Xiao Mu's group of 4 stood together, and their gazes swept past the group of repulsive people on the field. "Looks like you have to find a support." Ma Ta took out a black robe from his inner world and wrapped himself in it. He then pretended to be a dog as he stood next to Xiao Mu and told them with a grin. "No need." Xianxia snorted coldly. "Our team already has a support." "Oh?" Mata was slightly startled. He just smiled and didn't say anything else. "Countdown of 5 minutes." Wei Wei reminded coldly, his face expressionless. Some of the people who had yet to form a team started to panic. They casually asked others if they wanted a support and quickly formed a team. Groups of 5 formed and stood beside Che Rumen one after another. Arbor frowned. At this time, there was basically no time to choose a team. The remaining people hurriedly came forward, wanting to join Arbor's team. "Scram!" Xianxia shouted coldly. "Didn't you say that you don't welcome us? Why are you trying to rely on us now? Do you have any shame? Where's your shame? Where's your shame?" Arbor smirked and didn't say anything. Hey, little girl, don't let your emotions affect your decisions." There was less than a minute left. If they didn't hurry up and form a team, they would fail. Then, Instructor Wei Wei will make you roll down the mountain. Mata chuckled. "Why don't you give us a demonstration?" Little Fatty turned his head and said. F***ck. What if we can't chat happily? Half a minute left. Have you all formed a team? Wei Wei's cold gaze fell on Arbor's group, and he laughed mockingly. "A person can be arrogant, but they can't be too arrogant. You can't even form a basic team of 5. It's obvious that you don't have the ability to work together as a team, much less the ability to rally and organize. If you set your sights too high, your team will ultimately fail. Duan Muqing, apothecary, join the team. All 5 of you are here." A cold voice traveled through the crowd into the ears of Arbor and the others. Following everyone's gaze, a tall young man slowly walked over. He wore a white shirt, and his black hair was only tied up with a hairband. He looked to be 19 years old, and his facial features were well defined as if they were carved by a knife. A pair of dark eyes emitted an icy chill, as deep as a cold ancient well, without any ripples. Arbor was practically glaring, his gaze locked onto the person who walked over. At that moment, she felt dizzy. There seemed to be some messy and impure images pouring into her mind. In the dark dungeon, a pair of expectant black eyes stared at her through a small window the size of a palm. He murmured, Xiao, hang in there, don't die. Live. Live with me. Brother Qing, it's so painful to live. Brother Qing, I can't hold on anymore. No, you have to hold on. Xiao, master has already left me. You can't die. You have to live with me. We can definitely live. Jojo, there will be hope as long as you live. Their gazes met across the air, and their gazes met. At that moment, Duan Muqing was slightly taken aback. His black eyes revealed some doubt as he stared deeply at Arbor. Arbor vaguely saw a patch of blood stained by red candles. There were several corpses lying on the ground in the bridal chamber. Pairs of horrified eyes stared fixedly at her, full of accusation. It was as if she was the main culprit. Brother Qing, don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave, he's coming. Hurry up. Arbor only saw a patch of scarlet in front of her eyes. In a daze, she seemed to see a beautiful woman running wildly out of the room. That face, that familiar face. Xiaomu froze in place in shock, simply unable to believe the hazy scene before her eyes. Impossible. How could she stand up in her previous life? Wasn't she crippled and paralyzed all this time? When did she stand up? What was going on in the bridal chamber? What was going on in front of her eyes? Impossible, she had already killed Xianxia. She had already gotten rid of her inner demons. She should have remembered everything from her previous life, it was impossible for her to forget. Impossible, Arbor suddenly turned around and flew towards the mountain peak in the distance. Jojo? Xianxia was stunned. She grabbed Duan Muqing, who was still in a daze, and shouted at Instructor Wei Wei, the 5 of us are here. We'll come over later. After saying that, he hurriedly chased in the direction of Arbor. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They really couldn't figure out how these two little girls, who seemed to have no cultivation at all, could be so fast. Could it be that they had collectively misjudged him? Instructor Wei Wei didn't make things difficult for them. He only glanced coldly in the direction of Arbor where Xianxia had left. He turned his gaze to the remaining 3 people on the field. You can't even form a 5-man team. It shows how useless you are. It is not suitable for you to continue staying here. I will arrange for someone to send you down the mountain. The 3 unlucky bastards immediately howled, one louder than the other. Why should we go down the mountain? Instructor, this isn't fair. There are only 3 of us in the first place. Where are we supposed to find 5 people? It's those 2 senior brothers who broke the rules. The rules didn't specify that we can't invite senior brothers to join the team. Instructor Wei Wei glanced coldly at the 3 of them. It's you who are too weak. Go down the mountain immediately. What kind of lousy academy is this? What kind of lousy examination rules are this? One of the 3 immediately cursed with hatred in his heart. Who wants to study here? We can enter Star Splendor Academy or Dawn Academy with some spirit coins. They are after all one of the 4 great academies. The 6th watch ended. Instructor Wei Wei coldly glanced at the 3 of them. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Wei Wei had seen a lot of this kind of sour grapes mentality. The academy's recruitment policy was different from the so-called 4 great academies. If they thought that the top academies were the same as trash academies like Sun Moon Star Academy, then they should get lost early. Humph. The 3 of them left in a huff, glaring angrily at Wei Wei before leaving. They were disinclined to continue staying in such an unreasonable academy. One of them turned around and sneered at the students who had formed their teams. Don't think that you can enter this trash academy just because you formed a team. Who knows how many people can come out of the depths of the lava mountain range. That's right, your mystic senses have been sealed. You can't summon mystic beasts or move items in your inner worlds. Ha ha ha. I wish you all good luck. With that, the three of them slipped down the mountain. They left behind a group of students who had formed their teams but were still fearful. They looked at each other, and the uneasiness in their hearts increased slightly. The words of the people who left were not completely unreasonable. Deep into the heart of the lava mountain range was a dangerous place, but they couldn't summon mystic beasts or move items in their inner worlds. Wouldn't that make it difficult for them to move? Che-Rumen chuckled. It's just a mere lava mountain range. Even if we don't use mystic senses, it won't be a problem for us. Wei Wei said, now, other than them, all the assistants in your team, step forward. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. The monkey-cheeked man in Che-Rumen's team smiled slyly. Why don't they use it? Because Duan Muqing is a third-year student of the academy. He is a pharmacist. As academy instructors, we are very clear about the efficacy of the medicine. Wei Wei said coldly. The monkey-cheeked man pursed his lips and walked out of the team to release the medicinal efficacy in his body. I clearly released it just now. Wouldn't releasing it again consume the medicinal efficacy? What if we encounter danger and I don't have enough medicinal efficacy? Instructor, this isn't too good. Che-Rumen curled her lips into a disdainful smile. She wouldn't place her hopes on such an unreliable teammate with a monkey-cheeked mouth. She arranged for him to join the team only because his special ability was an indispensable part of the team. Let him heal me? Heh, don't joke around. How could she put her precious life in the hands of an unfamiliar teammate? You. Your 3 teams are not qualified. All of you are to leave the mountain. What? The members of the 3 teams who were named could not help but turn pale with fright. You call yourselves doctors? Yet, he didn't even know how to bandage a wound. How could he pretend to be a doctor when he was all wrapped up in a mess? Go down the mountain. The group that had been tricked by the 3 people who had pretended to be doctors immediately became noisy. Then let's form a new team. All of you, go down the mountain. Damn it. This is too unfair. Why must we have a useless doctor by our side? Yes. We don't need any assistance to pass the entrance test. These are the rules. Wei Wei coldly glanced at the 3 teams that were protesting. An hour ago, I already made it clear to you. It's you who didn't follow the rules. You deserve to be eliminated. Damn it. Who wants to stay here? The members of the 3 teams flew into a rage out of humiliation. Let's go. Looking at the environment of this lousy academy, it won't be good to stay here and eat. That's right, let's go. If this place doesn't want us, there will be a place for us. Humph. After another group of people left while cursing, the scene fell into silence. I'll give you an hour to pack your luggage. When we officially enter the lava mountain range, I will seal all of your mystic senses. At that time, not only will your mystic beasts be unusable, your inner worlds will also be unusable, Wei Wei said coldly. It's not too late to back out now. After entering the depths of the lava mountain range, whether you live or die will depend on your own efforts. I won't help you. TSK. Che-Rumen looked away in disdain. She didn't believe it. If they encountered that kind of life and death crisis, would the instructors of a top academy look on coldly and not lend a hand? Did they not want the academy's reputation anymore? Even if you encounter a large mystic beast or even a spirit beast, I won't help you. Think about it yourself. If you want to back out, do it now. When Wei Wei's voice fell, the 23 teams on the field, except for Little Fatty and the other 2, let out a burst of curses. Every team member looked at each other nervously and hurriedly discussed a few words in secret. In the end, they clenched their teeth and persevered. After all, they had already come this far, how could they not give it their all? Besides, almost everyone had the same thought as Che-Rumen. They felt that if they encountered an extremely large spirit beast that they really couldn't deal with, the instructors would definitely not stand by and watch. Since no one backs out, then we'll set off in an hour. Wei Wei coldly glanced at Little Fatty, Mata, and Duan Muqing. Time is of the essence. This was a warning to the 3 of them. After all, their team was the only one on the field, and 2 of their teammates had disappeared. Arbor leaped up to a nearby empty mountain peak at lightning speed. With a furious roar, the water spirit in her hand gathered into a long whip and swept across half the mountain peak. In an instant, the scarlet boulder in front of her was smashed into pieces. Impossible, how could she have forgotten something? This was impossible. She clearly remembered everything, Arbor held the water spirit whip and stared blankly at the mountain wall in front of him. It was as if a yellowed ancient scroll painting had appeared on the mountain wall, and the figure on the scroll was constantly flashing. If you want to kill Brother Qing, you'll have to kill me first. You call him Brother Qing? You and I have been together for so long, do you know my name? Arbor knew all too well about the man in front of him, who was wearing a wedding robe and holding a sword. His handsome face was cold and his eyes emitted a dark green light. Wasn't it Xianxia? The blood in her body almost froze in an instant. Impossible. Impossible. Impossible, how could she possibly marry Xianxia? There was no such thing in his memory. Impossible, I remembered wrongly, he must have remembered wrongly. She squatted down and hugged herself into a ball, trembling. She saw the ancient scroll painting on the mountain wall. Xianxia, who was wearing a red wedding dress, was thrusting the sword in her hand into a man's body. Arbor held her head and didn't dare to look anymore. She didn't dare to look into those ruthless eyes. She just squatted there and hugged herself into a ball. In her daze, she seemed to hear someone talking beside her. My name is Duan Muqing. I don't remember how old I am anymore. What about you? My name is Arbor. I'm 20 years old. How long have you been locked up here? I don't remember. I was only 19 when I came in. Now, I don't know how many years have passed. It should have been 4 to 5 years. Duan Muqing let out a long sigh and said, actually, I've always lived in darkness. After a long time, I don't have to worry about never seeing the light again. Jojo, do you still remember what the starry sky looks like? If I can get out, I must spend 3 days and 3 nights to take a good look at the distant starry sky. Jojo, can you promise me one thing? Don't die before me. It's really too hard to stay in the dark alone. Arbor squatted on the ground. Unknowingly, her face was covered in tears. She felt that she might have remembered. Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing. He was one of the 2 pharmacists who were locked up in the dungeon with her and were studied by Fan Shouhe all day long. It's him, what was going on? Impossible. She had never seen the 2 pharmacists who were equally miserable in her memory. Impossible. She didn't know the pharmacist called Duan Muqing at all. She didn't know, when she was carried out of the dungeon by Xianxia, she hadn't heard any movements from the 2 pharmacists for a long time. The pharmacist should have died long ago. Why did they appear by her side afterward? So scary, so chaotic. Why was she standing in the same wedding room as Xianxia? Impossible. She couldn't have agreed to marry Xianxia, her mind was in a mess. It was blurry and even filled with horror and fear. Master. Little Treant jumped out of Paradise Planet in a panic. Little Soil and Little Water also jumped out with it. The 3 little ones rubbed against her legs and looked at her anxiously. Master, what's wrong? Jojo. Xianxia, who had chased after her, ran over from afar. When he saw everything clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Damn, this side of the mountain was almost flattened. Could it be? Xianxia looked at Arbor in shock. She didn't have time to think about how this guy could be so strong. She quickly ran over and threw herself at Arbor. She reached out and hugged him tightly. Jojo. What happened? Tell me. I'll follow you. After being yelled at by this loud voice, the blurry scene in front of his eyes really receded like the tide, and there were no more flickering lights or passing shadows. Without Duan Muqing, without the terrifying Xianxia, without the blood-red color of the corpses on the ground. Xianxia looked at her anxiously. Arbor's eyes turned slightly red, and he could not hide the fear in his heart. He suddenly reached out and hugged Xianxia, and he cried out emotionally, Xianxia, I miss Mo Lian, I miss my mother, I miss Master. I want to go home. This terrible feeling was too uncomfortable to bear. It made one's heart palpitate and panic, she originally thought that she had solved all the mysteries of her previous life. She remembered everything, and she even personally solved her inner demon. She killed Xianxia, and everything was over. It was like a person who had been trapped in a maze for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally saw the light and thought that he was about to walk out of the maze. However, behind the light was an abyss, an even more vast labyrinth. This made her powerful heart start to crack. She also couldn't endure this endless torment. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Don't worry. I will definitely help you. I will definitely stand on your side," Xianxia said as if she was making a vow. "Little Fatty will too. Don't worry, little Fatty, and I will help you." Arbor turned to look at Xianxia. She looked at her pitifully, sniffled and said, "Xianxia, my shoulder hurts from your arm pressing on it." Xianxia retracted her chubby hand awkwardly and laughed foolishly at her. She pulled her up and said, "Jojo, don't worry. I'm here for you. Speaking of which, just now, you ran away because you saw Duan Muqing. Did you know him before?" Arbor paused and shook her head. "I don't know him. Duan Muqing seems to be the most reliable person in our team." When Xianxia said this, she realized that Arbor was looking at her. She quickly laughed and said, "Haha, of course, except for you." Arbor snorted and looked at her. "When you came out, did that troublesome teacher say anything?" Xianxuan's expression changed. She slapped her thigh and said, "Yes, we have to go back quickly. That troublesome teacher might find trouble with us again." Gurgle. Xianxia almost stepped on little water droplet. She quickly retracted her foot and looked at little water droplet, little soil, and little Trant standing in a row beside Arbor's foot. This? What are these?" Arbor lowered her arm slightly. Little water droplet, little soil, and little Trant jumped onto her arm at the same time and climbed up. Arbor held the 3 little fellows and said to Xianxia, who was in a daze, "Get to know each other. Little water, little soil, and little Trant. This is the secret of how I comprehended the water and earth spirits. This is holy water, and this is holy land." Xianxia couldn't control her shocked expression for a moment, and her jaw seemed to have dropped. "Ugh." Xianxia hurriedly held her small chin and swallowed her saliva. She stared at little water and little earth with sparkling eyes and said, "Wow, so this is the holy earth and holy water of our 5 spirit origins. Let me see, let me see." Ouch. Xianxuan's outstretched hand was gently whipped by the holy water. She quickly retracted her hand. "Humph, don't touch my lady holy water." The little guy turned into a little water baby and roared at Xianxia with its arms akimbo. Then, it crawled all the way to Arbor's arm. "Don't mess around." Arbor touched the water helplessly. Master, don't be sad." "I'm not sad." She was just a little confused about her past life. She couldn't accept the sudden influx of dusty memories. That was why she couldn't accept it all at once. "Master, you have Dian here." Me too. "And little soil, little soil." The lump of soil was unwilling to be left behind and continued to climb up. As expected of holy water and holy earth. They were both so noisy. Xianxia sighed. She hurriedly turned to Arbor and said, "What other abilities do you have to hide from me? Tell me everything in one go so that my heart won't be shocked and frightened all day long. It's too scary." Arbor's mood became better after being cheered up by this fellow. Arbor seriously considered Xianxuan's words. She tilted her head in thought and said, "Actually, the pills I sold last time were all made by me. My alchemist teacher has already passed away." Xianxuan's small mouth gaped into an O shape. By the time the two returned to the field hand in hand, almost everyone had finished their preparations and gathered in front of the mountain peak. The little fatty involuntarily sighed in relief when he saw the 2 little girls return. He hastily ran up and sized up Arbor. Seeing that she didn't have any injuries other than her slightly reddened eyes, he exclaimed softly, "You scared me to death. Where did you 2 run off to?" "They're going to set off in 5 minutes. That old stoic said that if you 2 don't return in 5 minutes, it'll be considered our team's forfeit. He said we automatically forfeited the entrance test, damn it." When the little stoic and Xianxia heard the little fatty say the 3 words old stoic, they simultaneously killed him with their gazes. The little fatty instantly realized that he seemed to have used the wrong words. He hastily laughed awkwardly and coughed to cover it up. Ahem ahem ahem, luckily you two came back. Our team is all here, so there's no harm in everyone getting to know each other. While the little fatty and Xianxia were talking to Arbor, Duan Muqing only felt his gaze uncontrollably land on that aloof little stoic's face. It was as if that little stoic face was like a magnet, deeply attracting his gaze. Duan Muqing reflexively reached out to press his chest and felt his heartbeat inexplicably accelerate. He moved his lips and suddenly wanted to go up and say a few words to the little stoic, but he abruptly realized that the little stoic's gaze had never landed on him from beginning to end. Hello everyone, I'm Ma Ta. Ma Ta jumped out first and waved at everyone. The little fatty and Xianxia extended their fists at him at the same time. Ma Ta hastily raised both his hands and said with a mischievous grin, Don't hit, don't hit. If I didn't inform senior brother Duanmu to come help at the last minute, you guys would have been kicked out of the academy because you couldn't gather enough people. Xianxia was startled. So this guy invited helpers. She looked Mata up and down and snorted. At least you have some conscience. He he he. Mata clasped his hands together and bowed to Xianxia. Take it as my apology to you. My name is, Xuanxuan's words were abruptly interrupted by Instructor Wei Wei. Is everything ready? Wei Wei walked out of a stone house. Let me remind you again. Prepare enough water bags. Otherwise, you will regret entering the depths of the lava mountain range. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Quite a number of people in the group hurriedly turned around and ran towards the academy's pond, intending to carry more water on their backs in case of an emergency. Xianxia couldn't help but feel anxious. She turned to look at Arbor and asked, What should we do? We didn't prepare any water bags. Don't worry, Arbor and Fatty said in unison. Arbor was very clear that the things in her paradise star didn't need to be stored with profound sense at all. There was plenty of food and water on Paradise Star, as much as she wanted. As for mystic beasts, that was even more laughable. All of her beasts roamed around Paradise Star, unlike other people who needed to use profound sense to open their mystic beast spaces to release their mystic beasts. Therefore, these so-called restrictions were completely useless to Arbor. She had a divine cheating tool, Paradise Planet. Arbor turned to look at the little fatty who spoke. The little fatty took off his outer robe, revealing a circle of water sacks of various sizes hanging around his waist. He smiled at the 2 girls in a simple and honest manner. Don't worry, I packed a lot of water for you guys. It'll definitely be enough to eat when we enter the lava mountain range. Arbor's gaze relaxed, and Xianxia was so happy that she jumped up and punched the little fatty's shoulder. Fatty, is it heavy? Why don't you give us a few sacks to carry? This bit of water is nothing. The little fatty put on his outer robe again. I'll give you the water after we enter the lava mountain range. I'll hold it for you guys first. TSK, little fatty is really considerate. Whoever becomes your wife in the future will definitely be very happy. As they spoke, the person who ran to fill the water sacks again hastily ran back. Many people scrambled to borrow a few more water sacks from the academy. However, Wei Wei swept a cold glance over them and said indifferently, Time's up. Anguished wails came from the students on the mountain peak. Some people looked at the 2 small water sacks hanging around their waists with faint worry in their eyes. They felt that this instructor Wei Wei definitely wouldn't deliberately frighten them. Entering the mountain range without enough water might really be a suicidal act. They felt a bit panicked. What was going on? Before we set off, each team member, show me your cultivation and mystic energy. Don't hide your strength. Let me know where your true strength lies. Show me your mystic beasts. If I discover that you summoned your mystic beasts during the test, it will be considered cheating and your qualifications to take the test will be revoked. Wei Wei turned to look at the strongest team and pointed at Che Rumen. We'll start with your team. Che Rumen had a smile on her face as she raised her beautiful chin high with a proud expression. She reached out and circled a bean-sized flame. Che Rumen, 18 years old, peak level 15 mystic cultivator, comprehended the 6th level of spiritual fire. Peng Guang, 25 years old, initial level 14 mystic cultivator, has yet to fully comprehend spiritual water. Zhu Bozong, 22 years old, level 14 mystic cultivator, comprehended the 5th level of spiritual water. Li Qian, 28 years old, level 1 soul master, level 5 spiritual fire. As Che Ruman's team members revealed their strength one by one and summoned their Xian beasts at the same time, everyone present looked at them enviously. As expected, it was the strongest team. In the team, only that wretched man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was a level 13 mystic cultivator. He had only grasped the edge of spiritual energy comprehension and had yet to fully comprehend it. Among the other 4 people, 3 of them had actually comprehended the 5th level of spirit power. As for the captain, Che Ruman, she was even more talented. She had actually comprehended the 6th level of spirit fire. Those who could comprehend more than 60% of their spiritual energy were all amazing people. This was not something that could be mentioned in the same breath. They couldn't afford to offend them. Che Ruman's team was truly worthy of the title of the strongest team. The teams revealed their cultivation base and strength one by one. Among them, there were 2 people who had comprehended the 6th level of spiritual energy, attracting the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Wei Wei was unmoved and only looked on coldly from the sidelines. After the last and second team revealed their cultivation base, everyone's gazes uniformly shifted to Arbor's team. Looking at Arbor's team, their gazes carried hints of watching a good show. So what if those 3 youths had extraordinary strength? What could they do when they had to bring along 2 burdens with low cultivation? Once they entered the mountain, they would know that no matter how beautiful a woman was, she would still be a burden and would only bring disaster to the team. Ko Hongwen, 19 years old. Peak level 15 mystic cultivator, level 8 earth spirit, divine beast dazzling iron armored tortoise. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone exclaimed. Divine beast, divine beast? Level 8 earth spirit? Oh my god. Level 8 earth spirit, I didn't hear wrongly, right? Under the clamor, Xianxia, Arbor, and the other 2 spoke indifferently one after another. Xianxia, 15 years old. Peak level 13 mystic cultivator, level 8 spirit lightning, divine beast golden furred lion. Xuanxuan's body trembled as a powerful mystic energy erupted from her hands. Everyone was dumbfounded. Arbor, 15 years old. Initial level 15 mystic cultivator, level 9 spirit water, divine beast ancient bloodfire phoenix. Ma Ta, 19 years old. Initial level 1 mystic cultivator, level 8 spirit water, divine beast. Duan Muqing, 19 years old. Peak level 3 mystic cultivator, level 9 spirit wood, divine beast. Arbor, Ma Ta, and Duan Muqing spoke almost at the same time, their voices intertwined. Everyone could only hear level 9, level 8, level 9 and divine beast, divine beast, divine beast. They had completely forgotten how to adjust their facial expressions. Why did such a terrifying species like geniuses exist in this world? What did these so-called geniuses eat to grow up? Didn't they think that summoning divine beasts one by one to scare them was a very immoral and terrifying thing? Also, the power of the 5 spirits that were commonly comprehended in this world were all below level 6. This team was all at level 8 or 9 of the 5 spirits. What did this mean? As Arbor, Ma Ta, and Duan Muqing released their cultivation and summoned their divine beasts one after another, a trace of spirit energy appeared in their hands. The entire place was practically silent. Screech. The cry of a phoenix was heard. Wei Wei's eyelids twitched. You don't have to summon your ancient bloodfire phoenix. I know. You know? No, you don't know. The ancient bloodblaze phoenix is just one of the saint beasts by my side. Xiaomu pulled back her hand, but she didn't summon the phoenix. Instead, she faintly swept her gaze over the shocked crowd before turning to ask Wei Wei, can we set off now? Wei Wei nodded, I have a rough idea of where your strength lies. When the time comes, I will bring you to different areas to train. Do what you can. Everyone nodded with a stupefied expression. They had yet to recover from the shock. This was especially true for the people who had mocked Arbor and Xianxia. Now, they felt their faces hurt. What people with no cultivation? What weak people? Their faces were slapped so hard that it hurt. What bullshit low strength, what bullshit, no cultivation. Two 15-year-old girls were peak level 13 mystic cultivators and initial level 15 mystic cultivators respectively. Was there anything more terrifying than this? He was only 15 years old. What was even more frightening was that the average age of the Arbor team was no more than 20 years old, but they had the highest cultivation among all the idiots. There was even a 19-year-old level 3 spirit master. Why didn't such geniuses just die? Did they have to show off in front of normal people like them? See you tomorrow. It was such a huge blow to him that he even had the thought of killing himself. Che Rumen was like a wandering ghost as she slowly moved forward with the starting team. Until now, she still couldn't accept that her team was chased down from the strongest team by someone. What strongest team? It was merely a joke. Others who were stronger than them hadn't even said a word yet, but they were clowns jumping up and down, making a huge joke out of themselves. Now, Che Rumen only felt that her face was burning red. She really wanted to turn around and curse Arbor for being an idiot. Why did she blindly hide her strength for no reason? She was clearly a level 15 initial success mystic cultivator, yet she pretended to be someone without any cultivation. Didn't she feel ashamed? However, all the cursing stopped abruptly the moment their gazes landed on that stoic face. What to do if she couldn't curse? That D*MN stoic face was so hateful. She really hoped that she would die in the depths of that lava mountain range later. Che Rumen thought maliciously in her heart. She pulled her gaze away from Arbor and looked up at the stocky Li Qian. Do you have the confidence to take first place? Li Qian furrowed his brows. That 15-year-old girl is called Arbor, right? Her team probably isn't easy to deal with. There are also two seniors helping them. We probably can't take first place, but second place shouldn't be a problem. I don't want to be second. Che Rumen nearly screamed. I, Che Rumen, would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I just want to be first. I want our team to be the first in the test. When Li Qian heard that, he looked down at Che Rumen and chuckled as he reached out to hug that woman's slender waist. He said with a smile, "What's the rush? The competition hasn't started yet, right? It's not impossible for you to take first place. I think that team is also made up of little girls and young boys. Their average age isn't over 20, so they definitely don't have much combat experience. They're just born in an aristocratic family and have unusually high talent. If we secretly use some tricks, we might be able to take first place." Li Qian reached out his hand and secretly touched Che's delicate butt. He grinned and said, "But if I help you this time, you have to promise to let me change to another prop." Che Rumen couldn't help but tremble when she heard this. Thinking of Li Qian, that pervert, trying several props on her body, she suddenly felt her body tighten. However, she couldn't offend this level 1 spiritual master for the time being. She still had to rely on him. Che Rumen gave a tender laugh, raised her hand and touched Li Qian's chest. "You dead ghost, thinking about that all day long. As long as you help me get first place, I'll do whatever you want." Hee hee. Isn't that because you're such a cute little thing? Li Qian laughed. The two of them mingled at the back of the group, walking forward while holding each other's arms. However, after the two of them flirted with each other for a while, they felt waves of heat rolling in. The surrounding air began to rise in temperature, and it was unbearably hot. The two of them quickly separated. Che Rumen used her sleeves to wipe the sweat on her forehead and neck. She asked, "Why are you so hot?" "It's much hotter than the peak." Li Qian was so hot that his body and mind were irritated. "That's for sure." A member of the other team hurriedly nodded and interrupted, "The peak above has been cooled down by the spiritual water shield, so naturally it's different from here." Che Rumen was unbearably hot. Taking advantage of the fact that her mystic consciousness had not been sealed by the instructor, she hurriedly took out the water flask from her inner world and gulped down half of the water in one go. Hanging the remaining water flask at her waist, Che Rumen asked impatiently, "How much longer until we reach the entrance?" "We should be there soon." The team's advance slowed down. Everyone was originally walking on the winding mountain path, but now they stopped in front of a fiery red stone field. The rocks here were all roasted red, and everything that entered their eyes was bright red. Arbor stopped along with the team. You three teams will hunt 10 level 13 mystic beasts near the entrance of the redstone forest. Wei Wei said coldly, pointing at 3 of the 23 teams. Now, I will seal all of your mystic consciousness. When the time comes, you can only use your own cultivation and strength when fighting with the mystic beasts in the mountain range. Have you taken out the water and food from your inner world? I'll give you 1 more minute to prepare, hurry. Che Rumen's expression was ugly. She took out the other 2 flasks of water from her inner world and stuffed a lot of dry rations into her arms. She could not help but protest, "Instructor, the environment here is so bad, you won't let us use our inner worlds? Isn't this entrance test too harsh? Those who don't want to take the test can leave now." Wei Wei said coldly, "I've already told you the rules. It's meaningless to raise objections now." In the next second, when everyone was caught off guard, he made a move and sealed everyone's profound senses. This move made all the students spontaneously admire him. Che Rumen secretly moved her mystic consciousness. Sure enough, she could not use it. For a moment, Che Rumen's expression became extremely ugly. She really could not open her inner world. She could not help but regret not taking out the remaining 2 flasks of water from her inner world. Now she only had 2.5 flasks of water hanging on her body. Was it not a bit too little? It was too late now. Her inner world was already sealed. Looking at Instructor Wei Wei's appearance, Che Rumen could not help but feel uncertain. Could it be that what Wei Wei said was true? Even if they encountered a large spirit beast and were in a life-and-death situation, he would not help them? Wei Wei stretched out his hand and shook it. A heavenly Tao oath that was suffused with golden light spread out layer by layer in front of everyone like an unfolding scroll, revealing rows of crooked names on it. Now that you're here, if you still want to participate in the test, you can come forward and sign this life and death oath. If you don't want to sign, you can leave. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They weren't blind. They could clearly see what was written on the heavenly Tao oath book. The oath stated that everyone had volunteered to participate in the entrance test. In the process of the entrance exam, if one were to encounter any life or death situations, there would not be any teachers to save them. Everything depended on the cooperation of the team to win the battle. Every time a team managed to defeat 10 Xian beasts designated by their instructor, they would be able to summon their instructor and apply to leave the beast area of the lava mountain range. Those who failed to complete the task within the specified time would be deemed to have failed the test and would have to leave the mountain immediately. Everyone had willingly signed the heavenly Tao oath after reading it. Their life and death had nothing to do with the academy, it's just a life and death agreement. Are you going to sign it or not? If you don't sign it, you can get lost immediately. If they signed it, no one could guarantee that they would be able to survive in the lava mountain range. Immediately, a few teams retreated at the same time. To put it bluntly, the elite academy was just their second choice. Actually, most of them originally wanted to go to the 4 major academies of the Sun, Moon, and Stars Academy. It was only because the other parties' fees were high that they settled for the next best thing. They wanted to try their luck at the elite academy first and accumulate experience or money before going to the 4 major academies next year. What a joke, it was just an entrance test, they did not want to throw their lives away. Once this life and death agreement came out, 7 to 8 teams immediately disbanded. They looked at Instructor Wei Wei with ugly expressions and said, "Now that we are not participating in the elite academy's entrance test, shouldn't Instructor unseal our mystic senses?" Wei Wei glanced coldly at those few teams. "Your mystic senses will automatically be unsealed after 7 days." What he meant was that they could not unseal it now. Those people's faces instantly turned green as they glared at Wei Wei unkindly. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. If this Wei Wei had taken out this life and death agreement for them to sign from the start, who knew how many people would still be left after entering the mountain with him? But he had to wait until he led them into the lava mountain range before telling them about this. How was this an entrance test training? It was basically a life and death battle for them. Whoever was willing could go. Excluding those people who had left, the 15 teams that were left behind, other than Arbor's team of 5 who were calm, the others' expressions were more or less stiff and ugly. Che Rumen turned to look at Xiao Mu and the others, and her eyes involuntarily flickered. These young ladies were quite courageous. Even at this time, their expressions didn't change at all. But it was also because they were truly capable. Rumen glanced at Arbor's Xianxia and the rest again before retracting her gaze. She walked forward and wrote her name on the scroll and stamped her own blood seal. Li Qian, Peng Guang, Zhu Bozong and the rest of Rumen's team also walked forward and stamped their names before silently retreating a few steps. When Xiaomu and the others finished imitating the plan, they turned around and discovered that two other teams were still discussing whether to sign or not. Wei Wei's face was stiff as he suddenly took back the Heavenly Dao Oath and said coldly, "All right, those who have signed the Heavenly Dao Oath, continue to follow me." The members of the two hesitant teams immediately became anxious. "Instructor, we've decided to participate too. I won't wait for you if it's too late. Come early next year." Wei Wei threw these two sarcastic words at the members of the two teams, whose faces were ashen, and directly led the 13 teams into the depths of the lava mountain range. I believe that most of you who have stayed behind have a good mental endurance. Those who were eliminated with just a few words showed their cowardice at the slightest attempt. They aren't suitable for this large-scale trial at all. A large map appeared in his hand. After looking at it for a while, he said, "Everyone, follow me." The lava mountain range is divided into 3 major regions. Our main area for this trial can be called a first-class area. In other words, it's the standard hinterland of the lava mountain range. Of course, this area is considered the deepest hinterland of the lava mountain range, but actually, it's not. The true hinterland of the lava mountain range is actually only considered a Class 2 area. Wei Wei glanced aloofly at everyone and said, "I'll give each team 1 minute to pass the map around and remember the approximate location. Let me remind you that with your current abilities, don't enter Class 2 and Class 3 areas. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." The team members couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, and they reached out to take the map with their hearts in a jumble. They wanted to memorize the topographic map in their minds by rote. However, not everyone was like Mo Lian, who had a photographic memory. Even if our dear Xiao Mu saw such an enormous map, she wouldn't be able to remember everything in a short time. Arbor frowned as she turned her head to avoid looking at the map dizzily. Yet she saw Ma Ta, who was standing on the side with his arms crossed, smile vulgarly at them. "You guys are in luck today. Boss Duanmu has an extremely good memory. When he was training in the lava mountain range, he once passed through the Class 2 area. He's very familiar with this place. With him leading the way, we don't have to worry about stepping into the forbidden area by mistake." Arbor saw that Duanmu Qing only glanced at the map a few times before looking away. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at her. She immediately averted her gaze, but her movements were extremely stiff. The little stoic didn't understand what the hell she was trying to avoid, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Xianxia turned to glance at her and suddenly stepped forward to say, "Instructor Wei Wei, please lead us into the area first." Wei Wei glanced at Xianxia indifferently. "You guys are the last." Xianxia, Rumen snorted on the side. Just as she was about to mock them, she heard Instructor Wei Wei say, "Your team's overall strength is the strongest, so it's only right that I bring you to the strongest area to hunt mystic beasts. I'm thanking your entire family." Xianxia and the little fatty rolled their eyes at the same time. Rumen was about to mock them, but her words were stuck in her throat in that instant, and she held her tongue with a cold expression. "All right." Wei Wei put away the map and said aloofly, "Have you all looked at the map clearly? Don't blame me for not warning you again. If you accidentally step into a second-class area, you might not even have a corpse left. Instructor, are there any powerful Xian beasts in the second and third categories?" "Profound beast?" Wei Wei sneered. "The second category region has a 1,000-year-old divine beast overseeing it. As for the third category region," Wei Wei purposely turned to look at Arbor and said to her, "Although your ancient Bloodfire Phoenix is a holy beast, it is only a young beast now. Don't show off in the third-class area, or you'll regret it." From the very beginning, Xiaomu had sensed the prickly feeling coming from this Instructor Wei Wei. When she heard what he said, she turned her head and looked at him seriously. "Are you okay with this? Is there something wrong with his brain? Don't you remember that you sealed everyone's profound senses just now? Instructor, after one's profound senses sealed, they won't be able to summon their contracted beasts." Xianxia added in a lukewarm tone. Instructor Wei Wei's cold expression stiffened slightly, then he turned his head and snorted. Let's go. Arbor's group silently followed the group. Actually, after several rounds of selection, there were only 13 teams, including Arbor's team, that were willing to continue the test. And out of these 13 teams, who would be able to make it out of the lava mountain range in the end, no one could say for sure how many teams there would be. Don't think that the Type 1 area that Instructor Wei Wei mentioned was small. In fact, each area was at least tens of thousands of square kilometers. Therefore, Arbor and the other teams were brought to the Type 1 area. Almost every team was separated by a large distance, and it would be impossible for them to bump into each other within 4 to 6 hours. Every team was thrown into their own small area to complete their mission. After Wei Wei finally left Arbor and the other 4 behind, he glanced at them coldly and said, "Every year, the Elite Academy will only accept 5 students. I hope that after 7 days, you will still be a complete team. I forgot to tell you that if someone dies in your team, it means that your teamwork is not good enough. At that time, the remaining few of you will not have the qualifications to pass the entrance test. Of course, this is only for you, you and you. The 3 of you." Instructor Wei Wei pointed at Xiao Mu, the little fatty, and Xianxia as he said coldly, "After all, there are already 2 students from top academies in your team." After saying this, Instructor Wei Wei left quickly. Even the last few words that he said to them were filled with mockery and sarcasm. Arbor frowned and stared at Instructor Wei Wei's back as he left. Xianxia could not help but laugh. "This instructor is really funny. Since we stepped into the lava mountain range, he has been mocking and ridiculing us until now. Isn't he tired of it?" Mata hurriedly said, "Actually, Instructor Wei Wei is still very serious and responsible. He's just a little." Xianxia glared at him fiercely, "Shut up. You and that idiot instructor are on the same side. Anyway, this trial will not affect you at all. If you want to quit, then do it as soon as possible." "Miss Ji, what are you saying? Since we have promised to help you pass the entrance test, we will naturally not give up on you halfway." Mata's ears twitched as he said this. He turned his head to look at a few red-skinned, sharp-fanged foxes that suddenly appeared from behind a pile of crimson-red rocks. He suddenly conjured a few streams of water spirit energy and threw them in their direction. "Go!" Duan Muqing gave a low shout, and the 4 of them immediately ran in his direction. Then, they quickly jumped and dodged on the rocks, avoiding the red-skinned, sharp-fanged foxes. This group of red-skinned, fanged foxes surged out from all directions. As their numbers increased, the expressions of Duan Muqing and the others also started to turn serious. The little fox in the lead stared at Arbor and the others with its small red eyes. It suddenly jumped up and was about to pounce and bite Arbor's calf. Suddenly, a fluffy white tail smashed into the little fox's head. With a loud bang, the red-skinned, sharp-fanged fox that was trying to bite Arbor's calf was smashed into pieces by a large, furry tail. Duan Muqing and the others turned to look and could not help but be slightly stunned. Beside Arbor, a little fat squirrel had appeared out of nowhere. It stuck out its little belly and was moving quickly beside Arbor's leg. Wherever it passed, no matter how sharp-tongued the little foxes were, they were all turned into ghosts under the tail. "Xianxia, let me introduce you. This is my second contracted beast other than the ancient bloodfire phoenix. It is called Chirp Chirp Chirp." Xuanchuan's wooden face did not have much expression. Instead, it was the little fatty who cried out in surprise, "What the hell? Aren't you cheating, Jojo?" "Haha, but I like it. That whatever teacher, he thought that you would be at your wit's end after he sealed your phoenix. Who would have thought that, haha. You even have a squirrel by your side." When the fatty said this, he suddenly paused and frowned. "Why do I remember that before the ancient bloodfire phoenix, you seem to have summoned a big green bird? She also has a little white snake." Xianxia said woodenly, her face still maintaining a calm expression. Arbor glanced at them. "Let's break out of the encirclement before these red-skinned foxes surround us." Everyone responded and ran wildly, jumping up and down all kinds of strange rocks. Not long after, they left the group of red-skinned foxes far behind. Originally, after their leader was killed by the little fat squirrel's tail, the foxes had somewhat given up. Now that they saw the humans running away so quickly, they immediately lost interest in chasing them. A portion of them pretended to chase for a few hundred miles before they retreated. They cried out a few times and ran away with their tails between their legs. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. These red-skinned fanged foxes are quite fast. They suddenly rushed out from behind the rocks. If not for their fast speed, they would have been surrounded by this group of little beasts. The group was chased by the foxes for a few hundred miles. After the fanged foxes left, the little fatty panted and couldn't wait to find a rock to sit on. "Oh my God, I'm so tired." Arbor glanced at him, then turned to look at the fox corpses that were scattered far away on the road they came from. "I'll go clean up." The task given to them by the instructor was to hunt and kill 10 second-grade spirit beasts. With their current cultivation, this could be considered a challenging task. Although these foxes were all level 12 or 13 mystical beasts, Arbor planned to clean up the fox corpses to see if there were any crystal cores in their bodies. At the same time, the 17-story Tower of Punishment, which was black and covered in a layer of blazing red flames, stood in an unknown space. As this space slowly drifted through the lower star zone, the 17-level Tower of Punishment would occasionally light up. Every time it flashed, the drifting spatial door would open. Sometimes, one or two unlucky fellows would be sucked in. On the 13th floor of the tower, a certain peach blossom was lazily leaning against a large round bed covered with felt. Holding a wine glass in one hand and a fruit in the other, he sighed and said, "These illusory things are illusory after all." It was tasteless in the mouth. "Stingy. Please, don't be so picky. At least you have something to eat." "What about me?" On the opposite side of the round bed, there was a row of iron chains hanging on the wall. A young man whose hands were bound by iron chains couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "I've been hanging on this wall for 10 years, big brother. How long have you been in here? They even entertained you with good food and drinks. That's why I said that the heavenly Tao also differs from person to person. You're just a lackey." The moment the young man finished speaking, a bolt of lightning fell from the top of his head and struck him until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The venerable peach blossom immortal's mouth twitched. His hand, which was holding the wine cup, trembled slightly. "Old man, you should stop talking. I've been here for so long, and I've watched you get struck by lightning every day. My balls hurt for you." "Who's the old man? Who's the old man?" The young man glared at the venerable peach blossom immortal. "You brat, don't think that you can call me an old man just because you're 1 or 2 years younger than me. When I get out, I'm going to marry 8 to 10 young wives. Don't call me that, you're making me sound old." He, what are you two talking about? You're having a good time." A voice interrupted their conversation. "Heh, look at you. It's all because you're so annoying over there that you've attracted that woman." The venerable peach blossom immortal poured himself a cup of wine leisurely and glanced at the young man hanging on the wall. "To be honest, at your age, you'd better not go out and harm other young ladies. You should just stay in the punishment realm obediently." The venerable peach blossom immortal smirked. He looked up and saw a woman with a large peony hairpin and red silk walking in lightly. She held a silk handkerchief in front of her face. She took a few steps forward shyly and slowly put down the silk handkerchief that covered her face. She revealed a face that was comparable to a monkey's, but her cheeks were red and her eyes were full of tenderness. She twisted her body and winked at the venerable peach blossom immortal. The wine cup in the venerable peach blossom immortal's hand almost rolled off the bed. He was frightened by this woman. "You, Brother Majiechin, do my clothes look better than mine?" The peony walked half a circle around the bed and gently swayed her red silk dress. She raised her eyebrows and winked at the venerable peach blossom immortal again. "Ha ha 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 ha." The young man hanging on the wall laughed wildly. "Peony fairy, your face is now like a monkey's, but ha 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 ha, do you think it looks good or not?" "Shut up, Dao Wuji. I'm not talking to you." The peony fairy turned her hand, and a small hammer appeared in her hand. There was a trace of lightning power on it. The young man named Everlasting Blade didn't seem to care at all. He curled his lips and was forced to say something against his will. In truth, peonies and peach blossoms are a perfect match. The peony fairy giggled. "Shut up." A certain peach blossom's handsome face immediately darkened, and he glared angrily at the youth. Saber Wuji pursed his lips and closed his mouth unconcernedly. Since he failed to break through the tower 10 years ago, he was trapped in the 13th level of the punishment realm by the peony fairy with the spirit-locking rope. All these years, he had been so aggrieved. Now, any random junior could order him around. Thinking back to the days when he was on Ciyuan planet, he lived a life of luxury and had more than 10 wives. Compared to now, sigh, brother Jianshen. The peony fairy wriggled her body and said, "Why don't you stay with me in this punishment realm?" Jianshen shuddered and hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum. No, of course not. Just looking at this woman for an extra second was enough to sting his eyes, let alone having him stay here and face her for the rest of his life. Stop joking. Jianshen suddenly stood up and kicked over the fruit basket on the bed. Come. The peony fairy's eyes lit up. Ah, I'm coming. Therefore, Yuan Shurchen did not hesitate to kick the peony fairy, who rushed forward happily. This kick carried a fierce momentum and went straight to the peony fairy's chest. The peony fairy was shocked and hurriedly jumped, dodging Yuan Shurchen's sudden kick. Wow! The peony fairy exclaimed, frowning a pair of beautiful eyebrows, and cried discontentedly, Yuan Shurchen, you actually recovered. In just a few days, this man had recovered 70% of his cultivation. It should be known that in this punishment zone, the strength of the challenger was suppressed greatly. Although it seemed that Yuan Shurchen's cultivation was about the same as hers, in fact, Yuan Shurchen's cultivation was at least half suppressed by the punishment tower. Moreover, this was only the 13th floor. Yuan Shurchen would continue to challenge the 14th and 15th floors, and the consumption of sacred power would only increase. Moreover, under the suppression of the punishment tower, the recovery of sacred power consumed would be 10 times slower than usual. Therefore, some people were forced to stay on the first floor for a few years, or even more than 10 years, because every time after a challenge failed, the recovery period would be very slow. For example, the saber fool in front of her, from 10 years ago to now, he might have challenged no less than 100 times. Yuan Shurchen, this guy, from entering the tower until now, only a month's time, but directly from the first floor to the 13th floor. These 2 days, he was stuck on the 13th floor with the peony fairy. But the peony fairy had a strange feeling in her heart. She always felt that in these 2 or 3 days, the man in front of her was afraid that she would not be able to keep him. Alas, such a good-looking man, why didn't he want to be with her? She had been single for 100 years. This Yuan Shurchen, he really did not know how to be tender to the fairer sex. If he was willing to stay here, then they would be husband and wife. Then in the future, the man and woman pair would guard the 13th floor together. Let's see who could escape from the hands of the husband and wife. Sister! Sister! Hearing this excited cry, the peony fairy's head could not help but swell. This cry was so crisp and sharp, needless to say, it must be her twin sister guarding the 12th floor, Ginkgo fairy, who had come. Sister! Don't come over! The peony fairy stood in front of Yuan Shurchen, stretched out her hands in front of Yuan Shurchen, and pushed her sister, who jumped over. I tell you, brother-in-law can't be bullied. Big brother Zichen is the person that I, your sister, have taken a fancy to. Don't you dare snatch him from me. What's more, you weren't even able to keep him here for half a day. At the very least, I managed to keep him here for 7 days. I just made a mistake. Fairy Ginkgo almost drooled when she saw Hu Jinshin, her elder sister. The peony fairy saw her younger sister's stupid look and immediately reached out to cover her face. In fact, her younger sister, Fairy Ginkgo, was almost as strong as her. That was why one of them could guard the 12th floor and the other the 13th floor. The problem was that her sister, that pig-head, was infatuated when she saw Zichen. Halfway through the fight, because of a close-range attack, the handsome man was right in front of her. That enlarged handsome face actually made her pig-like little sister faint. At that time, Ma Shurchen looked at Fairy Ginkgo with a weird expression. After looking at her for a long while, she helplessly entered the passageway to the 13th floor. There were weirdos every year, and there were probably a lot of weirdos in the punishment realm. Although he had experienced it a long time ago, he was still troubled by those weirdos from the first floor to the 13th floor. Although there were weirdos when challenging the Tower of Punishment in the past, there were not many of them. In recent years, he felt that there were more and more weirdos in the Tower of Punishment. He wondered if it was because the old batch had been released, and the new batch had some flaws in their personalities. He felt that the guards of the Tower of Punishment were the ones who made him feel the most helpless out of all the people he had challenged in the realm of punishment over the years. Sigh, how could he endure this? He wondered if his old friend from the 14th floor was still there. In the past, he had fought his way to the 14th floor, and after drinking a few cups with his old friend would open a back door and let him out. He wondered if he would be so lucky this year. Speechless, Ma Shurchin turned his face away and swung his fan to cover half of his face. Peony, tell your sister to stop staring at me. That look in her eyes was as if she wanted to eat him. Peony Fairy coughed lightly and tugged at her sister's sleeves. Ginkgo, why did you come up here? Just now when you entered the door, you were still excitedly calling out for your sister. Why are your eyes all on your brother-in-law now? Who the hell is your brother-in-law? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was even more speechless. Hearing the pretty man's words, Ginkgo Fairy immediately smiled and returned to her senses. She giggled at Ma Shurchin and then turned to look at her sister, Peony Fairy, and said, Sister, I heard that there's an extremely powerful challenger coming down. I heard it from Sister Poisonous Spider on the 8th floor. Oh, that man is very handsome. Ginkgo Fairy looked as if she was about to drool. She tugged at Peony Fairy and said excitedly, I heard that this man took less than half a month to go from the 1st floor to the 11th floor. Ha ha ha, I think he's coming to challenge my 12th floor today. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ginkgo Fairy clasped her hands together like a fangirl reaching out to her idol. I really want to see what that man looks like. Do you think he's willing to stay and be my husband? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal rolled his eyes. You two sisters can't think of anything else other than husband. Peony Fairy said expressionlessly, you'll see when you turn around. Huh? I said, turn around and you'll see him. The Peony Fairy was so angry that she slapped her younger sister's head. Are you a pig? She clearly knew that he was coming up. You even dared to come to my 13th floor. Aren't you going easy on him and allowing him to pass through the 12th level? The Ginkgo Fairy turned around in a daze. When she saw the figure of the man standing in front of the passage, her pink mouth immediately opened wide. Wow! The black-clothed young man at the door was elegant and graceful. His features were picturesque, and he was indescribably handsome. He just stood at the side of the door with an indifferent expression. His pair of phoenix eyes swept across the people on the 13th floor. The two women immediately felt as if they were electrocuted by his gaze. They were completely unable to move a finger. When Xichen saw the man at the door, he couldn't help but laugh. Yo, you're here too. Limitless Blade, the young man who was hung on the wall by the spirit binding rope, was also amused. Yo, kid, you actually managed to meet an old friend in a foreign land. How about we discuss something? Why don't you two think of a way to release me from this god-locking rope? With the three of us working together, killing these two women will be a matter of minutes. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, the small thunder hammer in the Peony Fairy's hand immediately released a bolt of lightning, directly bombarding Dao Wuji's head. F*CK, a hole was about to be blown out of his head. Dao Wuji grimaced and glared at the Peony Fairy, can you be a bit lighter? In any case, I have lived on your floor for 10 years. Isn't it good to have a little tenant hobby? This guy's mouth was cheap, he was looking for a beating. Xichen looked at Dao Wuji without the slightest sympathy, and laughed as she leaped forward. I have challenged the tower so many times, but this is the first time I have met someone who can challenge the tower together. I don't know what the heavenly Dao is up to, but I always feel that there is a follow-up move waiting for them. Boss, how about us two brothers block these two women for you first? You go up first. A simple and honest voice came from outside the passage. Peony and Ginkgo both widened their eyes, looking in astonishment at the pair of brothers who walked into the 13th floor. The pair of brothers' sturdy bodies blocked the entrance, immediately blocking the passage. The tower-like man with dark skin looked very similar. They both had wide mouths and sword-like eyebrows, neat short black hair, and a red cloth band tied on each of their foreheads. You too? Aren't you the Luo brothers? Weren't these the Luo brothers who guarded the 10th floor of the tower? Ginkgo and Peony were both shocked. The Luo brothers actually called this man boss. The two turned to look at the expressionless man at the same time, unable to conceal a trace of astonishment in their eyes. This man subdued the Luo brothers. However, in front of the man, the words that Sister Ginkgo originally wanted to ask disappeared in an instant. Looking at that handsome face, Fairy Ginkgo immediately threw away her helmet and abandoned her armor. She took a step forward, and asked in an extremely strange and soft voice, "Little brother, do you lack a wife?" Zichen on the side couldn't hold back her laughter, and burst out laughing. "He really doesn't lack a wife." Mo Lian turned her head and looked at Hu Jinchen with a trace of doubt in her eyes. He thought that it would be impossible for him to meet Hichen in the Tower of Punishment. What was going on this time? The Heavenly Tao actually didn't set up a barrier to separate everyone who challenged the tower from each other. "Beauty, do you really not lack a wife?" Fairy Ginkgo asked with a look of disappointment. "Then are you willing to stay in our Tower of Punishment?" What answered her was Mo Lian abruptly flinging a flame at her. Hichen laughed loudly. Suddenly, he threw a punch at his old rival, the Peony Fairy. "Peony, why don't we make a deal? How about you let us out of the tower? I'll let Mo Lian drink with you for free. It's more appropriate to stay behind and be the husband of the fort. You want to dismiss me, Peony, with just a few drinks? Do you think I'm as stupid as Ginkgo?" Peony's expression suddenly turned solemn. The small hammer in her left hand flashed, and a bolt of lightning pounced down, falling straight down on, hanging on the wall on Dao Wuji's body. Dao Wuji was caught off guard this time, and was immediately electrocuted to the point of ecstasy. He couldn't help but curse, "Don't you fucking have eyes? Who are you striking? What are you striking your grandpa for?" The small lightning hammer in Peony's hand suddenly grew half a meter in the wind. She reached out with her hand and rested the hammer on her shoulder. She flashed to the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's side and hammered his head. The Peony Fairy's lips curled into a wide smile. "Our cultivations are about the same, but in this Tower of Punishment, your cultivation is suppressed to the God realm. Do you think you can fight me for more than 100 moves if I get serious?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smiled at her. He stretched out his slender fingers and waved them in front of her. A wooden vine suddenly whipped around the Peony Fairy's arm. "I asked you to stay with me, but you didn't want to. Now you're using a wooden vine to wrap around my arm." The Peony Fairy cast a coquettish glance at him. However, her face was now red, and it was quite an eyesore to look at. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal narrowed his eyes at her. With a flip of his hand, the Peony Fairy suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet sink. When she looked down again, the Peony Fairy could not help but be shocked. It turned out that countless vines had drilled out of the ground at some point in time and were tightly wrapped around her feet. "You?" The Peony Fairy struggled hard and realized that she could not break free from the binding power of the wooden vines. The vines on the ground wrapped around her limbs and gradually climbed up. In a short while, the Peony Fairy's entire body was tightly wrapped. It was as if she was wrapped in a wooden cocoon. Her entire body was lifted into the air and hung high on a wooden vine. "Don't waste your energy." Seeing that she was still struggling, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not help but say coldly, "These little cuties of mine will continuously absorb the power in your body." As time passed, the wooden vines wrapped around the Peony Fairy would only become stronger and stronger. The Peony Fairy, on the other hand, would gradually weaken as the saint power in her body was drained. After the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal temporarily fixed the Peony Fairy, he turned to look at Mo Lian on the other side. Mo Lian's speed of action was even faster. While the Peony Fairy was being hung up by Zichen, the battle between Mo Lian and Ginkgo had already ended. It was laughable. Halfway through the battle, Ginkgo Fairy held her sword and stared blankly at Prince Mo's approaching figure. On the other side, Prince Mo, who never knew how to be gentle with women, naturally acted according to the situation. He decisively chopped down with his blade and knocked Fairy Ginkgo unconscious. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle at all, because the opponent was a weirdo who only knew how to look at handsome men. Prince Mo walked forward with a cold expression. Dao Wuji, who was hanging on the wall, hurriedly called out to him, "Hey little brother, can you help me release this god-locking rope?" Mo Lian turned her head to look at him. The purple flame in her hand suddenly turned into 3 purple knives, which flew toward Dao Wuji's arm. Eh? Endless Blade broke out in a cold sweat at his actions. What kind of joke was this? If he was struck by this purple flame, how could his arm be preserved? Bang! Bang! The spirit-binding rope suddenly broke apart. There were still a few purple sparks of fire on it. With a few cracking sounds, the spirit-binding rope broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Dao Wuji let out a long breath, looking at the young man in front of him with a slightly complicated expression. Sigh, the new generation really excels the old, who Shurchen alone was enough to deal a blow to him. Now, this young man was even more impressive. Looking back at the peony fairy, who was hanging in midair by the wooden vines, Dao Wuji grinned. Let's go to the 14th level, I'll make up for it tomorrow. I'll break it today. Put me down, put me down. The peony fairy, who had half of her strength absorbed by the wooden vines, was hanging in midair, shaking her delicate body desperately. She shouted angrily, Shurchen, Shurchen. Do you think it's appropriate for you to run away and leave me here? It's appropriate. The venerable peach blossom immortal blinked and nodded vigorously. He thought it was very appropriate. Could it be that he had masochistic tendencies? It was not easy to hang this noisy woman up, so how could he go up and let her go now? Stop joking. How could he, Shurchen, do such a thing? Shurchen, Shurchen. Seeing that the man was about to run away without looking back, the peony fairy could not help but panic. Shurchen. And that person? That little fellow. Stop right there. The Luo brothers on the 10th floor, what's wrong with you? The two brothers, who were as tall as iron towers, looked at each other and sympathetically at the peony fairy. Peony, we are friends. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't look for trouble. Quickly get rid of them. The peony fairy was speechless. Shurchen, do you think you can escape from the 17th floor of the Tower of Punishment just like this? Let me tell you. Even if you bring these two traitors, it's useless. The people upstairs are not the group of rookies downstairs. Besides, even if the brothers and sisters downstairs have been defeated by you once, if they join forces, you won't be able to handle them. After saying that, she added angrily, even if you add these two traitors, can the 5 of you deal with the many brothers and sisters downstairs? Dao Wuji immediately pulled out the saber at his waist and smashed it on the wall beside him. Shut up, you woman. I've been listening to you for 10 years. Why are you still so long-winded before we leave? Dao Wuji, you're itching for a beating. Be careful or I'll destroy you with heavenly lightning. Come on, come on. Dao Wuji swung the long saber in his hand smugly. If you have the guts, don't run. Wait here. The brothers downstairs will definitely come up soon. Forget it, peony. The Luo brothers speechlessly glanced at the peony fairy, who was wrapped in a wooden cocoon. Do you think the brothers downstairs are all idiots? Those who admit defeat all follow my big brother. Those who didn't submit are all dead now. What? The peony fairy was stupefied. What do you mean? Where are the poisonous spiders on the 8th floor? 8th floor. The Luo brothers rolled their eyes. The 8th floor has been razed to the ground. What venomous spiders? There's nothing left of venomous spiders. Poisonous spider was killed? The peony fairy was shocked. You two bastards. Venomous spider has been killed by someone. How can you be so indifferent? The Luo brothers looked at each other in confusion. Poisonous spider's mother isn't even our biological mother. What does her death have to do with us brothers? The peony fairy nodded and said, that's true. Everyone was speechless. Are you AF * King Joker? I thought you were going to continue scolding me righteously, but who would have thought, He-chan, put me down. At most, I won't ask you to be my husband. The venerable peach blossom immortal sneered mockingly. You think you can suppress me with your skills? Okay. He-chan, haven't you been suppressed by me before? Didn't you rest for 7 days before you waited for an opportunity to counterattack? You suppressed me. Master Immortal, strange. Why does this conversation sound so unpleasant to the ear? He kept feeling that something was wrong. Especially when he noticed the strange look in Prince Mo's eyes, he couldn't help but glare at him. What are you looking at? Let's go. Chen grumpily walked toward the passage on the 14th floor and asked, "Mo Lian, since you are here, what about my little girl?" Mo Lian glanced at him grumpily and turned to leave. "What do you mean by your little girl?" "She is mine." "Huh? Chen, are you really not going to let me down?" Chen? Thud. The peony fairy felt the wooden cocoon on her head loosen slightly, and she slid down. Because the wooden vines had absorbed more than half of her saint energy, the peony fairy felt that her head was heavy and her feet were light. She almost tripped and fell to the ground. When she looked up, she saw that they had entered the passage. The peony fairy couldn't help but snort and say sarcastically, "The little Taisui on the 14th floor is not easy to deal with. You guys have to be careful. His earth spirit bonding technique has already reached the peak of perfection. Even I am not his opponent." Wu Jidao pursed his lips. Damn, this old woman is really a strange person. But without her advice, it is just a little Taisui. Do you think the 5 of us can't kill it? Mo Lian and Chen both ignored the stunts. After they reached the 14th floor, they didn't feel anything wrong. In the middle of the empty floor, they could see the end of it. There was no one. Don't tell me that little Taisui is hiding after seeing that there are so many of us. Dao Wuji laughed heartily. Mo Lian, Chen, and the Luo brothers all ignored him. Wu Jidao wanted to walk toward the center of the tower, but he found that he couldn't lift his feet. Looking down, he couldn't help but be shocked. My legs are gone." Chen didn't want to talk to this idiot. What legs? Aren't your legs here? However, he was entangled by a layer of soft mud, and his legs sank into the thick layer of soft mud. As soon as they entered the 14th level, little Taisui launched an earth spirit attack at them. Yuan Shurchen snorted, and an emerald green seedling suddenly drilled out of the soil. At first, it was just a thin and weak seedling, but then, as if it had eaten a growth stimulant, it began to sprout branches and leaves, and gradually grew stronger. Not long after, a towering tree grew in the center of the tower. Several branches of the big tree spread out and wrapped around the waists of Chen, Mo Lian, and the others. With just a light lift, the 5 of them were lifted up at the same time, and their feet left the shackles of the soil. "Heh, taste my stone rain." A childish voice suddenly came out from the corner. All of a sudden, everyone felt a dark cloud pressing down on them. When they looked up, they saw a round of boulders being released like a violent storm. Mo Lian, Chen, the Luo brothers, and Wu Jidao all released their own defensive enchantments at the same time to block this stone rain. Wu Jidao used his holy power to protect his body, and he couldn't help but curse, "Holy F***ck, where did this perverted brat come from? What kind of hero is he to hide his head and show his tail? Come out if you have the guts. Flaunting your seniority, go die." The childish voice suddenly sounded in Wu Jidao's ears. Wu Jidao only felt that the stone rain above his head was becoming denser and denser. In this round of attacks, the defensive barrier was clearly weakened by several points, causing his expression to change slightly. "Break!" After a child's voice, the dense stone rain fell on Dao Wuji one after another. Dao Wuji was caught off guard and took the full brunt of the stone rain. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and the defensive barrier on his body was suddenly torn apart by the power of the little Taisui. His entire body was like a sparrow hawk that had its string cut. He was swept away by a surge of power and fell heavily to the ground. F.C.K. The unlucky Dao Wuji spat out another mouthful of blood, and his aura suddenly withered. One had to know that this old guy was also a very unlucky person. He had been locked in this tower of punishment for at least 10 years. Ever since he reached the 13th floor, he was detained by the peony fairy, so he never knew that the little Taisui on the 14th floor was actually such a terrifying figure. Cough cough, cough. Dao Wuji was also a tough guy. Although he was beaten to the ground, his spirit did not collapse. Raising a thumb, Dao Wuji gestured toward an unknown corner. "The guardian of the 14th floor is really powerful. This old man is convinced. If you're convinced, then get the hell out of here immediately." The child's voice carried a trace of incongruous coldness. "And you two traitors, leave your lives here today." The rain of stones accumulated power in the air for a moment, then suddenly turned around and headed straight for the Luo brothers' heads. you're courting death. Mo Lian sneered and waved her hand, and an ink-colored lotus flower floated out with a snap of her fingers. It crashed into the stone rain, causing a violent tremor. Mo Lian pulled out the Raven Moon sword with her left hand, and a few sword shadows appeared in the air, directly tearing apart the stone rain above her head, and wantonly rampaging through it. Xianxia looked up, and his eyes couldn't help but darken a little. Yet she saw Crown Prince Mo draw the word death in the rain of stones like a swimming dragon with his sword. The sword chi surged, expanded, and suddenly exploded again. The force of the shock wave once again threw the passerby Dao Wuji, who was lying on the ground to watch the show. He rolled to the corner of the wall, and this time he really couldn't get up, innocent. Dao Wuji wanted to cry tears of sympathy for himself. Every time the Almighty fought, the one who suffered was always a small fry like him. The stone rain dispersed, and the child's voice was silent for a while. Suddenly, he said coldly, "Boy, you're quite powerful. However, if you want to break through this level of mine, just this bit of ability is far from enough." The child's voice became cold again. As the voice fell, a small figure drilled out from the wall. A pair of cold silver eyes looked indifferently at the people on the floor, as if staring at a few dead people. "I am your little Taisui." Xianxia was speechless. The child's lips were red and his teeth were white. He looked like a golden child. Perhaps it was because he had been locked in the pagoda for a long time, but his complexion was extremely pale and abnormal. The heavenly Tao is too shameless. It actually caught a child to be the guardian of the tower. Was there any justice in this world? What did this child do to him? The heavenly Tao was actually such a heavenly Tao. Sigh, what a disappointment, little fellow. How many years have you been guarding the 14th floor by yourself? Why don't we go out together? Nonsense, the childlike voice rebuked angrily. Little Taisui's expression was cold, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He stared deeply at Ma Xianxia. "Do you know how old I am? How dare you call me a little guy? Do you want to die? How old are you?" Ma Xianxia asked curiously. "By the way, do you know where the guardian of the 14th level, Dungeon, went?" "Oh, you're the boyfriend that Dungeon was willing to betray the heavenly Tao to protect, Ma Xianxia." "Master Ma Xianxia, that's strange. Why does it feel like something's not right? Do you want to know where he is?" Little Taisui suddenly smiled at Ma Xianxia. However, it was better not to smile like that. That fake smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth really made people shudder. Little Taisui suddenly flipped his hand, and a transparent earth-type cage appeared in his palm. Upon closer inspection, one could see a small, transparent figure inside the cage. It was like a little sparrow, and it was gripping the earthen pillar of the cage tightly as it cried out to Ma Xianxia with tears in its eyes, Ma Xianxia, save me, save me." Ma Xianxia's lips twitched involuntarily. "Dungeon, how are you? Little Taisui destroyed my physical body, and he didn't even spare my divine sense. Wha? He said he was going to lock me up for 1,000 years. You're even going to make me sob. I can't even die. Wha? My dignity, my honor, everything that I had in the past has vanished along with the destruction of my physical body." The transparent figure in the earthen prison waved its arms and pounded its chest as it wailed and wailed. Mo Lian's face was expressionless. However, Ma Xianxia couldn't bear to look at it. "When were you locked up?" 2 years ago. The figure waved its arms and legs. Ma Xianxia, you have to save me. You don't know how malicious little Taisui is. This earthen prison is far from as peaceful as it appears to be. This earthen prison will launch an attack on my divine sense every other day. It's so scary, so scary, so scary. Let me out. I don't want to stay in this dark room anymore." Little Taisui didn't wait for Dunzong to finish complaining. He directly stuffed the dungeon into his sleeve. With a hint of coldness in his silver eyes, he indifferently stared at Xianxia in front of him. "You want to save him? Use your own life in exchange for it." Xianxia shook his head like a rattledrum and said firmly, "No." Little Taisui's expression immediately became a little peculiar, and it looked at Ma Xianxia with disdain. "Humans really are selfish things. Idiot, did you hear that? You have violated the heavenly Tao time and time again. The people released from the Tower of Punishment will not know how to be grateful. Little Tai Sui patted its left sleeve, as if it was reminding Dun Zong in the cage. Instantly, there was no sound. Little Tai Sui thought that he was very disappointed, and the corners of its mouth involuntarily curled up into a mocking smile. Shurchen, since you've returned, you can stay in the realm of punishment forever. Hee hee. Ma Shurchen hurled several hundred wooden spikes at little Tai Sui. Instantly, the wooden spikes flew toward little Tai Sui in unison, forming a semicircle in front of him, almost completely enveloping his small body. Light of a firefly. Little Tai Sui muttered in a cold voice. Little Tai Sui didn't move at all. With just a light stomp of his foot, the wooden spikes that had formed a semicircle in front of him were all reduced to dust. I'm not done yet. Mo Lian's eyes flickered, and she finally looked at the little Tai Sui with a serious expression. This kid looks pretty strong. I'll take you on. Prince Mo's figure flickered, and he was already in front of the little Tai Sui. A wisp of black flames suddenly slid past the little Tai Sui's eyes, and the little Tai Sui's usually indifferent face couldn't help but be stunned. His body reacted faster than his brain, and he dodged the black flames with a twist of his body. The little Tai Sui lowered his head and looked at the small, deep pit that had been blasted into the ground. His two delicate little eyebrows were knitted together. It's actually a holy flame. The little Tai Sui muttered to himself. He looked up with uncertainty and took a deep look at Mo Lian. Who are you? Prince Mo's lips curled into a mocking smile. You only have the right to ask me if you can beat me. Heh, how many years has it been since I've met such an arrogant brat? I'll meet you for a while. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that Crown Prince Mo had already moved, and clusters of black flames dashed toward him like shooting stars. The little Tai Sui couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that he had bitten off a tough bone today. On the other side, in the hinterland of an area like the lava mountain range, Arbor came back after a round of cleaning. Among the 100 or so foxes, he only picked up a dozen or so crystal cores. This was because not all beasts had crystal cores in their heads. After running back, Arbor saw the little fatty lying flat on a rock. He couldn't help but find it a little funny. Hey, get up, drink some water, eat something, and rest. Mata was holding a water bag in her hand. She looked at the fatty with a smile. Fatty, didn't you bring a lot of water? Hurry up and take out a water bottle to drink. Look at your face. It's so red that it's a little abnormal. In the hinterland of the lava mountain range, in the scorching hot environment, it was as if a person had been thrown into a furnace and was constantly being roasted. If they couldn't replenish their water in time, the water in their body would be lost too quickly, and they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. That won't do. The little fatty shook his head and licked his dry lips. Although I brought a lot of water with me this time, but look at this place, the environment is so bad. God knows how many more days we'll have to spend here. If we drink all the water on the first day, what are we going to do for the next few days? Mata nodded. Yo, I didn't expect a little fatty like you to have such a sense of crisis. That was indeed the case. Back then, when we were training here, the third day was the most difficult day. Mata looked as if he was reminiscing about the past and sighed. At that time, we were in a state of almost no water and food. I don't even know how we managed to survive the next few days. When the little fatty heard this, he quickly sat up and asked, Senior brother Mata, what happened after that? How did you persevere? Mata shrugged and said with a smile, yes, with willpower. Persevere with your own willpower. Sometimes, when we think we're reaching our limit, we can't help ourselves. Actually, we can still continue to persevere. Hearing this, Xianxia scoffed, oh. In a state of no water and no food, you can still persevere for 3 to 4 days? It was still okay if there was no food, but in such a scorching environment, without water, it was really not a place for people to stay. If they really reached the point of no water, in such a furnace-like mountain, the consumption of their body would be even greater. Especially the last 2 days, it would be even more unbearable. How could the human body endure it then? How could one endure it? This was an impossible thing. Unless one's body was so tough that they had shed their mortal bones and entered the mystic skeleton stage. Otherwise, a normal person's body would not be able to endure such a test. This was not an ordinary environment where cultivators could go without food or water for 8 to 10 days. As long as they entered a sealed cultivation environment, they would be able to endure hunger. Now that they were in such a hot environment, the consumption of their physical strength would increase exponentially. Mata could not help but smile, and winked at Xianxia. Alright. Originally, I wanted to show off in front of you all, but unexpectedly, you saw through me. Actually, at that time, I secretly hid a small flask of water. It was because of that small flask of water that I managed to endure until the end. Every time I looked at that small flask of water, it was as if I was hinting to myself that I had already drunk the water, I had already drunk it. Then, I did not know why, but I managed to endure it. Mata smiled bitterly. You don't say, ever since I went through this lava mountain range trial. I treasured every drop of water. At that time I did not know how I managed to endure it. Every time I opened the flask, I would only touch my lips and drink 1 or 2 drops each time. Thinking of those bitter days, Mata felt that he had no hope in life at that time. Hearing the senior brother's bitter experience, everyone could not help but look at him sympathetically. Mata noticed the gazes of his junior sisters, and could not help but touch his nose awkwardly. So this time, before entering the lava mountain range, I did not need teacher's reminder at all. I took out all the water stored in my inner world. Mata took off his outer clothes, revealing the flask hanging on his waist, which was even more than the little fatties. Everyone could not help but twitch their mouths. You are really well prepared. Xianxia was speechless. Hee. Mata smiled. Of course. Don't tell me that water is our life in the lava mountain range. Starving for 2 days is not a problem for people of our realm. However, the lack of water is really uncomfortable. Arbor looked at them speechlessly, and said to the little fatty, drink, don't die of thirst. Little fatty shook his head vigorously. No, I can't drink it. It was only the first day, and he had been here for less than 4 hours. I'll hold on. Arbor, actually, you don't have to be so frugal. Don't worry. Drink if you want. Don't choke yourself. Arbor said. Xianxia nodded and said, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Maybe we can complete the mission in 2 or 3 days. Everyone looked at Xianxia with a you must be dreaming expression. Xianxia rubbed her nose and said, I agree with Jojo. After drinking, eating, and recuperating, we'll be on our way. As long as I can kill 10 second-grade spirit beasts as soon as possible, wouldn't I be able to complete my task? Then, we will be able to summon our teacher and bring us back. Little Fatty thought about it and agreed. If he didn't drink the water here, he would be the one suffering. If he really became dehydrated, he might even implicate his teammates. Little Fatty thought for a while, took out his flask, and gulped down half of the water in one go. Then, he sighed and looked at Arbor. Sigh, after drinking the water, I feel even hungrier. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. Didn't you bring a few steamed buns? Just eat 2, Arbor said with a speechless expression. When they set off, they wanted to carry as much water as possible, so they took relatively less food. The little fatty took out a bag of plain white steamed buns without any fillings from his bag and took out 2 of them. He handed one to Arbor and Xianxia, and he actually planned to split the other one into 3 portions to share with Duan Muqing and Mata. Arbor was speechless. Why did he feel like he couldn't bear to look at this? Such a small bun was only the size of a palm. It was barely enough for 2 girls, let alone 3 men. Arbor was speechless. However, she didn't want to take out the food and water from Paradise Planet for the time being. After all, they were here to train in the lava mountain range, not for a vacation. Unless there was no other choice, it was better to persevere and train their willpower like what Mata said. Little Fatty held a third of the bun and ate it with relish. Arbor had originally wanted to secretly replenish their food, but he gave up on that idea for the time being. Little Fatty was so stingy that he even wanted to share a bun with 3 people. She guessed that he wanted to divide his food supply into many portions. Speaking of which, that bag of mantus could be finished by the little fatty within a day if he ate as much as he wanted. But now, he wanted to rely on his pitiful rations to hold out for 7 days. Xianxia didn't make any preparations. She only took out a bottle of water and a bag of snacks from her inner world before entering the lava mountain range and kept them close to her body. Seeing the three men so pitifully sharing a bun, she couldn't help but look at them sympathetically. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she still took out 2 pieces of pastries from the bag of rations. She gave 1 piece to Duan Muqing and the other 2 men, and shared the other piece with Arbor. Arbor looked at little Fatty and Xianxia. They were so stingy that he couldn't say anything else. The 5 of them rested for a while. After eating and drinking, they planned to set off to look for second-grade spirit beasts. In this lava mountain range, as far as the eye could see, there were basically huge red rocks. Today is the first day. Right now, we're the ones with the most energy. Duan Muqing said, I think our goal today should be to hunt at least 3 second-grade spirit beasts. Mata and the others nodded. The little fatty smiled in a simple and honest manner, but our biggest problem now is where are we going to find those second-grade spirit beasts? If we just wander aimlessly in the lava mountain range, the first thing we will exhaust is our own physical strength. Arbor blinked, coughed lightly, and said, actually, I have a way to solve this once and for all. However, although the method was good, the actual process was a little dangerous. Are you willing to take the risk? Duan Muqing was stunned. He turned to look at Arbor and couldn't help but ask, what idea do you have? Why don't you tell us so that we can discuss it? Arbor turned to look at him and nodded. Actually, I can refine a kind of medicinal powder to attract mystic beasts. It's just that this medicinal powder has to be controlled to a certain amount. But even I can't control this amount. Because, cough cough, if we spread too much medicinal powder, it might attract all the mystic beasts in this area. When that happens, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it. Xianxia and little Fatty widened their eyes in shock when they heard this. You? You actually have such a strange method to attract Xian beasts. Xuanxuan's mouth was wide open. Little Fatty added, isn't that great? You can refine this medicinal powder. We can wait patiently for those Xian beasts to come to us. Yes. When the time comes, we'll kill one if one comes. If 2 come, we'll kill both. Who knows, we might even be able to complete the mission on the first day and leave this godforsaken place. Xianxia chuckled. Everyone looked at Xianxia with a speechless expression. Miss, you're so optimistic, Arbor shook her head. The amount of this medicinal powder can't be controlled. If it's too little, we might not be able to attract many Xian beasts. But if it's too much, we'll be surrounded and attacked by the Xian beasts. Who knows, we might even be exhausted to death. Of course, that kind of situation definitely didn't exist. If it was really a critical moment, Arbor could also get Little Tree to drag them into Paradise Planet. But, in this way, the true meaning of training was lost. Then why don't you refine this medicinal powder first, and we'll try to see if it works by sprinkling a little. If it works, we can increase the amount. Duan Muqing suggested. Arbor nodded. Then we won't need to try it once. They would need to try many times to be able to control the amount of this medicinal powder. Arbor secretly pursed her lips. Duan Muqing looked at her and asked, then how long do you need to refine this medicinal powder? Arbor waved her hand, and the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron suddenly appeared in her hand. Everyone only saw a small copper cauldron in her palm. After a few seconds, the cauldron grew in size and landed on the reddish-brown ground with a thud. At the same time, a few medicinal ingredients were also in Arbor's hand. I need about 5 minutes to refine this medicinal powder. She only needed 5 minutes to refine a medicinal powder that could attract Xian beasts. Everyone looked at her in shock. The way this girl refined the medicinal powder seemed to be a little casual. She seemed to be carelessly throwing a few medicinal ingredients into the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. In fact, the amount of medicinal herbs used was just right. Everyone stared at him intently. Arbor waved his hand and gently patted the lid of the cauldron. Clusters of crimson flames automatically rose from the cauldron. The body of the red copper cauldron instantly became transparent and beautiful like colored glass. The medicine cauldron spun slowly, and 2 of the 9 stars on the cauldron immediately lit up. This was the subtlety of the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. Arbor had been refining medicinal pills a while ago, and had already practiced with the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron for a while, so he already had a good understanding of it. The meaning of these 9 stars was extraordinary. Ever since the second star on the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron lit up, she realized that the refining speed of the small cauldron had obviously doubled. Therefore, she suspected that every star on the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron was extraordinary. Unfortunately, this small cauldron had a huge appetite. If he wanted the 9 stars on the small cauldron to light up one by one, he had to feed it a large amount of rare ores. Last time, she had fed the small cauldron a lot of high-grade forging materials. She had watched as the cauldron's fire turned these materials into liquid and was absorbed by the small cauldron. But repeatedly feeding it high-grade forging materials was not enough to satisfy the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron's huge appetite. In the end, it was the 2 small grains of Arctic star gravel that allowed it to rise by a level, and the second star of the 9 stars finally lit up. Refining some powder that could attract mystical beasts was simply a piece of cake for the current 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. Thus, the powder in the cauldron quickly took shape. The moment Arbor opened the cauldron lid, everyone looked into the cauldron with interest, only to see a thick layer of white powder covering the walls and bottom of the cauldron. Arbor stretched out her hand and lightly patted the powder, causing it to jump up and be absorbed by a porcelain bottle in her palm. Xianxia blinked and asked curiously, "That's it?" Arbor nodded and flipped the porcelain bottle upside down. She casually sprinkled some of the powder out, and with a slight sweep of her sleeve, the powder was dispersed by the wind. "Let's hide and watch first." Arbor was naturally unwilling to stand here and act as a target. Following that, the few of them hid behind the rocks and watched the situation unfold. Because Arbor was still unable to control the amount of powder she used, she only took a small amount and mixed it into the air, causing the powder to scatter. The few of them hid behind the rocks and waited. Not long after, they saw 2 to 3 level 12 mystical beasts wobbling over. Arbor abruptly jumped out from behind the huge rock and waved her small hand. The remaining 4 people immediately jumped over and gathered their strength without any explanation. With a wave of violent attacks, the 3 unlucky mystical beasts were killed in a short while. Arbor lowered her head and rummaged through the crystal cores. She only found a small piece on one of the mystical beasts. She turned around and gestured to everyone to hide. With her head lowered, Arbor once again pulled out a small bottle from her sleeve and poured out some powder that attracted mystical beasts. However, just as she was about to put away the small bottle, she heard a girl's giggle from not far away. This giggle made her hair stand on end. Arbor's small hand trembled slightly for no reason. That pinch of powder that attracted mystical beasts was unavoidably twice as much as before. When she turned around and realized that something was wrong, she took back the porcelain bottle. By then, the powder had already spread in all directions with the flow of the air. Arbor felt guilty for a moment. He hurriedly pulled Xianxia, who was sticking her head out to look around, and gestured to Duan Muqing and the other 2. The 5 of them quickly found a place to hide. Just as he finished hiding, he heard a flurry of footsteps approaching from afar. However, he heard the woman's voice say, "The fire-belly snake has always been something that can only be found by chance. These little things like hot places the most. I think there must be some in the lava mountain range. It's just that." The woman's voice paused for a moment before she continued with a smile, "The fire-belly snake moves very quickly, and its body is very short and agile. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to catch it alive. The mission given by Fairy Yellow Crane this time is to obtain 3 live fire vipers." A cold voice interrupted the woman's words. "Otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure. Fairy has no obligation to pay half a spirit coin." The young woman, who was surrounded by everyone like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. She was born with a charming appearance. This was Fairy Yellow Crane, who was equally famous as the beautiful fairy from the Palace of Cold Blood. She was one of the 5 most capable subordinates of Shuntian Prefecture's current prefecture lord. Lava Mountain Range was an open forest. If someone wanted to enter to search for snake gall and medicinal herbs, it was possible. This time, Fairy Yellow Crane had issued a mission to search for fire vipers. The snake gall of fire vipers was an important component in refining fire spirit pills. Fairy Yellow Crane's objective was self-evident. She was an extremely famous pill refiner in Xianxia Prefecture. She wanted to refine a black-grade fire spirit pill that could raise fire spirit energy. However, it was a pity that their team had been roaming around the lava mountains for 3 to 5 days without seeing any signs of the fire vipers. On the other hand, they were running out of water and rations. Fairy Yellow Crane looked at the 10 overexhausted team members and frowned slightly. Why don't we discuss this? Next, should we leave Lava Mountain Range first and go to the nearby village to replenish our supplies or continue searching here until we complete the mission? A female team member in the team immediately raised her hand and said, I feel that we should leave and rest first. Otherwise, if we forcefully stay in this Lava Mountain Range, not to mention not finding any fire vipers, even our own lives are about to be exhausted. Fairy Yellow Crane was stunned for a while when she heard that. Then she sighed and nodded. Alright then, let's leave Lava Mountain Range first. Fire vipers? Suddenly, a male team member pointed at a small red snake that had squeezed out from a crack in the rock and suddenly exclaimed. Speaking of fire vipers would appear. Previously, they were still worried that after wandering around the Lava Mountain Range for so long, they hadn't seen anything like the fire viper, which was originally very common. Perhaps there really weren't any fire vipers in this mountain range. Who would have thought that just as they were talking, without any warning, a fire viper would slip out from a crack in the rock? Ha ha ha, this was really finding something by chance after wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search. 1, 2, 3. When she saw over 100 fire vipers twisting their way over, Fairy Yellow Crane's originally happy face turned black. Don't let these fire vipers surround us. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Another person shouted loudly and his face instantly changed. What kind of joke was this? If they were surrounded by these fire-venomous snakes, no matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to survive. Although these fire-venomous snakes were commonly seen, they were extremely difficult to deal with when grouped together. When there are only 1 or 2 of them, you don't have to be afraid of them at all. Just deal with them directly. But now, what was the meaning of this group of fire-venomous snakes? Fairy Yellow Crane led a group of exhausted teammates to begin the battle. Arbor and the others hid behind the boulder and watched the battle between the unlucky bastards and the snakes from afar. Fairy Yellow Crane summoned a palm-sized fireball and threw it at the group of snakes. Immediately, more than 10 fire vipers crawling on the ground were wiped out. Barely resisting the urge to vomit, Fairy Yellow Crane frowned and said, Everyone, work harder. We can't fail miserably at such an easy task. Once we finish off this batch of fire-venomous snakes, as long as we can get 3 gallbladders, our mission will be considered complete. This time I will give everyone some appropriate compensation. Fairy Yellow Crane's words once again aroused the enthusiasm of the crowd. In any case, with a generous reward, there would definitely be brave men. For the sake of the spirit coins, a portion of the people also gave it their all. Little Fatty and Xianxia squatted by Arbor's side, looking at the group that was fighting intensely with the snake horde. They lowered their voices and asked, Jojo, when are these snakes going to retreat? They're not spirit beasts either. They're not what we're going to deal with. Arbor looked at the fierce battle in the distance expressionlessly. How would I know? This kind of medicinal powder that attracted mystic beasts could stay in the air for at least 1 to 4 hours. Humans would not be able to smell it, but if beasts smelled it, they would naturally rush over. It seemed that her little hand had trembled just now, and she had scattered too much medicinal powder. However, this was something that could not be helped. She could not get it back even if she scattered it too much. She could only say that Fairy Yellow Crane and her group were unlucky, who asked them to appear with crooked smiles when she was sprinkling the powder on the table. Arbor pulled Xianxia back, pulling the 2's probing heads back. As they were talking quietly, they suddenly heard the howls of tigers and wolves from afar, accompanied by the cries of wild elephants. Arbor reached out and pressed down on Xianxia's little head, then he stuck his little head out of the rock. With one look, he hurriedly pulled his head back. Meeting the inquisitive gazes of the other 4, Arbor coughed softly. No, nothing. The 4 instantly looked at him with a look at your expression, you don't look like your fine gaze. Xianxia could not hold back and hurriedly stuck her head out of the big rock. With just one look, if Arbor had not suddenly reached out and covered her mouth, Xianxia would have cried out in shock, what the hell, how many beasts are there outside? Jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, ****, king all came, and there were also many wild elephants. They moved their fat legs and stepped on the red mud, chasing after a battered and exhausted group, rushing towards Fairy Yellow Crane's direction. Che Rumen and Li Qian probably felt that they had never been so unlucky in their entire lives. Clearly, their group had been hunting for level 15 mystic beasts, but suddenly, a group of mystic beasts rushed out and attacked their group without any explanation. Was there any justice left in this world? These dumb beasts seemed to have been provoked by something as they chased after their own group without any regard for their lives. Where did this irreconcilable hatred come from? Was it worth it for them to attack as a group? Che Rumen and Li Qian could not understand why everything was going well before, but from just now, everything had developed in an abnormal direction. The mystic beasts in the area all gathered together and attacked them. Could it be that someone was secretly manipulating this situation? Che Rumen's fist, which contained the power of fire spirit, smashed hard on the head of one of the jackals, directly smashing its head into its neck and causing it to cave in. While she was at it with a kick, a kick. That huge kick sent the grey wolf flying into the air. With a bang, it collided head-on with a tiger that was charging at it. With Rumen S's with a roar with Arto to S of the Arto to S even was to Che, it, to Che. Che Rumen jumped in fright and hurriedly twisted the ring on her finger, activating the defensive barrier at the first moment. In the blink of an eye, the tiger had already pounced in front of Che Rumen. Its claws tore forward, but it was blocked by the tough defensive barrier. Che Rumen broke out in a cold sweat. When she saw the tiger claw pouncing towards her face, she really thought that her delicate little face was about to be torn apart by the tiger claw. Fortunately, her face was fine. Che Rumen subconsciously raised her hand to touch her face and let out a long sigh. As long as her face is fine. Che Rumen's hand lingered on her delicate skin, thinking, she has such a beautiful face, nothing must happen to her. Che Rumen activated her defensive barrier and hid behind Li Qian. She hunched her shoulders and half-squatted behind Li Qian as she whispered, "What should we do now?" The situation before them was quite critical. Just a few short minutes ago, there were already over 1,000 mystic beasts gathered around. The speed at which the mystic beasts were gathering was simply terrifying. Che Rumen's expression flickered. She was already calculating in her heart how to escape later. No matter what, even if she had to abandon her teammates and run by herself, she had to run out. After all, she was only 18 years old, a flower-like age. She could not give up her life in such a lousy place. Just as Che Rumen's team of 5 and Fairy Yellow Crane's team of more than 10 were bitterly fighting against the mystic beast horde. Arbor's team of 5 was squatting far away, their sharp gazes searching for the second-level spirit beast among the beasts. Found it. Little Fatty almost cheered out loud, but then he thought of something and hurriedly covered his mouth to suppress his voice. Right now, they were preparing to loot a burning house, so it was best not to make a sound for now. Arbor naturally also saw the spirit beast mixed in with the mystic beast horde. To be exact, it was a third-level spirit beast. It seemed that the medicinal powder was starting to take effect. Arbor's eyes brightened. He stood up and stuck an invisibility talisman on himself as he said faintly, "I'll go lure that third-level spirit beast over." Everyone, Xianxia looked smugly at the puzzled little fatty and chuckled. "Let me tell you something. Our Jojo is the only one in the world. Big. Talisman. Master. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Xianxia was waiting to see little fatty's shocked expression. After waiting for a long time, she realized that little fatty didn't react at all. She couldn't help but pout. "Little fatty, aren't you shocked?" The little fatty shook his head vigorously and said, "I won't be surprised no matter what you say." After saying that, he reached out and patted his chest. "If you tell me now that Jojo can actually go to heaven, I'll believe you too." When Xianxia heard this, the corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched. She looked at little fatty as if she was looking at a weirdo. "You really have no integrity." Arbor, on the other hand, had already stuck an invisibility talisman on his body while the others were whispering to each other. Then, he slipped away from the group of spirit beasts like a wisp of smoke and swayed in front of the third-grade spirit beast. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and a row of icicles appeared between his fingers. Then, he pierced the third-grade spirit beasts, but, the third-rank spirit beast suddenly roared and swung its head, sending a man in fairy yellow cranes group flying. That man didn't even understand what was going on before he flew into the sky. The third-grade spirit beast rampaged through the group of spirit beasts, chasing after the familiar aura that had pierced its butt. Arbor led this big fellow around the group of spirit beasts and ran in front of Duan Muqing and the others. Hurry up and do it, wake up and catch up on the latest chapter. There was no need for Arbor to say anything. The four of them joined forces and attacked together. How could they talk about the rules of the pugilistic world with this third-level spirit beast? They would just beat it up as a group. Ko Hongwen's level 8 earth spirit erupted and built a sturdy earth prison around the spirit beast. At the same time, Xianxia waved her small hand and a bolt of spirit lightning landed on the third-level spirit beast's head. Duan Muqing and Mata, who were at the side, each attacked with their swords. In less than a minute, they finished off the third-level spirit beast. Arbor bent down and dug out the crystal core from the third-level spirit beast's head. Unlike the red crystal core, this third-level spirit beast's crystal core was pure silver. Although it was small in the palm of his hand, he could feel a strong sense of spiritual pressure coming from it. Arbor put the third-level spirit beast's crystal core into his waist pouch and took out an empty storage talisman to put the third-level spirit beast's corpse inside. Little Fatty looked at her in shock. Jojo? You. Oh, this is a storage talisman. It can store the spirit beast's corpse to prove that we killed 10 spirit beasts. Kiki is, we can prove it by handing over the spirit beast's crystal core. Little Fatty's words were stopped by Qi Xuanxuan's glare. Are you an idiot? Qi Xianxia rudely poked Fatty's head with her finger. It's not like every spirit beast has a crystal core in their head. The instructor told us to kill 10 spirit beasts. What if none of your 10 spirit beasts have a crystal core? How are you going to prove it? You can't be thinking of dragging the 10 spirit beast corpses to the instructor, right? Arbor said expressionlessly. Right. Eh? He didn't seem to want to ask this question just now. Little Fatty was distracted by Qi Xianxia and Arbor's words and forgot to ask about Arbor's storage talisman. Mata glanced at Little Fatty in amusement and reminded him, storage talisman. No. Ah, right. Storage talisman. The Little Fatty stammered this storage talisman, you don't need to use your profound sense to open it. Then, on your body, shui? Food? The Little Fatty stuttered so much that his words were almost out of tune. Suddenly, he felt that Jojo was a bit of a scam. What should he do, since Jojo had an advanced item like the storage talisman on him? How could he lack water and food? Then why did they split a steamed bun among the three of them? Arbor turned his head and looked at the Little Fatty carefully. He shook his head and said, we're here to train. It's better to feel hungry. Do you know anything about training? It's not like I'm asking you to go on a sightseeing tour. Qi Xianxia retorted. Be a little hungry and don't rely on the storage talisman. Most importantly, he couldn't cheat. Right? Mata looked away. He could not bear to see the Little Fatty's silly look after being scolded. That? Is there anything to eat in the storage talisman? Little Fatty asked with a blank expression. Do you want some, Donghua? Little Fatty nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. Yes, of course he wanted it. What a joke. Just now, he ate 1/3 of the white steamed bun and 1/3 of the pastries. He wasn't full at all. Arbor thought for a moment and took out 10 donghua from the storage talisman. He gave 2 to each of them and said sternly, don't let that troublesome instructor find out. Everyone nodded obediently. If you're hungry in the future, you can roast that third-level spirit beast. Xiamu had already thought it through. From the looks of it, that level 3 spirit beast just now was quite big. Although the spiritual beast meat was hard to eat, it was still something that was self-reliant. The main thing was that Wei Wei was always against them. If he were to find out about the storage talisman, he might accuse them of cheating and disqualify them from entering the academy. Arbor didn't really care if he could enter the academy or not. But looking at Qi Xuanxuan's expectant expression, he didn't want to disappoint her. If they ate spiritual beast meat, even if that troublesome teacher found out, he wouldn't have any reason to say anything. Anyway, the spiritual beast was their prey, so what if they ate half of it? The remaining 4 looked at each other silently. Every cultivator knew that the spiritual beast meat wasn't tasty, and unless they had no other choice, no cultivator would eat that kind of old meat. Xianxia and Little Fatty chewed on the winter fruit in their hands and felt that it was crispy, fragrant, and juicy. It couldn't be any better. The Little Fatty even finished off the 2 winter fruits in one go. He looked at Xiaoqiao ruefully and lamented, "Xiaoqiao, why do I feel that your winter fruits taste so much better than those that you can buy outside?" I think so too. Winter fruits were sold everywhere. Although the market price of winter fruits was much higher than before, as long as one had profound currency and spirit coins, they could buy winter fruits. So basically everyone had eaten winter fruits before and knew how it tasted. Compared to ordinary fruits, a fist-sized winter fruit had a soft texture and most importantly, it didn't have any moisture. It wasn't like the 2 that they ate. Arbor turned his head and saw that Xianxia had finished 2 winter fruits and couldn't help but raise his brows. Since when did a fruit like winter fruit from a street stall taste so good? Seeing these 2 people's eager looks, Xiaomu sighed and simply stuffed the 2 winter fruits in her pocket into the Little Fatty and Xuanchuan's hands. "Leave this place and I'll treat you 2 to your fill. Now, let's settle the spiritual beast matter first." Arbor stuck his head out from behind the rock. After taking a glance, he immediately retracted his head and looked at Little Fatty and Xianxia with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" they asked in unison. "Another 4 or 5 teams have come from that side. The Xian beasts have surrounded them." Xianxia and Little Fatty hurriedly stuck their heads out to take a look. When they saw what was happening, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Oh my god, wasn't it an overwhelming number of Xian beasts? The dark mass of Xian beasts surrounded the 7 teams, including Che Rumen and Fairy Huanghe. They fought to be the first to attack them. As for Che Rumen and the others who were encircled, they were extremely sullen. Che Ruman, who had been taking turns to fight against the mystical beasts, was out of breath. She originally wanted to find a chance to slip away by herself. Who would have thought that a slight hesitation would result in a fleeting opportunity? Now, even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. "Jojo, what do we do now?" "I'll go and see if there are any spiritual beasts." Arbor's face darkened and he was also filled with displeasure. Was there something wrong with this group of Xian beasts? Just a few would be enough. There were actually a few thousand of them. With such a huge commotion, wouldn't it alarm the spiritual beast in the 2nd type district? Arbor couldn't help but frown when he thought of this. What if that divine beast also had nothing better to do and ran over here after eating its fill? Then how should she deal with it? Should she summon all the beasts around her and gang up on it, or gang up on it? Divine beasts were not easy to deal with. Xiaomu reflexively rubbed her chin and threw them a wait look. She stuck an invisibility talisman on herself and ran towards the group of mystic beasts like a wisp of smoke. She flashed through the group of mystic beasts, thinking that her medicinal powder was rather unreliable. How did it attract all the mystic beasts? She finally found a spirit beast in the group of mystic beasts. That spirit beast was tilting its head, and its hairy face was full of vigilance. Its pair of small eyes rolled around, looking back and forth, as if it sensed the aura of some approaching danger. Arbor hurriedly squeezed her way over and imitated it, planning to give its but a good smack. Suddenly, that spirit beast roared angrily at where she was hiding. Immediately, more than a dozen mystic beasts slapped at her head with their claws. Ah! Arbor was stunned, but she reacted extremely quickly and escaped from the claws of several mystic beasts. The shining icicle in her hand flashed, and several mystic beasts' necks were sliced open. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived in front of that spirit beast. Roar! This spirit beast was rather sharp. Based on the fact that it could not see her at all when she was invisible, it could still be so sharp and find her position to attack first. It could be seen that this spirit beast was somewhat unusual. Moreover, this fellow should be extremely afraid of death. It instinctively hid in the group of mystic beasts and commanded them to protect itself. Arbor was almost overturned by the mystic beasts time and time again, so she was somewhat angry. With a kick of her leg, she flipped onto the back of a mystic beast, a rhinoceros. With a heavy kick, she forced that rhinoceros to charge straight into the group of mystic beasts ahead. Fairy Yellow Crane and the others, who were fighting fiercely with the group of beasts, turned their heads and saw a rampaging rhinoceros charging towards the group of beasts. When they looked again, they saw a plain-clothed girl sitting on the rhinoceros' back. In her shock, she could not help but raise her hand to rub her eyes. Indeed, it was a young girl in plain clothes. She suddenly appeared like a ghost in the middle of the group of beasts, as if she had appeared out of thin air. She had never seen this person before. "Who are you?" Fairy Yellow Crane cried out sharply. Arbor knew that this was bad. It seemed that this woman's cultivation was much higher than hers, so she could see her under the invisibility charm at a glance. However, Fairy Yellow Crane's group of idiots clearly did not have Fairy Yellow Crane's eyesight. No one noticed Xiaomu's existence. Instead, they all stared at Fairy Yellow Crane with strange gazes. One of the women couldn't help but giggle. "Fairy Yellow Crane, are you seeing things? There's no one in this herd." Arbor couldn't help but grind his teeth when he heard the woman's shrill laughter. It was her, it was her. The woman who had laughed so hard that her hand trembled, causing her to scatter too much of the mystical beast luring powder. "None of you can see it?" Fairy Yellow Crane screamed and turned to look at Che Rumen, whose wrists were trembling from chopping mystic beasts. "You can't see that woman either?" Che Rumen was about to go crazy from fighting with the mystic beasts beside her. How could she have the time to look back? Even if she heard Fairy Yellow Crane's question, she had no time to respond. "None of you can see her?" Fairy Yellow Crane shrieked. The group of teammates around her all looked at this fairy as if they were looking at a patient. They did not understand what she was yelling about. "You used an invisibility talisman." Subsequently, Immortal Yellow Crane let out an even sharper cry than before. She pointed at Xiaomu with her eyes bulging wide open. Everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They all drew their weapons and got into a battle stance. They looked warily in the direction Fairy Yellow Crane was pointing at. What? Fairy Yellow Crane meant that there was someone in the beast horde? Damn, there was actually someone in the midst of the overwhelming horde of beasts. Who exactly was it? Arbor had already driven away the rhinoceros and the surrounding small mystical beasts. She came to the side of the spirit beast and leaped onto the back of the spirit beast. When she landed on the spirit beast's back, she felt the spirit beast's anger from the bottom of its heart. It seemed to want to shake her off with all its might as it roared angrily. After this roar, the beast horde became restless and charged at Fairy Yellow Crane and the others, launching a wave of attacks. Every mystical beast fought with Fairy Yellow Crane and the others as if they did not care about their lives. Fairy Yellow Crane and the others could not help but complain incessantly in their hearts. It was originally a very simple matter. Fairy Yellow Crane issued a mission to search for fire vipers and personally led the team. They only needed to find a few fire vipers. Who would have thought, things actually developed into this situation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A little fat squirrel suddenly jumped down from the rhinoceros' back and ran toward the corpses of the mystical beasts on the ground. It kept jumping back and forth on the corpses. If someone looked at it carefully, they would realize that every time this little fat squirrel landed on a mystical beast's corpse, it would accurately use its sharp little claws to cut open the mystical beast's head and dig out the crystal core inside. After this action, the mystical beast crystal cores on the field were basically all collected by the little fat squirrel. The pitiful Fairy Yellow Crane and the others did not know about this at all. Even if they cleaned up the battlefield afterwards, they would only think that they were unlucky. They had killed so many Xian beasts, but not a single one had a crystal core. It's you who found so many Xian beasts to attack us? Why? Fairy Huang, he shrieked hysterically at Xiaomu. Xiaomu's face darkened as she gazed at her. Afterwards, she forcefully hammered that spiritual beast, forcing it to hastily kick its legs and flee. That enormous spirit beast had the head of a tiger, and its running and jumping speed was much faster than that of an ordinary tiger. He rampaged through the group of Xian beasts, knocking some of them unconscious. Arbor stabbed its head with the sharp icicle in his hand. The spirit beast jumped and roared, wanting to throw Arbor to the ground. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried to jump around, no matter how hard it shook its body, Arbor still sat firmly on its back. Roar, roar, roar. Fairy Yellow Crane, what's going on now? The others could not see what Arbor was doing and were somewhat nervous. They could not resist the pressure in their hearts and hurriedly asked Fairy Yellow Crane. Fairy Yellow Crane's expression was also somewhat strange. She could see very clearly that the little girl was clearly trying to lure that enormous spirit beast away from the mystical beast horde. In that case, she had misunderstood the other party. The little girl was clearly not a bad person. Not only was the little girl not bad, she was even very virtuous. Seeing how she dared to fight for these people she had never met, taking the lead to attract the spirit beast's attention, what a virtuous child she was. Little girl, I'll help you. Fairy Yellow Crane immediately shouted. Just as she was about to fly up and give Arbor a hand, Cheiruan fell to the ground with a heavy thud. A large head came into contact with the yellow soil with a loud thud. The sound of the impact caused Fairy Yellow Crane to stop in her tracks, and she turned to look at Cheiruan. On the other hand, Xiaomu turned to glance at that Fairy Huanghe. She blinked in bewilderment before hastily urging the spiritual beast beneath her to run towards Duan Muqing and the others. She couldn't understand why the woman who was yelling at her just now suddenly wanted to help her. Sigh, a woman's heart was truly like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Jojo couldn't understand, seeing that Xiaomu had finally brought that spirit beast back after expending so much effort. Duan Muqing and the others immediately surrounded her. After another round of thorough gang beating, they finally disposed of that spirit beast. Arbor frowned as she looked at the mystic beast horde in the distance. She raised her hand to rub her nose and coughed lightly. Don't you guys feel that there are very few spirit beasts in this place? Wasn't it pitifully few? The medicinal powder had already attracted thousands of mystic beasts, but there were still no signs of spirit beasts. The two spirit beasts that occasionally ran over had to expend a great deal of effort to lure them out from the mystic beast horde. Could it be that there aren't many spirit beasts in this type of area? Xianxia asked. Little Fatty nodded. I feel that it's possible. Then I'll make a medicinal powder to drive away the beast horde and talk after driving them away. Later, we'll find a place closer to the second type of area and try this medicinal powder. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Arbor then summoned the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron from her conscious and placed it on the ground, beginning to refine the medicinal powder to drive away the mystic beasts. They felt that watching her refine medicine was simply a form of enjoyment. The little girl happily took out the herbs, put them in, and refined them. The whole process only took a few minutes. Xianxia could not help but ask, pill concoction is actually so simple? Arbor froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, it's this 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron that's amazing. It simplifies the steps of refining medicine. Before this, when Arbor used the stew pot to refine pills, he had to go through the process of selecting the herbs and grinding the essences of the herbs. Of course, later on, he had to look at the fire and control the heat of the stew pot. But now, the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron would automatically extract the essence of the medicinal herbs and draw out the impurities, so this step could be eliminated. Moreover, the step of watching the fire could be omitted, because the cauldron fire in the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron would adjust its power to suit the medicine in the cauldron. If he were to concoct pills, he might need to spend more time. After all, the formation of the pill also depended on whether or not the fire was ready. But now that Arbor was only refining some medicinal powder, it was too easy. He did not even need to use the fire to liquefy the herbs. Powder was the easiest to make, so it would only take about 4 to 5 minutes to complete. She liked this little cauldron more and more now. Back then, she had used a mystic breakthrough pill and a blood stasis dispersing pill to exchange for this cauldron. It was simply a treasure that she had picked up. After refining the medicinal powder, Arbor used a porcelain bottle to keep the powder. Have a meal before coming back. With a faint smile on her lips, Xiaomu gently stroked her small cauldron. The small cauldron seemed to be sentient and seemed to know its owner's fondness for it. The cauldron even revealed a faint glow, as if responding. With a whoosh, she recalled the small cauldron back into her conscious. Arbor coughed lightly and looked up at Xianxia and the others. Go a little further away. The smell of this medicinal powder might not be too pleasant. It was more than unpleasant, the stench was simply overwhelming. Once the medicinal powder was scattered, everyone looked like they were constipated. When Arbor finished scattering the medicinal powder calmly and returned to their side, Xianxia and Xianxia stared at each other. Xianxia covered her nose and looked at her curiously. Chow chow, don't you stink? Wasn't that stoic face too calm? Arbor shook her head and glanced at little Fatty, who was puking from the stench. She replied very seriously, oh, I blocked my 5 senses, so I don't smell anything. What? Ma ta, little Fatty, and Xianxia looked at Arbor in bewilderment. Don't you think this little thing is a scam? Wouldn't it have been fine if she had also blocked their 5 senses from the start? Why did she have to tell them to go a little further away with a straight face? It was as if they wouldn't smell anything if they walked a little further away. On the side, Duan Muqing couldn't resist bursting into laughter. He stared at Arbor for a long time. He wondered if it was his misconception. He kept feeling that this little girl had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding his gaze the entire time. When Duan Muqing thought of this, he couldn't help but frown. Arbor glanced at Ma Ta and the others indifferently. Her expression was simply, that pair of cold and beautiful eyes were clearly saying, are you all idiots? You don't even know how to block your 5 senses when you stink. You still need others to teach you. Ma Ta was speechless. Xianxia and little Fatty exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Fine, they had been led into a trap by the little stoic. Let's go. Arbor waved her small hand. The 5 of them headed toward the second category area. The instructor had said before that they would have to bear the consequences of stepping into the second-class area. The second-type region had a divine beast overseeing it, and it was not to be trifled with. However, it wasn't impossible to do something strange at the entrance of a second-class area. Qiao Mu's party walked very quickly and soundlessly left from behind the giant rock. On the other hand, the groups of people who were fighting against the profound beasts were all extremely exhausted, and they sighed with emotion that their lives were about to end here. The Xian beasts have retreated. Someone suddenly shouted. Fairy Yellow Crane, who was holding a profound artifact with her trembling right hand, immediately discovered that the beast horde was slowly retreating. These beasts no longer attacked them crazily. Instead, they were like headless flies, fleeing in all directions. Fairy Yellow Crane's eyes flickered as she looked at the profound beasts that scattered like a tide. She let out a long sigh and said, it's all thanks to that lady's help. Fairy, what happened? I misunderstood him just now. That lady was of noble character and unquestionable integrity, leading a powerful spirit beast away without regard for her life, Fairy Yellow Crane praised endlessly. I think that these profound beasts probably retreated because they sensed the spirit beast's departure. Everyone finally understood when they heard this, and they all nodded in agreement with Fairy Yellow Crane. Only Fairy saw that righteous lady. That's right. If we meet her next time, we must thank that lady. Fairy Yellow Crane nodded with a smile when she heard this. She lowered her head to look at the mystic beast corpses by her feet. Everyone, clean up the battlefield and see if there are any mystic beast cores or similar items. Some mystic beast's fur and teeth can also be exchanged for a few spirit coins. Everyone, take whatever you want and split it amongst yourselves. Fairy Yellow Crane's voice fell, and the dozen or so members of her team immediately went forward in high spirits to clean up the mystic beast corpses on the ground. But very quickly, everyone discovered that there were so many mystic beast corpses on the ground, but not a single crystal core could be found. Fairy, this is really strange. This mystic beast sawtooth wolf doesn't even have a single tooth. Oh right, I've been looking for so long, but I haven't seen any mystic beast with a crystal core in its head. Fairy, I only found 3 fire viper gallbladders. The other fire vipers were completely empty without any gallbladders. Fairy Yellow Crane was taken aback. She went forward and bent down to examine. Indeed, she saw many mystic beast skulls that had clearly been dug open. But what was strange was that these skulls did not seem to have been cut open by a blade. Instead, they seemed to have been clawed open by some sharp object. Fairy Yellow Crane was puzzled and could only stand up and say, it seems that there should be some powerful spirit beast hiding in the dark. Let's hurry and pack up and leave Lava Mountain Range immediately. Masta, look at this. The fire sable's fur can be used to make a fire sable cloak for Masta. The teeth of a sharp-toothed wolf. Masta, do you like a collar made from sharp-toothed wolf teeth? I don't like it. Arbor had a headache as she interrupted the noisy little fat squirrel. TSK, Masta, if you don't want them, you can sell them all for money. And this, fire viper gallbladders. Do you like them, Masta? Arbor's face was stoic as she put away the 2 storage talismans that the little fat squirrel handed over into her waist pouch. She nodded and said, not bad. The fire viper's gallbladders were a necessary ingredient for refining fire spirit pills. They were good stuff. The fat squirrel immediately chirped happily. Masta said she liked them. Arbor turned his head slightly and immediately saw the 4 people's stunned expressions. It turned out that Jojo had sent this fat squirrel to clean up the battlefield with a storage talisman in advance. What else could he have left behind? The 4 could not help but silently light a row of candles for Fairy Yellow Crane and the others in their hearts. He felt that if Yellow Crane Fairy and the others knew the truth, they would definitely beat Jojo to death. Not only did this person take away a lot of crystal cores and snake gallbladders, in the end, he didn't even let go of the teeth and fur of the profound beasts. Arbor carried the rather heavy little fat squirrel and walked in front of everyone with an indifferent expression. She didn't think that little Chirpy had gone overboard at all. That's how it should be. Moreover, she had spent a great deal of effort to lure those profound beasts over, so the spoils of war naturally couldn't benefit Che Ruman's group. The 5 of them followed the map in their memories and arrived at the intersection of the 2nd and 1st category areas. The crimson rocks here were even larger than those in the 1st category areas. Each piece was as tall as an adult man. All kinds of rocks were oddly jagged and stood in picturesque disorder in front of them. Arbor took out the medicinal powder that attracted the profound beasts from her pocket and made a gesture for the 4 of them to spread out. Then, she scattered some of the medicinal powder. Not long after, they heard 2 beast roars coming from the depths of the stone forest. See you tomorrow. The night was already completely dark. This time, the amount of medicinal powder that Arbor scattered was considered moderate. Following the smell, only a dozen or so mystic beasts and 3 spirit beasts ran over. They only took care of those 3 spirit beasts and released the rest. The night in the lava mountain range was very unbearable. Because once night fell, the temperature of the entire mountain range was even hotter than during the day. During the day, you felt like you were in a huge furnace, sweating profusely when you moved. Then at night, you would find yourself in the center of the furnace. Even if you just lay there motionlessly, you would still feel so hot that you wanted to pant. Everyone leaned against the rocks to rest. Just sitting there made their chests feel stuffy and suffocating. Their bodies felt as if they were being roasted in a raging fire, unbearably uncomfortable. Arbor made a self-made ice ball. After it was melted by the heat of the lava mountain range in less than a minute, she stopped wasting her mystic energy. Anyway, it was not very useful to make it. It would be evaporated by the heat in minutes. Arbor also leaned against the rocks to take a nap, replenishing the energy that she had expended. She planned to wait until daybreak to scatter the medicinal powder to attract the spirit beasts and walk right into the trap. To them, they had already hunted 5 spirit beasts on the first day. To them, the mission was already completed quite well. They would strive to complete the mission tomorrow. At that time, they would be able to contact Wei Wei. Master Silver, do you want me to drag you to Paradise Planet to sleep? Little Tree Chocho's voice rang in Arbor's ears. Paradise Planet was naturally full of spring all year round. It was also densely packed with mystic energy, making people feel very comfortable all year round. It was just that Arbor did not want to run to Paradise Planet whenever she encountered any trouble. Moreover, it was just that the resting environment was slightly worse now. Compared to her previous life, she had struggled to survive even in the worst environment. How could she be so pampered in this life? She shook her head resolutely. She could endure it. She must not spoil herself. That was not good. Then Master, can I give you a sip of Chocho's newly brewed spirit tea? Miss Chow smacked her somewhat dry little mouth, and her eyes immediately brightened. She used her mental power to communicate with Chocho. Chocho, the spiritual tea tree can already be picked. That's right. The first batch of spirit tea leaves has already been picked. However, there are only 30 tails. It's only enough to drink 500 times. 30 tails was too little, as expected of the precious spiritual tea tree, its yield was pitifully low. Master, don't worry. The spiritual tea tree can be picked once every half a month. In the future, after our paradise planet is transformed into a spirit realm, the production of spirit tea trees will probably double. That's only 60 taels of silver, Arbor complained in his heart. Would you like a cup to refresh yourself, Master? Chocho's voice carried an endless persuasion. Miss Chow nodded, baffled. Then, a cup of spiritual tea with white steam rising from it was delivered to Arbor. It turned out that Chocho had already prepared everything and was just waiting for her to nod her head. The faint spiritual energy mixed with the faint fragrance of tea drifted in the scorching air. Arbor sniffed it and only felt a lingering tea fragrance. She took a light sip and felt her entire body become incomparably comfortable. In a split second, more than half of the exhaustion in her body disappeared. This was too effective. Arbor lowered her head to glance at the spiritual tea and drank it all in one go. End of chapter 1665. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.